My elder sister is a superstar. Chapter 285 to Chapter 342. Hey, is this a music video? There's a music video? That's good. The audience was pleasantly surprised. In the music video, Xianxia was wearing a high school uniform. He was carrying a school bag and holding onto a bicycle. He was timidly waiting at the door of a certain house. His handsome face was somewhat expectant and nervous. From time to time, he would look into the unit door. Dad, Mom, I'm going to school. Accompanied by a soft and pleasant voice, Qin Baobao in her high school uniform bounced out. Her domineering 36D also bounced up and down. They met outside the door and smiled at each other. Xianxia stepped forward and took Qin Baobao's hand. The two of them held hands and looked at each other. They didn't say anything, but the sour smell of love could be smelled through the screen. The young man rode a bicycle and took the girl he liked to school. They galloped on a path with blooming rape flowers. The spring light was warm and the girl was sitting sideways on the back seat, letting out cheerful barbell-like laughter. These few simple scenes gave people the feeling that spring had arrived, the rape flowers had bloomed, and it was another mating season. Bah, another season full of passion. The same scene gave Qin Ma a completely different feeling. Qin Ma's eyebrows twitched fiercely. At this time, a deep and honest male voice sounded. Xianxia's figure slowly walked over. A beam of light shone on him. I'll give you a CD of the past. Listen to our love back then. Sometimes I suddenly forget that I still love you. A second beam of light shone down. A few meters away, Qin Baobao in a white dress stood gracefully. She was as beautiful as a fairy who walked out of a painting. She continued singing. I can't sing that song again. I'll blush and hide when I hear it. Although I often forget that I still love you. Because love doesn't make people sad easily. Xianxia said, that's why everything looks so happy. In the MV, Xianxia and Qin Bao were sitting on the rooftop of the school eating lunch. The two of them sat side by side with their lunch boxes in their hands. Xianxia gave Qin Bao a chicken drumstick from his lunchbox with a doting expression. This is for you. The wind lifted Qin Baobao's long hair, and her beautiful face was full of happiness. Then what do you want to eat? Qin Baobao blinked her bright eyes with an adorable expression. Little fool, I'll eat you. Xianxia hugged Qin Bao and pressed her against the ground. The two of them laughed as they rolled around on the ground. The scene was exceptionally sweet. The MV was synchronized with the song. To be more precise, the MV was shot according to the lyrics and the mood of the song. While watching the MV, one would listen to the music at the same time. The audience was completely engrossed in the song. But in Qin Ma's eyes, this scene was simply unbearable. What's going on? If you want to shoot a MV, then shoot a MV. Don't hug each other just because you don't like each other. You're siblings, okay? Speaking of which, the two of you are so good at acting as a couple. How did you do it? Qin Ma's face darkened. Old Master Shen also frowned. He didn't think too much about it, but even a knowledgeable university professor and an open-minded parent felt that it was inappropriate for a son and daughter to hug each other. Wang Zijin's smile revealed a look of disdain. The scene was very awkward. Qin Baobao gazed at him tenderly. Because love is a simple growth. Xianxia clutched his chest and looked at her tenderly. I can still go crazy for you at any time. Qin Baobao closed her eyes and made a happy gesture. Because how can love have vicissitudes? Xianxia sang affectionately. That's why we're still young. Qin Baobao pointed to her chest, her eyes blurred. Because love is in that place. Xianxia said affectionately, there are still people wandering there. Chorus. People come and go. From beginning to end, the two of them didn't look at the audience, as if they were saying that everyone present was trash, salted fish, radishes, and vegetables. They only had eyes for each other. And in the corresponding MV of the song, scenes jumped. Daily life of the school AVI. Xianxia and Qin Baobao had a private meeting in the storage room of the school's physical education materials. The warm sunlight came in through the narrow window, and dust floated in the air. Xianxia pressed his sister against the window, and there was a 30-60 between them. Xianxia gazed at her affectionately, and her sister shyly gazed at her. Xianxia lowered his head and kissed her. There was no evil wet kiss here. After all, it was a pure campus love. But in the eyes of the old man and Qin Ma, this scene was too spicy. Wang Zijin gritted her teeth. On the way home Xianxia rode his bike and took Qin Baobao home. Qin Baobao said, "Will you still come to pick me up tomorrow?" "Yes." At this time, Qin Baobao deliberately dropped a string of red string from her pocket. Xianxia picked it up. "Your red string fell." "No, it's your red string. I'll wait for you tomorrow." Pottery shop in the spacious and bright shop, the light was soft. Qin Baobao held a rapidly spinning embryo in her hands. She leaned in Xianxia's arms, and Xianxia held her hand. The two of them shaped the embryo together. At this time, Qin Baobao turned her head and smiled sweetly. The tip of her nose was stained with mud. Xianxia gave his signature doting smile and gently wiped the mud from her nose. "You're so nice. Little fool. Wow, so sweet." The sour smell of love filled the whole venue. But the audience was intoxicated. There was no noise. Their attention was all on the MV and the song. Qin Ma shivered. Old Master shivered. Wang Zijin shivered. MMP. In order to shoot this MV, they wandered around Shanghai for 3 days, looking for suitable scenes. In the process, Xianxia was full of inspiration. He thought of a sweet plot. He felt that this was his best work. So even if he knew that his parents were coming to the concert, he couldn't bear to cut the MV that he had painstakingly shot. Qin Baobao also didn't agree to cut it. She didn't want to die. Anyway, it would be her brother who died, not her. "Qin Baobao, I can't sing that song again. I'll blush and hide when I hear it. Although I often forget that I still love you. Because love doesn't make people sad." Xianxia looked at the sky. "So everything is happy. Because love is a simple growth. I can still go crazy for you." In the MV, the matter of the high school puppy love was exposed. The teacher called the parents. After the parents and teacher bombarded them with words, they were taken away. At the school gate, the two groups of parents went their separate ways. After a few steps, Qin Baobao suddenly turned around with tears in her eyes. Then she was forcefully taken away by her parents. At the same time, Xianxia turned around with sadness in his eyes. He was also forcefully taken away by his parents. At this point in the plot, the sour smell of love disappeared. Qin Baobao transferred schools and moved. Since then, Xianxia had to wait in front of her house every day before and after school. He waited for the girl who would never appear again. His face was filled with loneliness and sadness. This scene moved the entire audience. Only 3 people were the exception. After that, they didn't meet again, and spent a period of time peacefully. From the bicycle to the Mercedes-Benz, Xianxia would go to that house every morning and night and stare in a daze. Many years later, one day, he came to that house again and finally saw that familiar figure. He rushed out of the car and approached that figure. That beautiful figure didn't move. At this moment, the music stopped. The singing stopped. The concert was silent. After a long time, Xianxia took off the red string on his wrist and whispered, "Your red string fell." The girl slowly turned around and smiled. "No, it's your red string." The music and singing started. Because how can love have vicissitudes? So we're still young. Because love is in that place. There are still people wandering there. The chorus, people come and go. In the MV, the sister and brother hugged each other affectionately. In reality, Xianxia should also hug his sister. This was a planned emotional scene. But because of their parents, they didn't dare to go too far. In fact, during the singing, the sister and brother could only look at each other affectionately. They didn't dare to touch each other at all. They wanted to use this method to tell Qin Ma and Grandpa Lin, "Dad, we're innocent. Everything is for the concert. Mom, please hit me again. No, please don't misunderstand." But Qin Ma and Grandpa Lin didn't think so. Although they knew that it was an MV, it was for the concert. Their daughter had entered the entertainment industry. These were inevitable. But even if their daughter filmed a kissing scene with a stranger, Qin Ma and Grandpa Lin wouldn't have much resistance. After all, it was an act. But what if the person filming the scene with their daughter became their son? He became their son. Oh my God, get on my dog's head. At this moment, Grandpa Lin probably felt like this. He couldn't accept it. Oh my God, old man, I'll get the dog's head for you. Qin Ma had to be more determined. Qin Ma's face was full of worry. She didn't feel good. Some signs were getting more and more obvious. She had to be on guard. She turned her head and glanced at Wang Zijin. She said in her heart, "You have to hurry." Wang Zijin was overflowing with jealousy. Her head trembled. She gritted her teeth and thought, "Damn it, Maltese couple, are you feeding me shit? I'll feed you 2 big bowls of iced menstrual juice when I get home." At the concert, a huge wave was set off. The audience was so excited that they stood up one by one. They shouted with all their might and waved their light sticks. It was really a perfect performance. This new song was amazing. Together with the MV, it was impeccable. I thought that exaggeration was the peak. I didn't expect, because of love, to be even more amazing. This song is going to be popular. The MV is so good. It cheated me of a wave of tears just now. It was worth it. I didn't come all the way from Zhe province in vain. Qin Zhe and Qin Baobao sang so well. This is the best concert I've heard this year. Galing sighed. They sang so well. If I didn't know that they were brother and sister, I would have thought that they were a couple. Qin Ma's heart was pierced. Li Rongxin praised, a perfect couple, at least on the screen. Qin Ma's heart was pierced. X2 Xianxia, I don't think they're brother and sister. They're more like a couple. Qin Ma's heart was pierced. X3 Yuri, a couple. Your whole family is a couple. This is my son and my daughter. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The deafening sound of the concert spread out. Outside the venue, the reporters were swiping their phones. Quick, take note, shocking. The concert audience couldn't control themselves again. What happened? At 10 o'clock in the evening, the concert ended. The audience left one after another, leaving the staff to clean up the mess. Several huge xenon lights lit up every corner of the venue, making it as bright as day, but the sense of loneliness after the bustling scene became more and more obvious. The audience came in high spirits and left in high spirits. When they left in 2s and 3s, they were still discussing the brilliance of the concert. Every song was a classic, especially Qin Zhe's exaggerated. That roar, perfectly interpreted the soul of the song. There was also the last, Because of Love. The MV was so well done. That warm and touching love lingered in the minds of the audience for a long time, leaving a lasting aftertaste. Qin Ma and the old man didn't drive home. Under the instigation of Wang Zijin, they went backstage. Old man, I feel like I have to say something. Qin Ma glanced at Wang Zijin in front of her and whispered. I also feel that it's inappropriate. I have to say something to them. The old man also whispered so that Wang Zijin couldn't hear. The audience felt that the MV was amazing. The old man didn't feel that it was beautiful, only shocked. Qin Ma was even more frightened. Actually, Bao Bao and A's living together is not good for anyone. It's inconvenient for them to be boyfriend and girlfriend. Now that A's has graduated, it's time for him to move out of Bao Bao's place. Let him come back. Qin Ma said. This has nothing to do with graduation. When I let A's live with my sister, it was to take care of my sister. If they really live separately, Bao Bao will move back home. Otherwise, I won't feel at ease letting her live alone. The old man said. Anyone is fine. In short, one of them will move back home. Qin Ma said and said angrily, Look at your daughter. How old is she? She can't even take care of herself. It's all because you spoiled her. Hey, you're pushing the blame. Aren't those bad habits caused by you? The old man expressed that he didn't want to take the blame. In my opinion, A's is too accommodating to her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have developed so many bad habits. Qin Ma pushed the blame to her son. Yes, I think so too. The old man nodded. Qin Ma puckered her lips at Wang Zijin's slender back. If you ask Bao Bao to move back, what about Zijin? Let her stay with A's. Didn't you say that Zijin is a good girl? This is a good opportunity for them to spend time together. Whether it succeeds or not depends on A's luck, Grandpa Lin said softly. Son, this is all I can do for you. Qin Ma's eyes lit up. Well done, old Qin. You have so many ideas. She added, by the way, the size of your pants is just right. Have you fastened your belt? Yes, it doesn't matter if I wear a belt or not. I'm used to it. Grandpa Lin was stunned. Why are you asking this? Qin Ma called out to Wang Zijin. Zijin, your uncle and I are going to the washroom. Wait for us for a while. Wang Zijin replied gently, okay, auntie. The couple turned and walked towards the washroom. Grandpa Lin was stunned. What are you doing? Do you have something to say to me? Qin Ma said darkly, take out the belt. You can carry it in later. Spicy Old Radish understood instantly. Good idea. Backstage, in the dressing room provided by the main event, Qin Baobao sat by the dressing table. A young female makeup artist was helping her remove her makeup. Qin Zhe sat at the dressing table next to her. The slightly older makeup artist was carefully helping him remove the laser powder. Li Yanhong and Tian Feng's general manager sat on the sofa, chatting happily. CEO Zhang, I didn't expect you to be here personally. Li Yanhong took a sip of red wine. It's my duty, it's my duty. Zhang Fu chuckled. Both CEO Qins insist on working at the front line. How can we slack off? Logically speaking, as the CEO of a company, there was no need for him to be here when his artist held a concert. However, Tianfeng Productions' situation was different. As the CEO, he was working for someone else. He received a salary of a few million a year, and this was under the condition that Tianfeng was not doing well. If CEO Qin could lead Tianfeng to success, his income would also increase. This concert was perfect. I can foresee that tomorrow's news headlines will definitely be ours. After this concert, Bao Bao's popularity will go up another level. Cheers. Cheers. Compared to Li Yanhong and Zhang Fu, who were happy and relaxed, the siblings had a serious look on their faces. Qin Baobao looked at her brother's face in the mirror and said softly, Sigh, I feel like our parents are about to call. Qin Zhe said in a low voice, I've already thought of how to brush them off. Leave it to me. Qin Baobao said happily, Brother, you're the best. Mwah. Just as she said that, the phone did not come, but the door was pushed open. With her hands behind her back, Wang Zijin walked in with the posture of a leader patrolling. She raised her snow-white chin and looked at the siblings disdainfully. Hey, who are you? You can't come in here. Where are the staff? Zhang Fu frowned. Dad, Mom, why are you here? Seeing Wang Zijin's parents behind her, Qin Baobao's expression was very interesting. When she saw the belt in the old master's hand, her expression became even more interesting. It's over, Zhang Fu's head shrank back. Qin Ma and the old master smiled gently. We're here to see you. Qin Zhe waved his hand. You guys can leave first. With CEO Qin's order, everyone could only leave. The old master sat down on the sofa, raised his arm, put the belt on the table, and poured himself a glass of red wine. The siblings' eyes were fixed on the belt, like cats looking at a cat teaser. But the cat's eyes were filled with desire and curiosity, while the siblings' eyes were filled with vigilance. Stupid girl. Qin Ma walked over and poked her daughter's head with her finger. Qin Ma was full of anger, but she did not know how to vent it. What's wrong with you? You took a video of hugging and kissing with your brother? No, I can't say that. It's too embarrassing. How old are you? Don't you feel ashamed to do that with your brother? No, that's not appropriate either. How should I say this? Even if I break his leg, I should at least give a reason. This is difficult to say. Mom, I'm your girl, but I'm not a stupid girl. Qin Baobao hugged her mother's waist and rubbed her head in her mother's arms. The secret of acting cute and coquettish, Bao Bao, who wouldn't like a beautiful and cute daughter who could act cute and coquettish? Qin Baobao relied on this trick. After eating her father, she would eat her mother, and after eating her mother, she would eat her brother. You. Xianxia patted her daughter's head, looking helpless. At the critical moment, the man had to step in. The old master coughed to attract attention. He said, "The concert was well organized. I underestimated you. You can go so far in the entertainment industry so quickly. It's really beyond my expectations." Qin Baobao said sweetly, "Dad, it's not that I'm good. It's Ace who's good. It's all because of him." The old master glanced at his son. Not bad. Not only not bad, but it also scared him to death. Xianxia was stunned. There was nothing wrong with her words, but as a mother, she definitely knew her daughter. According to her temper in the past, she would be so arrogant now. But now, she was so humble. Giving the credit to her brother, her problem of showing off her brother had spread to her parents. Xianxia knew her daughter's nickname, Crazy Brother Show Off Crazy Demon. "Last time, I heard you say that there's an overpass at the entrance of the neighborhood. It's very inconvenient to travel, and there are all kinds of people there. You and Zijin even met a pickpocket." The old master said without thinking. Qin Baobao nodded. "I've discussed with your mother. Baobao, it's better for you to move back home. It's not safe there. If you move back, we'll be more at ease." The old master said. "Ah?" Qin Baobao was puzzled. "Why? I'm living well there. Ace picks me up to and from work. I'm very safe. There's no danger. It's better for you to move back. The house is so big. Your mother and I will be very lonely." The old master said. No. I'm already so old. I want to live alone." Qin Baobao twisted her body in Xianxia's arms. Wang Zijin was disgusted. She was already so old, yet she was still acting like a spoiled little girl. She had stopped acting like a spoiled child in front of her parents after she was 10 years old. But when she saw this scene, she was quite envious. Wang Zijin's biggest wish was to have a warm and harmonious family. But her family was destined not to be as harmonious as a normal family. Her parents also respected each other. If she was Qin Baobao, she would definitely enjoy it. "Move back home," Xianxia said firmly. "Move back home," the old master said firmly. Qin Baobao frowned secretly. She looked at her brother from afar. Both of them looked a little scared. What did her parents see? Qin Baobao gritted her teeth and said, "I'm not going back." The old master snorted and turned around. He reached out to grab the belt on the table. Of course, he was not going to hit his daughter. He was just trying to scare her. But his hand touched nothing. "Hey, where's my belt?" "Dad, this belt of yours is quite old. It's time to change it. I'll buy you a new one tomorrow." Xianxia pointed at the trash can with a "I'm a good son" smile on his face. The old master was speechless. Xianxia was speechless. Wang Zijin walked over and picked up the belt. She wiped it with a tissue. "I think the belt is pretty good. You don't have to change it. Auntie will give it to you." She handed the belt to Xianxia. If she gave it to Uncle Qin, according to the principle of proximity, he would definitely beat up Xianxia. So, she handed it to Auntie. Qin Baobao should have beaten up long ago. Xianxia was speechless. Qin Baobao was speechless. "What are you doing? Why are you always whipping my belt? If I don't go home, are you going to beat me up?" Qin Baobao tried to snatch the belt from her mother, but her mother knocked her on the head instead. Then if I go back home, what about Zijin?" She held her head and suddenly thought of this reason. The old master said calmly, "We don't lack rooms. Zijin can stay in A's room. If Zijin doesn't want to, she can continue to stay at your place. A's has to work a little harder to pick her up from work." Wang Zijin smiled sweetly. "Thank you, Uncle. I'll continue to stay there. Uncle is the best. I'm rooting for you." Qin Baobao's mouth twitched. Damn it. She did not chase away the intruder. Instead, she took over the place and lived with A's. She should not even think about it. As for Xianxia, he did not know if he should agree or disagree. Then just beat me to death. I'm already so old and yet I'm still living with my parents. It's embarrassing. Qin Baobao puffed up her cheeks and said angrily. The old master was helpless. Qin Ma was heartbroken. Her daughter's reaction was not good. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Qinzhe had an idea. Dad, we've been planning to live separately for a long time. With that, his sister glared at him angrily and sadly. Sis is going to buy a house soon. She and Sister Ziwei are going to move out. She's a celebrity now and is quite famous. It's not convenient for her to live with you. Qinzhe said, she's leaving her house to me. I don't want to live with her anymore. I'm both her father and her mother. The old master and Qin Ma glared at him together. Oh, she's just like a nanny. It's tiring. I don't want to live with her. If she moves out before New Year's Day, I won't have to worry. Bah, I don't want to live with you. You smoke every day. You're so annoying. You're the annoying one. You don't know how to do anything. I'm busy with work. Sis has raised you for so many years. If you don't do the housework, who will? The siblings started arguing. Okay. Then let's wait for Bao Bao to buy a house and move out, the old master said. Don't quarrel with your brother all the time. You're already so old, Qin Ma said. Qin Ma could not help but wonder if everything was just her imagination. The two of them were still the same. They would quarrel with each other for no reason. It was still the same familiar smell and the same old recipe. Wang Zijin roared in her heart. Hey, uncle and auntie, can't you see that they're acting? How could you believe such an awkward act? Hurry up and wave the whip in your hand. No, it's the belt. Bao Bao, when you buy a new house, remember to let me know so that I can help you move, Qin Ma reminded. I can find a moving company myself, Qin Baobao said. Why do you need to find a moving company? It's a waste of money. Qin Ma disagreed. Oh, I'll contact you then, Qin Baobao said. Qin Baobao and Qinzhe looked at each other from afar, and their hearts skipped a beat. Sure enough, their mother had an idea. It was exciting and scary. Grandpa Shen and Qin Ma sat for a while. Qin Ma chatted with her daughter while Grandpa Shen and Grandpa Shen talked about the stock market. Then, they got up to go home. Qin Baobao had not finished removing her makeup, and Qinzhe saw his parents off. On the way home, the mother wanted to say something but hesitated. Seeing that his mother was in a dilemma, her son said, Mom, what do you want to say? Qin Ma thought for a while and said, Aze, what do you think of Zijin? Qinzhe immediately gave her a thumbs up and said, she's very capable and has a good personality. Bao Bao said that you want to pursue her. Is that true? Qin Ma grabbed her son's hand and asked seriously. No. Don't listen to Qin Bao Bao's nonsense. Qinzhe hurriedly explained. It seems that you really do. Qin Ma laughed. Qinzhe pretended to be shy. Work hard. Zijin is a good girl. Qin Ma patted the back of her son's hand happily. Grandpa Shen also patted Qinzhe's shoulder and said, you can't be wrong about what happened on Weibo this time. If your sister is in trouble in the future, you have to help her. If you are in trouble, you have to find a way to solve it yourself. After all, you are a man. Qinzhe was speechless. I treat you as my father, and you treat me as your nephew, right? Qin Ma rolled down the car window and said angrily, about that MV, Mom wants to say something. You and Bao Bao have grown up, so you should know your limits. Also, Bao Bao is a celebrity. If word gets out, it will be bad for her reputation. These words had been bottled up in his heart for a long time, and he finally said them out loud. Qin Ma had been thinking about what to say so that it would not be awkward. Got it. Qinzhe nodded vigorously. He thought to himself, so what if it gets out? Can it paralyze Weibo server? Watching his father's mount gallop away, Qinzhe's embarrassed expression instantly disappeared. He breathed a sigh of relief. He had temporarily fooled his mother. Recently, my acting skills have become more and more skillful. Perhaps I am a movie king who has been delayed by the stock market. Speaking of movies, I definitely can't let my parents see The Bloody Battle of Shanghai Beach. substitute, acting, all these excuses were useless. Just a music video was enough to make his parents realize that something was wrong. If they saw their son rubbing their daughter on the bed, it would explode on the spot. I have to discuss with my sister how to deal with this matter. The movie will be released on New Year's Day in half a month. Xianxia returned to the costume studio. He held the door handle and heard screams and shouts from inside. Such familiar sounds, there was no need to guess. The sisters were fighting. He pushed the door open and entered. The two were wrestling on the sofa. The sisters' hair was disheveled, like two crazy women. At this moment, Wang Zijin happened to have the upper hand. She was riding on Qin Baobao's body. Her hands were like claws, and she used all her strength to greet her best friend's 36D, pinching, squeezing, grabbing. Every time she used force, Qin Baobao would gasp and use her small legs to push her best friend's C-shaped chest. Then the two women would moan together. This scene was simply unbearable. While they did not notice him, Xianxia carefully closed the door and played the role of an onlooker. Unfortunately, it was winter, and her clothes were thick, so he could not see her naked body. At most, he could only show her small waist. Her sister's small waist was the best, well-proportioned and strong, very comfortable to hug. Wang Zijin's slender waist was also not bad, white and slender. Qin Baobao straightened her waist, trying to push Wang Zijin over, but she did not succeed. After a few times, Wang Zijin, who was weaker in terms of physique, tilted and half of her body fell off the sofa. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Baobao's two long legs quickly attacked, clamping Wang Zijin's neck and grabbing her hands that were resisting. She used a deadly scissor kick to clinch the victory. You lost, right? Who gave you the courage to fight with your sister? Qin Baobao gasped and smiled proudly. I'm not convinced, let's do it again. Wang Zijin shouted. This Baobao specializes in all kinds of dissatisfaction. Qin Baobao's legs exerted force. Ouch, 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 my neck is going to break. Wang Zijin screamed. It's good that it's broken, you black-hearted maggot. Who told you to call my parents over? What does it have to do with me? I'm innocent. Don't quibble, I know you well. Even maggots aren't as black-hearted as you, you're full of evil tricks. Qin Baobao snorted. With your little tricks, you can't escape this Baobao's eyes, I've seen through you since 6 years ago. It was extremely tiring for her to maintain this position. Nonsense, I'm not evil, don't slander me. Wang Zijin quibbled while struggling with all her might. My neck is really going to break. Keep pretending, you want to pretend to be gentle in front of A's. What a joke, do you think I'll let you succeed? Qin Baobao laughed 3 times. I've already told A's about your glorious past. You've already told him? Wang Zijin was stunned for a moment, then she struggled frantically. She flew into a rage out of humiliation. Damn it, I'll expose your fake today. Not only that, but A's also said, wow, Sister Ziwei is so black-bellied, so scary. I can't look straight at you anymore. Yes, that's what he said. Qin Baobao attacked. Xianxia, who was standing by the door, thought to himself, when did I say that? Why can't I remember? Wang Zijin vented her anger and immediately lost the strength to fight back. Perhaps there was nothing sadder than a dead heart. She only thought that Qin Baobao had said bad things about her, but she didn't expect that she had exposed all her secrets. At that time, she shouldn't have thrown ice cubes into her neck, she should have stuffed her into the fridge. Hey, that's enough, Sister Ziwei is about to suffocate. Xianxia saw that the boat of friendship between the two sisters was about to capsize, so he quickly helped Wang Zijin out of it. He half hugged and half carried Wang Zijin up. Sister Ziwei's body was soft, and it felt very good to the touch. Wang Zijin, who had never been touched so intimately by a man, blushed. Fortunately, her face was red from holding her breath. My great and upright image is gone forever. What is A's impression of me, a black-bellied maggot? Xianxia didn't know what Wang Zijin was thinking, otherwise he would have laughed and patted the dog's head. He said, little fool, how can you be a black-bellied maggot? My impression of you is like this. Qin Baobao rubbed her swollen chest and gasped for breath. I won again in this cat fight. I am unshakable. The sisters lay on the sofa to rest for a while. Wang Zijin said she wanted to go to the bathroom, but before she left, she hit Qin Baobao's butt with the 18 dragons subduing palms. Qin Baobao turned over and wanted to fight back, but she turned around and slipped away. Qin Zhe stopped his sister. Mom and Dad don't want us to live together. Isn't that a good thing? No one will disturb you and Wang Zijin. Qin Baobao said sourly. Yes, I think so too. Qin Zhe laughed. His sister's eyes were full of tears and she was very resentful. Once the down payment is settled, you can move in. Qin Zhe took out a cigarette. He didn't smoke it and put it in his mouth. After you move in and Mom comes to visit, I will move in. Wang Zijin also wants to go with me, Qin Baobao said. She couldn't let Wang Zijin live with her brother. Qin Zhe nodded. One more thing. We can't let Mom and Dad see the movie we made. Think about it, a music video is already like this. If they see the movie. Qin Baobao said heroically, it's okay. Dad can hit me. Sister will protect you. The key is that when the old man hits me with his magic weapon, I can't even dodge. Even if you cry and shout, come hit me, come hit me. He will ignore you. Qin Zhe's tone was sad. My sister went to be a star. That old man can even blame me for something as infuriating as that. If he sees me kissing his daughter and rubbing her on the bed, my life will definitely be over. Let's talk about the stuntman. But the two people on the screen are still you and me. Mom and Dad will be angry. If you have something to say, just say it. Hey, you're so good at complaining. I eat too many lollipops. My tongue is especially sharp. I'll let you eat my lollipop someday. But we can't restrict their freedom. Can we not let them watch the movie? Qin Baobao tilted her head and pouted. When it's released, let's go home for a few days and wait for the movie to be taken off the shelves, Qin Zhe said. Okay. Qin Baobao licked her scarlet lips and hooked her finger at him. Come closer. I'll give you a stamp and let you experience the feeling of happiness. Qin Zhe was really not in the mood to kiss his sister after being disturbed by his parents. When he entered the sage time, his view of the world became dull. He looked at his sister's mouth and sighed. Happiness is in your own hands, not in the mouth of others. The next day, Qin Baobao's concert really made the entertainment headlines. The editor was very conscientious and praised the success of Qin Baobao's concert. He also took screenshots of many netizens' comments on Weibo. Netizen A, Qin Baobao's concert is amazing. It's the best concert I've heard this year. Netizen B, the goddess's first time is indeed extraordinary. It's even better than pickled vegetables. I'm looking forward to the next concert. Netizen C, Qin Zhe is so handsome. His singing of Exaggerated was earth-shattering. Especially the roar at the end. Just thinking about it makes my blood boil. Netizen D, Because of Love is popular. Although it's a concert version, it's already #1 on the top Chinese music chart. Netizen 10,000, Qin Zhe is so handsome. My husband. Netizen 10086, where's my husband? Where's my husband? In the blink of an eye, it was Friday. Xianxia's engagement party was today. Her sister was thinking about what to wear again. It was also a sin for a woman to be too beautiful, Qin Baobao sighed. In the end, her sister chose a pure white dress. She indeed had the temperament of a little fairy. Qin Zhe also came out. He was wearing a black formal suit and shiny leather shoes. Qin Baobao took her brother's arm and went out. Zijin, be a good girl and guard the door at home. Qin Zhe waved at Wang Zijin. Wang Zijin looked resentful. Why do I feel like a pet left behind? They arrived at the venue of the engagement banquet at 6:30 p.m. The entrance of the hotel was decorated with balloons, fresh flowers, and other decorations. Red banners hung on both sides of the entrance with rolling subtitles, "Congratulations to Mr. Qingyi and Ms. Xianxia on their marriage." The little red horse stopped at the entrance of the hotel. Qin Zhe pushed the door open and got off, straightening his clothes. Qin Baobao also got off the car, slammed the door, locked the car, and ran over in her low heels. She took her brother's arm and said, "Let's go." Is it really okay for you to go in like this? Xianxia tilted his head and looked at his sister's charming face. I'm attending a wedding, not a fan meeting. Don't be so dramatic. Qin Baobao smiled. It's Xiangya's engagement. I'm here to support her. Oh, what a good bestie. Your appearance fee must be at least a few $100,000. Xianxia said. Talking about money hurts feelings. Xianxia is my bestie. When Ace gets married in the future, I'll dress up and show up to support you. Qin Baobao blinked her beautiful eyes with thick eyelashes. Okay. I'll let the bride dress up beautifully. I can't let you steal the limelight. Xianxia said. I'm just saying. Do you think you can get a wife? In your dreams. Qin Baobao wrinkled her nose. Xianxia's balls were very sad. The siblings entered the engagement venue and signed in to send gifts. Xianxia and Qingyi were standing there. They were wearing traditional Chinese wedding clothes, bright red and embroidered with phoenixes. Xianxia put on light makeup. Her oval face was delicate, and her eyes were gentle. She smiled and said, Baobao, you're so beautiful. Not as beautiful as you. Qin Baobao let go of her brother's arm. The two besties hugged and laughed. Qingyi and Xianxia looked at each other and nodded. They didn't have much of a friendship. Qin Baobao and Xianxia were best friends. His sister didn't have many best friends and could be counted on one hand. The only ones who kept in touch were her high school deskmate, Wang Zijin, and her university classmates, Chen Qinghong and Xianxia. Because of her sister, Xianxia and Xianxia also became friends. Xianxia looked at him and nodded. She said softly, let's go in first. We'll talk later. Is Qinghong here? Qin Baobao asked. Yes, they're inside. I'll put you guys at the same table. Xianxia glanced at Xianxia again. Xianxia and his sister entered the main hall, where there were more than a dozen large round tables. There was not much difference between an engagement party and a wedding party. There was also a master of ceremonies, but there was no best man and bridesmaid, and there was no need to pick up the bride. It was not yet time for the banquet to start. About half of the guests were seated. Qin Baobao glanced around and saw Chen Qinghong and her boyfriend, Chu Feng. She pulled her brother over. Baobao, come and sit beside me. Chen Qinghong waved her hand and a faint smile appeared on her cold face. Xianxia glanced at the couple and listened to his sister and Chen Qinghong chatting. He didn't pay attention to them. Compared to Xianxia, he didn't have any friendship with Chen Qinghong. Even when they traveled together in Hangzhou, their relationship didn't improve at all. In order to please his boss, Chen Qinghong's boyfriend repeatedly invited Qin Baobao in the name of his girlfriend. He had always remembered this incident. He didn't like these two people very much. From Chen Qinghong's point of view, it might be normal for her to help her best friend find a good man. But in Xianxia's view, it was simply unforgivable. It was annoying enough to have a mother at home who kept urging his sister to go on blind dates, and these cats and dogs were still making trouble for him. Fortunately, these two were self-aware. After his sister became a big star, the introduction of boyfriends didn't happen anymore. With their connections, it was difficult for them to find a man who was worthy of Qin Baobao. The people at the surrounding tables cast doubtful glances at Qin Baobao. They stared at him fiercely and discussed in low voices. This girl is very beautiful. She looks very familiar. Ah, is she that big star? What's her name? A teenager said, Qin Baobao, it's Qin Bao. He looked at Qin Baobao like a teddy bear smelling the fragrance of rape flowers. His eyes were shining. After getting the exact answer, there was a small uproar. Groups of onlookers looked over, curious and excited. The uncle and aunt felt that Qin Baobao looked familiar, but they didn't recognize Xianxia. Of course, the exposure of an A-list celebrity was not something that Xianxia, an internet celebrity, could compare with. The uncle and aunt wouldn't go to the concert. Then, a teenager ran over and said excitedly and nervously, Qin Baobao, can I ask you for an autograph? Qin Baobao smiled sweetly, okay. The teenager's face instantly turned red, and he said, wait for me. He hurried to the sign-in table at the door, took a pen, and ran back. Sign on my clothes. Baby Qin signed her name with a swish 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 sound. When the teenager left, the soles of his feet floated on the ground, and he looked back 3 times with every step. Xianxia suddenly thought of a lyrics, friction, friction, like the footsteps of the devil. Well, another teenager who was captivated by his sister's beauty. Why is a superstar attending Xiaofeng's wedding? It's really that Qin Bao Bao. Quick, go get her autograph. Qin Bao Bao, I want both. My girlfriend is crazy about him. 4 or 5 people rushed over. Some asked for autographs on their clothes, some asked for autographs on their palms, and some handed over an empty red packet to sign on. Then, a second and third wave of people rushed over. After signing their autographs, no one was willing to leave, and they watched the celebrities closely. The scene was very lively. Xianxia and Qingyi's parents, grandparents, and immediate elders were sitting at the round table in the middle. Xianxia's grandmother asked curiously, "Why is everyone gathering over there?" Xianxia's mother replied, "It seems that a friend of Yaya's is here. His name is." She turned to ask her husband, "What's his name again?" Xianxia's father wondered, "How would I know?" You two were whispering. I didn't eavesdrop. Chu Feng's parents pricked up their ears to listen, wanting to know what kind of person Xianxia's friend was. At this moment, Xianxia's grandmother saw a young man squeezing out of the crowd. "Oh, he's quite handsome." She waved at the young man. Qinze was stunned. He didn't know this old lady, but he still walked over politely. The old lady smiled kindly. "What's going on over there?" Qinze sat down at the empty seat at the table. "Oh, a superstar is here. Everyone is going over to get her autograph." He came out to smoke in the toilet. When he saw the old lady waving, he came over to sit. "Superstar? Our Yaya knows a superstar?" The old lady was confused. Yes. Yaya has a superstar friend. I've heard her mention him before. His name is Qin something? Xianxia's mother tried hard to recall, but she still couldn't remember. People of her age didn't care about the entertainment industry. Qin Bao Bao hadn't been famous for long, and she wasn't as familiar as those veteran A-listers. Qin Bao Bao. Qinze smiled. Xianxia's mother was enlightened and confused. She probably still didn't know who Qin Bao Bao was. The old lady looked at Qinze with a smile. "Young man, where are you from? You don't look familiar." Qinze said, "I'm Xianxia's friend." Out of habit, she asked again, "What do you do?" "Oh, Qin Bao Bao is our daughter's friend?" Mr. Zhang suddenly interrupted. "Even a superstar is here. Isn't this a little too small?" As he said this, his eyes swept across the middle-aged couple opposite him, as well as the elderly couple. "It's okay. Qin Bao Bao is our Yaya's best friend. I remember she said she has a celebrity best friend." Mrs. Zhang said, "She also has a very powerful younger brother, called, okay, I forgot again." When Qinze saw the attitude of Xianxia's parents, he suddenly imagined a scene of 300 rounds of in-laws fighting. Just like how Old Master Qin and Old Master Su disliked each other and quarreled a lot. The battle between in-laws was second only to the battle between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. However, the good show between the Qin and Su families didn't last long. When Qinze was in elementary school, his grandfather and grandfather died one after another. He hoped that they wouldn't fight in heaven. Called Qinze said for Mrs. Zhang as he raised his bowl to receive the wine poured by Xianxia's father. The banquet hadn't started yet, and there were only a few cold dishes on the table. The men at the main table had already started drinking, and they seemed to be quite addicted to alcohol. "Let me tell you, that Qinze is very powerful. He. Mrs. Zhang was at a loss for words again. She turned to look at Qinze. F***ck, Mrs. Zhang, can you at least memorize your lines before you go on stage? Do you want your lunchbox or not? Qinze's gaze swept across the table. If they weren't grandfathers and grandmothers, then they were uncles and aunties. It was unlikely that any of them would recognize him. He could only reply, "This Qinze is a bit demonic." Demonic? Everyone at the table was stunned. He has 2 famous titles. The first is, music genius. Xianxia took a sip of wine and clicked his tongue. Why is Qin Baobao so popular? They are all songs written by her younger brother. The copyright of each song can be sold for millions. You can eat for the rest of your life. In the entire country, there was really no one who was better at songwriting and composing than him. Moreover, he is very efficient. He can write one poem in a week. I can't believe it. So powerful? Everyone was shocked and asked, what about the second title? Stock God. Xianxia gave a thumbs up. When he first entered the industry, he said this to the media, earning 100 million a month is just a small goal. My ambition is the sea of stars. TSK, as expected of a capable person, the way he speaks is indeed different. Everyone was taken aback by his words. Really? 100 million a month? Robbing a bank? Xianxia proudly smiled, it's absolutely true. Recently, he opened an entertainment company, specializing in promoting his sister Qin Baobao. What a strange man. Everyone was amazed. Grandma Zhang was gratified. It's good that Yaya has such an outstanding friend. Mama Zhang and Papa Zhang looked radiant. By the way, young man, what do you do for a living? Grandma Zhang stubbornly asked again. Her question was interrupted by Papa Zhang. I'm in the stock market, Xianxia said. The stock market is really hot recently. I heard that people are speculating everywhere. Speaking of speculating, Mama Zhang interrupted. My son-in-law is speculating too. Qingyi's parents perked up. Were they finally talking about speculating? Speculating in the stock market is my son's strength. After your family finished showing off, it's my turn. Mama Qing said, young man, did you earn? It was obvious that Mama Qing was a speculator. This year, there was a popular greeting among aunties, did you earn today? Did you rise today? Yes, I did. Xianxia did not say, I earned a few 100 million. Then you have to be more careful. Mama Qing said in an experienced tone, the stock market is not as profitable as it was a few months ago. If you're not careful, you might lose money. My son is also speculating in the stock market. You can take this opportunity to interact with him. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask my son. He's quite promising. He earned a few 100,000 from speculating in the stock market today. After Mama Qing finished speaking, she glanced at the influence in the direction of her in-laws. Her proud expression seemed to say, my son will be the pillar of the family in the future. Xianxia grinned. At this moment, Xianxia and Qingyi came over from the check-in counter. Xianxia drove away the relatives and friends who were watching the superstar and sat with her close friends to chat. Qingyi turned around and walked to the elders' table. My son is here. Mama Qing waved at her son happily. When her son came closer, she turned to Xianxia and said, it's hard to speculate in the stock market. My son knows this. Xiaoyi, this young man is Yaya's friend. You all know him. He's also speculating in the stock market. If you have time, teach him. Qingyi was dumbfounded. What's going on, speculating in the stock market, teach Xianxia. Anyway, you're speculating in the stock market with your friend called Chu Feng, right? It doesn't matter if there's one more person, Mom, don't say any more. Qingyi was embarrassed. The cancer of embarrassment was acting up. Xianxia nodded at him and said, here's the seat. I'm going back. Leave after showing off. Don't linger. This young man, I'm trying to pull strings for him, but he's ignoring me. He doesn't know how to appreciate my kindness. Mama Qing mumbled. Mom, you don't know who he is? Qingyi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Who? Mama Qing rolled her eyes. Xianxia, the one who's good at speculating in the stock market. That's Xianxia. Qingyi said. Xianxia? All the elders, Xianxia? The elders at the table looked at each other and couldn't help but think, this Xianxia is a bit of a demon. There are only a few people in the country who are better at composing and writing songs than him, earning 100 million a month is just a small goal. My ambition is the sea of stars, what a strange man. The atmosphere suddenly became quiet. On the other side, after driving away the onlookers, Xianxia sat beside Qin Bao Bao and said with a smile, "Bao Bao, thank you for the big red packet." "What are you thanking me for?" "When I get married, I'll return the money." Qin Bao Bao looked at her best friend and joked. "You? When?" Xianxia said, "You don't even have a boyfriend and you want to get married? Let me tell you, a woman's youth is limited. Don't waste the best time." Qin Bao Bao said perfunctorily, "Yes, yes, yes." "You." Xianxia poked her forehead. "Every time I tell you about this, you're always perfunctory. I finally know why Auntie is so anxious to be a leftover woman." "Aya, what's the hurry? I'm only 25 years old, 24 years old. It's still early." Qin Bao Bao pinched Xianxia's face. "But you have to find a boyfriend at least." Chen Qinghong took a sip of red wine and said calmly, "If you find a boyfriend now, you can change if you're not suitable. If you're suitable, you can get married in a few years. Is it too late for you to find a boyfriend when you're 30 years old? It's either a flash marriage or a flash marriage is not reliable. After you get married, you'll find out that both parties have bad tempers. Then, divorce is the only way. Be it a man or a woman, getting married twice is different from never getting married at all." The words of the two best friends touched Qin Bao Bao's heart. The smile on her face gradually faded. Chen Qinghong said, "Ah Feng and I are getting married by the end of next year at the latest." Xianxia was shocked. "Wow, you're getting married next year too? The money hasn't even warmed up yet. Why? You're the only one allowed to get married and I'm not?" "Bao Bao, don't be our child. You haven't found a boyfriend yet." Qin Bao Bao, these two women were ganging up to hurt her, weren't they? Was it normal to not be married at 25 years old? Of course it was. Was it normal to not have a boyfriend at 25 years old? Normal, my foot. Xianxia leaned over and whispered a few words into Qin Bao Bao's ears. Qin Bao Bao's petite body shivered. Her face was flushed red at first before it turned pale. Her eyes were filled with panic as she looked at Xianxia. Xianxia's clear eyes looked at her calmly. Qin Bao Bao gulped down her saliva, feeling a little flustered. At this moment, Qin Zhe returned to his seat. Xianxia looked at him, and Qin Zhe looked at her as well. For a moment, he did not know if it was an illusion, but he felt as though Xianxia's eyes were filled with thousands of words that disappeared in the blink of an eye. "The banquet is about to start. I'm going over." Xianxia stood up and walked toward the main table. When the banquet started, Xianxia held Qingyi's arm and toasted table after table. Soon, they arrived at Qin Zhe's table. "May you be together for 100 years. May you grow old together. May you be together forever." Blessings were given one after another. Qin Zhe also said, "May you grow old together." When he first met Xianxia, he had thought of wooing her. Later, when he found out from his sister that Xianxia had a boyfriend, Qin Zhe gave up on that idea. Some people said that a man would like many girls in his life. He would like one in primary school, one in middle school, one in high school, one in university, and one in the entertainment industry. Anyway, there were many girls. Qin Zhe felt that the most he would say to Xianxia was, "Yo, pretty girl, you're not bad looking. Be my girlfriend." He still wanted to bless her for finding her own home. Qin Zhe said again, "May you grow old together." Xianxia looked at him and smiled gently. "Thank you." At the banquet, his sister drank from the beginning to the end. Qin Zhe asked her why she was not eating. Was she in a bad mood? She did not answer and just gulped down mouthful after mouthful of wine. Qin Zhe asked again, "If the food is not to your taste, I'll catch a Hu Jian and bring him home to make soup for you." She still ignored him. After the banquet, Qin Zhe helped his drunk sister, took off her high heels, and laid her flat on the back seat of the car. However, his sister's long legs were in the way. They were stretched out and the car door could not be closed. Qin Zhe could only turn his sister over so that her legs could be curled up. "You're so annoying. Don't touch my butt." Qin Bao Bao twisted her body and mumbled. Qin Zhe was speechless. How could it be sensed? You must be pretending to be drunk. When he drove his drunk sister home, Wang Zijin had just finished showering. She was wearing a bathrobe and drying her hair. "Why are you so drunk?" Stay away from me. Wang Zijin took a few steps back to avoid Xianxia. Xianxia's clothes and pants were dirty with vomit. They were all given to him by his sister. Pick her up. I'll go back to my room to change and take a shower. Xianxia left his sister to Wang Zijin. He went into his room to get his clothes and a towel. Then, he went into the bathroom. A moment later, the sound of water splashing could be heard. Wang Zijin helped Xianxia back into the room and placed the trash can by the bedside. She was prepared to receive her best friend's vomit at any time. She used a tissue to wipe the wet stain on the corner of Qin Baobao's mouth. Hey. You don't have to be so happy to drink your best friend's engagement. Wang Zijin was a little jealous. Then, she thought, why should I be jealous? Isn't it normal for Bao Bao to have a best friend? I'm not happy at all. I'm not happy. Qin Baobao complained. So what if you're engaged? So what if you're married? So what if I don't have a boyfriend? She was so drunk that her cheeks were red. She closed her eyes and frowned, shouting unconsciously. If you don't have a boyfriend, then so be it. We'll be single ladies. Wang Zijin coaxed her. She was provoked. Yes, there are a lot of people who want to pursue me. I'll have countless boyfriends just by waving my hand. Humph. We Bao Bao don't care about boyfriends. Who said we don't care? Qin Baobao whimpered. I want a boyfriend too. Wang Zijin's heart skipped a beat. What kind of boyfriend do you want? Qin Baobao was lying on the bed. Her cheeks were flushed, and her red lips were slightly open. She was panting and frowning. She seemed to be resisting answering instinctively. I didn't hear you clearly. What did you say? Wang Zijin asked. Qin Baobao made some disorderly sounds. It sounded like she was moaning, but at the same time, she seemed to be saying something. Say it. If you say it, your dream will come true. Say it. Wang Zijin was like a teacher guiding her patiently, or a witch seducing Snow White. Wang Zijin vaguely heard that name. She moved her ear closer to Qin Baobao's mouth. It was really that name. She kept repeating that name vaguely. Wang Zijin sat in a daze, looking absent-minded. It was really him. Everything was not an illusion. It was not that she was being paranoid. It was really him. Was this the reason why she didn't want to find a boyfriend? Was this the reason why she was still single? She always had all kinds of reasons. But those were all lies. She just wanted to cover up her feelings for him. I always feel that if I find a boyfriend, I'll regret it in the future. After a few months, the words that Qin Baobao said when she came to Shanghai suddenly appeared in Wang Zijin's mind. So that was it, because she couldn't let go of him. Because she was afraid of regretting it. Wang Zijin stroked her cheeks gently. She felt a little sad and heartache. Hey, you're really silly. She sighed softly. This was an illness. It had to be treated. But according to her usual condition, this illness was probably in the late stage. Could it really be treated? Wang Zijin looked at her best friend and felt sad. Using strong medicine to create miracles. She heard that in order to make a woman feel completely hopeless, she had to have sex with the person she liked. Wang Zijin wanted to give it a try. Everything was for her best friend. Wang Zijin hesitated for 0.1 seconds before she made up her mind. For her friend, Wang Zijin could do anything. Friends walk together for life. I'll take your man away. A sentence, a lifetime. With a slap, a cap. Pada. The sound of the lock jumping could be heard. Xianxia pushed the door open and entered the room. He was wearing shorts and a singlet. The air conditioner was on in the room, and he had a strong physique, so he did not feel cold at all. How is she? Is she still vomiting? Xianxia came in with a bowl of salt water. She didn't vomit, but she looks very uncomfortable. Wang Zijin complained, did she drink white wine? No, we take turns drinking beer and red wine, from beginning to end. She vomited twice on the way back. Xianxia picked up his sister's soft and fragrant body and let her snuggle in his arms. He tried to feed her some salt water. What happened? Did you make her angry again? Wang Zijin probed. How would I know? After I finished chatting with a table of uncles and aunties, I went back to her side. She was really angry. It's not because of me. Xianxia was puzzled. Oh, then I heard her say that she was looking for a boyfriend. Your sister probably wants a man. Wang Zijin deliberately said this while observing Xianxia's expression. That's good. Mom finally doesn't have to worry about her not being able to get married. Xianxia showed a warm smile. Wang Zijin nodded secretly. Fortunately, her brother was still normal and could be saved. Only then did Xianxia realize that his sister was drenched in sweat. She was wearing a long dress for the engagement banquet and a short down jacket on the outside. Then, she was covered with a blanket. She didn't even know how to take it off for her. Sister Xian was indeed unreliable when it came to taking care of people. Xianxia hugged his sister and was good at taking off her clothes. Why are you taking off her clothes? Wang Zijin was shocked. Don't you see that she's sweating? If you don't take off her clothes, she'll suffocate in the quilt. Xianxia looked at her strangely. Sister Ziwei's reaction was a bit big. Xianxia fed his sister salt water. There were many ways to save her, such as vinegar or sugar water. But his sister barely ate at night and vomited several times. She was dehydrated, so it was best to supplement her with salt water. After 2 mouthfuls, the salt water flowed down the corner of her mouth and soaked her collar. TSK, his sister's mouth was not big enough. This would not do. He envied the strange woman who swallowed her fist with her mouth. Good girl, drink some. Xianxia pried open his sister's mouth and poured salt water into her mouth. Xin Baobao drank 2 mouthfuls. Her throat moved, and she vomited again. Fortunately, Xianxia saw that something was wrong and pressed his sister's head directly into the trash can. Vomit, vomit until you feel good. It's disgusting, don't drink it. Xin Baobao frowned and stomped her feet. Her eyes were closed and her voice was more like a whisper. It was unclear whether she was awake or in a daze. Don't drink it if it's disgusting. Does your head hurt? Let me rub it for you. Xianxia hugged his sister and let her head lean on his chest. He gently rubbed her temples. Xin Baobao turned over and hugged Xianxia's waist. She fell asleep in his arms. What a heartwarming scene, such a deep sibling love. Wang Zijin thought sadly, this little chick was hopeless. Then the question was, who should I *CK? The next day, Xianxia rushed to Baoza Investment early in the morning. He had not come to the company for a few days as he was busy preparing for his sister's concert. The investment company's business scope was narrow, limited to futures and stocks. The department managers were all experienced and did not need him to watch over them all the time. He arrived at the company at 9:30. He opened the door with his fingerprint, but the fingerprint input was wrong. What happened? Why did my fingerprint fail? He knocked on the glass door and attracted the attention of the receptionist. The receptionist looked up and saw a strange face. Did the receptionist change too? The receptionist looked at him suspiciously for a moment and came over. Who are you? Xianxia, open the door. Xianxia put on the airs of a boss and said in a serious tone. The receptionist was stunned. Who are you looking for? Do you have an appointment? He thought, this name is a bit familiar. Who are you looking for? Do you have an appointment? I may be a fake boss. Even if you are new, don't you know me? I was in the limelight in the concert that was hotly discussed on the internet a few days ago. Xin Baobao and I were known as the male and female singers. But thinking about it again, not everyone pays attention to the entertainment circle. He himself used to be a newbie in the entertainment circle and never paid attention to the entertainment circle. He was so tired. He took out his mobile phone and called Suyu. I'm at the door. I can't get in. What's wrong with the card reader? You ask the receptionist to open the door and ask her to re-record your fingerprint. Suyu said. She doesn't know me. Xianxia felt wronged. Poochie. There was laughter on the phone, and Suyu said lightly, then wait for me for a while. I'll come over when I'm done. This wait lasted for half an hour. The crisp sound of high heels came, and Suyu's tall figure came out from inside. She was dressed in an office lady's outfit, with black hair like a waterfall, a white face, delicate facial features, elegant and cold temperament. Anyone who sees her will be moved by this cold beauty in the workplace. Xianxia gritted his teeth and stared at her fiercely. So you personally opened the door for Boss Qin and scolded the receptionist. Why don't you open the door for Boss Qin? The receptionist was stunned. Without waiting for her to speak, Suyu turned her head and walked side by side with Xianxia in her high heels. The receptionist whispered, "Didn't you tell me not to open the door no matter who comes?" Xianxia walked into the office, took off his coat and hung it on the chair, crossed his legs, smoked, and squinted. Where's the receptionist before? Transferred to the finance department, there's a shortage of staff there. Suyu sat opposite him, crossed her legs, twirled a strand of hair behind her ear, and smiled. Oh, Boss Qin, how do you have time to come to the company today? Don't you need to accompany your sister? Didn't the concert just finish? I'm free for the time being. Xianxia glanced at her. You talk in a weird way. Suyu snorted and tapped her fingers on the table. Well, I'll make it clear. You want to invest money in Tianfeng Film and Television to help your sister gain a foothold in the entertainment industry. I don't care, but don't forget that Baoza is your main source of funds. You have to spend most of your time here this week, otherwise. She glared. I quit. After getting along with her for so long, Teddy Sue was so stubborn in front of him for the first time. Xianxia squinted at her. Is this how you talk to your boss? I also have shares. Suyu gritted her teeth. It's just a small shareholder. Your account can be settled with a word. Xianxia disdained. Xianxia, you bastard. Suyu's eyes were red and she ran out. Just a joke, and she got angry. According to common sense, when I get angry, she should be obedient. This is very unmasochistic. A woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea. At noon, Xianxia ordered a luxurious meal out of his pocket and personally sent it to Suyu's office. She sat behind her desk and looked down at a document. She took off her coat and wore only a white shirt. The sun shone on half of her body, clean, elegant, peaceful. Xianxia always felt that as long as a woman's figure was not too out of shape, wearing a white shirt with the cuffs rolled up would add charm. If his sister wore a white shirt with her proud chest, the feeling would be too good. Speaking of his sister, he thought of Wang Zijin again. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but Sister Ziwei recently looked at his eyes obediently. Well, this lunch cost me 300 yuan, just the two of us. Xianxia tentatively said, Boss Su, are you still angry? Suyu's small head turned to one side, full of a little woman's look. If the employees outside saw the cold and glamorous Boss Su like this, they would be shocked to doubt life. But Xianxia knew that she had never been an iceberg. She just used an indifferent appearance to disguise her strength. Then I'll take you to play games at night. You can decide how long you want to play. Xianxia said. Suyu's eyes brightened. She didn't immediately agree. She just snorted. I'll take you for 3 days. I'll leave you 3 nights, okay? Suyu's little face was happy. Then I forgive you, but you also have to promise that you will come to the company at least 3 days a week, otherwise, I'll still quit. Good. Masochism is as easy to coax as his sister. Women who are easy to coax always make people feel relieved. No wonder so many men like silly white sweet women. While eating lunch, Suyu suddenly said, I'll be free this week. I'll help you look at the car. Why don't you come with me? In this way, they can go shopping together and eat together. Suyu thought happily. Forget it. There are too many plots to buy a car. In case someone accuses me of plagiarism again. Xianxia shook his head. Boring. Suyu curled her lips. Then, why don't you come to my house for dinner tonight? I'll cook for you. Xianxia invited Suyu. Su Teddy lived alone, ate alone, slept alone, and had no one to accompany her. She must be lonely and cold. To be honest, Xianxia felt sorry for her. Although I can't sleep with you, I can treat you to a meal. Being a secretary is so hard and has to do everything. I certainly can't be stingy with the warmth of a superior. Forget it. Suyu wrinkled her nose and complained. Your two sisters are too scary. The last time I went to your house, they made things difficult for me and stared at me. I can't beat them. That's because my sister has a conflict with you. Sister Ziwei is different. Sister Ziwei is very sensible. Qinzhe defended his sisters. Speak with your conscience. Suyu rolled her eyes. I'm more at ease with your sister. If we can't get along, we'll fight. She has long legs and so do I. As long as I avoid her hitting people with the ball, I'm not afraid of her. As for your sister Ziwei, she's a black-hearted maggot. She's a 24K pure gold schemer. I don't even know when she'll stab me. So you didn't forget that when she stepped into the Qin Bao's house that day, Wang Zijing greeted her warmly and coaxed her to wear Qin Bao's slippers. Qinzhe was embarrassed. Suyu, in addition to being a masochist, was a very intelligent woman. She saw Sister Ziwei's hidden attributes at a glance. Suyu glanced at him cleverly. When Qin Bao gets married, I'll go to your house to do it. Hey, although we're very familiar with each other, I'll be embarrassed when you say this. Qinzhe thought angrily. Who spread the news that his sister is a brother Khan? My sister gets married? That's impossible. Why? Suyu's body shook and she looked scared. Does your sister not like sausages but tofu? Qinzhe, it took Qinzhe 3 seconds to understand the meaning behind Suyu's words. He felt terrible. Idols can only have scandals, not true love. Qinzhe said, think about it. The person who remarried was attacked by the haters until his image collapsed. The person who publicly posted dog food on Weibo was insulted by his fans for 3 days and 3 nights. It's really scary. These 2 living examples told everyone that public displays of affection could lead to a quick death. If Qin Bao and I weren't siblings, there would probably be rumors about us already. The feeling of being in the dark under the light was pretty good. It was even more exciting than running away after acting cool. If you don't want to go, then don't go. It saves me a lot of trouble. 3 women make a play. My sister is possessive, Wang Zijin is ruthless, and Suyu likes to make trouble. They may really fight. After dinner, Qinzhe received a text message from his sister, saying, there is a variety show that invited us to be guests. About your appearance fee. You are not an artist and there is no quota. The program group and our company are discussing it. What do you think? I'll come over. Qinzhe replied and then said to Suyu, I have something to do and have to go first. There are a lot of things for you to deal with in the company. If it's not urgent, just decline. Suyu frowned. I've been sitting on the cold bench for so long. You want to leave just like that? Then I'll ask again. He texted, is it urgent? After a while, Qin Bao replied, it's not urgent. I just wanted to mention it to you. Qinzhe, then I'll talk about it when I get off work. Qin Bao, okay, brother. Mwax. Recently, she texted with her sister. She was getting more and more annoying. Qinzhe put the leftovers into the bag and wiped the desk with a paper towel. Show me the performance report for the first half of the month later. If there's nothing in the afternoon, let's go see a car. Suyu was surprised. Don't you need me to buy it? Do you want to go out together? Then let's have dinner tonight? When Qinzhe nodded, she smiled like an excited little girl with 2 shallow dimples on her cheeks. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, after the stock market closed, Suyu took Qinzhe to a large 4S shop nearby. Entering the showroom, a salesman in a formal suit greeted them with a professional smile. What price range do you want to see? Suyu looked at Qinzhe. Between 200,000 and 300,000, Qinzhe said. This price is very ordinary. In a place like Shanghai, especially such a large 4S shop, there are many big local tyrants who spend millions or even millions to buy luxury cars and sports cars. The spending power of this young man and woman can be said to be mediocre. But the salesman was in high spirits and had infinite patience, because the young woman in front of him was really too beautiful, and no matter how picky his eyes were, he couldn't find any obvious flaws. Her cold and cheerless temperament made many Lotus lovers feel intoxicated. Suyu said lightly, where is the toilet? The salesman pointed to the left. Turn right in front. Suyu stepped on her high heels and walked in that direction. The salesman took Xianxia to the corresponding price area. The door was the cheapest car, and the further in, the higher the price. "Sir, what brand of car do you like?" The salesman looked at Xianxia. Previously, he was attracted by Suyu's glorious beauty. At this time, he found that Xianxia was a bit familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him. The brand doesn't matter, as long as it's not Japanese. What about the model? The model doesn't matter. Salesman? Are you kidding me? Buying a car or buying a pastime, the brand doesn't matter, the model doesn't matter? Even if you buy condoms, you have to pay attention to the model. Iron rod level condoms can't be bought with pinhole models. Is the car not as good as condoms? Then look at this car. The salesman pointed to a pure black car in front of him, with a smooth curve, not flamboyant or rustic. This is a German brand. The safety is good. The comfort is not as detailed as Japanese cars, but the power system is famous. The salesman said, "It mainly depends on the direction you choose. There are many cars in the shop at this price. If you are not satisfied, you can choose slowly." "It doesn't matter," Xianxia said. He didn't understand much, so he just said perfunctorily and waited for Suyu to come back and make up her mind. "Salesman, believe it or not, I will flip the table." A group of people came out of the high-priced area, 2 men and 2 women, accompanied by a customer manager, chatting as they walked. Looking at the customer manager's humble attitude, they must be big customers of the shop. Coincidentally, Xianxia knew the man and woman in the lead. They were old classmates, Zhang Mingyu, who was very popular with girls in the Kai University of Finance and Economics. It was a small world. Xianxia was very emotional. The passerby A and the campus protagonist met again half a year later. Who was the protagonist now? Who was the passerby A? "Hey, Zhang Mingyu, we meet again." Xianxia greeted him. Zhang Mingyu's face darkened. "This Xianxia is so hateful. Not only did he hit my face in class, but he also hit my face on the court and forced me to call him grandpa." Zhang Mingyu and Xianxia didn't have a friendship, only a little friendship of classmates who might smile at each other after more than 10 years. The key was that they had only left school half a year ago. Without the passage of time, they certainly couldn't smile at each other when they met. Zhang Mingyu ignored Xianxia. His face was cold and he didn't speak. "Who is this person?" "Mingyu, do you know him?" Zhang Mingyu's friend said. "Xianxia, it's Xianxia. It's really Xianxia. Can you give me an autograph?" The 2 girls recognized him at a glance and were so excited that their faces turned red. P.S. Adding an update for League Master Book Friend 2017010323442052. I'll return a chapter first. Because the chapter name is limited by the number of words, League Master's name is too long. Xianxia didn't expect to meet Zhang Mingyu here. Speaking of which, he was the first classmate he met after leaving the university. The rich second generation always had a lot of fun, such as bars, nightclubs, hotels, and cars. They drove modified sports cars in the suburbs. A few years ago, it was said that a rich second generation would race cars in the middle of the night on the city streets. Later, he had an accident and killed someone. Later, racing incidents were rare. Racing cars, shooting clubs, horseback riding, cruise parties, and other kinds of fun. Xianxia didn't have the capital to do it before. Now that he had the capital, he was too lazy to do it. In his opinion, it was purely the rich second generation who had too much free time. The rich first generation never bothered to do such things. The salesman suddenly realized that it was him. No wonder he felt familiar at first glance. Generally, people who paid attention to the entertainment circle were women, students, and white-collar workers who had too much free time. The salesman had a hard job and didn't pay much attention to the entertainment circle. He knew Xianxia, but he wasn't very familiar with him. Right, he seemed to be called the fast shooter. Someone actually gave himself such a title. But a celebrity actually bought a car worth 200,000 or 300,000? That's too low-key. Nowadays, celebrities' cars are not worth millions or tens of millions. You're too embarrassed to go out and greet them. What's the meaning of buying a car worth 230,000? I have to find a way to lure him to the $1,000,000 area. Zhang Mingyu had seen Xianxia a long time ago. Along the way, he saw Xianxia and the sales manager talking animatedly. He wanted to pretend that he didn't see them and leave directly. It wouldn't be awkward if he pretended not to know his old classmates. If it were someone else, the eldest son of the Zhang family would have stepped on his face. But this was Xianxia. In the past 6 months, Xianxia's legend had spread widely among the alumni circle. Everyone talked about Xianxia in their circle of friends and chat. This was a salted fish that had turned over a new leaf. Alumni circle, male classmate, Xianxia is Qin Baobao's younger brother. I'm so jealous. Female classmate, Xianxia is so handsome. Why didn't I pay attention to him before? He's so low-key. Campus of the University of Finance and Economics, male junior classmate, Xianxia is our senior? Who knows him? Can you help me get a signed photo of Qin Baobao? Female junior, wow, Fast Gunner is our senior. Just thinking about it makes me excited. The Fast Gunner had long left the Jianghu, but there were still legends about him. Zhang Mingyu, on the other hand, was just a rich second generation. Every year, there were a few rich second-generation campus hunks. The school was made of iron, and the campus hunks were flowing water. Graduation meant being forgotten. Speaking of the rich second generation, Xianxia was now a rich first generation. Zhang Mingyu had no confidence to challenge him. Forget it, I've already been slapped in the face twice, why should I put my face up for a third time? Zhang Mingyu kept a straight face and replied with a lukewarm "Hmm." Just as he was about to speak, his companion spoke up. Oh, that actor Qin Baobao's younger brother. Her friend and Zhang Mingyu were both from Zhejiang province. Their fathers were business partners and they went to college together in Shanghai. They got along well. However, her friends were going back to Zhe province recently, and the girls were all forced to be laid off. There was nothing fun to do here. Her friend was very good at observing people's expressions. As soon as he saw Zhang Mingyu's expression, he knew that they were not on good terms. Xianxia narrowed his eyes. Zhang Mingyu was shocked and said unhappily, "Don't talk nonsense. Keep a low profile. Don't trample on the rich second generation as you see." What actor? He's a star. Can't you be more polite? Zhang Mingyu glanced at Xianxia again. Because of his proud character, she said with a straight face, "I'm here to buy a car, too." The salesman suddenly interrupted, "Mr. Zhang is a regular customer here. He bought a Ferrari here in the first half of the year, and this time he has his eyes on a Porsche worth 1.8 million yuan. Zhang Mingyu thought, something is wrong. I smell a trace of gunpowder. Xianxia remained calm. He looked at Zhang Mingyu, who was pulling a long face, and then at Zhang Mingyu's friend, who was full of provocation. He asked in his mind, "System, help me check how many face-slapping plots there are." Host, there are too many to count. Among them, there are tens of thousands of face-slapping salesmen, and hundreds of face-slapping old classmates. This is a public plot. Feel free to use it, the system replied instantly. You can't say that. Trolls and haters don't care about this. Even if you show a lot of evidence and examples, they will pretend not to see it and then accuse you of plagiarism. Just like you can't wake up a person who is pretending to be asleep. Even if professionals point out that this has nothing to do with plagiarism, they will still say that the law is not perfect. How can there be such a shameless person in this world? The system was shocked. So I'd better keep a low profile, Xianxia said. Xianxia smiled at Zhang Mingyu and said, although we had some conflicts in school, it's all in the past. We will still be friends in the future. Zhang Mingyu's friend raised his eyebrows. There really was a conflict. Old Zhang was very lucky. He could meet his old enemy just by buying a car. Buying a car and stepping on people at the same time. It seemed that Xianxia didn't want to trouble him. Well, let bygones be bygones. As long as you don't slap my face, we can still be friends. Thinking of this, he smiled easily. Who the hell is your friend? You're just an actor. How can you be friends with us? You're overestimating yourself. His friend sneered. Zhang Mingyu turned his head stiffly and looked at him. I treat you as a brother, but you backhanded me. His friend smiled at him as if saying, don't worry. If you can't deal with it because of your identity as a classmate, your brother will help you. What are you staring at? Did I say something wrong? Isn't your sister an actress? Oh, you are too. You people in the entertainment industry are only high and mighty in the eyes of ordinary people. In our eyes, you're nothing. Zhang Mingyu, stupid teammate, he couldn't go on like this. Otherwise, this conflict wouldn't be resolved. Now Xianxia was AB** starred. He was about to say something to make up for his friend's mockery. He saw Xianxia cross 2 meters in one step and send his arrogant friend flying with a kick. Then, the two girls screamed. The staff and customers of the 4S store heard the noise and looked over. You can scold me. Why do you have to drag my sister into it? Xianxia grabbed the guy's head and patted his face, which was distorted because of the pain. He sneered. How do you want to play? Xianxia had been merciful with that kick. Otherwise, he would have been sent to the hospital. It was tiring to meet such a low-level rich second generation just to buy a car. It was tiring. Zhao Taizhu and Huang Yizong were the second generation of rich second generations who could rely on their family's power to spread their wings and soar high. Those who were arrogant because their families had a little money were low-level rich second generations. They were not much better than the nouveau riche who wore a big gold chain around their necks. Zhang Mingyu was really haunting. Nothing good would come out of running into him. The waxy rich second generation was in so much pain that he couldn't speak. Xianxia turned his head and looked at Zhang Mingyu. Since you don't want to be friends, then tell me. How do you want to play? Zhang Mingyu, play with connections or play with money? Do you want to play openly or play dirty? Xianxia sneered. Zhang Mingyu, I heard that your father is a shareholder of 2 listed companies. I've seen them. Their performance is very average. Moreover, they are listed on the Growth Enterprise Board. They have made a lot of money recently. The stock price is a little inflated. How many days do you think these 2 companies will suffer if I shout on Weibo? On this day, Zhang Mingyu remembered the fear of being slapped in the face by Xianxia. Zhang Mingyu's hair stood on end. This was the reason why he couldn't afford to offend Xianxia. He also watched the live broadcast that time. The 3 boards recommended by Xianxia were all popular. If he attacked his father's company on Weibo or through other channels, the loss would probably make the old man breathless. If he wanted to compete with connections, this guy had opened an entertainment company and an investment company. Needless to say, he had to have some connections in the government. The best situation was that both sides suffered. He would lose more than win. Zhang Mingyu apologized repeatedly. I'm sorry. My friend speaks without thinking. Please don't take offense. Xianxia? I'm shocked. What did I hear? The first reaction in Xianxia's mind was, she doesn't like me, does she? As for whether Suyu likes himself or not, Xianxia swore that he didn't have any idea in his heart. Sister Ziwei said it's not surprising. I can capture her if I work harder. My sister is not surprised. We have loved each other since we were young. But Suyu. What does she like about me? Is it because of the masochism? I didn't save the beauty, I didn't have flowers and candles, and I didn't even say touching words to her. Is it because I have been playing games with her? No, on Suyu's birthday, he sent flowers and candles. Is it because of this, you fell in love with me for no reason? Also, don't do it here. Why are you pinching my waist? Xianxia looked at Suyu blankly. Suyu looked at him bravely at first. After a while, she closed her eyes shyly and her eyelashes trembled violently. After a long time, she didn't get a response. She opened her eyes and her red lips opened slightly with a trembling voice. Don't you want to say something? What else can I say? I must be scared. Everyone knows the name of salted fish Zay. At this time, if I'm not scared, how can I go home and see my sisters? Why did you suddenly pinch my waist? I won't fall on you. Don't worry. Xianxia's face was as usual. Suyu? Xianxia got up from her position and returned to his driver's seat. He drove the car and slowly turned around on the playground. Suyu lay in the seat and looked at the roof of the car in a daze. After a while, she turned sideways and curled up. Well, it seems that the heat is not there yet. Now is not the time to pinch his waist. They haven't held hands and haven't watched movies. It's definitely not the time to pinch his waist. The embarrassing picture just now lingered in Suyu's mind. It's a bit exciting to think about it. It's just like shame play. Suyu was actually very happy. Embarrassing misunderstanding is the best way to promote the warming of the relationship between men and women. It's written in the book. Xianxia glanced at Suyu, who was curled up, and thought, she must be very hurt. She must be very frustrated and ashamed. I didn't think of how to deal with it just now. What else can I do other than play dumb? If he didn't accept the confession of a great beauty, they wouldn't be friends anymore. If he accepted it, he was not mentally prepared at all. The two of them were in a small enclosed space, which would only make things more awkward. At least, that was what Xianxia thought. After a few rounds, he drove the car back to the exhibition hall. After opening the door and getting out of the car, the salesperson asked eagerly, Mr. Qin, how is it? Suyu carried her handbag and stood silently beside Xianxia. Her beautiful face was filled with love and tenderness. Xianxia wanted to ask for her opinion, but seeing her like this. Forget it. I'll take this one, he said straightforwardly. The details were not as good as Japanese cars, but Xianxia did not like to be too delicate. He was not a woman driving this car. The main thing was that the space was big enough. The style of European cars was rough and imposing. Having a lot of space was good. He could play around as much as he wanted. After paying the money and going through the formalities, the rest of the things were handed over to the 4S store. The two sides agreed to pick up the car in 3 days. So, what do you want to drink next? Walking out of the 4S store, Xianxia looked at Suyu. Let's go to my house for coffee. If possible, how about we cook at home in the evening? Suyu said shyly. Xianxia looked at her sparkling eyes, flashing with hope and heart-wrenching caution. He really couldn't bring himself to refuse. He nodded. The Maserati drove into the traffic and soon arrived at Suyu's apartment. Xianxia said, no one in the company is in charge, is it okay? Suyu said sweetly, in fact, after the stock market closed, there are not many things that employees can do. Our boughs of business is too narrow. If we want to expand, it can't be done overnight. The company is on the right track, and the scale is not too big. It's the most relaxed time. The first batch of products should be finished before New Year's Day. Yes. In addition to our own share, we collect 20% of the investment income of other stars according to the regulations. Here is 50 million yuan. It seems that you haven't bought vegetables yet? Oh, I would have forgotten if you didn't mention it. I hate it. The Maserati ran out of the apartment again and stopped at a vegetable and fruit supermarket 100 meters away. Suyu took Xianxia's hand and walked around in the vegetable and fruit store. She was shouting to eat this and that, but she didn't know how to jump and put everything into the basket. Xianxia had no choice but to pour it out again. He told her that she deserved to be cheated for being silly and sweet. Then he carefully taught her that picking vegetables should look at the freshness, not just the surface. Because now there are more and more waxed foods, the best way is to distinguish the details by the roots and moisture. Suyu pecked his head as if she understood. Xianxia asked her if she understood. She smiled sweetly and said, I understand. Revealing 2 lovely shallow dimples. When Xianxia asked her to pick vegetables again, she immediately exposed that she didn't know anything and pretended to know. You know nothing. Xianxia tapped her head gently. Suyu stuck out her tongue. Forget it, leave the grocery shopping to me in the future. I always feel that a silly girl like you is not suitable for these things. Xianxia said helplessly. Suyu was stunned and giggled. In the future, after returning home, Suyu took a shower, wiped the mist in front of the mirror with a towel, and looked at herself in the mirror. The beauty in the mirror was elegant and refined, exquisite and graceful. The only thing that was not enough was that her chest was not heavy enough. She frowned and squeezed hard. She could still easily squeeze out the cleavage. But when she thought of Qin Baobao's overbearing figure, she was a little discouraged. What scale does he like? Does he like to conquer the world or gather people's hearts? For the first time, Suyu complained that she had never had a boyfriend before. Her experience is too shallow. Otherwise, she would not be so strapped and difficult to say. In fact, according to ordinary urban men and women, Suyu made this kind of confession in the car and would have rolled happily on the bed at this time. But Suyu has never had a boyfriend, and Xianxia has never had a girlfriend. Awkward men and awkward women have no sense at all. After taking a shower, she found that Xianxia was playing games in her room, manipulating the shooter to set off a bloody storm in the game, fighting to the death, moving extremely coquettishly, and the operation was very sharp. After playing a game. Use my account, use my account. Suyu said in a coquettish tone. Xianxia asked her to come over and log into the game. She leaned over and tapped on the keyboard. Her wet hair hung over his shoulder, and a pleasant fragrance wafted out. He didn't know if it was shampoo or shower gel. Xianxia used Suyu's account and continued to fight in the game. Suyu's account can be called a local tyrant account. Hero, skin, almost centralization. Money player. Unlike Xianxia, who couldn't afford to buy a skin, he pretended that he didn't care about it at all. Then, he secretly used the box to make skin patches for his own amusement. Later, even the patches were gone, and he became a complete blank player. Now he has money, but he has no interest in charging money into the game. He hardly plays games recently, and his sister also doesn't play games. They are devoted to their own careers. People always have to grow up. On the way to growth, they have to give up a lot of things and learn a lot of new things. Only Suyu was still playing games persistently. She only had games. Suyu saw Xianxia put the cigarette on the table. Maybe because there was no ashtray, he didn't smoke. She was very sensible and found a paper cup, poured some water, put it on the table, and then opened the window to let the cold wind blow in. She held the coffee cup by herself and sat aside obediently, watching Xianxia play games. Until 6:30 in the afternoon, Xianxia won 5 consecutive games and gave her a whole rank. Suyu smiled happily, and the bright smile made Xianxia slightly lost. He always felt that when his sister smiled, she had 2 small canine teeth, which was the most beautiful and beautiful scenery. Now he found that the dimples were not inferior. Xianxia saw her shivering a little, got up and closed the window, frowning. If you are cold, just say it. What are you holding back? Don't catch a cold like last time. Suyu looked down and glanced at her chest. My neckline is so low, I'm wearing pajamas, you don't even know to look. Listening to what he said, Suyu's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Good idea, I can catch a cold myself. I can enjoy the care of the great God and enjoy the condemnation of his love. Suyu was moved, and she imagined a picture. She was lying in Xianxia's arms like a sick person, drinking the medicinal soup he made himself. The spicy and bitter medicinal soup, she must frown and say, I don't want to drink it. Then Xianxia gently touched her head, gentle and pampering, blaming and distressed tone, little fool, you are sick, I am distressed. Think of that picture, Omega. Fortunately, her IQ was online. She thought about it. If she was confused by fever like last time, she called the wrong person and called Nan Manpei, or her father who she had never contacted, then all the plans would be ruined. The worst result was that the phone call was not made, Xianxia did not get her hands on him, and she was the first to die. This idea is not good, pass. Suyu didn't think of a better way for a while, but it doesn't matter. There will be a long time in the future, and she will always think of opportunities. However, if she had watched a few Japanese action movies or books, she would have known that men were the most vulnerable to seduction. Why would she need to resort to such a stupid method like self-harm? She could just seduce him directly. With the charm of Suyu, salted fish can't stand the temptation and become hard. What she read was a romance novel. The male protagonists in the novel were cold and fearful. They disdained women in the world and often said, "Woman, you are worthless." Suyu thought that it was so troublesome to seduce a man. There would be misunderstandings at every turn, and they would quarrel and fall out with each other at the slightest disagreement. If the situation allowed, they would even have to touch porcelain and suffer from amnesia due to tiredness. In the evening, after having dinner with the number 1 flute-blowing girl, Xianxia solved the matter of washing dishes and scrubbing pots and said goodbye to Suyu. Suyu stood at the door and watched his figure disappear at the corner of the promenade. She closed the door and happily spun in the living room. Then she fell on the sofa and sniffed. With a satisfied expression, she said, "The sour smell of love. I like it so much." On the way home by taxi, Xianxia took out his mobile phone and waited. When he was about to get home, Suyu sent a picture to the chat group that would chat with him from time to time. "Suyu, wow, Xianxia's cooking is really delicious. It's great." In the picture, there was a silhouette of Xianxia cooking. The dishes in the wok flew and froze in midair. The other photo was of his back as he chopped vegetables. His posture was straight and very beautiful. Xianxia sat in the car and smiled indifferently. "I knew you would send pictures. How could I not be prepared?" Previously, when Suyu posted the photo, it might have been purely to show off. However, after what she said in the car, Xianxia felt that she had a layer of malicious intent and was deliberately trying to disgust Wang Zijin. Therefore, Xianxia told his sisters, "Today, Suyu helped me to watch the car. In return, I will cook for her in the evening. If you don't agree, I will come back." It was rare for her sisters to be so generous. Qin Baobao replied, "Go ahead. You can only cook, but you can't cook." Wang Zijin. The group was silent for a long time. Nan Manpei took the time to reply, "Is it as delicious as what I cook?" Suyu, "Of course, Xianxia's is delicious." Nan Manpei, "Use your brain before you speak." Kitchen knife, Suyu, "Sister Man's is delicious." Nan Manpei, "Good." Head touching, the sisters tacitly did not reply. Perhaps they were not looking at their phones? Obviously not. A few seconds later, Xianxia received a message from his sisters. "Qin Baobao, you really went." "Wang Zijin, you really went." "Xianxia, the sisters were working hard at home." "What? What are you doing? Didn't you agree? Are you lying against your conscience?" Although it is common for women to say things they don't mean, how can I feel it through the phone screen? He returned home trembling with fear. The two best friends sat on the sofa in the living room with their legs crossed. Their oval faces complemented each other. "Qin Baobao, yo, the little red guy is back." "Wang Zijin, yo, the little red guy is back." Something called resentment hit him in the face. Xianxia also wanted to work hard. However, he pretended not to understand his sister's little temper. He took off his shoes expressionlessly, sat on the sofa, opened his laptop, and fiddled with his stocks. "Anyway, the sisters said to go, so I went." Their attitude clearly showed that they were embarrassed to say it. They wanted him to bow down and admit his mistake, then coax them. "Then I'll pretend not to understand." Qin Baobao crossed her legs and sat on the sofa. She stared at her brother and puffed up her oval face. She was so cute. "I'm going to take a shower." Qin Baobao waited for her brother's sweet words for a long time. She glared at him fiercely, got up, went into the room, and took her pajamas to the bathroom. Bam! She slammed the door to express her emotions. Wang Zijin's eyes turned, and she thought that the opportunity had come. She said sweetly, "Aze, my waist is so tired. Help me rub it." As she spoke, she threw a flirtatious glance at Xianxia. "Xianxia?" Sister Xian's coquettish eyes shocked him. He shuddered. Also, why was Sister Ziwei's language style so similar to his maggots? He could accept it when his sister acted coquettishly, acted cute, and winked at him, because Qin Baobao's personality was like that. However, when Wang Zijin imitated Qin Baobao, he couldn't stay calm at all. Could it be that Sister Ziwei was infected with something called Baobao disease? "Are you going to massage it or not?" Wang Zijin pouted. Xianxia nodded with a dumbfounded look on his face. Wang Zijin took the opportunity to lie down on the sofa. Her waist was slender and soft to the touch. She really didn't know if it was her or Xianxia who was enjoying it. Can you be gentler? It's so painful, It's here. It's the most comfortable here. Aza's skills are getting better and better. Sister will give you a verbal reward. The massage is so Comfortable, Xianxia, oh my god. Sister Ziwei's image was ruined. No, could it be that Sister Ziwei was possessed by Qin Baobao? Or their souls had swapped? System, come out, come out. Xianxia's 120 decibels echoed in his mind. Host, please speak. The system's voice came. Quick, use your awesome computing power to deduce if there's a hack system in my house. System? Damn, don't be a coward. Can you be more capable? Host, I didn't detect the existence of other systems. It could be that I'm not capable enough to detect it. The system's voice was a little shaky. Host, why do you think there's a hack in your house? I suspect that Wang Zijin and Qin Baobao's souls have swapped. The one lying on the sofa now is my sister, and the one in the bathroom is Sister Ziwei. Xianxia's suspicions were reasonable. Usually, at this time, he and his sister would be flirting in the living room while Sister Ziwei went to take a shower. And looking at Wang Zijin's current appearance, there was no doubt about it. She was a maggot in his house. Host, don't worry. Let me scan her brain waves. A few seconds later, the system said, your sister. Are you infected with the Baobao disease? Her brain waves are real. She's in a weird mood now. She's a little nervous, a little depressed, a little shy, a little happy. So what's the use of your brainwave scan? What are you trying to tell me? That's true. It's useless. Okay then, host, I'll leave first. The system disappeared. The system went offline. The system ignored him. Damn, at this time, the sound of running water in the bathroom disappeared. It was quiet. His sister was probably putting on her clothes. Wang Zijin suddenly said, okay. Sister is so comfortable. She sat up and imitated Qin Baobao sitting like a duck. Then, she blushed and looked at Xianxia with her charming eyes. She said in a coquettish tone, good boy. Zai, do you want me to give you a kiss as a reward? Although she said that, her arm was already hooked around Xianxia's neck. Click. With the sound of the lock, the bathroom door was opened. Xianxia shivered. Goosebumps spread from his neck to his whole body. He pushed Wang Zijin away and got up in a hurry. I need to go to the bathroom. It wasn't because his sister had come out. It was because he couldn't get used to Sister Ziwei like this. Hurriedly rushing into the room, he bumped into his sister, causing her chest to be exposed. Before Xianxia closed the door, he tactfully glanced at her. Satisfied, Qin Baobao was wearing a bathrobe. She held a hairdryer in one hand and wrapped her hair with a towel in the other. She was confused and stunned. What's wrong with him? He's so reckless. Wang Zijin didn't answer. She changed into a comfortable sitting position, tilted her head, and seriously reflected on her mistakes. She felt that she imitated Qin Baobao very well. Not only did she learn the coquettish tone, but she also learned the coquettish eyes. Why was it that Qin Baobao was always successful in acting cute and coquettish? If it was her, she wouldn't be able to do it. She still had to work harder to cure the sibling's illness. Wang Zijin only felt that the future was long, and her luck was uncertain. Is it because of here? She looked down at her breasts. Should I drink a cup of banana milk every day in the future? Wang Zijin's liver hurt. Werewolf kill? Xianxia shifted his gaze away from the computer and looked at Qin Baobao, who was wiping her hair beside him. His sister was wearing cotton pajamas. Her face was flushed red after taking a shower. She was pretty and charming. She tilted her head and let her hair fall to the side as she wiped it carefully. She said, yes, it's that show you used to watch often. I think it's quite interesting. Anyway, I've accepted it. It's up to you whether you want to come or not. There are so many variety shows. Why did you accept this one? Xianxia's interest was piqued. This kind of show should be produced by a website. It's a stretch to call it a variety show. Also, the appearance fee shouldn't be as high as a traditional variety show. I've taken a look. There aren't any singing variety shows that are particularly suitable for me. There aren't any reality shows either. The concert just ended and the album was released a few months ago. I feel that since our company doesn't produce movies or dramas, the scope of our business is actually quite narrow. Qin Baobao bent her legs and her toes were fighting mischievously. Also, this show will be recorded locally. There's no need to fly. His sister said a very awkward truth. There weren't many artists under Tianfeng Films. Excluding those low-tier artists, the number of C-list and B-list artists could be counted with one hand. It wasn't easy to become a big shot in any industry. No, it was very difficult. Xianxia didn't have a specific plan for now. He had only taken over Tianfeng Films for half a month. How to expand the company was actually based on three aspects: talent, funds, and channels. Channels were easy. With funds and fame, it was easy to expand the channels. Hence, he had to raise Qin Baobao as high as he could and make her into Tianfeng's gold-plated signboard. As for funds, Tianfeng had Baozi to provide. It wasn't abundant nor was it lacking. Moreover, the concert had made a lot of money. Tianfeng's finances were quite good. The key was talent. It wasn't easy to nurture celebrities unless they poached them. In that case, funds would be a problem. Not to mention whether they could poach them or not, Tianfeng's funds couldn't buy those big shots. Entertainment celebrities were gold-swallowing beasts. Don't think that it's just an online self-media company. The price they're offering is not low, and the traffic is very explosive. Lazy Cat Video is the top online self-media company in the country. In the past few years, it has invested in TV series. The first year, it was a flop, and the second year, it was a flop. But in the third year, that Xianxia TV series was so popular that everyone was talking about it. Also, this year's spy TV series was ranked first in terms of traffic for 2 consecutive months, Qin Baobao said. I don't need you to explain. I know this game better than you. Xianxia said, then let's go. When? Nowadays, the self-media platform was getting better and better. He remembered that when it was first created, there was only one player. Now, it had everything. TV series, animation, children's programs, entertainment, live streaming, and so on. In this era where computers and mobile phones had replaced televisions, whether a TV series was popular or not, ratings could only be considered as one of the criteria. The number of hits on the internet had also become an important reference. When the game of Werewolf first came out a few years ago, not many people watched it. As the game gradually became popular, the ratings of the program became better and better. Later, 1 or 2 names were occasionally invited. Now, 2 stars were invited as permanent players, and 1 star was invited as a guest. The day after tomorrow, I'll let the people from the program come over to discuss the contract tomorrow. Qin Baobao smiled, revealing 2 small canine teeth. Permanent or guest? I'm a permanent player, you're a guest. Although he promised Suyu that he would go to Baozi for at least 3 days a week, he did not say that he would stay for the whole day. His current job distribution was Baozi and Tianfeng Lubenwei. Half and half. In the future, the focus would slowly shift to Tianfeng. The mission given to him by the system was to become a big shot in the entertainment industry. That was to say, at least make Tianfeng Film and Television one of the top 3 in the country. Otherwise, how could he be a big shot, 3 days later, in the morning? Xianxia drove his newly bought small bourgeois car and took his sister to the headquarters of Lazy Cat Video in Shanghai. The large-scale self-media platform on the internet was mainly distributed in Beijing, Shanghai, and Shenzhen. Qin Baobao took this job because she wanted to be lazy. Recording a variety show was also very difficult. It was not much easier than filming a movie. Singing was still okay, but for some reality shows, they had to travel all over the country. Some had even worse living conditions. Many stars loved and hated these kinds of reality shows. Qin Baobao debuted as a singer. It was impossible for her to release albums and records every few days. In addition to singing, she also had to shoot commercials, perform and participate in reality shows. This was the development path that a star should have. When she arrived at the headquarters of Lazy Cat Video, 2 female assistants were already waiting. If she did not go far, Qin Baobao did not like to bring along assistants. However, if a star followed an assistant or bodyguard, sometimes it was used as a facade. If others brought along, but you did not, you would look very unsociable. The 8th grader liked the feeling of being a crane in a flock of chickens and not taking the normal path. But for adults, it was too unconventional and would not be welcomed anywhere. There was a saying that was very good. When one was young, one was afraid to be like others. When one was an adult, one was afraid to be different from others. At the recording site, in a break room next door, the siblings met with the host of the show. The 3 of them sat comfortably on the single-seater sofa. The host sat upright and had a smile on his face. Previously, Teacher Bao Bao said that she was good at killing games, but she did not play Wolf Killer much. The 2 games are connected, at least logically. Miss Jean, what about you? Are you a professional player? He cleverly addressed Teacher Bao Bao and Miss Jean separately. If the siblings were in the same place, they would look over if you called out Miss Jean. Xianxia thought for a moment. I play a lot of killing games and wolf killer games. Whether I'm a professional player or not, I can't be sure. Whether it was killing games or wolf killer games, his skills were not bad. However, he was not sure whether he was a professional player or not. However, the host knew that the production team did not expect the star to be a professional player. The purpose of hiring the star was to attract fans. Although the other professional players had a fan base, they paled in comparison to the star. No matter how good the show was or how exciting the games were, the players sitting in the circle were all passers-by. Who would watch? Alright then. Do your best on the stage. Someone will inform you when the show starts later. I won't disturb your makeup. The host shook hands with the 2 and left. An hour later, at the recording studio. Camera 1 was in position. Camera 2 was in position. All the staff members were ready. Welcome to the 3rd season of Wolf Killer. Friends, it's a pleasure to meet you again. I'm your host, Yang Lu. It was a big room with bright lights. 10 seats were arranged in a circle. The host, Yang Lu, was sitting in the judge's seat. As he spoke, the camera zoomed in on him. Let me show you our friends, the host said. The camera turned to the others. There were 7 people sitting in the room. They were all regular players. Some were small celebrities, some were esports hosts, and some were professional players. Anyway, they had a fan base. However, they could not be compared to the mainstream stars. Alright. Turn the camera back. There's nothing to see. The host had a look of disdain. The judge won't allow you to do this. You're only giving me 1 second? Can't you play happily? Ha ha ha. Everyone protested. The host said, let's welcome our first mystery guest. All the players looked in the same direction. There, a petite beauty walked over. Her face was slightly round, and her eyes were big and bright. She smiled and waved at everyone. Number 3, Xianxia. Number 6, my goddess. Number 8, interesting. If I were a werewolf, I would kill her first. Ha ha ha. Number 1, thank you, host. Thank you to the program team for inviting my goddess. Everyone discussed excitedly. Xianxia sat in the 2nd seat and said in a sweet voice, hello, everyone. I've watched your show before. I also like to play this game. However, I'm just a bystander. I'm really dumb. Then, let's welcome the 2nd guest, the host announced loudly. The 2nd guest entered the room. She was a tall beauty with chestnut-colored curly hair. She was wearing a white shirt and black casual pants. Seeing her, the room was filled with exclamations and screams. Oh my god. Wow, another goddess. Thank you to the production team. Host, is Jean Bao Bao a permanent guest? I like her so much. Can I shake her hand? Don't fight with me. I want to shake hands with my goddess. The male players were so excited that they made a big fuss. The atmosphere was very lively. Werewolf Kill had been produced for 2 seasons, and this was the first time they had invited an A-list celebrity as a guest. Furthermore, Jean Bao Bao had a very good reputation among the female celebrities. She did not have any scandals or negative news about her. She had been defamed once on Singer, but Xianxia had come forward to settle it. Not long ago, she had been defamed again because of the contract termination, but Xianxia had come forward to settle it. Both times were just rumors, so there was no stain on her. Compared to the excitement of the male players, the female players were very calm. They smiled and clapped, looking very ladylike. After Qin Baobao greeted everyone, she sat in the fourth seat. Next, let's welcome our next guest, the host said. Everyone was instantly interested. Logically speaking, as an A-list celebrity, Qin Baobao should be the last to appear. This was not an opera where the finale would be the second from the bottom. Qin Baobao was already the second from the bottom. Who would be the last to appear? The production team intended to arrange for Xianxia to appear last. Qin Baobao's participation in the show could not be left as a mystery. After the production team discussed with Qin Bao, they should advertise on the video platform. Qin Baobao joins Werewolf Kill. Please look forward to it. She was going to advertise. In comparison, Xianxia's identity could be left as a mystery guest. Just like his concert a few days ago, the mystery guest had been a hot topic among the netizens. Therefore, there was another slogan for this season: who is the mystery guest of Werewolf Kill? Xianxia entered. The female players who were very calm just now screamed. Their voices were extraordinarily high. Xianxia? Oh, my husband is here. Ha 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 ha. It was obvious that Xianxia was very popular in the eyes of the women. They were even more popular than the average fresh meat. Little Fresh Meat's persona was basically a hype, a flashy but empty shell. Therefore, many people on the internet mocked Little Fresh Meat. Because they were not convinced, they relied on bragging to create a persona, coupled with good looks, and quickly rose to prominence. If I don't scold you, who else can I scold? Look at those veteran actors, those popular Best Actor kings, who's complaining? However, there were very few people who criticized Xianxia. If he was not a celebrity, he should be classified as an internet celebrity. The reason why he was so popular was because of his ability to compose songs and his ability to speculate in the stock market. For people who relied on their own abilities to become famous, even if they were criticized, it would only be by a small number of haters. Xianxia was even more excited. She jumped up and down and said, "Oh, Xianxia is my boss." Teacher Xianxia jumped ship. He joined Miss Qin's Tianfeng Productions? A female streamer asked in astonishment. Xianxia waved his hand. I'm not taking the blame for this. He sat down in the only empty seat. He was number 5. No, I bought Mr. Qin's company's products. Can I say this? Xianxia looked at Xianxia. Xianxia nodded. Xianxia said, Mr. Qin is not only the boss of Tianfeng Productions, but he also has a private equity company under his name. Many celebrities in the circle have bought his products, including me. How much did he earn? Everyone asked eagerly. Xianxia pretended to be mysterious. She smiled and shook her head. I can't say this, but people in the circle call him a money tree. They regret not buying his company's products in time. Mr. Qin, can you call me next time if there's such a good thing? When is the next product? Count me in. Me. Bring me. There was a small commotion. Then, whether it was female or male players, perhaps they were jeering, or perhaps they were sincere, they all started shouting. The host pretended to be unhappy and shouted, camera number 1 is gone, so is camera number 2. This show can't be recorded. Let's get off work and eat. After everyone roared with laughter, they finally got the topic back on track. Next, the host introduced the players present to the 3 guests. 2 online game streamers, 2 small celebrities who specialized in various variety shows, a host, and a professional player. This professional player was number 1. He was thin and wore glasses. His name was Ma Ping. When Xianxia watched this show before, this Ma Ping was always the one who set the pace. He was very good. Okay, now please pick up your phone and look at your identity, the host cum judge, Yang Lu, said. The players picked up their phones and saw the identity sent to their mailbox. After everyone saw the identity prompt, some laughed strangely, some pretended to be surprised, and some looked frightened. They all acted. Xianxia glanced at it. His identity was a witch. The show officially began. The lights in the room dimmed. The host, Yang Lu, said, "Close your eyes when it's dark." "Werewolf, please open your eyes." "Who is the werewolf going to kill?" "Werewolf, please close your eyes." "Witch, please open your eyes." "The one who died last night was." "You have a bottle of antidote, do you want to use it?" "You have a bottle of poison, do you want to use it?" "Next, Prophet, please open your eyes." "The one you want to check is, his identity is, Prophet, please close your eyes." "Hunter, please open your eyes." "Hunter, please close your eyes." "Okay, it's dawn." The one who died last night was number 6. There was no sheriff in this game and there were no warnings. The lights came on. The dead number 6 was a female streamer. She said in a coquettish voice, I'm the first to die." The host cum judge, Yang Lu, waved her hand. "Number 6 has no last words. Take her away." 2 staff members took number 6 away. The judge said, "Then let's start with number 7. Number 7 was also a girl. She had wine-red curly hair, a sharp chin, and a standard online celebrity face. She winked at Xianxia. "I'm the prophet. Kill number 5, Miss Qin." "That's it. Pass." Everyone looked at Xianxia. At this time, Xianxia's acting skills were activated. He looked confused and innocent. He couldn't speak at this time. Otherwise, he could act more realistically. He threw a flirtatious glance at number 7. Qin Baobao secretly glared at her brother. The next to speak was number 8. Number 8 was a small celebrity who specialized in various variety shows. Number 8 said, "Number 7, are you backing off or not?" "Actually, I'm the real prophet. Yesterday, I killed expert player 1. He's Iron Wolf. Everyone, believe me, and vote him out." Number 9 was a small-time host. He was good-looking and had a magnetic voice. He was a handsome guy. He muttered, "I don't really believe in the 2 prophets, but since they both jumped, I choose to believe number 8 more. Because according to number 7's style, she doesn't seem like the first to jump out to reveal her identity." Pass. Expert player 1 spoke. He pushed up his glasses, and the lens shone brightly. "Number 1 is the prophet. I'm testing number 2. Number 2 is my golden water. Let me first talk about my point of view. Number 7 killed number 5, and number 8 killed me. Then, I can judge that number 8 is Iron Wolf. As for number 7's identity, I'm not sure. Maybe she came out to take a blow for me, or maybe both number 7 and number 8 are werewolves. They're jumping around and acting. Then, number 9, because number 9 follows number 8. Number 9 killed me, so he must be Iron Wolf because I'm the real prophet. Then, number 9 will definitely be happy to see me eliminated. In comparison, I'm more willing to believe that number 7 is a commoner who took a blow for me." Pass. Number 2 was Xianxia. "First, I'd like to thank number 1 for giving me the golden water. But I think number 7 is more like a werewolf. This is based on my belief that number 1 is the prophet. Number 1 is the prophet, but number 7 obviously isn't." And she jumped out and said number 5, Mr. Qin, is Iron Wolf. If she's a commoner, then she's a mob. Number 3, I can't tell for now. Let's vote first and see what my goddess has to say. Qin Baobao said, "Let me talk about the situation first. There are 3 prophets. Number 7 and number 8 jumped, and then number 1 jumped. Assuming number 1 is right, then number 7 and number 8 must have a wolf. To be safe, I suggest that number 7 be voted out first. It's best if it's a wolf, but if it's a commoner, then it's perfect to take a blow. In the next round, if number 1 dies, then the witch can still be saved." It was Xianxia's turn to speak. He thought for a moment, then said directly, "Pass." The host said in surprise, "Miss Qin, aren't you going to say anything?" Everyone looked at Xianxia. Xianxia didn't save number 6 at first because he wanted to take a gamble. The worst-case scenario was that number 6 was a prophet and would be eliminated early. However, the probability of 1 in 9 was too small. Secondly, number 6 was a hunter. Because he was a witch, he ruled out the possibility of number 6 being a hunter. Hunters were the least cost-effective of the 3 priesthoods. They could take one away before they died. However, hunters didn't give out gold like prophets, nor did they give out silver like witches. Therefore, it was risky for him to take someone away. He could take away werewolves, civilians, and priesthoods. If it was a professional werewolf game, the situation would be more complicated and interesting. For example, the sheriff's identity would be eliminated directly. I agree with number 4 and number 2. I'll vote number 7 out first because I know I'm a good person, Xianxia said. The host said, then, let the voting begin. Voting results number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5, number 8, and number 9 all voted for number 7. Number 7 was eliminated and taken away by the staff. Last words, I'm really a good person. Can number 8 please be eliminated next? Next round, close your eyes when it's dark. It's dawn. Last night was Christmas Eve. Everyone looked at each other. Xianxia frowned. He was killed last night and used the antidote to revive himself. Why didn't the werewolves kill number 1 and number 8? Logically speaking, one of them must be a wolf. Then, the wolf knew his fake identity. Shouldn't he kill the real prophet, regardless of why the werewolves didn't kill the prophet? His identity as a witch must have been exposed. He would definitely die next time. What he needed to consider was who to drag down with him next time. Last night was Christmas Eve. The host turned the compass and said, Number 1, speak. Number 1 muttered, I'm glad I didn't die. I want to thank the witch for saving me with the antidote. Let's talk about my test. Last night, I tested number 5. He's a good person. Now I can confirm that number 5 and number 2 are good people. If number 7 doesn't want to withdraw, we'll vote him out. Pass. Number 8 quickly waved his hand. I'll withdraw. The host took control of the situation. Number 8, don't speak. Number 2, speak. Xianxia bit her lips and her eyes unconsciously looked up. Her eyes were big and her face was round. She belonged to the kind of cute lowly type beauty. Anyway, I've already confirmed the identity of prophet number 1. I'll follow him. Mr. Qin number 5 is a good person. If the witch jumps out again, then we'll be able to push out the werewolf. I think it's best to vote first. Number 3 shrugged. I didn't believe number 1 at first, but number 8 couldn't hold it in. Just now, he violated the rules and said that the water was retreating. If you're not a prophet, why did you go against number 1 in the first place? I have my reservations about you for now. Let's hear what the others have to say first. Let's pass. Everyone looked at Qin Baobao. Qin Baobao picked up her glass and took a sip. No matter what she did, she was always the most dazzling one. Number 8, don't be afraid. I'll protect you. Qin Baobao clapped his hands and said something that stunned everyone. Actually, I am the real prophet. Everyone was in an uproar. Don't talk. Be quiet. The host said. Qin Baobao said, in the first round, I tested number 8. He's a good person. In the second round, I tested number 3. He's an iron wolf. Think about it. According to normal logic, if I'm a fake prophet, then there's no reason for me to fake the prophet after number 1 jumped out and caused so much trouble, right? Just like number 8 and number 1, fake prophets. The sooner they jump, the better. The commoner can block the blade and the werewolf can beat the rhythm. I'm glad that I survived 2 rounds and tested the identities of number 8 and number 3. Which one is the witch? If the witch is still alive, then the game should be over. Number 1 and number 3 are poisoned. If number 7 is a werewolf, then he's already out. The good person wins directly. If not, then there are only 2 people left. It's easy to vote them out. What the hell was going on? Xianxia was a little confused. Although he was a witch, he felt that in this game, he was no different from a commoner without any information. He didn't save the person who died in the first round and he was the one who died in the second round. Therefore, he couldn't give the silver water to others. And his identity was already exposed. Now there were two prophets on the field. If nothing unexpected happened, the next to die would definitely be the prophet. As for who was the wolf between Qin Bao Bao and number 1, he wasn't sure. His sister was a scheming person. She was very good at this kind of puzzle game. When he played the killing game, he had been tricked by her many times. This program would be broadcast the day after tomorrow. If he played too badly, he would be laughed at by his fans. I'm a witch, but I can't give the gold water or silver water because I was the one who died in the last round. I saved myself. But I think that number 7 must be a werewolf because she tried to kill me in the beginning. But I'm actually a witch, and number 7 was defeated by number 8. So number 8 shouldn't be a werewolf. Xianxia said deliberately. Qin Bao Bao glanced at him. Number 8 said, I should be sure that number 3 and number 1 are the wolves. I believe number 4. She said that number 3 is the wolf, so if we vote him out, number 4 will definitely die in the next round. Then number 1 can vote out. The good guy wins. If it still doesn't work, then vote number 2. It's that simple. He was establishing the situation of number 7 being a werewolf. If number 7 wasn't a werewolf, then vote number 2. Number 2, Xianxia, had always been on number 1's side. Actually, I think that it doesn't matter if the witch jumps or not. Now there are two sides, two prophets. It's obvious that they're on opposite sides. There's no ambiguity between them. There's definitely a wolf between them. But number 1 found that number 5 is the good guy, so I believe number 1 more, number 9 said. The voting began. Number 4, 8, and 5 voted for number 3. Number 1, 3, and 9 voted for number 8. Number 2 forfeited. It was a tie. Everyone? Everyone looked at Xianxia. Xianxia was speechless. I'm confused. This round was very interesting. The host kept trying to hold back his laughter. He was a judge, so he could see very clearly. It had to be said that the werewolf camp was very powerful, but the good guy camp was also very smart. The only ones who were confused seemed to be Xianxia and Xianxia. You can't talk. The host laughed for a long time. Then he held it in and said, close your eyes when it's dark. It was dawn. The host said, the one who died last night was number 1. He didn't have any last words. Take him away. Number 1 left. His expression was that of victory. Before he left, he even glanced at Xianxia. Number 2, Xianxia, said, the prophet is dead. Bones number 4 and 8 are indeed wolves. Number 3 said, the situation is very clear now. Number 4 and 8 are wolves. Let's vote number 4 out first. We can't let her continue to use her identity as the prophet. The next to die will definitely be witch number 5. As long as the witch poisons number 8 to death, the good guys will win. There's no need to play anymore. Because there's only one hunter left in the game and I'm that hunter. Does anyone want to jump with me? No one made a sound. If there is, feel free to stand out. On the other hand, if I'm killed by the werewolf, I'll do the witch's mission. I'll end this game. That's all, pass. Number 4 was Qin Bao Bao. She frowned and said, I just checked number 1. He's a wolf. The werewolf killed himself. Number 3 said, you're making a false accusation. Other than number 8, Xianxia and number 9 didn't believe it. The host said, number 3, don't speak. Number 5 will speak now. The host smiled but didn't say anything. If this continued, the outcome could be predicted. For this round, I don't think we should vote number 4. Number 8 will go first. Xianxia looked around and his gaze fell on the two civilians, number 2 and number 9. He said, if number 4 and number 8 are really werewolves, then it doesn't matter who votes first. But if number 4 is really a prophet, then after voting for her, I'll be the only witch left in the game. That's because the hunters haven't jumped from the beginning to the end. Only number 3 jumped just now. Number 2 is a civilian, and number 9's identity is unknown. If number 9 is a hunter, then we'll vote for number 3. If number 9 isn't a hunter, then there's another possibility. The hunters have already been eliminated, and they'll be the first to be killed. Once the prophet is voted out, I'll be the next to die. With 3 clergies dead, the werewolf wins. If the vote is number 7, then we still have a chance to win. Everyone thought about it and felt that it made sense. So in this round of voting, number 8 voted out. Close your eyes when it's dark. It's dawn. This round, number 5 and number 3 will die. The host shook his head and laughed. The game is over. The good team wins. Everyone? A few seconds later, everyone understood. Xianxia was still confused. Number 3 also looked at Xianxia in shock. Xianxia replied with a smile. Then, the players who were eliminated were invited back. The good team applauded and cheered. The werewolf team shook their heads and smiled bitterly. The host said, "Miss Qin, you're the game's terminator. You'll conclude the speech." Everyone looked at Xianxia and said, "Actually, I've been lurking because I couldn't give out the gold and silver water." Then, number 4 and number 1 jumped. At that time, I said, "I still believe that number 8 isn't a werewolf." According to the logic of number 8 and number 4 being tied together, number 4 shouldn't have a problem. Actually, I'm talking about both sides of the prophet. If number 4 is a werewolf, then she'll definitely kill me. Then, I'll poison number 3 or number 1. In the end, number 1 died because he was afraid that I'd poison number 3. Then, as a werewolf, he wouldn't be able to do anything alone. So, he used his own method to gain trust. Because everyone knows that there's only one wolf left, it's either number 8 or number 4, or number 1 or number 3. Only the 4 of them are tied together. Then, when he dies, he can frame number 4 and number 8. Very smart. There's one more thing that made me suspicious of number 1. I died in the second round, but I'm a witch. I saved myself. At that time, number 1 immediately jumped out and said that he tested me and was a good person. Number 4 insisted that number 3 was a werewolf. If number 3 wasn't a werewolf, she would have shot herself in the foot. Only a fake prophet would be conservative. So, when he knew that I was a witch, he gave me the gold water and wanted to pull me into his team. Clap, clap, clap. 5 minutes later, the second game began. This time, Xianxia got the werewolf card. He didn't get off to a good start. After killing a civilian, another werewolf was eliminated. Then, after killing another civilian, another werewolf was eliminated. Xianxia was the only one left. The good news was that the prophet was eliminated in the third round. After that, Xianxia mediated. He became a civilian and fanned the flames. He eliminated his own maggot and number 1, and finally won. Xianxia was confused by him. When she found out that Xianxia was a werewolf, she was so angry that she almost cried. By the time they finished recording, it was already lunchtime. They declined the host's invitation and went back home. Qin Baobao held her brother's arm and sighed, "You black-hearted little pervert, you're so scheming. In the future, you'll cheat on your wife behind her back. Is your wife still in the dark?" Xianxia chuckled. "No, Sister Ziwei is so smart. I definitely can't hide it from her." Qin Baobao raised her hand and hit his head. She said angrily, "Wrong answer. I'll give you another chance." Xianxia changed his words. "Sister Ziwei is so nice. I definitely won't do such a thing." Bang! Bang! 2 hand chops landed on his forehead. The elder sister angrily said, "Wrong answer. This is your last chance." Xianxia rolled his eyes. "What wife? I'm not getting a wife." Qin Bao smiled. "You still have to get a wife. But there's no rush. Wait until you're 30. A man starts his career at 30. Start a family first. Otherwise, a wife will be a restraint. It will make gays lose the courage to fight bravely. Am I right?" Xianxia was confused. "That's not right. According to your logic, I can get a wife now. I'm already the boss of 2 companies." Qin Baobao was at a loss for words. She stomped her feet and said angrily, "What boss of 2 companies? Where did 2 companies come from? Baoza is yours and Tianfeng is mine. You're still far from that. If you don't open 10 companies, you're not allowed to get married." Do you understand? I know, I know. I'll stay by your side for the rest of my life, okay? Bah, sister also wants to get married, I don't need you to guard me. Qin Baobao spat at him, but her smiling eyes betrayed her. After getting into the car, Qin Baobao originally planned to go home and buy some groceries on the way to cook at home. Midway, Qin Baobao received a call from Li Yanhong. She said that Tian Feng had found two newcomers with potential and wanted them to go over and take a look. 2 days later, Werewolf Murder was broadcast. Bullet screen, I heard that there will be Qin Baobao this season. I'm looking forward to it. Qin Baobao must be very bad at this kind of puzzle game, right? Girls usually can't play well. Wait for the joke, haha. What the F***ck, the mystery guest is Qin Zhe? The two of them are together? Interesting. Hiss. I really don't know what to say about Qin Baobao jumping out at this time. It feels like it's only right, but it also feels a little inappropriate. She has to jump out, otherwise number one will become a real prophet. The other commoners won't believe her. Speaking of which, Qin Zhe is so stupid. He looks so confused. Oh my god, Qin Zhe ended it directly. He's been pretending to be weak all this time? This analysis, this logic. I didn't expect him to poison the last wolf to death. Ha ha ha, number 3 looks so depressed. He deserved to die. That day, Saturday. There was still a week before New Year's Day. Qin Zhe and Qin Baobao rushed home together. They didn't bring Wang Zijin with them on purpose. They also went home on purpose because Bloody Battle of Shanghai Beach was screening today. This was F***king awkward. If it weren't for the concert, Bloody Battle of Shanghai Beach would just be screened. They wouldn't care if their parents went to watch it. They could just say that it was a stunt double. But what would their parents think after watching the concert and seeing the kissing and bed scenes of their daughter and son in the movie? There was always a first and a second, and there was always a demon. There were 3 things that were set in stone. How could these things be set in stone? They wouldn't admit it even if they were beaten to death. They'd be finished. Let's keep them calm this weekend. Dad usually has classes and doesn't have time. Mom doesn't watch movies alone, and she doesn't have the habit of going out to watch movies at night. So the weekend is the key, Qin Zhe analyzed. You don't have to say that. It's all your fault for insisting on being the main character. Now, Dad and Mom will think the wrong way when they see it. Qin Baobao was a little nervous. Because she had a guilty conscience, of course she was nervous. If this kind of thing wasn't handled well, the family boat would capsize. I'm mainly doing it for your own good. Dad saw how unruly you were to sister and broke your leg in a fit of anger. Well, sister did it to save you, Qin Baobao said. Thank you, Qin Zhe said, before I break your leg, I will definitely drag you down with me. We can still stay in the same ward. You. Qin Baobao puffed up her cheeks and said angrily, you black-hearted maggot. No, she must put the blame on the little red guy. No, the little red guy was going to be beaten. Thinking about it, she felt quite distressed. Qin Baobao decided to act according to the plan and make her parents unable to watch the movie. In this way, Wang Zijin couldn't be brought along. Otherwise, she would definitely be very enthusiastic about going to the movie, because she also wanted to watch the TV series starring Qin Zhe. Maybe she would even hold Qin Ma's arm to watch the movie. It was better to leave the time bomb at home. There are so many people in front, and the property management also joined in the fun. It seems that they are quarreling. Qin Zhe pressed the horn, and the crowd made a path for them. He saw cameras and some special support tools in the crowd, which were used in shooting movies or TV series. Qin Zhe had shot TV series before, so he recognized them at a glance. Are they shooting something in our community? Qin Baobao also looked out. The car passed through the crowd and entered the underground parking lot. The two withdrew their gazes and stopped paying attention. After parking the car, the brother and sister entered the car and took the elevator upstairs. At the door, Qin Baobao habitually held her brother's arm. Anyway, as long as they went out, her sister would hold his arm. People who didn't know their identity generally regarded them as a couple. The sister looked at the brother, and the brother looked at the sister. The brother and sister's eyes met in midair, and they both understood the firmness and determination in each other's eyes. You must trick mom and dad, brother. You must not let mom and dad go to the movie, sister. The brother and sister nodded. Everything was understood without words. Taking out the key to open the door, Qin Baobao called out sweetly, Dad, Mom, we are back. The sound of the kitchen hood and the sound of Qin Ma cooking came from the kitchen. In the living room, the sound of the old man watching the finance channel came from the living room. At the entrance, a small thing, as long as an arm and half an arm tall, was there, dancing? No, it was not dancing. Where was it shrugging? It was, in the air. It was a teddy poodle. Hearing the movement at the door, the teddy turned its head and looked over. Its two button-like eyes met Qin Baobao's for a moment, and then it suddenly barked happily. It scurried over, hugged Qin Baobao's calf, and shrugged, ah. Qin Baobao screamed. Qin Baobao screamed and kicked Tiny Tot away. She hid behind her brother with a disgusted expression. Teddy was not discouraged after being kicked away. It wagged its tail briskly and scurried over again. Xianxia kicked it away again and shouted, Mom, why is there a teddy in our house? Why would there be a pet dog in the house? There was a rule in the Qin family that no dogs were allowed, just like the rule of no dogs in the comments section. It all started when Xianxia was a child. At that time, he was only 6 years old. He was a cute little Shota. He would follow his sister all day long and run around the neighborhood. He was really high. Once, he bumped into a bitch that had just given birth. The bitch was very aggressive and turned around to bite him. Qin Baobao, who was 9 years old at that time, screamed and pounced on the bitch, but she was bitten as well. After so many years, the scars had faded with time, but the trauma in his heart was still there. Since then, Xianxia was afraid of dogs. Even now, he would subconsciously avoid large pet dogs. Just ignore it. Qin Ma's voice came from the kitchen. How can I? This dog keeps staring at my sister. Xianxia kicked it away again. We'll send it back in a few days. Bear with it. Qin Ma said. I can't help it. I want to kill it now. Xianxia kicked the teddy away again. He kicked it as he walked. When they came to the living room, the old man was sitting on the sofa, watching TV as if he did not notice his children. He was focused on his financial news. Qin Baobao jumped onto the sofa in her high heels to avoid the teddy's relentless entanglement. Teddy wandered around the sofa for a long time. His forelimbs lay on the sofa as if he wanted to climb up. However, apart from the strength of his waist, his athletic ability was obviously not good. After failing, he shook his tail in disappointment and suddenly looked at Xianxia. It smelled the scent of love again. It rushed over and hugged Xianxia's calf. The teddy screamed and its small body flew out. Who gave you the courage to *CK me? Xianxia kicked Teddy away. He quickly took off his shoes and climbed onto the sofa. Xianxia suddenly understood why his father was sitting cross-legged on the sofa instead of sitting upright like before. He must be scared of being pestered by the bothersome little demon. Dad, I miss you so much. Qin Baobao hugged her father's arm and leaned her head on his shoulder. The old man glanced at his daughter. What's the matter? Qin Baobao pouted and said, It's nothing. I just miss Dad. Grandpa Sheng knocked her with a chestnut. Humph, you only come home once every half a month. What are you thinking about? You might as well spend the rest of your life with A's. Don't come back. The old man did not give a good face. He was angry in his heart. This pair of children did not miss home at all. They only came back once every 10 days or half a month. They did not understand their lonely parents at all. Qin Baobao, Xianxia, Grandpa Sheng did not know that his words touched the hearts of the siblings. No, I miss you so much. I'm busy with work and can't find time. I have an advertisement to shoot today, but I haven't seen you for so long. No matter how important work is, it's not as important as Dad. Dad is important, more important than Mom. Qin Baobao said coquettishly. Silly girl, Mom doesn't love you, right? Qin Ma came out with a plate of food and placed it on the dining table. She laughed and scolded, Silly girl. The teddy ran over and hugged Qin Ma's leg. Qin Ma did not care. It was probably used to it. After a few steps, it slid down. She walked to the kitchen door, kicked it aside, and closed the door. "How's your company?" Grandpa Xing asked. Xianxia moved half a meter away from his father and sat upright. "It's pretty good. But it's not as profitable as before. It's too complicated to operate with more funds. The stock market has also become rational." As a son, he certainly can't act like a daughter, holding his father's arm and acting coquettishly. He can't even imagine the picture. The bull market is phased. You should also consider expanding the company's business. You can't always do stocks. The focus needs to change. Grandpa Xing pondered for a moment. "I'll send you some information when I get back. It's all related to financial companies." "Oh, Dad, I'll give you an email. You can send it here directly." Xianxia gave Suyu's email to Grandpa Xing. "It's better to give these things to Suyu than to give them to him. The secretary will do the extra work." When the meal was ready, Qin Ma asked everyone to come over and eat. Then she picked up the teddy's neck and threw it into the toilet. "Mom, where did you get the dog? If you keep the dog at home, my sister and I won't come back." Xianxia complained while eating. Qin Baobao bit her chopsticks, and the food in her mouth bulged her white and tender face. She thought that it was a good idea. "This dog belongs to old Xing next door." Qin Ma said. His wife had pancreatitis and was hospitalized. His daughter and son-in-law went to work and had no time to take care of the dog. "Didn't you send it to me?" The older generation of Shanghai people basically stayed at home and were housewives. This generation of Shanghai people, whether men or women, had to work miserably. The social pressure was increasing day by day. They are also very annoyed with this dog. After raising it for more than a year, they have feelings for it and can't bear to throw it away. Qin Ma said, "This little thing is really clingy." Old Xing lived in the house at the end of the corridor. Uncle Xing and Auntie Xing were very kind. Xianxia often went to their house when he was a child and liked to take his sister with him. Because every time his sister went, Uncle Xing and Auntie Xing would take out a few pieces of candy and give them to the sister and brother. "Follow your sister and you will have meat to eat." This was a principle that Xianxia realized when he was a child. Uncle Xing had a daughter who was 1 year older than Qin Bao. She hated Qin Bao because compared to the little princess, she was like a servant girl, a green leaf that accompanied the flowers. 2 years ago, Uncle Zhang's daughter got married. The old couple was bored and went to the amazing Fate pet shop next door to buy a pet. At first glance, they liked the active and lively teddy, and its size was just right. It was too big to drag. The manager of the amazing Fate pet shop was a black-hearted guy. Of course, he couldn't say that teddy wasn't good. He enthusiastically recommended it to them and even gave them a discount. In the end, they only found out what kind of thing teddy was after they bought it. It was lively, but its style was crooked. It would f***ck anything it caught. If there was nothing it could f***ck, it could f***ck the sky, the earth, and the air. The old couple was sick of it. They went to the manager of the pet shop, but the guy still wouldn't return it. He said that 7 days had passed. Uncle Zheng also used to be a young man who sold pancakes with his butt. He felt the same way and couldn't bear to see the pet so hungry. There were many painful things in life, but the most painful thing for a man was that the iron rod was useless. After discussing with his wife, he went to the pet shop again and bought a little bitch. Then, the two teddies had sex from morning to night. Their overlapping figures could be seen all the time in the house, interacting lovingly. After eating too much of this authentic dog food, Uncle Zheng and Auntie Zheng couldn't stand it anymore. Before the 7 days passed, they returned the little bitch. After dinner, Xianxia went to the bathroom and found Teddy mopping. As it mopped, it turned its head to look at him, its small eyes full of innocence. Sigh, it's also pitiful. Xianxia shook his head. Speaking of which, he and Teddy were in the same boat. What use do I have for this iron rod? Xianxia sang and took out his iron rod to pee. With a shiver, he suddenly felt that the world was dull. At the same time, Teddy also quietly shivered and suddenly felt that the world was dull. After the world was dull, Teddy sniffed the mop and left the bathroom with its head down. After dinner, Xianxia washed the dishes in the kitchen, and the old man went to read his financial news. Since his position as the head of the family was threatened, the old man's motivation to study had never been stronger, just like when he was hanging a beam over his head to take the college entrance exam. It was a good thing to want one's son to be successful. Wasn't that what all parents wanted? But the Qin family was a little different. The salted fish raised by the Qin family suddenly turned into a dragon overnight. Qin Ma and the old man still felt that it was incredible when they thought about it. They didn't understand the words of the internet, otherwise, they would have asked suspiciously, "Do you have a PY transaction? Dad, there seems to be a quarrel downstairs. I heard from your mom that a film crew came to our neighborhood to film and had a conflict with one of the owners. Then let the property management kick them out." Sigh, the film crew pays the property management. How can they kick them out? They're trying to mediate now. Oh, what's there to film in our shabby neighborhood? What's wrong with our neighborhood? If it was 10 years ago, it would have been pretty good. They like to film family ethics dramas like our neighborhood. In the living room, Qin Baobao chatted with the old man. Xianxia walked down the long corridor, past his and his sister's room, past his parents' bedroom, and past the bathroom. Suddenly, he heard light footsteps behind him. He turned around and kicked Teddy away. He tiptoed, pushed open the old man's study, slipped in through the crack of the door, and closed the door quietly. Xianxia's habit of keeping a diary was cultivated by the old man. When he was in school when he was a child, the teacher yelled, keep a diary every day. If you don't keep a diary for a day, you will forget it." Then, he treated writing a diary as homework and asked every primary school student to write a diary at home. As for the benefits of writing a diary and why he wrote a diary, Xianxia did not know and did not understand. Later, the old man said, Confucius said, "I reflect on myself 3 times a day. This is the purpose of a diary." At that time, Xianxia was still young. He blinked his innocent eyes and said, "I don't understand." The old man put away his literary illness and said earnestly, "Write down what happens every day in a diary. It's not just simply recording things. You have to write down your own feelings, conclusions, and self-reflection. You have to attach your emotions to the tip of the pen." Xianxia said weakly, "Papa, I still don't understand." The old man sighed and said, "If you are half as smart as Bao Bao, I will wake up laughing in my dreams." Xianxia had never seen the old man's diary, but since he taught him as his son, the old man should also have the habit of keeping a diary. "That's right, I am here to peek at the old man's diary. I want to understand what happened back then, but this kind of thing can't be asked and can't be revealed directly, so peeking at the old man's diary is the best choice." The old man was a cultured person. He had a kind of literary disease in his bones. He liked to keep all kinds of books. Things like diaries, he would definitely keep them. Of course, if Xianxia guessed correctly, the old man probably did not know. However, he could still pry into it through the clues he left behind. Xianxia rummaged through the study, including the bookshelf and the safe, but he could not find the diary. The old man's ability to hide things is first class. "Is there any secret compartment in the study that I don't know?" Xianxia lifted the hand-embroidered landscape painting by Qin Ma hanging on the wall. The wall was very solid, and there were no hidden compartments. At this time, it was a test of his strong memory. It was always like this on TV. When the villain's children discovered their father's secret, they would search for evidence in the study but find nothing. Just when they were anxious, they would have a magical flash of inspiration and remember something from their childhood. Then, they would be enlightened and discover their father's secret. Nothing was found. The plot of the TV series was indeed unreliable, and the memory of a person was also unreliable. When he was a child, he was most afraid of 2 things, the fear of being controlled by his father's large magical weapon, and the shame of being locked up in the study to reflect on his mistakes. In his memory, other than this wall, he didn't have any impression of anything else. At this time, Xianxia picked up the blue book on the upper right corner of the desk and opened it. Friday, December 15, 2017. Weather clear. Xianxia's liver hurt. "I spent so much effort looking for you, but you were just lying quietly on the table. What happened to your dignity as a diary?" The old man's heart was really big. How could he just leave the diary on the desk like that? Looking at the date, this diary was written yesterday. It obviously had no reference value, but Xianxia couldn't help but flip through it. Sneaking a peek at his father's diary was really exciting. It wasn't any less exciting than his own sister. The fluctuation of the stock market has been a little high recently. There are a lot of leveraged funds leaving the market, and a lot of them entering the market. This is a ticking time bomb. Today, little Lon asked me how the stock market was doing, and I said it was very good. Actually, I've lost tens of thousands in the past few days. But I can't say it. My son is earning money every day, but I'm losing so much. It'll be embarrassing if I say it out loud. I'll ask him for shares another day. The ask him for shares another day part was very flirtatious. The old man's diary was unexpectedly interesting. It even revealed his flirtatious heart. Xianxia resisted the urge to continue flipping through the diary. It was more important to get down to business. If the old man came in from outside and bumped into them, even if his sister begged for mercy, he wouldn't be able to escape a beating. This diary was written this year and last year. He wondered if there were any more notebooks from more than 20 years ago. Fortunately, there were indeed some. The blue diary was placed on a bookcase. It was the kind of bookcase that was similar to the hardcover editions of the 4 great classical novels. There were a few diaries inside. They were of different thickness. Some had black covers, some had purple covers, some had white covers. Some were new, some were old. Xianxia pulled out a yellow diary from the bottom. Although the old man had taken care of it carefully, the years had left obvious traces on it. The leather had faded and yellowed, and it could be torn to pieces with just a little force. He flipped open the diary to take a look. No, the date on the first page was 1999. At that time, not to mention Qin Baobao, Xianxia was already 2 or 3 years old. He switched to another one and flipped it open. The date on the first page was 1992, February 3rd, holding an oil paper umbrella, alone, wandering in the long, and lonely alley in the rain, I hope to meet a girl like Lilac, with sorrow and resentment. Today, I met a girl, she didn't have any sorrow or resentment. Her voice was soft, her eyes were gentle, and she exuded a refreshing aura like lilac. I fell in love with her. The next time we meet, I'll give her this poem. I'll wait at the factory entrance. February 20th, the first time I asked her out to play, I rode a bicycle and took her to lie in the early spring sunlight. I was a little cold, and my nose was running. The radio by the roadside was singing a song, "Thank you for this new era of free love, thank you for God." Xianxia imagined that scene. The young old man was wearing 90s clothes, a pair of liberation shoes, and riding a black bicycle. On the back seat was Qin Ma with 2 ponytails and a floral cotton-padded jacket. They shuttled through the cheerful atmosphere of reform and opening up, singing in his ears, "The East is red, the sun rises." At that time, the old man must have felt that he was a handsome rich second generation who drove a BMW to pick up girls, right? April 18th, I bumped into her younger brother at the entrance of the factory. He was a little pervert who dared to yell at me. I slapped him. Xiao Lan had a big fight with me and brought her younger brother into the factory. I was very sad. April 30th, her family knows that I'm in a relationship with her. I heard that my future father-in-law doesn't like me. I know that he looks down on me. He's a leader in the factory, and my father is just a poor teacher. Of course, it was her brother who told me this. I was very angry, so I slapped him again. That little pervert is so handsome, so hateful. Xianxia, no wonder the relationship between uncle and dad was not good. May 28th, today is a day worth remembering. Little Lon and I have done the deed of husband and wife. It feels very good. This lilac-like girl is the girl I'll like for the rest of my life. I suddenly thought of 2 poems that should be memorized. The silver vase suddenly broke, the water splashed, the iron cavalry rushed out, the sound of swords and spears, the flower path has not been swept by the guest, the door is opened for you. Reading up to this point, Xianxia suddenly felt a chill down his spine, and his hair stood on end. If he was caught by the old man, the consequences would be unimaginable. Also, I have to praise the old man for being a cultured person. I can't even understand these poems. After studying classical Chinese for so many years, he only remembered one sentence: the love of chrysanthemum is rarely heard after the pottery. After memorizing so many poems for so many years, he did not remember much. There was only one paragraph: the spring tide brings rain at night, the boat is unmanned in the wild. He continued reading, June 1st. Today, I brought a gift to see my father-in-law, but he kicked me out. I felt embarrassed and had a big fight. I said angrily, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Don't bully the young for being poor. He left in a huff. June 16th, I haven't seen her for a long time, and I miss her very much. She must miss me too. I asked a friend to send a letter to her, and we met at night. We whispered sweet nothings to each other. After that, little Lan told me that she was pregnant. September 20th, little Lan's pregnancy gradually became obvious. After discussing it with my father, he brought me to the Su family to propose marriage. My father and the Su family quarreled and almost fought, but the marriage was settled smoothly. She was very happy, and so was my father. That night, we got drunk. My father said that he hoped that little Lan would give the Qin family a fat grandson. So that's how my sister came about? What about me? How did I come about? Xianxia was dumbfounded. May 1993, my daughter was born, but I went to the capital to study and did not see her birth. I felt guilty toward little Lan and her mother. My father called me to tell me that they were safe and sound. But my father sighed, and I knew the reason. He wanted a grandson. Reading up to this point, Xianxia's heart thumped a few times. He skipped this book and searched for it in other books. He and his sister were more than 2 years apart, almost 3 years apart. Then, if there was a record in the diary, it should be at least 2 years later. He found it. November 1994, little Lan is pregnant. I told my father the news, and my father was very comforted. He held my hand and said, "You are the eldest in the family and my only son. I can't figure it out all these years. The Qin family needs a leader so that my father can live a stable life in the future. When this child is born, regardless of whether it's a boy or a girl, my father is satisfied." I patted his hand and said, "Don't worry." June. I discussed it with little Lan and planned to let her go to the countryside to nurture the baby and give birth. Her belly was already showing, and she couldn't stay in Shanghai anymore. Little Lan asked me if I wanted a child too. I looked at her and didn't say anything, but I knew in my heart that I did. Xianxia was very melancholic and wanted to smoke. I'm still an embryo, and the country can't tolerate me anymore. September. There's still more than a month before she gives birth. I'm very nervous. Because of work, I can only stay in Zhejiang province for 2 days a week to accompany her. Fortunately, Su Guang is with her the rest of the time. October. The child is born. It's a boy. Su Guang called to tell me. The excitement in my heart is indescribable. At that time, my father was seriously ill in bed and stayed in the hospital to take care of him. When my children were born, I couldn't be by little Lan's side. I feel guilty. This time, Xianxia didn't understand. He didn't need to ask Yuan Feng to know that something was wrong. But looking at the old master's diary, he couldn't tell who the child his mother was talking about was. As expected, his father was the dumbest. He didn't know anything. November. Bring Ace back to Shanghai and naturalize him. Fine him 30,000 yuan. My heart hurts so much that I can't breathe. In the future, I will whip him and teach him to be a talent. Only then will I not let down the pain now. Xianxia, is this the reason why you beat me up for so many years? I'm so tired. I'm really not your biological son. Suddenly, the door lock clicked. Someone twisted the handle outside and opened the door. Xianxia. Sigma, Qianxia's little heart stopped beating. He felt as if a cold snake had crawled over his back. His breathing stopped subconsciously, and his bladder hurt. 2. Sum it up, he was so scared that he peed his pants. If he was caught by his father in this situation, he would definitely die a horrible death. It would be worse than rubbing his sister on the bed. There were so many private things in the diary, including his father's flirtatious thoughts when he was young, and there were also a few particularly appropriate lines of poetry. If his son peeked at such a private thing, he would definitely break his legs. Sigh, why do I keep thinking about breaking my legs? At this moment, countless thoughts flashed through Xianxia's mind. He planned a way for himself to survive. Use the system to erase his father's memory? The low-level system obviously didn't have such a function. Do it like a primary school student who wore glasses and gave Uncle Maori a shot of anesthesia. Even the low-level system didn't have such a tool. What should I use to save myself? Could it be that he had to learn from Emperor Taizong of Tang and do it? Shimon kneels down and sucks on the breast, mourning for a long time. The door to the study opened. There was a small gap in the door, and a head poked in. It was a charming and beautiful face that could topple countries. Her eyes were as bright as stars. She turned around and whispered, "Little pervert, why are you sneaking around in Dad's study?" Xianxia, he felt as if his body had been emptied. Suddenly, he thought of a saying, "Fortune is a tender person. Fate is truly a tormenting little fairy. Come here, I'll definitely beat you to death." Xianxia waved at his troublesome sister. Qin Baobao entered the study, closed the door, and skipped over. "Oh, you peeked at Dad's diary. I'm going to tell on you." There seemed to be a flash of light in his sister's eyes. "Nonsense, I was just casually flipping through it. I didn't even know that this was Dad's diary." Xianxia flatly denied. He gave his sister's waist a finger tap. "Are you trying to scare me to death?" Qin Baobao let out a low cry. She covered her waist and said angrily, "It's good that you were scared to death. Then why did you enter Dad's study?" I. Xianxia was speechless. "Can't I come in to look at the scenery?" The elder sister smiled slyly. "Sure, I'm also here to enjoy the scenery." She sat on the desk and opened the diary. Xianxia was shocked. "It's wrong to peek at a diary." He reached out to grab it. The elder sister knew that she couldn't snatch it from Xianxia, so she clamped her legs around Xianxia's waist and laid down on the table. Then, she raised her hands high above her head and tilted her head 90 degrees to read the diary. "It's not good for you to do this. You're invading Dad's privacy. Be good, give it to me." Xianxia rushed over to grab it. His whole body was almost on top of his sister. "You're the only one allowed to violate her, but I'm not allowed to violate her." "I don't care, I want to read it." Qin Baobao wriggled her body and parried him. She lay on the table. When she wriggled her body, a certain part of her body shook violently. Xianxia didn't dare to really lay on top of his sister. He tried a few times but failed. He felt a little uncomfortable with his waist being clamped between her legs. The elder sister's body was too domineering. He accidentally straightened up. Okay. I won't snatch it." "Let go of your legs, let go." Xianxia's voice was a little strange. "I won't let go. If I let go, you'll snatch my diary." "Haha, you're an overborn bum. When you were born, Dad wasn't around. Only Uncle was with Mom." Qin Baobao giggled. Perhaps it was because of the thick winter clothes, or because her attention was on the diary. She didn't notice Xianxia's abnormality at first. She continued to wriggle her body happily and read the diary. "Haha. 30,000 yuan fine. So Dad didn't like you since you were young? Ha ha ha. It's a miracle that you're still alive. It's because of Grandpa's connections that you're registered. Otherwise, you'd be an illegal resident." The family planning policy back then was extremely strict. For those who had experienced it, it was a nightmare that they didn't want to recall. Once they recalled it, they would be taken care of by the great god Xianxia. At this point, the elder sister's voice stopped abruptly. She also noticed that something was wrong. That secret was a tacit understanding between the siblings. If Xianxia could think of it, the intelligent elder sister would definitely think of it as well. Her smile gradually faded. Her charming face was expressionless, like a lifeless paper flower. Her eyelashes trembled. Is there a diary from when I was born?" Xianxia sighed. "Yes. When you were born, Dad wasn't around either. After you were born, Grandpa called Dad to tell him that you were safe. Grandpa was very sorry that you were a girl, not a boy." Qin Baobao's delicate brows were tightly knitted. She was thinking and silent. She tried to deduce the truth from the clues, but to no avail. From the diary, there was nothing unusual at all. The elder sister couldn't help but think of Qin Zai's previous lament. Dad doesn't know anything? 3 seconds of silence for Dad. Then the only way to figure out the matter between me and my younger brother is to have a showdown with Mom? Or find the man written in my younger brother's diary, the man who met Mom at the Rainbow Bridge. But according to my younger brother's diary, that man looks unfamiliar. I've never seen him before. Where can I find him? There are so many people in China. We lack everything, but we don't lack people. After calming down, Qin Baobao finally noticed that something was wrong. There was a murderous aura between her younger brother's legs. This murderous aura was so strong that it interrupted Qin Baobao's thoughts, causing her mind to be in a mess. She raised her head and looked down. Then, her sister's face turned red. It gradually turned red, the kind that was bright and alluring. I told you to loosen your legs, but you didn't, Qin Zai said awkwardly. My, isn't just for decoration. Disgusting. Qin Baobao scolded with a red face. Gotcha. The door of the study opened with a crisp sound. Then, the doorknob was twisted. Someone was about to enter. Qin Zai. Sigma, Qin Baobao, degree, I'm done for. Qin Zai was so scared that he almost peed his pants. The person who came in earlier might have been his elder sister. Now, his elder sister was in the study. There was no one else in the house except for Dad and Mom. In other words, the person who came in was either Dad or Mom. The siblings felt like their livers were about to explode. They had never felt so hopeless in their lives. Their lives had never been so exciting. Qin Zai's heart was filled with sorrow. In the end, he could not escape from shimmin kneels and sucks on the breast, mourning for a long time. Qin Baobao should have loosened her legs. However, if she did, her younger brother's murderous aura would not be between her legs. Instead, it would be naked in front of Dad. This was not a chicken dinner, but a knife dinner. Baobao was mentally exhausted. Baobao did not know how to choose. Qin Zai glanced at his elder sister's beautiful, watery eyes. Qin Baobao glanced at her younger brother's deep eyes. Qin Zai, sister, save me. Qin Baobao, brother, save me. Qin Zai, don't loosen your legs. I'll take care of the diary. Qin Baobao, hum. The elder sister exerted strength in her legs and hooked her younger brother. Qin Zai, hey, I can't suppress my murderous aura if you keep doing this. Let go of your legs. Qin Baobao, got it. Her long legs loosened slightly. The old man opened the door and walked in. The scene in the study stunned him. It was an eyesore. The old man was stunned for a long time. His daughter was lying on his beloved desk, which was worth tens of thousands of yuan. She was holding a book and rocking it back and forth. Her legs were still clamped around her brother's waist. His son was lying on his daughter's body and was moving vigorously. His daughter said loudly, no. She was resisting with all her might. Ah. Oh my God. A surge of energy surged from the old man's body. His blood was boiling. Wait. It looked like they were fighting for something. That thing looked very familiar. What are you doing? The old man shouted angrily. The brother and sister trembled and looked over at the same time. Their faces were full of fear. This was definitely not an act. Dad, he wanted to peek at your diary. I held him down for you. Qin Baobao accused her brother loudly. Dad, I didn't look at it. I just happened to pick it up. Then Sis came in. Qin Zai said, I was afraid that she would look at it, so I kept trying to grab it. Although he was mentally prepared, the moment his father pushed the door open, his heart still skipped a beat. Then, he restrained his killing intent and calmed down a lot. The only question was, would this stimulation leave any terrible side effects in the future? Nonsense. I didn't want to look at the diary. I was afraid that you would peek. Qin Baobao's face was still a bit red. Her legs were still clamped around her brother's waist. Oh, then I might have misunderstood you. We didn't mean to look at the diary. Xianxia's waist was still pressed against his sister's. The old man stood at the door, the corner of his mouth twitching. Then put the diary back, Xianxia said. If I put it back, what if you peek again? I won't put it back, Qin Baobao said. Put it back. I won't put it back. The brother and sister talked nonsense, trying to buy time. Then, they exchanged glances. Why is your killing intent still not cooling down? Sis can't act anymore. How would I know? I can't control it. Humph, it's all your fault for having such disgusting thoughts. Annoying. It's all your fault for having such a domineering body. You little devil. The old man's mouth twitched. His daughter and son's posture was too much for his eyes. Xianxia said loudly, Dad, don't misunderstand, yes, I really didn't peek at the diary. Before he could finish his sentence, Old Master Li had already sliced his scalp off. Qin Baobao was so scared that she quickly sat up and threw the diary on the table. She acted like a spoiled child and said, Dad, the little red guy didn't have a chance to read it. When I came in, he just picked it up. As she spoke, she hugged the old man's arm, giving her younger brother a chance to shrink his waist and adjust. How old are you? You even fooled around with your younger brother. The old man poked her head, and then his eyes fell on the diary. Using the rhetoric of martial arts novels, the old man's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of needles, the hair on his back stood up, the breath in his dantian surged, and his heart trembled. If he remembered correctly, this diary was a diary from many, many years ago. It was placed at the bottom. Now that the diary at the bottom had been searched, who would believe that he hadn't read the diary at the front? I'm not a university professor if I believe you. The old man exploded. He felt that all his little secrets had been spied on by his son. When a cultured person flew into a rage out of humiliation, it was even more terrifying. At this moment, he had never felt such a strong urge to clean up his house. I'll beat you to death, you little red guy. The old man took out his belt and whipped Xianxia hard. Who taught you to be so sneaky? Are you trying to rebel? He got beaten again. Xianxia bared his teeth and didn't dodge. He let his father whip him with the belt, just like how he used to be beaten by a feather duster. He was no longer the child he used to be, but when his father taught him a lesson, he still subconsciously stood at attention. When he was in middle school, he also thought that if this man hit him again, he would beat him back. However, it was just a thought. He didn't dare to hit his father. Today, he was in the wrong. He had peeked at the old man's diary and exposed his little secret. Anyone would be furious. Besides, compared to being found out by the old man that he had exposed his murderous intent to his sister, being beaten up for peeking at the diary seemed easier. Dad, don't hit him. Qin Baobao went forward and hugged the old man's arm to prevent him from hitting her brother. Her beautiful face was filled with anxiety and heartache. If you don't hit him, he'll rebel. The old man was flustered. Anyone would be flustered. Xianxia thought, you're indeed taking this opportunity to take revenge on me for taking away your position as the head of the family. Mom is mine, and so is sister. I won't let you hit him. Qin Baobao screamed. Qin Ma, who had heard the commotion, happened to hear this. Mother Qin stood at the door in a daze. The scene in front of her was so thrilling that she felt her soul being shaken. The father took out his belt and pretended to hit his son. The son stood at attention without saying a word. However, there was stubbornness and a hint of disdain in his eyes. The panicked and helpless beautiful daughter hugged her father's hand that was holding the belt and shouted, I won't let you hit him. I won't let you hit him. I won't let you hit him. Qin Ma, who had watched a lot of family dramas over the years, instantly filled up all kinds of melodramatic plots in her mind. Could it be, had the two of them finally taken that step? Old Qin caught them red-handed. What should I do? Should I confess? Should I tell the truth? Otherwise, my son will be beaten to death. Life is so hopeless. Qin Ma's body swayed and she lost her balance. She leaned against the door and tears of sorrow flowed down her face. Oh, why is Mom crying? Xianxia was facing the door and was the first to see his mother crying. He was startled and hurried over to comfort her. Mother Qin grabbed her son's hand and was overcome with grief. Suddenly, she heard her daughter's voice. Dad, look, look. I only took a few glances at the diary and you're hitting me. You're hurting me so much that I'm crying. Qin Ma? Diary? Qin Ma looked at her son. Xianxia nodded. Mom, don't cry. I'm thick-skinned. It's okay. Qin Ma looked at her husband again. The old man said angrily, this grandson. Oh no, this kid sneaked into the study and peeped at my diary. I'll beat him to death. So it was just a diary, the world suddenly became beautiful and life was no longer hopeless. Qin Ma wiped her tears and said, sneaky. Who taught you to peep at Dad's diary? She looked at her husband again. Don't hit him so hard. There's not enough food at home. There's nothing Bao Bao and A's like. I'll go out and have a look. Qin Ma turned around and walked away. The family of 3? Xianxia thought to himself, Mom. Isn't she crying because I was beaten up? Qin Bao Bao thought, what's going on? Is Mom finally going through menopause? The old man thought, is Xiao Lan being sarcastic? If I hit her again, will she sleep in the living room tonight? The 3 of them were confused. I'll teach you a lesson later. The old man pointed at Xianxia and kept the diary. Get out now. The siblings slipped out of the study. They felt that from now on, there would be something called a hidden compartment in the study. Host, your mom's mental fluctuations are very intense. The system suddenly said. Your mom's mental fluctuations are intense. Xianxia didn't react. He subconsciously retorted, wait, you said my mom's mental fluctuations are intense. Yes. The system said, the intensity is not weaker than the host just now. Mom's emotional fluctuations? She was very calm just now. She didn't feel sorry for her son at all. I don't want my mom anymore. I only want my sister. A good mom and dad are not as good as a big sister who can kiss me. If you can read my mother's brain waves, then can you analyze her thoughts? It's like reading her mind. Xianxia asked in his heart. Sorry, I can't. The system doesn't have a language conversion function. The system said regretfully. It's okay. I'm already mentally prepared. Xianxia comforted. That's strange. I was frightened just now. Frightened that I might lose my life. No matter how much Mom loves me, she wouldn't be so frightened when she saw me being hit. What's the reason? Xianxia's eyes lit up. Could it be that his dad's diary was hiding some unknown secret? The scene just now replayed in his mind frame by frame. Mom's heartbroken tears. Mom's sigh of relief when she heard about the diary. Mom turned around and left. Her light footsteps. There was also her father's angry expression as he waved the whip, his trembling cheeks revealing his anger. Her sister's panic as she hugged her father's arm, her delicate brows furrowed in distress, and her sister shouting, I won't allow you to hit him. This was definitely her true feelings. Idagawa Xianxia thought that he had figured out the truth after careful and high-speed brain waves. He stopped abruptly. His eyes flashed with fear. Mom must have noticed that something was wrong with him and his sister. The system said, yes. It's the intense brain waves that the host is experiencing now. Ouch. Sister bumped into him. She staggered a few steps back. The fat on her chest shook. Why did you suddenly stop? Sister hit him angrily. Suddenly stopped, but I won't do it. Xianxia swallowed. I suddenly felt weak in my legs. At the end of the corridor, Teddy was happily licking the table leg. It turned its head and saw Qin Bao Bao. It seemed to smell the scent of love again. Its black button-like eyes were shining. Teddy moved out. Teddy rushed over at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour. Teddy launched an attack on Qin Bao Bao's thigh. Teddy flew out. What kind of dog is that pet shop raising? It's so horny. Xianxia took back his foot. I've never seen anyone else's Teddy like this. Qin Bao Bao took out her phone to check. That pet shop is quite famous. But the owner seems to be single. No wonder his dog is like this. Teddy launched another attack. Qin Bao Bao flashed behind her brother. Xianxia kicked it again. After walking through the long corridor, Xianxia and his sister sat cross-legged on the sofa. Teddy anxiously turned around a few times and ran back to licking the table leg. Xianxia was deep in thought. He and his sister were already very careful. They never kissed each other or had sex at home. Oh, he spanked his sister's butt. Even Sister Ziwei, who lived with them day and night, was still in the dark. Why did Mom know? From a normal parent's point of view, he and his sister were clearly a pair of loving siblings. Look, Dad didn't know anything at all. Could it be that a pervert saw something perverted? Bah, that's not right to describe Mom. Anyway, Mom must have a guilty conscience. There was another question. Was the other child mine or his sister's? In fact, a paternity test would be enough. His sister could have sex with him and would know immediately. But these days, everything was formal. A paternity test couldn't be done as he wished. All kinds of evidence had to be complete, and the parents had to be present. This was no different from a direct showdown. At that time, his sister couldn't have sex with him. This small family would definitely be in trouble. It was urgent. This neighborhood was neither old nor new, but the overall layout was very imposing. It was not as flashy and fashionable as the new neighborhoods, nor as old as the old ones. The greenery was done very well, and the structure of the houses was also grand. It was the kind of neighborhood that the locals liked. Yesterday, a film crew came to the neighborhood. It was not a rare thing, and it was not the first time. A few years ago, a very popular family ethics drama was filmed in this neighborhood. In the drama, the parents of the male lead lived in this neighborhood. This time, the film crew was followed by a few big stars. The uncles and aunties in the neighborhood looked around excitedly for a while, but soon dispersed. The older generation did not chase after stars, and they were purely there to join in the fun. Moreover, there was also a big star in the neighborhood. The daughter of the Qin family was very famous. The few female stars in the film crew were far inferior to her. In the morning, the film crew had a conflict with a property owner in the neighborhood. Although most of the scenes were filmed indoors, there were definitely scenes in the neighborhood. However, one of the property owners happened to be renovating, which hindered the film crew's filming. The two parties had a dispute in the neighborhood. It was the scene that Qin Zhe and Qin Baobao saw when they came in. After the property management mediated, the film crew spent some money, and the property owner agreed to renovate another day. At this time, there was a visiting reporter outside the neighborhood interviewing the property owners one by one. A well-dressed woman in her early 30s was followed by an uncle carrying a camera. It was a very standard configuration. It seemed that there should be a big shot in the film crew. "Hello, can I do a simple interview?" The woman caught an auntie wandering in the neighborhood. Usually, entertainment reporters would only interview the film crew. They would not look for the bored bystanders. However, today, the film crew had a slight conflict with the property owner, and this matter could be written another article. Therefore, after leaving the film crew, she conveniently interviewed the bystanders. Yes, yes. The auntie spoke in Mandarin with a local accent, and her face was full of a reserved smile. Just now, the film crew had a conflict with the property owner in our neighborhood, right? What do you think about it? After the woman finished speaking, she put the microphone in front of the auntie. Just to join in the fun. It's rare to have a film crew. Everyone, don't be too curious. The auntie stuttered. Everyone would be very nervous in front of a microphone or in an eye-catching situation. The female entertainment reporter was a little disappointed. She wanted to hear a sharper answer, so she said, "Will it cause any trouble for you? For example, if it's inconvenient for you to travel, or if fans come over and cause inconvenience in your life?" "No, no." The middle-aged woman waved her hands and smiled brightly. "Didn't someone come to film a few years ago? They left after a few days. Many people came to watch the show." The auntie thought for a moment. "We have a celebrity in our neighborhood." The female reporter was stunned. She thought to herself, "What do you mean? There are celebrities in your neighborhood too?" She searched her memory for a moment, but she could not remember any celebrities living in this neighborhood. There were only a few A-list and B-list celebrities living in Shanghai. Moreover, a celebrity of that status wouldn't live in such an old neighborhood. Perhaps she was a C or D-list celebrity. Which celebrity lives here? The female reporter asked. At the mention of this question, the woman seemed very happy. She said, that old Chin in Unit 2 of Block 9, an old man carrying a baby came out from the unit next door and complained loudly, "You've been crying non-stop. Maybe you pooped. Come back and change your diapers." He spoke in Shanghai dialect, and the female reporter could only understand half of it. The auntie hurriedly said, "I'm going to change my granddaughter's diapers." She smiled embarrassedly at the camera, greeted her husband, took her granddaughter, and entered the unit together. Halfway through her sentence, the entertainment reporter was very anxious. She looked around and fixed her eyes on another auntie. This auntie's grocery bag was broken, and apples were rolling all over the floor. She was bending down to pick them up one by one. Her other hand was holding her phone, and she was making a call. The female reporter walked over and bent down to help pick up the apples and a few bags of vegetables. But the rope was broken, and the auntie could only hold it with difficulty. "Mom is downstairs. The bag is broken. Help me get a new bag down." "Yes, there's a new bag in the second cupboard in the kitchen." "Thank you." The auntie hung up and said with a smile. She looked at the female reporter and the man holding the small camera. "Are you filming TV?" she asked. Just by looking at her appearance, one could only guess that she was in her 40s or 50s. She took good care of herself and did not have the puffy eye circles of an ordinary auntie. The crow's feet at the corner of her eyes added some charm to her. "A very beautiful auntie. We're here to visit the set," from Beluga Entertainment Weekly. The female reporter said, "Can we interview you for a few questions?" The auntie smiled and said, "Go ahead." The female reporter asked the same question again. The auntie's answer was very well behaved and harmonious. She did not complain or complain. The female reporter thought to herself that the editor's article was probably useless. It was a waste. Then she asked, "I just heard from an auntie that there's a celebrity living here. Is it true?" She was just asking casually. Anyway, even if there was, it was not a very famous artist. She might not even be considered a celebrity. The general public often mixed the concepts of celebrities, and internet celebrities. When the beautiful auntie heard this, she fell silent and hesitated. "Is it inconvenient to say?" the female reporter asked. "If you broadcast it, will there be paparazzi waiting here every day?" "What if someone knocks on the door and asks for an autograph?" the auntie said hesitantly. The female reporter was speechless. What was this? It was hard to say whether the paparazzi would be waiting or not. Knocking on the door and asking for an autograph was too funny. "I didn't ask you where the celebrity lived. Moreover, which one of the A-list or B-list big shots did not have paparazzi waiting for them?" No, don't worry," the female reporter said. If there was a celebrity living in this area, the editor could add a few hundred more words when writing the article. "It should be my daughter," the beautiful auntie said. "But I'm not sure if my son is considered a celebrity. I heard that he's quite popular." The female reporter was speechless. Did she hear wrongly? She could understand every word the auntie said, but why did she feel that she did not understand at all? The female reporter asked, "Your daughter is a celebrity?" The female reporter was in disbelief. "Oh, my daughter and son," the auntie looked over the female reporter's shoulder and behind them and said happily. The female reporter subconsciously turned her head to look. The man holding the small camera also turned around and turned the lens. A young couple walked over. The man was about 1.8 meters tall and looked very handsome. He had short hair and was wearing a black leather jacket, dark-colored casual pants, and sneakers. The young woman held his arm. She was wearing a light blue down jacket and a pair of tight pencil pants. Her long legs were straight and well-proportioned, paired with a pair of white snow boots. The woman was wearing sunglasses. The female reporter, who was slightly short-sighted, could not see clearly, but the man looked very familiar. "Xianxia," the female reporter stammered. As a qualified entertainment reporter, it was impossible for her not to recognize Xianxia. This Xianxia, even though he was not from the entertainment industry, was more famous and exposed than some small celebrities. Not even ordinary third-rate celebrities could compare to him. Just his title of fast shooter was already well known. Then the woman beside him was undoubtedly Qin Baobao, the sister was awesome, and so was the brother. The combination of the siblings was even more awesome. The female reporter ran over excitedly. Miss Qin, hello. Qin Baobao frowned. Qin Zhe blinked. Hello, you are? I'm a reporter from Platinum Entertainment Weekly, Li Ru. The female reporter was so excited that her face was red. Can I do a simple interview with you? The female reporter was wearing an office lady's suit. She had a good figure and was between 25 and 30 years old. As long as a woman of this age knew how to dress up, she would exude a mature charm. Qin Zhe did not have any complicated thoughts and looked at her a few more times. His arm was secretly pinched by his sister. How ruthless. Qin Baobao was not a magnanimous woman. She had a small temper and was also very narrow-minded. She was gracious and well-educated outside, and it was not an act. The main reason was that there were not many people outside who were worth her being calculative and throwing a tantrum. His sister's world was not big, and Qin Zhe occupied a large part of it. She regarded her brother as especially important. Qin Zhe hated all the flirtatious sluts who threw flirtatious glances at Qin Bao. Similarly, she did not like Qin Zhe staring at other women. I can, but it's not convenient for my sister, Qin Zhe said. Then, thank you. The female reporter nodded. Do you live here? My parents live here. May I ask what the recent work schedule of Tianfeng Entertainment is? There are no special plans for now. When is Qin Baobao's next album? Wait until next year. Does Qin Baobao have a boyfriend? You said you would only answer my questions. Do you have a girlfriend? Qin Zhe looked at his sister and shook his head. No. The female reporter asked a few more questions and left in satisfaction. This content was enough for an editor to write 2,000 words. Today's task was more than completed. Entertainment reporters like them ran around every day. In fact, the things they took might not necessarily be published as articles. However, if they were liked and published as entertainment news, they would get a commission. She could cut today's things into 2 news articles. One article would become 2 articles, and she would have an extra income. Qin Ma carried the grocery bags and walked over in small steps. Is it okay? Will someone come and knock on the door? Or paparazzi in the neighborhood? As she spoke, Qin Ma glanced at her daughter's hand that was hugging her son's arm. Her liver hurt. Which family's daughter hugged her brother's arm like this all day? She was too embarrassed to say it. They won't. The paparazzi are waiting at my place. It doesn't matter. I don't have a boyfriend. They can take whatever photos they want. Qin Baobao sensed her mother's gaze. She calmly let go of her mother and ran her fingers through her hair. Mom, let me do it. Qin Zhe took the vegetables and fruits from his mother's hands. They were quite heavy. After returning home, Qin Ma washed the apples, cut them into pieces, inserted toothpicks into them, and brought them to the living room. On the way, Teddy was pestering her calf. Mom, this dog is so annoying. Let me tell you, hurry up and send it away. Qin Baobao frowned. Wait for your Aunt Xing to be discharged, Qin Ma said helplessly. Pancreatitis is very torturous. At least 10 days to half a month. In serious cases, it can be months, Qin Zhe said. No way? Qin Ma was stunned. She searched on her phone and said gloomily, it's true. Then we won't come back this month. Qin Baobao's voice was tinged with a little happiness. I'll pretend that I never gave birth to you. Qin Ma said angrily. Then she changed the topic. By the way, the movie you made is going to be released. Is it today or tomorrow? Qin Baobao and Qin Zhe looked at each other and thought, it's finally here. Today. Qin Bao pretended to be relaxed. Mom, there's nothing to see. I'm not the lead. I'm just a guest star. Ace is the lead. I heard from your dad. Qin Ma smiled. It's my son's first movie. Of course, I have to watch it. Of course not. Qin Zhe said. Why? I don't have any acting skills. Mom, you don't know. I'm the kind of awkward little fresh meat with no acting skills. It's a trashy movie for fun. There's nothing to see. There will be people in the theater who will scold me for my bad acting skills. You'll feel uncomfortable when you hear that, right? Xianxia said. The director would cry if he heard that. The movie that he worked so hard to prepare for 2 years became a trashy movie for no reason. It's okay. Bao Bao, I didn't feel angry when you scolded me a while ago. Can it be worse than scolding her? Ma didn't care. It was the absolute truth. Some time ago, when the old master was looking at the computer and scrolling through Weibo, Ma was calm and collected. Her mental fortitude was off the charts. Xianxia wanted to say more, but his sister nudged him with her foot and signaled him to shut up. Bao Bao took out her phone and poked at the screen with her slender fingers. Mom, let me check for you. There should still be tickets for tonight. If it were an ordinary parent, Bao Bao would definitely say, oh, there are no tickets. What a pity. However, this lie could fool Ma, but it couldn't fool the old master. Moreover, Ma just didn't like to use the internet. It didn't mean that she didn't know how to use it. After all, Ma had a high school education. If it wasn't for the fact that she didn't have the heart to study, she might have been able to go to university. University in that era, TSK. Bao Bao poked and poked at the screen. Suddenly, she said, oh, Mom, my stomach hurts. Then, her sister threw the phone away and held her stomach. Looking at her round buttocks, she moaned painfully on the sofa. What's wrong? Menstrual cramps again? Ma was shocked. She hugged her daughter and frowned. Did you eat something bad these few days? Bao Bao buried her head in her mother's arms and whimpered, maybe I ate something bad. It hurts, sob sob sob. She peeked out an eye and blinked at her brother. Only then did Xianxia know that his sister was faking her illness. He was scared out of his wits just now and subconsciously wanted to hug her. Fortunately, he restrained himself. His mother was still standing there. His sister was really good at acting and scheming. Shall I take you to the hospital? Ma was anxious. No need. I'll go to the hospital if my stomach hurts. It's not that pretentious. Ouch. Bao Bao said painfully. Then I'll take you back to your room to rest. No, I'm sleeping in your arms. I'm your obedient Bao Bao. Bao Bao did not forget to act coquettishly. Ma was distressed and gratified. My scheming girl is really something. It's better to lie in bed if your stomach hurts. Ma helped her daughter back to her room and rubbed her stomach for a long time. Bao Bao said that it was much better, but she did not dare to say that it didn't hurt anymore. She had to act until night time. Mom, how's sister? Xianxia nibbled on an apple and pretended to be concerned. She's much better. You said that she ate something bad, but she doesn't have diarrhea or vomiting. I think it's better to go to the hospital for a checkup. Ma was worried. She's not a doll. She's not that pretentious. She'll be fine after a while. Ma hit her son. I'll go check on her. Xianxia nibbled on an apple and slipped into his sister's room. She was sitting on the bed playing with her mobile phone and subconsciously wanted to shrink into the quilt. When she saw that it was Xianxia who came in, she rolled her eyes. Smart. Xianxia sat on the bed and gave her a thumbs up. Help me get an apple. Don't just eat by yourself. Bao Bao pushed him. You have a stomachache. Why are you eating an apple? Xianxia handed her half an apple. Eat mine. Bao Bao gnawed on the half apple like a rabbit gnawing on a carrot. Soon, she finished the apple. His sister hugged Xianxia's neck from behind and breathed in his ear. Stomachache. Aze, can you rub your sister's stomach? Xianxia was unmoved. His sister lowered her voice as if she was doing something shameful. Take off your clothes and rub them. Xianxia still ignored her. Hey! She shouted unhappily. I want you to pretend to have a stomachache. You can't pretend for 2 days. Otherwise, Mom and Dad will force you to go to the hospital, Xianxia said. Why are you thinking so much? Bao Bao smiled sweetly. She was as charming as she could be. Big sister is rubbing your tummy. Do you want to come? Xianxia gritted his teeth. This torturous soy milk machine. Is it very exciting to step on a tightrope? Xianxia said angrily. Believe it or not, I'll reward you. Qin Baobao covered her buttocks and looked at him warily. Then, will you pretend to have a stomachache tomorrow? It's useless for me to pretend. Besides, we'll take turns to have stomachaches. Mom is not a fool. Oh, why are you thinking so much? Talk to your sister. Qin Baobao pulled the quilt and covered herself and her brother. Of course, they were just talking. Xianxia was used to chatting with his sister under the quilt. They chatted for a while under the quilt. Xianxia's phone rang. The caller ID, Zhao Taizhu. Why is Zhao Taizhu calling me? Although Zhao Taizhu had become his first man on top through Sister Ziwei, he didn't have much contact with Zhao Taizhu. After all, they weren't from the same world. One of them was the son of a well-off family. One of them was probably an old driver in bed when he was a teenager. The other had been drooling over his sister since childhood. They didn't have any common topics to talk about, and they didn't have any friendship. Occasionally, Zhao Taizhu would ask him about the origin of the Exploding Heavens faction. Xianxia would talk nonsense. Anyway, bragging wasn't illegal. In addition, Zhao Taizhu also gave him an ICBC account. Every month, Xianxia would ask the finance department to remit 5% of the company's income to him. Brother Zhao. Xianxia's voice was sincere. What's the matter? Sister Ziwei could call him Zhao Taizhu and step on him like a queen. That was because they had been friends since childhood. Xianxia couldn't be like Sister Ziwei. His EQ wasn't that low. He regarded Zhao Taizhu as a good-natured second generation who could be managed as a friend. How's my sister Zijin doing? Zhao Taizhu laughed heartily. She's eating well and wearing warm clothes. She's in great health. Xianxia smiled. Hearing Wang Zijin's name, his sister leaned over. Xianxia didn't push her away as usual. For the first time, he hugged his sister's waist. His sister's delicate body collapsed and then relaxed. She snuggled softly in his arms. Zhao Taizhu talked for a long time. He didn't have a main topic. He talked about some interesting things in the system and planned to go fishing with friends during New Year's Day. He asked Xianxia if he wanted to go. Of course, Xianxia didn't want to go. He declined. Fishing is very particular. Newbies look at the buoy. Veterans rely on their feelings. Sometimes when the buoy sinks and the hook is lifted too early, the fish will escape and nothing will be caught. Am I right? Zhao Taizhu said. That's true. Xianxia responded with a smile. However, you can't lift the hook too late. Once the bait is cast, there must be a harvest, right? Yes. All right then, I won't disturb you any further. Brother Zhao, I'm hanging up. Xianxia hung up the phone and frowned. This phone call was inexplicable, and the content of the conversation was even more meaningless. This kind of meaningless phone call was something that only middle and high school couples would talk about. Even college students wouldn't do it, let alone Xianxia and Zhao Taizhu. Who would want to talk to a rough man on the phone? But Zhao Taizhu couldn't have called him for no reason. There must be something behind it. Ah, so annoying. Zhao Taizhu had picked up most of the bad habits of the system. Zhao Taizhu had learned most of the bad habits of the system. Xianxia thought for a long time but couldn't figure it out for the time being. He planned to go home and ask Sister Ziwei for advice. Qin Baobao raised his head and gently stroked his younger brother's eyebrows over and over again with a gentle look in his eyes. What are you thinking about? It's nothing. A friend called. I didn't understand what he wanted to say. Wang Zijin's friend? Yes. Qin Baobao said sourly, wow, your circle of friends are mixed. This guy's identity is not ordinary. He works in the system and doesn't have a high position, but the elders in his family are very capable. He is Sister Ziwei's childhood friend. Our Baoza company is now under his protection. Xianxia said. After that, he saw the sadness in his sister's eyes. He put his arms around his sister's small waist, put his chin on her head, and said softly, even with Sister Ziwei's relationship, I still have to rely on myself to build my own network. In fact, Sister Ziwei can't help me much. I have to walk my own path. I can't make as much money as she can for me. Qin Baobao said softly, yes. Forget it. If I can't figure it out, I won't think about it. Instead of wasting my efforts to sharpen my blade, it's better to think about how to stabilize my parents. With my parents' forgetfulness, after today, they might forget about it tomorrow. Who would be so obsessed with a movie? Qin Zhe, who had sharp ears and eyes, heard the light footsteps outside the door. He was shocked and said in a low voice, Moan. Qin Baobao? Qin Baobao swore that this was the most ridiculous thing she had ever heard in her life. It was so ridiculous that her heart was about to explode. My brother asked me to moan. What does he want to do? Oh, I hate it. I have to do this all of a sudden. I'm still at home. Qin Baobao's heart was beating wildly. Suddenly, she saw her brother's figure bouncing up as if he had been electrocuted. He sat upright by the bed and straightened the quilt at the same time. The door was pushed open and Qin Ma came in with a cup of warm water. Bao Bao, drink a cup of warm water. Let's see if you have diarrhea later. Qin Bao Bao silently loosened her hands on the waist of her pants. A corner of her black lace panties was revealed, but she hid it again. I want to take off my pants. So this is what you're talking about. Qin Bao Bao lay on the bed and looked at the ceiling. She felt that her body was hollowed out. Bao Bao? Sit up and drink some water. Qin Ma's gentle voice sounded. Qin Zhe looked at his sister in surprise. He didn't understand why she suddenly looked like a paper flower that had been drained of energy. Mom, I'm so tired. I want to sleep. Qin Bao Bao pulled the quilt and covered her head. Does your stomach still hurt? Yes, it hurts so much. But my heart hurts more than my stomach. Why do you still feel bad? I think you really need to go to the hospital. My heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys all hurt. What nonsense are you talking about, silly child? Qin Ma could tell that her daughter was acting coquettishly. She put the cup on the bedside table and told Qin Zhe to talk to his sister. I'll go and tell your dad. He's worried. Why doesn't Dad come and see for himself? Qin Zhe asked. Who knows? He's in the study room slamming the table and glaring. He's very angry, but he just won't come out, Qin Ma said. Of course, of course. If it were anyone else, they would be too ashamed to face anyone. After all, his son saw his flirtatious heart. He would definitely worry about whether his father's image would collapse. Qin Zhe thought to himself, I have to be extra careful today. I don't want my dad to find fault with me. Mom's gone. Stop pretending. After his mom left, Qin Zhe went to pull the blanket, but his sister held on tightly. She covered herself in the blanket and shouted, Little red guy, get lost, sob sob sob. She was acting coquettishly for no reason. Qin Zhe was very annoyed. Seeing that she didn't come out even after shouting for a long time, he simply sat on his sister and pressed her head that was covered by the blanket. Ah. I'm going to die, I'm going to die. His sister began to struggle. Her small waist kept arching upwards. However, no matter how flexible and strong her small waist was, she couldn't lift her brother who was more than 140 pounds. His sister, who was almost suffocated to death, popped her head out. She was panting and her face was red. She was so angry that she cried. You don't love me at all. It's written in the novel that the younger brother loves his sister very much. Damn, what kind of novel are you reading? If you're my sister, I'll love you, Qin Zhe said. Then you can treat me as your sister. Qin Bao Bao twisted her butt in the blanket and pouted. Sob sob sob. Your sister doesn't know how to sob, Qin Zhe said in distress. When I see the word sob 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 on the internet, my mind will think of you. Then how does your sister sob? Qin Bao Bao had an expression of asking for advice. I already said that my sister doesn't know how to sob. My sister will say, Oniai-chan, you're great, Oniai-chan, you're the best, Qin Zhe said. Disgusting, the first and the last one doesn't matter. What the hell is the middle one? Qin Bao Bao had a look of disdain. So you're the legendary Siscon? Xianxia seriously considered this question. It felt good to have a cute little sister with a delicate body. When the little sister grew up, the cute little sister with a round face would turn into a beautiful girl with a pair of sparkling clear eyes. She would be like a willow branch that had just sprouted out tender shoots. She would be very, very dependent on you. Thinking of this, Xianxia looked at his sister. His sister was lying on the bed and panting. Her huge chest was heaving up and down. The scene was spectacular. Forget it, a sister or whatever, it's just a fleeting cloud. It's good to have a sister. Sister knows how to act coquettishly and act cute. She can also kiss. Sister's figure is very domineering. Sister will occasionally consider her image and give her brother some love. Sister has all the characteristics of a sister. Sister will only have the characteristics of a sister after a few years. No, she might not have them. I'll go out first. You sleep for a while, Xianxia said. Sleep for what? I'm not a pig. How can I sleep now? Qin Baobao felt wronged. I pretended to be sick for our sake. You can't leave me alone. Then I'll tell you a joke. Xianxia touched his sister's head, but she pushed his hand away. A woman went on a blind date. The first one was a lawyer, a proper social elite. But she didn't like him. The second one was a university professor. He had a car, a house, and savings. She still rejected him. The third one was a thief. The woman liked him at first sight. Do you know why? His sister tilted her head and thought about it seriously. Because the thief is handsome? No. Oh, I know. Because the thief is her first love. No. The thief is actually a rich man's tall, handsome, and rich man. The woman found out. Look, where did so many tall, handsome, and rich men come from? Then why? I can't think of it. Forget it if you can't think of it. Tell me, Ace. Please. Call me Grandpa. Grandpa Xianxia thought about it seriously and decided not to tell his sister the answer. He felt that it was not right to tell his sister this kind of joke. I won't tell you even if you call me Grandpa, Xianxia said. After saying that, his sister rewarded him with a Foshan shadowless kick. His sister's long legs were very strong. He always felt that it was too demonic to tell such a story with his sister. Hence, Xianxia changed his mind and decided not to tell his sister the correct answer. Anyway, his sister was forgetful. She would forget after throwing a tantrum. If it were Wang Zijin or Su Yu, they might have taken out their phones to search for the answer. That would be awkward. His sister and his mother were the same. They were big-hearted and didn't like to be calculative. They would forget unhappy things very quickly. His mother was the same. Hence, his mother's mentality was very young and she didn't look old. She was about the same age as his grandfather, but she looked at least 10 years younger. His sister had inherited this from his mother. She definitely wouldn't complain about being old in the future. His sister's lifespan was very long. Pfft, he said he wasn't demonic. Oh right, I contacted Li Wei a few days ago. She wants to jump ship to Tianfeng, but we have to pay for the compensation. Xianxia remembered this matter. How do you have her contact? If she wants to jump ship, she can just contact the company. What's there to talk to you about? Qin Baobao suddenly became serious. She turned from a wimpy girl to a professional elite. His sister's aura gradually took shape. When she frowned and thought, if she changed into office wear, she would look like a strong woman in the workplace. This felt good, very good. Seeing his sister transform step by step and her aura getting stronger and stronger, Xianxia felt a sense of accomplishment. There was a saying, a flirtatious senior couldn't be compared to a naive junior. This was because the junior also had her flirtatious moments. How could the flirtatious moments of being in someone else's iron rod compare to the flirtatious moments of being in your own iron rod? That was the original saying. But now, to describe his sister, he had to remove the word iron rod. Yes, remove it. It's the contact information we exchanged when we were filming the movie. Xianxia said. The image of Li Wei standing beside him appeared in his mind. Her voice was gentle and her lips were curved into a smile. President Qin, can you give me your contact information? Xianxia gave it to her without hesitation. The main reason was that Li Wei was a voluptuous and charming 30-year-old woman. His resistance to mature women was always very low. At the premiere ceremony, Li Wei had mentioned this matter without revealing her expression. She was a very smart woman, always leaving a way out for herself. Xianxia did not give her a promise at that time, and only contacted her afterwards. Qin Baobao took out the phone from her brother's pocket and held his thumb to unlock the screen. She opened the contact list and found the chat history between Xianxia and Li Wei. After confirming that there was no ambiguous content, she said with satisfaction, "In the future, I'll leave this matter to you. Don't worry about it." Xianxia felt that even if he became the big boss of the entertainment industry in the future, there was nothing to be happy about. The most important benefit of being a big boss was cut off by his sister. The iron rod was indeed useless. Cut it. What's wrong with this Galing? Qin Baobao said angrily. His sister's angry look was very cute. Xianxia pinched his sister's cheek, but she retaliated with a karate chop. This was the time to show the benefits of having a sister. If it was his sister, when he patted her head, she would definitely close her eyes in enjoyment and rub her face against his palm like a cat. When he pinched her cheek, she would puff her cheeks angrily. Xianxia immediately knew that his sister was looking through his chat software. Speaking of this Galing, he was also having a headache. He did not know how he had managed to seduce her. She would send him greetings every few days, and Xianxia would usually reply. If it was more ambiguous, he would reply the next day or pretend that he did not understand. It had been a few months since they came back from Taiwan. Guling's messages had become more and more provocative, and she was using different methods to tease him. What do these two pictures mean? Qin Baobao frowned and pointed the phone screen at her brother. A week ago, the phone chat history, Xianxia, yes, everything has been good recently. Thank you for your concern. Guling, I saw these two pictures on my WeChat moments today. They seem to be very meaningful, but I don't understand. Guling, send a picture, Guling, Xianxia, do you understand, Xianxia, winky face Guling, what about this one, Guling, send a picture, Xianxia, winky face. A brief introduction of the pictures. The first picture, 2 pigeons on a tree, a dead sheep below. The second picture, a wooden house. The window was open, and you could see an empty room. The bed was placed beside the window, and there was a pile of stones on the bed. This girl, Guling, is quite polite. Every now and then, she would send me a message to give me her blessings and keep in touch. She's also quite lively. Look, I don't even know what these two pictures she sent me mean. But I can tell that she's a talkative girl who can't stay still, Xianxia said. Qin Baobao tilted her head and thought for a long time. That was indeed the case. Moreover, her brother usually did not reply to the more ambiguous messages, or he would reply the next day. That way, both parties would lose interest. Don't mislead her. Don't give her any hope. Qin Baobao's slender fingers lifted her brother's ear. Guling is a very ambitious woman. She's very scheming and cares too much about fame and fortune. I know. Although Guling was beautiful, her temperament and appearance were the inferior version of Wang Zijin. With sister Zijin at home, Xianxia really couldn't think of a reason to seduce her. That's a good boy. Qin Baobao rubbed his ear and gave him a kiss. The Bloody Battle of Shanghai Beach was released today. As the sister and brother's debut movie, they naturally attended the premiere. The premiere was held half a month ago. Xianxia, the director, and many other main actors stood on a huge stage. The background was a huge picture of the bloody Battle of Shanghai Beach. In the picture, Xianxia was wearing a black hat and a snow-white scarf around his neck. He was holding a gun in his hand. Half of his handsome face was bright and the other half was hidden in the light. His gaze was sharp and cold. It was explosive. During the ceremony, the reporter even asked a few difficult questions. Qin Baobao, I heard that when you played the role of Yun Yan, you didn't use a stunt double. Don't you have any psychological barriers when filming a kiss scene with your brother? Goddess Qin Baobao smiled faintly and replied, although I debuted as a singer, I love what I do. Kissing is also one of the essential skills of an actor. Moreover, filming is an art. It doesn't matter who the actor is. I can only say that I work hard to overcome my psychological barriers. The audience burst into thunderous applause. The director also clapped. He clapped with a F***ck feeling. When it was Xianxia's turn, the reporter asked him about the development plans of Tianfeng Entertainment. Xianxia gave a simple explanation. Then, the reporter asked again, "President Qin, you're not a professional actor. Are you filming this movie for fun?" "No, I'm putting in a lot of effort into this movie. As for how effective it is, you'll know when you watch the movie." The reporter asked one last question. Rumor has it that the original male lead wanted to film a kiss scene with Qin Baobao but was rejected. The netizens are saying that you don't accept Qin Bao kissing someone else. Because of this reason, you changed the male lead. Is that true? Xianxia, that's not true at all. Because of the original male lead schedule, he can't continue filming. The fact that I'm acting in this movie has nothing to do with Qin Baobao. There's also no rumor that I don't like her kissing someone else. There were so many people present at the ceremony, so the news couldn't have been kept under wraps. But without the endorsement of the film crew, this news could only be considered gossip. It was just gossip to amuse the netizens. The audience burst into thunderous applause. The director also clapped. He clapped with a F***ck feeling. Are this pair of siblings messing with me? Are they purposely looking for trouble? I didn't even know you guys before this. Then it was the director's turn to speak. The director greatly praised Xianxia's acting skills and professionalism. He said that he was a fresh stream in the entertainment industry. He started from scratch and was of high quality. Then they watched the movie. Xianxia and Qin Baobao watched it with great interest. They were the main actors, but when they watched the movie, they still felt that it was interesting and refreshing. It was obvious that the film crew had put in a lot of effort in the post-production editing. When he saw the passionate kiss scene with his sister, Xianxia felt a little embarrassed. He turned to look at Qin Baobao, who was beside him. Her face was flushed and her eyes were watery. She sensed that Xianxia was looking at her. Her eyelashes fluttered and she deliberately did not look at Xianxia. Or rather, she was too shy to look at him. Thanks to the film crew's strong promotion and Xianxia's investment, the promotion was done very well. On the internet. Bloody Battle of Shanghai Beach is screening today. I'm hesitating whether to watch it or not. Yes, it's Xianxia and Qin Baobao's first film. I heard that they will have a kissing scene. I can't wait to watch it. I'll definitely watch it. I'll always support Baobao. Come on, the two of them have never acted before. They have no experience. How can they make a high-quality movie? Upstairs, you must be Guo Jingyu's fan. I heard that Guo Jingyu was kicked out of the film crew. I'm just a passerby. I want to refute. This has nothing to do with whose fan you are. I think that person is right. How can you act if you don't have any acting skills? You'll just be scolded. Look at those little fresh meats now. How many of them came from professional schools? They either became popular through talent shows or came back from Gaoli to debut as a singer. In fact, those actors who came from professional schools need to hone their skills for several years before their acting skills are good. I'm a rational fan. I'm not going to watch the movie. Just like what the upstairs said, little fresh meats without acting skills are just making up for it with their faces. I don't want Qin Baobao and Xianxia to fail in the same movie. I'd better not watch it. Now that you mention it, I feel like I've failed miserably at a very easy task. If only my goddess could sing. I hate those stars who have no acting skills but insist on acting awkwardly. I really hate them. I'm not going to watch it. I don't want my goddess to lose points in my heart. Is there anyone buying a ticket? Waiting for the poison test. The comments on the internet were mixed. Some people refused to watch it, while others couldn't wait to watch it. The movie was unexpectedly good, very exciting, and very hot-blooded. In the beginning, the protagonist and his childhood friend squatted on the side of the street, biting a grass root, and sighed, "The poorest is begging for food. If you don't die, you will always be successful." When he said this, Xianxia spat out the grass root in his mouth. His cheeks puffed up, and his expression was fierce and unwilling. It was a perfect portrayal of a small character who had no way out. Then, the protagonist and his friend saved a big boss who was being assassinated by a rival gang at night. The big boss was very grateful to the two young people and asked them what they wanted in return. Whether it was evil money or evil beauties, the big boss could satisfy them. But the protagonist didn't ask for money or beauties. In the dim yellow light, he clenched his fists and said with a determined expression, "I want to follow you." Looking at Xianxia's determined expression and unyielding eyes, the big boss thought to himself, this kid will become a great person in the future. The scriptwriter should be writing web novels. Hey, his acting is not bad. I feel that his acting is very good. Is it really his first time acting? It's a bit interesting. It's better than I imagined. Let's watch more. If I don't like it, I'll leave halfway. In the cinema, the audience whispered softly. Xianxia's acting surprised the audience. To bring a character to life, it wasn't enough to stand and say a few lines. From the tone to the eyes, any subtle expression on the face was a test of acting skills. Xianxia played the image of a small street gangster vividly. Then, the protagonist began his life of licking blood on the blade. All kinds of gunfights, knife fights, and led the minions to occupy one territory after another. In 2 years, he became the #1 general under the big boss. The movie started 20 minutes ago. From the beginning of the small character to the present, it was full of hot blood and fighting. It was very emotional and exciting. At a gathering of the big bosses, the male lead offended a big boss that he couldn't afford to offend. If the territory was stolen, then take it back. All you do is curse. Are you out to mingle? I'm not targeting a certain senior. I'm saying that everyone here is trash. He raised his face and smiled disdainfully. I'm a pheasant. If you're a brother, then come and kill me. He smashed his cup. That arrogant gaze, that inflated mentality, and that supercilious ruthlessness were vividly displayed in the eyes of the audience. Ah, your acting is really good. Who said that Xianxia doesn't know how to act? I don't think he's any worse than an experienced actor. In this movie, Xianxia single-handedly shouldered all the acting. There's something wrong with the way he speaks. He's definitely not reciting lines. He really brought the character to life. The plot is amazing too. It's very exciting. That night, the main character was hunted down. He was shot in the shoulder and had to cover his wound as he fled to the Yihong brothel, where he broke into the room of the top hostess, Yun Yan. Yun Yan, played by Qin Baobao, was sitting in the bathtub with her hair tied up. Her gorgeous face and charming eyes almost instantly stole the attention of the main character. In this scene, the production crew added light and shadow effects to make the bathing scene more beautiful. During the filming, the person sitting in the bucket was actually the stunt double. Under the effect of the main character's halo, Yun Yan helped him escape and the two of them got to know each other. The passionate plot came to an end at this point, and the emotional scene between the main character and Yun Yan began. Surprisingly, Qin Baobao's acting was also very good. Her seductive eyes, her casual seduction, and her gentle gaze when she gazed at the main character. When they met for the second time, Xianxia had already taken care of his boss's #1 opponent. His momentum was unparalleled. He came to Yun Yan's room and sat at the table drinking. His face was cold and stern. His arrogance and domineering aura had disappeared, and he became gloomy and reserved. Have you taken care of your problems outside? Yun Yan sat by the bed. The curtains were lowered, and her figure was graceful and graceful. There's nothing in this world that can't be solved with bullets, Xianxia said coldly. Yun Yan lifted the curtains and walked over to the main character. She sat opposite him and rested her chin on her hand. She smiled and gazed at him. Hey, little brother, you're especially lonely today. How about I accompany you? Tonight? As soon as Qin Baobao appeared, she blinded the eyes of countless male audience members. Her charming face and hot body, especially when she was wearing a cheongsam, were simply too domineering. Xianxia grabbed his sister's hand and pulled her up from the table. He held her waist with one hand and her wrist with the other. He smiled wickedly. Tonight, I'll let you see my real skills. The two kissed passionately and seriously. The camera gave the siblings a big close-up. The scene of Xianxia kissing his sister could be clearly seen. He sucked on her lips and stuck out his tongue. Qin Baobao responded passionately. They kissed until the sky darkened. The kiss was not pretentious. Then, the main character carried Yunyan in his arms and walked towards the bed. He threw the beauty on the bed and climbed on top of her. He pressed her on the bed and continued kissing her. The camera gave them another close-up. It showed Xianxia tasting his sister's lips as if he was tasting the world's best food. During the whole process, Qin Baobao kept her eyes closed and her eyelashes trembled violently. During the premiere, Xianxia and his sister saw this scene. They looked at each other and had the same thought: we can't let our parents see this. Otherwise, we'll be screwed. Damn, Qin Baobao's Xianxia is too beautiful. A beauty with such a figure wearing bubbles is simply a killer. It's so beautiful that it's about to explode. If only I had a girlfriend like her. Bastard, let go of Qin Baobao and let me do it. At the same time, the audience also recognized Qin Baobao's acting skills. She was a seductive, charming, and flirtatious woman. Through the details in her eyes, she revealed Yunyan's deep love for the main character. The plot was laid out one by one. Yunyan's scenes were 15 minutes long. She could barely be considered the second female lead. Although this character was portrayed well by Qin Baobao, the script had already determined her tragic fate. Xianxia played the role of the male lead. He was a vagabond who had no choice but to do as he pleased. During a gang fight, one of the bosses was assassinated. The main character and his companions became stray dogs who lived in fear and were chased all over the place. During this time, they hid at Yunyan's place for a few days and had sex a few times. The charming Yunyan lay in Xianxia's arms and said softly, "No matter how good the outside world is, isn't it tiring to hide every day and live in constant danger?" The main character, nicknamed Xianxia, had a cold expression and did not speak. "I've saved some money over the years. Take me with you. Let's go to the countryside and live a peaceful life there." Yunyan really fell in love with him, but she neglected one thing. Xianxia was a wanderer, an ambitious wanderer. He was unwilling to live an ordinary life and longed to be outstanding. He was a man of iron. After that incident, Xianxia never went to the Yihong brothel to look for Yunyan again. He got to know the daughter of a business tycoon and successfully captured the heart of the daughter played by Li Wei during one of his kidnappings. With the help of his father-in-law's money and power, Xianxia began to reach the peak of his life. His power continued to expand. The number of people following him increased from a dozen to a few hundred. He became a tycoon in old Shanghai. On a cold and rainy night, the candlelight danced. "You're getting married." Yunyan sat by the bed. Her beautiful face reflected the flickering candlelight. "Yes." Xianxia stood by the bed and looked at the dreary night. "Will you come?" "No." On the day of Xianxia's wedding, Yunyan threw herself into the Huangpu River. This woman with a bitter past ended her life. In the ending subtitles, a few years later, the Japanese army invaded China. Because Xianxia did not cooperate with the Japanese's orders, he was killed by the Japanese, which ended this ambitious and ruthless man's life of more than 20 years. At the moment of his death, in Xianxia's dazed eyes, a beautiful woman appeared. She stood in the distance and looked back with a smile. The movie ended. I cried at the end. It was so sad and sad. It's surprisingly good. I'm going to recommend it to my friends. It's passionate and emotional. It's like witnessing the ups and downs of a hero's life and the melancholy of death. Xianxia is going to be popular. He's the lead, but his acting is only 666. The little fresh meat wants to beat someone up. The audience left reluctantly and prepared to go back to recommend it to their friends and classmates. The next day, Xianxia received a call from Suyu. He reported that the box office on the first day of release was not high, only about 4 million. Among the movies released at the same time, it was below average. From the perspective of an investor, if there was no miracle of a loser's comeback, then this investment was obviously a flop. As the housekeeper of Bao's company, Suyu did not have to worry about the stock futures for the time being. There were several departments doing it. The movie investment was an additional project, so only Suyu could follow. Xianxia was a hands-off boss. Suyu did everything, Suyu did it, and Suyu still did it. It was also because of his experience in controlling the masochist. Anyway, whenever Suyu complained, Xianxia blinked his sincere eyes. Suyu, this company can't do without you. I can't do without you either. Suyu felt that she was a very important person, an irreplaceable person. The Almighty and the company could not do without her. Her presence was bursting. Her body was tired, but her heart was filled with satisfaction. So she happily threw herself into work again. Is it too low? Xianxia frowned. If it weren't for the system's task, he wouldn't have the idea of investing in the movie at all, so he didn't think of making a lot of money with this movie. But at least let me recover the cost. As far as the current box office is concerned, it will definitely be taken off the shelves in a month. After deducting the movie theater's share and the share of other investors, he can't even recover the cost. The publicity has been done. The reason why the box office is not high should be that the internet doubts your level as an actor. Suyu said, I've seen the movie. It's not bad. The box office should catch up later. What if it can't catch up? Xianxia said angrily. If you're blaming me? Where's your conscience? Suyu said in an aggrieved tone. Then it's a loss. I'll let you know what the price of acting on impulse is. Suyu clicked her tongue and said, other people are angry for a beauty. You're angry for your sister. Little pervert. Little pervert, I'll go. How can you call me little pervert? This is the exclusive nickname of the pervert. Needless to say, she must have learned it from Qin Bao Bao. You also think my acting is good. I watched the premiere, and it was unexpectedly good. Xianxia was enraptured. At this time, Suyu should say softly, well, Xianxia, your acting is really good. I like it very much. Then Xianxia scolded, get out. Suyu would feel very happy. But at this time, Suyu did not play her cards according to common sense, and said, little red man, is Qin Bao Bao's mouth delicious? Is sister's mouth delicious? Dead pervert. Originally, according to Suyu's plan, at most, more than 10 million yuan was invested, and the original protagonist was the first-tier Guojingyu, with a large fan base, and a star who had won the film Emperor, and a good reputation. This investment was still very good, but it was disturbed by Xianxia, and the male lead was replaced by a ghost brother who wanted to kiss his sister, who had zero acting skills and was an outsider. Therefore, before the movie was released, the keyboard warriors shouted bad drama, hype IP, fun ticket, and all kinds of black. Netizens were easy to be led by the rhythm, so overall, the sense of expectation was not high, and they did not buy tickets on the day of the release. But Suyu would never be angry about this kind of thing. Suyu's tolerance for Xianxia has reached the level of good baby, whatever you want, mom will give you. She was mainly jealous of Xianxia and Qin Bao Bao's unscrupulous kissing scenes. The great god said that he had never had a girlfriend before, and his first kiss must still be kept. Now, I, fat tiger, haven't acted yet, and you, bear, have snatched Xianxia, and then there is a blue fatty beside you. Nonsense, you are looking at the world with colored glasses, and the world is yellow. Xianxia said righteously, everything is for art. If you were the heroine, I would do the same. A big light bulb lit up on Suyu's head. Good idea, if it was in the movie, she could openly ask the great god for a kiss. Why didn't she think of it back then? Oh, she wasn't sure that she liked Xianxia back then. There was once a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity in front of me, but unfortunately, I didn't cherish it. If God gave me another chance, I would kick baby Qin away and have a French kiss, a Chinese kiss, a Japanese inverted 9, and a full 9 kisses with the great god. Well, let's make a movie next time. Suyu said longingly. You're right. Filming a movie isn't like buying sanitary pads. You just have to go to the supermarket. Of course, Xianxia refused. He had never believed in Buddhism, but he always remembered the words of the sign, when I was young, I always liked to make empty promises. Now, I regret my words lightly. Out of a woman's intuition, Suyu said, so you're only filming kissing scenes with Big Sister? Xianxia found himself at a loss for words. Mother asterisk Kerr, Suyu's language style was getting sharper and sharper. Hey, I'm going to change your name to the pervert who likes to film kissing scenes with Big Sister. Before Suyu hung up the phone, she muttered, "Goodbye, Big Sister's little henchman." It was getting harder and harder to control the masochist. Was Suyu too arrogant, or was Xianxia unable to lift the knife? What's wrong with being Big Sister's henchman? The guy next door is the Empress's little dog. He kneels and licks the Empress's feet every day. He's even more masochistic than Suyu and stouter than me. At least I got to kiss Big Sister's little mouth. Xianxia hung up the phone and seriously thought about a question. Why did the movie I starred in fail on the first day? Look at the shock maniac next door. He made a movie that everyone supported and easily set a record in China. Was it because he was salty? Thinking of this, Xianxia took out his phone and silently searched for the correct way to turn over a salty fish. The next day, there were comments on Tieba, forums, and Weibo. Netizens began to discuss the bloody battle of Shanghai Beach. Some said that if the ending wasn't tragic, the movie would be perfect. Some said that if the ending was tragic, the level of the movie would be lowered. However, the tragic ending was too hurtful and made people feel flustered. There were all kinds of comments, but no one doubted the acting skills of the main actors. A Big V account wrote a movie review on Weibo. After watching The Bloody Battle of Shanghai Beach, I don't feel good. I went to see Qin Baobao because of her. I can't help it, I'm a hardcore fan. Originally, I didn't have much hope for Xianxia's acting skills and was mentally prepared to watch a lousy movie. The result was unexpected and very good. First of all, Xianxia's acting skills are online. To be honest, after watching it, I started to doubt my life. I suggest that the little fresh meats watch it. A layman, an outsider, actually has such acting skills. The little fresh meats are not ashamed. Next, let's talk about the male and female leads. Although the female lead isn't Qin Baobao, I feel that Yun Yan is the female lead in the movie because she has a soul. Although the character Shanji is portrayed very well, I don't want to talk about him because there are too many highlights and I don't know where to start. Moreover, I don't like this character very much because he is a scumbag. Yun Yan, played by Qin Baobao, was one of the brightest points in the film. She was a prostitute who was rolling around in the mortal world. Coincidentally, she saved Pheasant, a gangster from a gang. The two of them had an ill-fated relationship. Qin Baobao's every look and every expression on her face clearly shows her love. She can't help but fall in love with this cold gangster. She changed from a beautiful woman to a little girl who likes to sit quietly and miss her lover. But in Shanji's eyes, what is she? Maybe she is an insignificant brothel girl, or maybe she is a lonely person. Maybe he can sense the love in Yun Yan's eyes, or maybe he doesn't care at all. Because his heart doesn't belong to this woman. From the fact that Yun Yan begged him to elope with her and was rejected, it can be seen clearly. But Yun Yan is still infatuated with this man. In the end, Shanji marries a beautiful woman and Yun Yan commits suicide by jumping into a river. Actually, from the beginning, this woman's ending was destined. She fell in love with someone she shouldn't have. The conversation in the rainy night is very chewy. It is just a few short sentences, but it is heartbreaking. Yun Yan's heart probably died at that moment. Let me give you a spoiler. The ending of the movie is a tragedy. Shanji dies under the gun of a Japanese agent. As this gangster is dying, he sees the brothel girl he let down. It is thought-provoking. Maybe he really did love this woman back then, or maybe he felt guilty. But none of this can change the fact that he let her down. Anyway, when I saw the ending, my eyes were red. In the end, I recommend watching this movie. Have some self-respect. Are you serious? Is it really that good? Could it be the Internet Water Army? Of course it's the Internet Water Army. They're trying to boost the box office and attract attention. It's all a trick. But my classmate went to watch it today. He said it's good. The plot is good and there are no flaws. The actors' acting skills are also very good, especially Xianxia's. You said that Xianxia is a fast shooter. I admit it. I also admit that he is good at trading stocks. But if you say that his acting is good, what a joke. Yi Liangchen will definitely stand up and criticize him. Let's talk about the box office. You can check the box office online. Bloody Battle at Shanghai Beach only grossed more than 4 million yuan yesterday. Deformed Car, which is ranked first, grossed 130 million yuan a day. Pirates, which is ranked second, grossed 90 million yuan. It's a total defeat. There are many people who refuse to admit it, but Bloody Battle at Shanghai Beach is getting more and more popular after a few days. The second day's box office, 6 million. The third day's box office, 10 million. A week later, the box office reached 260 million. This is not the limit. After the 3-day New Year's Day holiday, the box office skyrocketed to 500 million. The box office went from the middle to the bottom of the charts to the top 10. Based on this momentum, the box office will be between 1.5 billion and 2 billion in a month's time. It's a scary result. Although it's not as good as some awesome movies that grossed 4 to 5 billion, to Baoza Investment Company, Limited, it's better than trading stocks for a month. What's scarier than the box office is the word of mouth. Xianxia is popular again. It's easy for him to shoot a movie or TV series to become famous. This time, it's more popular than him doing live broadcasts or singing. Qin Baobao's popularity also went up a level. She became one of the most popular female celebrities. As the discussion on the internet continues, netizens went to their Weibo and cheered. Get together. Get together. Qin Baobao and Qin Zhe were so scared that they closed the comment section on the same day. What a joke. Dad is always paying attention to their Weibo. The siblings hid at home and shivered. In the end, they couldn't hide it from their parents. Qin Ma heard from her relatives that the siblings' movie was popular. Fortunately, she only knew that the movie was popular. After all, it's not a romantic drama. Qin Baobao is also not the female lead. The movie's main focus is not the kissing scene between the siblings. It's a hot-blooded mafia drama. Her relatives also won't say, "Hey, your son and daughter kissed happily in the movie." The information Qin Ma knew was limited to her son and daughter starred in a very popular movie, or they made a lot of money. Moreover, as soon as she saw the movie Bloody Battle in Shanghai Beach, she knew that it was a hot-blooded action film. Qin Ma's imagination was not so big that she would think of the kissing scene between the siblings. Under the joint efforts of the two maggots, Qin Ma, who did not watch the movie, soon forgot about this matter and began to worry about her son's girlfriend. Yes, it was not a blind date between best friends, but a problem of her son's girlfriend. Her daughter did not change, and Qin Ma was also tired. Anyway, she had a pair of children, and as long as she could get one, she would be at ease. During breakfast, Qin Ma said, "Old Qin, what do you think of Zijin?" "Why do you ask?" Grandpa Qin asked while eating a bun. "The two of them in our family are not quite right." Qin Ma would never say such words. After thinking for a while, she said, "Bao Bao, I don't care. It's too tiring. Ace is 23 years old, and he should have a girlfriend." Grandpa Qin smiled and said, "What's the hurry? Men stand up at 30, and many get married after 30. Don't worry." Qin Ma said angrily, "Don't worry about getting married, but it's time to have a girlfriend." "But he has never had a girlfriend, has he?" "Don't be like Bao Bao." Grandpa Qin smiled and waved his hand. "Don't make wild guesses. It's not that he doesn't have a girlfriend, he just didn't tell you." Qin Ma was stunned and happy. "You mean, he has a girlfriend? Is it Zijin?" Grandpa Qin shook his head. Qin Ma was stunned again, and then she was very disappointed. She liked Wang Zijin very much. If her son had a girlfriend, she hoped it would be Wang Zijin. Is it Xianxia?" Qin Ma's face changed. "Bao Bao's friend just got engaged a while ago." Grandpa Qin shook his head. "Could it be the girl with the surname Chen?" Qin Ma had a strange look on her face. "That girl is only in her 3rd year of high school, right?" Qin Ma had a good memory. Her daughter had quarreled with her son because of this matter, so she remembered these two girls. "It's someone from his company." The old man chuckled. But the old man didn't say who it was. In fact, he only found out yesterday. Yesterday, he sorted out the fund company's information at his school, as well as the industry's information, and sent it to the email Xianxia gave him. A few minutes later, the other party actually replied, "You are?" The other party should be his son's employee. The old man replied, "I'm Xianxia's father." The old man liked the feeling of being pretentious. Only vulgar people like to be pretentious and slap faces. Cultured people like to show off in front of others. Seeing this reply, the other party must have been very excited and respected him from the bottom of his heart. Soon the other party replied, "Ah, hello uncle, I'm Suyu, please be familiar with me." The old man didn't expect to receive such a reply. He was stunned for a long time. Hello. The little girl named Suyu then sent an email, "I've been looking forward to hearing your name for a long time. I'd like to see what kind of elder can cultivate such an excellent person as A's. This is my chat software account. Can we add each other as friends?" XXXXX. The old man couldn't help but blush. Such an excellent son was not cultivated by him at all. From the address, the old man noticed that this girl named Suyu seemed to have an unusual relationship with his son. How could she call him A's if they had an ordinary relationship? So, the two added each other as friends. Suyu, hello uncle. Smiling emoji, the old man, hello. Suyu, I just roughly browsed the information you sent me. Do you have the industry evaluation data from 12 to 14 years? The old man, yes. The old man chatted with her on and off for an afternoon. He was surprised to find that this girl had a very solid foundation, unique vision, and a strategic understanding of the financial industry. Especially when talking about foreign finance, the old man couldn't even keep up with her rhythm. He was not ashamed to ask, and then he was enlightened and solved a lot of doubts. Suyu had a lot of blind spots and misunderstandings about the domestic financial situation, and the old man would carefully explain it to her. The two could be said to have a good chat, and the old man's affection for Suyu rose greatly. Once upon a time, he wanted to cultivate his children into such talents. His daughter was very smart, but she was not interested in finance. As for his son, don't talk about it, he would cry if he talked about it. Suyu admired the knowledge of the old man and flattered him, "Uncle is so powerful. Like father, like son." The old man, "Suyu, I'll leave the company to you. Take care of him." Suyu, "No, it's always A's who takes care of me." The old man seized the opportunity and probed, "Suyu, are you friends with A's? Anyway, it's not an ordinary superior-subordinate relationship." Suyu sent a shy emoji, "A very good friend. He often plays with me at night. Every time I play with him, I can sleep happily." The old man, degree, it's self-evident what they play. The relationship between his son and Suyu is already very obvious. Now the language style of the little girl is so sharp. In our era, at most, we can implicitly say, "Let's enter a harmonious society together." After a long silence, the old man asked, "Suyu, what's your position in the company?" Suyu replied, "Uncle, I'm his secretary. The world of young people is rich and colorful." The old man took a bite of the fried dough stick and showed a knowing smile on his face. His son knows how to play. Xianxia was stunned. She saw her husband's honeyed smile. She didn't know why, but she had goosebumps all over her body. After so many years, I feel that I haven't fully understood old Xianxia thought sensitively. At the same time, at home. After the exercise, Wang Zijin and Xianxia were already having breakfast. There was a sound of water in the bathroom. It was Qin Baobao taking a bath. She ran an event last night and came back too late. She didn't have time to take a bath. "Sister Ziwei, do you want to watch a movie tonight?" Xianxia looked at the girl opposite him carefully. After the bloody Battle of Shanghai Beach was released, Wang Zijin should have gone to see it alone. Otherwise, she wouldn't have given Xianxia such a cold face for so many days. Wang Zijin's mouth was stuffed with pan-fried noodles, her cheeks were bulging, and she sneered vaguely, "Watch the movie you and Baobao made. If you want to watch it, I don't care." Xianxia finished, and Wang Zijin kicked him under the table. Since she made up her mind to treat her best friend, Zijin became less and less like a gentle goddess. In other words, she acted in the details of her life, and her behavior was closer to Qin Baobao. Xianxia saw it, but he was embarrassed to say it. He had a toothache. Did uncle and auntie watch it? Wang Zijin narrowed her eyes and smiled. When her sister narrowed her almond-shaped eyes, she looked very charming. When Wang Zijin narrowed her peach blossom eyes, she looked very cute. Yes, my sister and I took them to watch it together, Xianxia said. Really? Wang Zijin was shocked. Really? A gentleman reveals his balls, a villain hides his dick. Bah, what nonsense. Sister Ziwei, how's your job in that online media company? Xianxia asked. It's okay. Okay? Wang Zijin thought for a while. Other editors have to start with a picture before they can write the content, but I don't have to. I pick up the keyboard and write all kinds of stories. Some are sad, some are touching, and some are annoying. There are all kinds of stories. I'm not asking you about your professional cultivation as an editor. I'm asking you, isn't the work there boring? The salary is about 10,000 yuan a month, and you have to sit in the office all day and face the radiation of the computer. Xianxia covered his face. What else can I do other than work in the office? Move bricks? Wang Zijin kicked him again. Xianxia, chatting with Sister Ziwei now felt more and more like doing crosstalk. He felt that if he threw out 100 jokes, Sister Ziwei would be able to handle them. He had to be careful not to do anything in front of Sister Ziwei. Have you ever thought of coming over to help me? Xianxia asked tentatively. Baozi Investment or Tianfeng Film and Television, you can choose. No. Wang Zijin wrinkled her nose. Think about it. Xianxia was very confident in Wang Zijin's ability. If she was given a few months of internship, she would be able to grow into a strong independent woman. Regardless of whether she went to Baozi or Tianfeng, she would be able to share a lot of his workload. Xianxia even thought that if he were to form a female Spartan army one day, he would not need to do anything else. He would just be a salted fish at home. Happy. Wang Zijin rolled her big eyes and smiled. Then give me the position of Baozi's deputy general manager. Xianxia said weakly, that's Suyu's. I know, or I wouldn't want it. Can you change it? Then give me the position of Tianfeng's leader to me. That's my sister's. I know, or I wouldn't want it. Xianxia, Sister Ziwei, you're the one who's causing trouble, aren't you? Believe it or not, I'll flip the table. Qin Baobao came out of the shower and glanced at the dining table. She felt wronged. You didn't even leave the pan-fried food for me. Xianxia was stunned. Only then did he realize that Qin Baobao's pan-fried food had been unknowingly eaten by Wang Zijin. Wang Zijin burped comfortably. Did you eat it? Qin Baobao pinched her brother's neck. Her wet hair hung on his forehead. The fresh scent of shower gel mixed with the faint scent of shampoo. The back of her head expressed that she was very happy. She never thought that she would be able to experience the Baobao brand facial cleanser like the front face. I'm going to work. Wang Zijin left. When she passed by the siblings, Qin Baobao raised her leg and kicked her little perky butt. Wang Zijin staggered and turned around to glare. What? What are you doing? You're always bullying your sister Ziwei. Qin Baobao chopped her brother's head with a knife. Xianxia, my sisters are not easy to deal with. I can't get hard no matter how hard I try. I'm so useless. Suyu is still better. At least she's obedient. The extent of her trouble is limited to sending pictures. She's not as bad as my sisters. The box office success of the movie gave Xianxia a big surprise. With such a huge return, of course he would be surprised. As for personal fame, he didn't think much of it because he wasn't in the entertainment industry. His goal was to become a big shot in the entertainment industry. His sister was also very happy. She even said that she would enter Hollywood in 3 years and become famous overseas. Xianxia picked up one of her legs and slapped it. His sister covered her butt and said, "You're hitting me again." Why? I'm afraid you're getting arrogant, Xianxia said. Actually, for the celebrities in China, there was no need to consider entering the entertainment industry. It was a thankless job. Putting aside the sensitive topic of discrimination, to be able to do well in China in such a big market, one's hands were already numb from counting the money. If one could get 100 million just by shooting a movie, why bother going to Hollywood? Hollywood couldn't afford such a high salary. China was so good. There was no need for acting skills, scripts, or special effects. Just the face was enough. If one could pick up money, who would want to earn it? What a pain in the ass. One must have a dream. What if it comes true? What's the difference between you and a person without a dream? His sister said disdainfully. Xianxia equals salted fish? Xianxia was angry. He picked up her leg and slapped it again. His sister was wearing a pair of white skinny jeans. Her butt was perfect and felt great when he slapped it. After he was done with his sister, he received a call from Huang Yuding's manager, Ah Bin. Hello, Ah Bin, Xianxia said, and then slapped away his sister's teasing foot. Hi. Miss Qin, congratulations on the movie's big sales. Ah Bin smiled. Ah Bin, what's wrong? There's a weird sound on your side. Why are you panting? Xianxia was stunned. Nothing. Ah Bin continued to pant. He seemed to be doing some strenuous exercise. Xianxia glanced at his sister. Qin Baobao noticed that her brother's gaze was weird and creepy. If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up, Xianxia said. Don't, I have something to do. Ah Bin continued to pant. Our Yuding is going to release an album. You know that, right? Well, if you have something to say it quickly. The experienced Xianxia already understood. He was very unhappy. Why am I the one being called? Flip's table. I just wanted to ask you if you finished writing the song. I'm not rushing you. I know that you need inspiration and time to compose, Ah Bin said. Xianxia thought to himself, come on, you must be thinking now, Fast Gunner wants to renege on the debt, right? The whole of China knows how fast you are. Originally, there was no rush, but because of the company's arrangement, Yuding had to release an album before the winter vacation, and then hold a concert at the end of the year. We're just waiting for the album to become famous and lead the concert. Ah Bin's breathing got louder. But among the singers who released their albums at the same time, there is a heavenly king from Hong Kong. Xianxia understood. That's why I can only trouble you. Who in China does not know Miss Qin? You just need to promote the album, and it will be very effective. Actually, I have already written the lyrics and song. But I am too busy recently and forgot to inform you all. How about this? Tell me your company's address, and I will come over. Xianxia said. That's too embarrassing. Ah Bin panted heavily. I will text you later and discuss the details. Happy working with you. Xianxia said. Oh, although I am doing that while making calls, I hope you will not call me next time. If not, I will fall out with you. Comrade Ah Bin. When did you start writing songs? Qin Baobao kicked her brother with her white and tender feet. I just think about it before I sleep, and the song came out. I am not those artists who have difficulties in childbirth. Xianxia replied. You are indeed Fast Gunner. His sister laughed. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have been given this nickname. Baby Qin, you're a heartless maggot. Did sister make you Fast Gunner? Qin Baobao sneered. Sister only made you reveal your nature as a Fast Gunner. Xianxia, who was speechless, grabbed his sister's bare feet and pulled her over. He flipped her over and raised his hands. Pa. 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 Pa, his sister screamed and moaned. After slapping his sister again, Xianxia felt refreshed. He put on his shoes and went out. His sister was lying on the sofa with her arms resting on her head. She said sweetly, Uncle, let's play again next time. If Dad heard this, his sister would have to make a trip to Germany. On the other side, Ah Bin heard Xianxia's last sentence and was stunned. He did not understand the meaning behind Xianxia's words. Why did he fall out with him? He was just jogging. Ah Bin turned off the treadmill and went into the lounge to wash away his sweat. He changed into dry clothes and was ready to tell Huang Yuding the good news. It's really difficult to find a Fast Gunner for a song. It's more tiring than collecting debts. You still want to talk to me about inspiration? The whole world knows how fast you are. Huang Yuding's studio is in the Huahai Film and Television Building. It is an internal studio. After all, Huang Yuding is not a film and television star. It is much more difficult for him to set up his own studio. The advantage of an internal studio is that it has a high degree of freedom and can enjoy the company's resources. At this time, the two team leaders of the marketing department of Huahai Film and Television, the leader in charge of logistics of the studio, and Huang Yuding, a total of 4 people, were sitting in the conference room for a meeting. Our album already has 9 songs. We are short of the last one, a team leader said. We just need a title song. In fact, the previous song is quite good. It can be used as the title song. Another team leader said. They were arranged by the company to be in charge of Huang Yuding's album. The small leader in charge of logistics of the studio glanced at Huang Yuding and smiled bitterly. Brother Huang is not satisfied. Let's look again. Huang Yuding sat opposite them with a cigarette between his fingers. He frowned and said, "Where's he been?" The small logistics leader said, "I called him just now, but no one answered." Then let's not care about him. Huang Yuding glanced at the 2 team leaders. That song is okay. Usually, it's not a problem to be the title song. But that Heavenly King just released an album last week. If I release an album now, isn't it obvious that I'm being stepped on by him? It's not good for the concert at the end of the year. There is no harm if there is no comparison. In the same issue of the album, the sales gap is too big, and the face of the star is not good. This is the same principle as the box office of a movie. Just like concerts, it is rare for the same singer to hold a concert in the same city. In terms of albums, if there is really a Heavenly King level big shot releasing an album, other singers will avoid it. It is a very common phenomenon in the industry. If you ask me, I'll avoid it and release the album in a while. Huang Yuding said. He looked for the 2 team leaders this time to discuss this matter. The album was planned by the company. He himself is not willing to go head-to-head with the Heavenly King. Although he is also a big shot in the music industry, he is still a level lower than him. How are you going to delay the schedule? If you want to avoid the limelight, it will take at least a month. Then it will clash with your concert, the team leader retorted. Then next year, Huang Yuding said. Yuding, stop fooling around. It's almost the end of the year, and everyone is eager to earn more money and do more promotions. You still want to wait until next year, the other team leader said. Then change the song. It must be at least a good one, Huang Yuding said. The company will help you look after it, but a good one is very rare. It's not easy to write it. No one is a fast shooter, right? The small logistics leader's eyes lit up. Brother Huang, doesn't Xianxia owe you a song? There's no chance for him. He hasn't finished writing it for a long time. Huang Yuding curled his lips. At the mention of this matter, Huang Yuding's liver and stomach hurt. When he bought Xianxia's products, half of it was to do him a favor, and the other half was an investment. At that time, Xianxia's nickname of God of Stocks was not so famous. He invested tens of millions to do him a favor. Wasn't it because he wanted him to help him write songs? According to Abin, at that time, Xianxia had readily agreed. Huang Yuding had even been happy for a while. He was indeed a fast shooter, a fast talker. Who knew that this matter would drag on until now? The fast shooter was surprisingly persistent. What do you mean persistent? You're just standing me up. But no matter how unhappy Huang Yuding was, after seeing the return of the investment, he couldn't rush Xianxia. If the return of the investment wasn't good, or if it was a loss, then he could just rush Xianxia to write a song with the mentality of I only invested because I wanted your song. But now, no matter how he looked at it, he was the one who took advantage of Xianxia. The artists in the industry all said that the first batch of people who bought the products were just lucky. In fact, that was indeed the case. Just the profits alone were comparable to Huang Yuding's income for half a year. That doesn't make sense. Xianxia's songwriting speed is famous in the entertainment industry. Yuding, you must have been stood up, a team leader said bluntly. Another team leader kicked him under the table and laughed. Maybe he didn't have time. Look at him opening a company and holding a concert recently. After all, he just took over Tianfeng Film and Television. His focus is not on composing. He thought to himself that he must have been stood up. The fast shooter was so fast that he could finish writing songs in a short time. But he could not say that. He had to consider Huang Yuding's face. At this point, Huang Yuding was already very frustrated. The company did not look like they would change their mind. The album had to continue. Although they would find good songs for him, after all, not everyone in the world was like the fast shooter, who was high in production and high in quality. The door to the small meeting room was pushed open. Ah Ben, who had just taken a shower, came in refreshed. Where have you been? Huang Yuding said unhappily, have you contacted Xianxia? I did. Ah Ben sat down and rejected the cigarette offered by the logistics leader. I just finished running. I don't smoke. What did he say? He didn't finish writing again? Huang Yuding asked casually. He had no hope in his heart. Sure enough, it was difficult to get the work of a fast shooter. Looking at the entertainment circle, it seemed that Su Yunhan was the only one who got the song. That song made her famous and started the second spring of her career. Unable to Fall in Love was already Su Yunhan's signature song. It was precisely because of this that the songs of the fast shooter were so precious. It was not without reason that Qin Baobao had become the queen of domestic popularity in just half a year. Any one of her songs could make a small singer famous, and the copyright fees would be enough to eat for half a lifetime. No, he said he's done and will come over later, Ah Ben said confidently. The small meeting room was silent for a moment. Huang Yuding suddenly straightened up and threw himself on the desk. He was ecstatic. He really said that? Yes. Ah Ben nodded. It's rock and roll. Yuding, it depends on whether you can master it. No problem. I can practice. Huang Yuding was very excited. He was a professional singer of love songs. In these years, he had reached a bottleneck. From the feedback of Singer, he could see that the audience was tired of his love songs. Therefore, he wanted to change his style. It was very risky for a singer to change his style. It was like a company's transformation or a college student's major. Once they changed to the smelly ditch, they could only shout GG. In order to make sure nothing went wrong, Huang Yuding decided to ask the famous fast shooter in the industry for a song. The fast shooter's songs must be the best. Fast and precise. Spring is coming. That's great. Has Xianxia finally written it? With his title song, even if the sales are not as good as the King's, the popularity will definitely be higher. Yuding, get ready to dominate the charts. Everyone was overjoyed. No one doubted the quality of the song. With the fame of the man's shadow, Xianxia's song seemed to be able to hit the charts and be popular for a period of time. When Ah Ben announced the news to everyone in the studio, the staff cheered and applauded. The title song is finally available. What rock and roll will it be this time? Will it be a masterpiece like Farewell Song? I don't know yet, but the quality of Xianxia's songs must be guaranteed. It's unexpectedly slow. The fast shooter can't even lift his knife. The fast shooter is not fast enough this time. Bad review. In the hubbub, the door of the studio was pushed open. At the door stood the girl at the front desk with a strange expression, and Xianxia with an even stranger expression. The address of the studio was not far from where Xianxia lived, more than 10 kilometers. It was not the morning or evening rush hour, so it was not a long drive. But he came all the way here to send a song, only to hear such terrible words. The fast shooter was long, the fast shooter was short. It turned out that when the industry talked about him in private, they all called him the fast shooter. Sure enough, this nickname was used for everyone's ridicule. Speaking of which, who gave him this nickname? It seemed to have been around since Singer. It was the crystallization of the wisdom of the netizens. Does anyone still remember my real name? Do you think I won't flip the table? The pretty girl at the front desk tried her best to hold back her laughter. The corner of her mouth twitched. She took a deep breath and held it in. Then, she looked at Xianxia. The corner of her mouth started to rise uncontrollably again. She said, Miss Qin, I'll be leaving first. The girl at the front desk covered her mouth, swayed her hips, and jogged away. Her high heels clicked. The gossip in the little notebook was too embarrassing. Life was too complicated. The studio suddenly quieted down. Everyone looked in the direction of the door, their smiles frozen on their faces. Ahem. Abin coughed. Everyone immediately turned their heads and went about their own business. Their backs were straight, and they were all very serious. They looked like they had nothing on their minds. Miss Jean, come. Abin came up to Xianxia and led him to the conference room. Do you have a demo? Did you bring the lyrics and music score? Abin said. Xianxia's hands were empty. He was very puzzled. However, it was possible that he had taken a picture of it on his phone. In the conference room, the two team leaders didn't leave. They were looking forward to the good news brought by the fast shooter. After Xianxia greeted everyone, Huang Yuding couldn't wait to ask, Miss Qin, do you have a demo? No. Xianxia shook his head. Everyone looked at each other. Oh, I'll remember it in my head. Give me a pen and paper. I'll write it down now. Xianxia said. He didn't have a staff at home, so he couldn't write it. The so-called composition was just exchanging songs from the point store. He just had to copy it. Xianxia planned to change Huang Yuding's song to a very exciting rock song. It couldn't be considered a hit, but it shouldn't be a problem for this song to be popular for a few years. Anyway, if the rock sister didn't sing it, he wouldn't sing it either. Miss Jean, it's really difficult to ask you to sing a song. Huang Yuding was very tired. Xianxia smiled and didn't explain. There were a lot of songs in the points store, but the points were limited. Xianxia was like a miser guarding his points. Because the system hadn't issued a task for a long time. It had been so long that Xianxia couldn't remember how long it had been since he showed his divinity in front of people. The host was a salted fish. He could still be saved. The system was also a salted fish. It was simply a black hole. It was completely hopeless. However, this kind of pace of life was quite good. He had gotten rid of poverty and became rich. His sister didn't need to live under someone else's roof. It didn't matter if the development was slow. One day, he would be able to beat the Eastern Greyhound, step on the black cat in the sky, and have a company under his crotch. Oh, this can't be said. Abin called the staff outside to send in a blank staff. She was a curvy workplace beauty with curly hair and an oval face. She blinked at Xianxia. Can I stay and watch Miss Qin write a song? You want to see how fast I am? Xianxia muttered in his heart. He grabbed the 2B pencil and wrote. In the air, where no one could see, a blue 3D projection appeared. On it was the lyrics and music score of a song. Even the accompaniment music score was included. It was very detailed. Xianxia wrote for a while and glanced at it. It was just like plagiarizing the homework of his girlfriend's deskmate. But in the eyes of everyone, the fast gunman was thinking while composing. Every time he raised his head and narrowed his deep eyes inadvertently revealed the brilliance of wisdom, which made everyone deeply amazed. What forgetting to bring the notebook? It was obviously fake. How could anyone have such a good memory and restore the creation of a work without missing a word? The title of the fast gunman was well-deserved. In the afternoon of January 26th, in the small conference room, 5 people, including Huang Yuding, witnessed the fast gunman composing a rock song in just 10 minutes. Many years later, when they were old and full of vicissitudes of life, they would hit the wheelchair with excitement every time they thought of this scene. The attention of the curly-haired oval-faced young woman was not here. She was appreciating Xianxia. Xianxia was her favorite little fresh meat. Since Qin Baobao uploaded her brother's photo, she began to pay attention to Xianxia. That strong figure, sexy muscle curves, and a waist that looked very powerful. It easily stimulated the young woman's G-point. Only a little sister who doesn't know anything will look at the face. The elder sister with rich experience will look at the nose and abdominal muscles of a man. And the hands, well, Xianxia has a pair of slender and beautiful hands. Looking at the posture and speed of the pen, he should be very flexible. This is a man with a strong hands-on ability. It's done. Xianxia put down the 2B pencil in his hand and pushed the 5-line notebook to Huang Yuding. Several people came to see it and were eager to see the creation of the fast gunman. Huang Yuding looked at it for a moment. He tried to sing, but he was stumbling. Do you have a piano here? I'll sing it once and it'll be a piece of cake. Xianxia said. Yes, yes. Huang Yuding was overjoyed. Come with me. Huang Yuding was a singer, and there were various instruments in the studio such as piano, guitar, and so on. After turning a long corridor, there was a piano in the innermost room. It was a pity that there was no electronic piano. This song was suitable to be played with an electronic piano, not a piano. The piano was placed next to the floor-to-ceiling window, covered by a blue curtain. When the curtain was lifted, the bright sound of the piano was spotless and could be used as a mirror. At a glance, one could tell that it was a high-quality product. Under the afternoon sun, Xianxia sat by the piano. His posture was straight and his whole body exuded an elegant aura. His hands gently pressed the black and white keys, and a loud singing voice floated out from his throat. Love even in death. Not without incisive, not happy. How deep the feelings are, only this is enough to confess. Love even in death. Smile if it's not bitter enough. The heart of the universe is still here. In the instrument room, everyone was startled by Xianxia's sudden high pitch. Before the piano floated, he was already shouting at the top of his voice. They were not prepared at all. Abin secretly gave Huang Yuding a look, which meant, "What do you think of this song?" Huang Yuding shrugged and shook his head. He had just started singing, so he was not sure if it was good or not. Besides, rock songs were not easy to judge. Many pop songs were inexplicably popular. The singer himself was dumbfounded. So he had to pass the test of the market. But from the first few verses, he felt that it was not bad. The songs written by Xianxia were good. Love each other as if every day is the end of the world. Every minute and every second is so beautiful that tears fall. Don't care if others are good or bad. As long as you're brave enough to follow me. Xianxia's voice suddenly became soft. His voice was very sexy and magnetic. Huang Yuding listened and gradually became fascinated. At the same time, the door of the instrument room was not closed. The singing spread into the studio. The employees involuntarily put down their work and looked at each other. Is the voice inside a new song by Fast Shooter? Oh, not bad. It's very nice. I can't hear it clearly. Let's go and take a look. The employees left their positions in 2s and 3s and approached the instrument room. Love even in the end. Not extremely romantic, not happy. Hair will turn white, and soil will bury. Yearning will not corrupt. The piano sound gradually dissipated. Xianxia shook his hands and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Even he found it difficult to sing this kind of high-pitched voice. Huang Yuding looked excited. Abin was enraptured. The two team leaders looked at each other and found that each other's eyes were shining. Love even in death? Good song. Clap 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 clap. Applause rang out. Huang Yuding and the others heard the sound. They turned to the door and found 7 or 8 employees standing outside. Everyone was smiling and clapping desperately. Boss, there's hope for your title track. This song is so hot. Nice, it's so nice. Someone shouted, long live the fast gunner. Then, Huang Yuding found that Xianxia's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Get lost, all of you. Huang Yuding hurriedly chased them away. Xianxia was his boss now. If he angered him, what if he stopped selling songs? Speaking of which, he also sympathized with Xianxia. He felt that he would never be able to wash off this nickname in his lifetime. How is it? Are you satisfied? Xianxia asked. Satisfied. Huang Yuding's handsome face was full of smiles. I feel that if I want to sing, it will be very exciting. This kind of singing is very cool. If it's KTV, it must be a song. As expected of a big shot in the music industry. He had good taste. Xianxia also thought so. Hence, he did not sell the copyright of this song. When he returned to Tianfeng Film and Television, it would be another source of income. The development of a company could not be like that of an individual. It could not become popular in a short period of time. Instead, it needed to accumulate a foundation and grow slowly. Miss Jean, then let's talk about the song, a team leader said. This song is very good. Although it has not been tested by the market, we believe in Miss Jean's standards. How about this? I will represent the company and buy the copyright of this song. Buy the copyright of this song of mine? Are you kidding me? When did I say that I want to sell the copyright? We can discuss the price. We will definitely give you a satisfactory price, another team leader added. How much do you intend to pay? Within 3 million. Actually, this price is on the low side. You want to buy the copyright of my song for 3 million? If we don't sell the copyright, we can't discuss this, Xianxia said. The two team leaders were instantly disappointed. Both parties had signed a contract. As for the copyright, if it was written in the contract that the buyer owned it, then the copyright would be sold as a bundle. If it was not written, then the copyright would belong to the composer. Other than this album, if Huang Yuding's company wanted to use this song to make a profit, they would have to pay. Then, Miss Jean, give me your bank account number. I will transfer the money to you now, Abin said. Xianxia, will transfer the money. Xianxia felt very good. It was the sweet feeling of being a big shot. When he was writing down the bank account number, Xianxia hesitated for a moment. He remembered the 3 conditions he had set with his sister. Or rather, his sister's unilateral demand. The contents of the 3 conditions were, in the future, all of the little red guy's personal income, excluding the company's profits, would be used as his wife's money and transferred to his sister Qin Baobao's account. Qin Baobao would help Xianxia manage his wife's money for 10 years, note, death sentence. If Xianxia forcibly withdrew the money within 10 years, his sister Qin Baobao had the right to deduct 70% of the total amount. At that time, his sister wrote a small note and seriously asked Xianxia to sign it. Xianxia wondered if his sister had been deceived by Pinyin Group's saving pocket money trick. That was several months ago. Strange. Why would I think of the past a few months at this time? I should ignore my sister's unreasonable request. Why did I think of it when I was making money? Thinking about it, Xianxia found that he had already written down the bank account number. It was his sister's bank account number. Xianxia, Abin took the bank card and hurried back a few minutes later. Miss Jean, did you write something wrong on the bank card? Xianxia, what's wrong? Abin said, although her surname is Qin, her name shows 3 characters. Xianxia sighed. That's right. That's my sister's bank account number. It can't be wrong. Just transfer the money. Abin, he took a deep look at Xianxia and turned to transfer the money. He felt that Abin's gaze was very deep and meaningful. Forget it. Abin is very experienced. He shouldn't be surprised. After transferring the money, Xianxia said goodbye to Huang Yuding and left his office. Just as he got into the car, his phone rang. It was a message from his sister. I just received a notification. It's not my income. Xianxia, it's mine. Sister, I love A's the most. Mwah. Xianxia replied, don't give me that. You're the same as our dad. He's a spicy old radish. You're a spicy young radish. Sister, okay, I'll send this message to Dad. Xianxia, sister, please spare me. Sister, haha. At this time, another message came. It was from his cousin, Jiangqing. After more than half a month, he finally got the chance to go to the cinema to watch his cousin's movie. High school students didn't have much freedom. Unlike adults, they couldn't watch movies whenever they wanted. Brother, your movies are so good. Many girls in my class are your fans. They want your autograph. Do you want me to introduce you to a few girls? Smirk, do I need you to worry about me? I heard from my aunt that you don't have a girlfriend yet. I've already changed too. Recently, the campus belle of our school has been flirting with me. She wants your autograph. If I work hard, I'll be able to get it. Get it? Get it? Xianxia was shocked beyond words. You've slept with a female classmate? Jiangqing, don't tell my parents. Smirk, Xianxia, In this society where relationships were as cold as paper, even a big shot's blanket couldn't give me any warmth. In the future, I won't be able to raise my head in front of my cousin anymore. He remembered that day when he came back from visiting his grandfather's grave. He patted his cousin's head and told him not to be angry with his uncle. Xianxia said, "I've eaten more rice than you've eaten salt." He finally understood the disdain in his cousin's eyes. It wasn't disdain for his father, it was for him. "Brother, I've thought about it. When I graduate from high school, I'll be admitted into the film industry and then join your company. I want to make a movie with my cousin too." "Why do you want to make a movie with her?" "I want to kiss her too." "You don't know how to spell the word death." "Haha, I'm just kidding." "Brother, your reaction is so big. You really have a sister complex." I have a sister complex. Does everyone already know about it?" Xianxia was considering whether to kill him. Even if he was his cousin, he couldn't blame him for being merciless if he knew too much. But sister complexes aren't popular anymore. Most of the people in our class have sister complexes. A sister is so good. She's light and soft and easy to push down. Xianxia sent a message. "That's why you're too young." Xianxia silently deleted this sentence. He no longer had the right to lecture his cousin with the tone of an experienced person. "By the way, my aunt's family is eating at our house today. My cousin is beside me. She wants to talk to you." A moment later. "Cousin, I went to watch your movie with Xianxia this morning." Smile, this was from his cousin, Xianxia. "How's your studies recently?" "It's okay. It shouldn't be a problem to get into Fudan next year. The cutoff score for us locals is low. If it doesn't work, I'll go to the University of Finance and Economics." After a pause, Xianxia sent a message. "Actually, I also want to get into the film industry." "You also want to make a kissing scene with your cousin?" Xianxia was shocked again. His cousin's thoughts were too dangerous. She looked very normal. "If you really want your cousin, then I'm sorry, but we'll have to draw our swords." "No, I want to make a kissing scene with my cousin." "You're so cool as a pheasant. I like it so much." Xianxia sent a shy emoji. "Just like the girls in class, I'm now your little fangirl." Oh, that's good. What's good about it?" "Sister, your thoughts are even more dangerous. My heart is so messy that it's about to go blank." "God, did you forget to arrange it for me?" Xianxia was very confused. Did he have to add "my problematic sister" after "my sister doesn't want to marry"? When he thought of his sister, Suyu's beautiful face appeared in his mind. If there was anyone among his siblings who was suitable to enter the entertainment industry, it would definitely be his uncle's daughter, his beautiful and cute cousin, Suyu. She had completely inherited his handsome uncle's genes. She was unbelievably beautiful since she was young. Only Qin Baobao could surpass her. If she entered the entertainment industry, as long as her talent wasn't too bad, he felt that he could definitely make her famous with some resources. However, his cousin's singing was average. She was suitable for the film and television industry. If he signed her to Tianfeng and made a few movies, she might become popular. It would be easy to raise a celebrity sister. If there was a chance, he could even take her to make a kissing scene. Forget about that, his sister would carry a knife. After receiving Xianxia's "Love Even If You Die," Huang Yuding's Huahai Film and Television immediately invested in publicity. First, Huang Yuding posted on Weibo, "Thank you, Miss Jean, for helping us make the album. I look forward to singing your song." Xianxia then the studio also posted on Weibo, "After a lot of hard work, we finally invited teacher Xianxia. Good songs are hard to come by. Let's look forward to Miss Jean's new rock and roll work." Xianxia finally, all kinds of entertainment information were pushed through mobile phones and computers. Xianxia, who never writes songs for others, suddenly has a lot of inspiration. It's actually for him. Huang Yuding's album, written by Xianxia. Fast Shooter's new work, let's wait and see. At the end of January, Fast Shooter's new song Attacks. Huang Yuding's album had been promoted on the official Weibo a few days ago. The fans were not surprised, but when they saw the famous Fast Shooter Xianxia joining the production, they were excited. Huang Yuding's fans rushed to Xianxia's Weibo to comment, "Yo, Fast Shooter, Do you have some shady deal with our Yuding? How long has it been since the concert ended? You have a new song again? In the entire entertainment industry, I only admire you. Like grandma fell down today, but I held it in and didn't help her. I told my hands that I will only admire you in the future. The commenter above is funny, haha. I wonder what song Xianxia wrote this time. Is it rock? Is it rock like Ligu? Actually, Ligu is not really rock. No, there are no strict rules for rock. It was originally non-mainstream music, so it's fine to say that Ligu is rock. Xianxia's fans were very proud. Of course, don't you know who our Xianxia is? The Fast Shooter's title is not for nothing. The Fast Shooter can be so fast that you doubt your life. The Fast Shooter is the best. He felt that these guys were not fans, but haters. Guo Wenju Studio. Guo Wenju was a big shot in the music industry, on the same level as the heavenly queen Yang Lina. Oh, Yang Lina was Wales's guest partner on Singer, the one who almost won the championship. The older generation of heavenly kings and heavenly queens were mostly past their prime. There was little news about them in the entertainment industry, and they only appeared occasionally. Guo Wenju and Yang Lina belonged to the new generation of heavenly kings and heavenly queens. Of course, Guo Wenju and his studio would never call themselves heavenly kings. The times were different, and they would be laughed at by fans. I just analyzed it. If it's just one song, Huang Yuding's sales will not exceed ours, the manager said. It's not about the sales, it's about the popularity. Guo Wenju rubbed his temples. Now no one is talking about our album on the internet. It's all over there. It's just a matter of a while. It will stop in a few days, the manager comforted. Guo Wenju looked at him. Reliable? The agent stopped talking. If it were someone else, he would have patted his chest and said, absolutely reliable. But what about a fast shooter? A fast shooter was too scary. For other composers, if one song out of 10 was a masterpiece, they would be a gold medal composer. With decades of composing, if they had 10 masterpieces, they could be called a big shot in the industry and be highly respected. But Fast Gunner was different. Every song of Fast Gunner was exquisite. Exquisite was his bottom line, a terrifying bottom line. Every time the Fast Gunner released a new song, the singers in the entertainment industry would have a kind of fear of invading the village. Weren't singers releasing albums and music videos for the sake of fame and popularity? However, as long as he encountered a fast shooter, he would definitely be suppressed to the point where he could not even lift his head. It was a tragedy. We'll see. Guo Wenju sighed. A few days later, Huang Yuding's album was released under the eagerness of his fans. Due to the good publicity, the sales on the day of the launch skyrocketed. Not only did fans buy the digital album, but many musicians and singers also bought it tacitly. Then, they promoted the single and played the title song Love Even If You're Dead. Starting with a high pitch, what a joke. Who would sing like that? Was he going to sing a high pitch all the way from the beginning to the end? Many singers and composers were dumbfounded. But soon, the high pitch turned soft and low. It was just a change of the order of the climax of an ordinary song. Needless to say, it was super emotional. If I were to sing this song, it would definitely be super emotional. Many singers had this thought in their minds at the same time. Fast Gunner was really amazing. The fans' thoughts were much simpler. Their appreciation level was the first impression after listening, good and bad. In the comments section of the digital album, after listening to all the songs, let's talk about my personal feelings. The other songs are okay, but they're not outstanding. After listening to them, you won't lose anything. In this album, only Love Even If You're Dead surprised me. How should I put it? This song is very explosive, very emotional, and very exciting. I'm looking forward to hearing this song at the KTV because this song doesn't need to test singing skills too much. It's not like some love songs, where a lyric has several tones, and it's not like some rock songs, where you have to pay attention not to break when you hit the high pitch. But this song is different. You just have to scream as much as you want. The comment got 999 plus likes. Netizens posted below, this song is super exciting and easy to learn. I can sing it after listening to it a few times. And it's very emotional. I feel like I've been brainwashed. My mother looked at me strangely, but I don't care. I'm very high when I sing it. Not bad, not bad. This high pitch is cool enough, and the bass part is quite touching. It's very immersive to sing when you're heartbroken. It's really too high. I admire Huang Yuding. He sings love songs, but he can also sing a high-pitched song so vividly. I admire Fast Gunner more. Fast Gunner doesn't need to be admired anymore. Just shout 666 for him. See you at the KTV. A week later. Guo Wenju, no one is discussing my album anymore. His agent, Love Even If You're Dead is popular, and the heat hasn't died down yet. My son sings this song every day. Guo Wenju, don't people hum it every day in our studio too? His agent, Mimpi Guo Wenju, I heard that the KTV already has this song. The employees want to go to the party to sing it. His agent, these guys, do you want me to scold them? Guo Wenju, I also want to sing it. Make the arrangements tonight. Let's sing. His agent. Okay. Miss Jean, although this seems pretentious, I still want to thank you again. Huang Yuding couldn't suppress his laughter. One could imagine that he must be laughing so hard on the other end of the phone. You're welcome. Xianxia smiled. I'm going to hold a concert at the end of the year, and I'm planning to use the popularity of the album to promote the concert. This album is very successful. Even if the sales are not as high as Guo Wenju's, the topic and popularity are all on my side, haha. Huang Yuding couldn't help but laugh. After hanging up the phone, Qin Baobao's voice came from the room. A's, help me get the express delivery from Uncle Meng at the concierge. With Qin Baobao and Xianxia's identities, it was inconvenient for them to have the express delivery delivered to their doorstep. The more valuable things would be sent to the company's address, and some daily trinkets would be sent to Uncle Meng downstairs. Got it. Xianxia shouted. A song that was popular all over the country would usually become the hot topic for a period of time. It could be in the top 10 of the hot search list for more than 10 days. These hot topics were the favorite targets of online media companies. Even if no one paid them, they would write some gossip about related topics to attract traffic. Among them, the most famous was the shocking section of a certain browser. In the chief editor's office of a certain online media company, Wang Zijin was wearing a black Dior dress and a pair of slender high heels. Her long hair was tied up on top of her head, and she wore a pair of thin-rimmed glasses. Her long white legs were crossed, and her oval face was clean and fair. She leaned against the office chair and stared at the ceiling in a daze, chewing gum in her mouth. In half a year and a month, Wang Zijin went from being an editor to the chief editor's position. Her former opponents were all defeated by her. In the 2 months since she took over as chief editor, no one doubted her ability anymore. The rumors that she relied on the unspoken rules in the workplace to get to the chief editor's position gradually died down. It wasn't that everyone's thinking had changed, but that the few guys who spread the rumors were fired by Wang Zijin with a reason. She also deducted their bonuses and commissions. Since young, Wang Zijin had never submitted to anyone when it came to fighting. But even if Wang Zijin was so smart, some things were difficult to deal with. For example, her best friend who was mentally ill, and her prospective boyfriend who was also mentally ill. Xianxia should be considered her prospective boyfriend. Anyway, their relationship definitely exceeded that of ordinary friends. It was just that Salted Fish didn't confess, and she didn't reveal her cards. If it was an ordinary man whose relationship with such a hot and beautiful sister had reached the level of friendship, he would definitely kick her hard and enjoy a blissful sex life. But Xianxia wasn't an ordinary man. He was a salted fish. A few days ago, she tried so hard to seduce Salted Fish. As long as Salted Fish was firm, Wang Zijin would agree to be his girlfriend. But Xianxia wasn't an ordinary salted fish. He was the saltiest one. So salty that Wang Zijin felt despair. Every time she saw Salted Fish's tempted and conflicted look, Wang Zijin felt pity for him. At the same time, she felt jealous. Why? Why? There's a huge forest outside, but you have to stay by your sister's side. Sister can't give you a blissful sex life. She also said to herself, why? Why? There are so many handsome young men waiting for you to hook your finger, and they will run over like dogs, waiting for the queen to come to you. Why do you keep thinking about salted fish from the Qin family? But she, Wang Zijin, had lived for so many years and been proud for so many years. Finally, she met a man who made her want to have a proper relationship. She wasn't willing to give up just like that. Ring, 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 the landline on the desk made a loud sound. The bubbles that came out of her little mouth burst and stuck to her little face. Chief editor, what's the matter? Wang Zijin pressed the speakerphone button. Zijin, the song Love Even If You're Dead has become popular again. Many netizens have revealed that this song is being sung everywhere in the KTV. There are many people complaining about it. We have to seize the time to ride on its popularity. I'm not satisfied with the articles written by those little rascals. I'll have to trouble you to do it personally. Got it. It's done. Wang Zijin was concise. I'm not worried about your writing skills. The chief editor laughed and hung up the phone. Wang Zijin cleared all the distracting thoughts and browsed the relevant information on the internet. Then, she went to forums, Tieba, and other places where experienced people gathered to read some jokes. In order to survive in an online media company, she had to be familiar with Weibo, forums, and Tieba. She had to understand all kinds of jokes and popular online phrases so that the articles she wrote would not be boring. If she wrote something like a press release, who would read it? Suddenly, Wang Zijin saw a post. The person who posted it said that after being married for so many years, he was no longer interested in his wife. The little vixens outside flirted with him all day long. He wanted to move his anchor, but one day, he found that a man was sending his wife home. He realized that he could not accept his wife falling into another man's arms at all. He decided to continue living with his wife. Netizens commented, the OP is so magnanimous. You still want to continue living like this? Hurry up and do a paternity test for the child at home. It turns out that your wife also wants to use the iron rod. OP, are you mistaken? Shouldn't you just get a divorce for this kind of thing? Wang Zijin joined in the fun and posted a string of comments, ha ha ha. Then, she closed the page and focused on writing the article. On Tieba and forums, there were all kinds of funny posts. Regardless of whether they were true or not, they could always make people laugh. After staying in this kind of place for a long time, there would be different kinds of fun every day. After writing the draft, Wang Zijin handed it over to her subordinates to polish and edit. Now that the situation was in a stalemate, she needed to find an opportunity to break out of it. However, this kind of thing was not about fighting for territory. Wang Zijin did not have much experience. As long as the enemy was too strong and the allies were too lazy, Sister Ziwei would be very passive. The phone rang. It was Qin Zhe and Qin Baobao singing Because of Love. Looking at the name of the caller, it was Zhao Biao, Zhao Taizhu. Wang Zijin picked up the phone. Zijin, Hu Hansan, am back. Zhao Taizhu laughed like an idiot. Why are you in Shanghai again? Wang Zijin never spoke nicely to this childhood friend of hers. Of course, I'm here. Zhao Taizhu laughed and said, otherwise, why would I come all the way to Shanghai? Do you want to die? Wang Zijin raised her eyebrows. She was not a naive girl who did not understand the meaning of words. On the contrary, her vocabulary was comparable to an experienced driver. Don't misunderstand. The last time I came to Shanghai, I hooked up with a good girl. Her breasts and butt, tsk, made me forget to go back. This time, I took the initiative to go on a business trip and come over to have a good time with her. I just sent her a few ellipses. Zhao Biao laughed. Go away, there are no good men. Wang Zijin scolded, young Master Zhao, you have been flirting with women in Beijing. You came all the way to Shanghai just for this? Are you tired? You don't understand, right? This is called fun. Zhao Taizhu said, in this day and age, it's easy to get tired of everything. Only young men like to do things recklessly. Old people like us pursue fun. Think about it, I came all the way here, bringing my manners and local specialties, and then I shot a few Italian cannons. After dawn, I had to leave because of business. TSK, how interesting. You didn't see that little girl's tearful expression when she couldn't bear to part with me. It's all because I'm good at martial arts. If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up. I have a lot of things on my mind. I don't want to bicker with you. No, let's go out for dinner tonight. I have a flight tomorrow morning. Alright. 7 p.m. at a rooftop barbecue restaurant. The wind was biting cold, but the charcoal fire on the table was blazing. The roast meat on the iron rack was sizzling, and there was also a steaming hot borscht. Wang Zijin crossed her legs and bit the straw in her mouth. She tilted her head and looked at the night view in the distance. Zhao Taizhu sat opposite her. He used a small knife to cut up a whole piece of streaky pork and spread it on the iron rack. A moment later, the aroma of meat filled the air. We've been friends for so many years. I don't need you to leave with tears. At least give me a smile. Zhao Taizhu rolled up the roast meat with lettuce and put it on Wang Zijin's plate. I didn't see you bring Qinzhe. What's wrong? Did you have a fight? Wang Zijin ignored him and was thinking about this plan in her heart. Zhao Taizhu's eyes wandered around. There was a mature and beautiful big sister nearby who was smiling particularly charmingly. Zhao Taizhu, who was wearing a designer suit that ordinary white-collar workers could only dream of, gave the beautiful big sister a coquettish wink. The mature woman with sharp eyes gave him a wink back. Zhao Taizhu understood and asked the waiter for a note. He wrote down his mobile phone number and gave the waiter 200 yuan to pass to the other party. Before I leave tonight, I can give out a few more ellipses. Zhao Taizhu said to himself. Stallion spirit, you'll die on a woman's belly sooner or later. Wang Zijin said in a tone that expected better from him. Sooner or later, I'll die anyway. It's better to die comfortably. Zhao Taizhu was thick-skinned. As for me, I've accumulated good karma in my previous life. In this life, I've been reincarnated into a good family and have a good father. Since I've accumulated good karma in my previous life, I should enjoy it in this life. No matter how hard and tiring it is, I have to grit my teeth and endure it. That's what a man with a phoenix does. If I don't enjoy it now, I won't be able to when I'm old. Wang Zijin was speechless. This kind of flatterer made sense. She was speechless. If you're unhappy, just tell me. Don't hide it in your heart. Zhao Taizhu lit a cigarette, took a deep breath, and exhaled. The smoke was instantly blown away by the cold wind. He narrowed his eyes and his expression became much more serious. When it comes to relationships, women are born to be at a disadvantage. I'm a scumbag. I can't deny that. A leopard can't change its spots. Your sister-in-law may not be unaware of my messy affairs outside. She's a good woman. In this life, as long as she doesn't divorce me, I'll live with her. But in the final analysis, I still owe her, and I'm still a scumbag. Although Zijin, you've been smart since you were a child, you'll always meet a man you like. If it was 10 years ago, I wouldn't say a word. Anyone who dares to have ideas about my queen, no matter who he is, he has to die. Now, I just hope you don't meet a scumbag like me. Zhao Taizhu said seriously. He's not a scumbag. He's much better than you. Wang Zijin rolled her eyes. He's just too stubborn. Listening to your tone, you won't meet a love rival, right? Zhao Taizhu's eyes flashed with the light of gossip. I'm very confident in you when it comes to scolding people. Don't be afraid. Kill her. Any woman who dares to block Sister Ziwei's way will be trampled flat, crushed, and killed. Wang Zijin sighed faintly. The enemy is too strong. She used to think that the coquettish goods at home were just paper tigers, not worth mentioning. Now she found that she had made a serious mistake of underestimating the enemy. Suyu, this kind of Tom, Dick, and Harry, can be dealt with one hand. The great god at home is her number one enemy. Her sister is sick and can be rescued. Her younger brother is also sick. She feels that Corinne Senzubins can't be saved. I'm willing to serve the queen, Zhao Taizhu patted his chest. Do you need me to go? Wang Zijin glanced at him. Taizhu, it's not that sister looks down on you. Although you look tall and strong, I feel that Xianxia can pinch you to death with one finger. Zhao Taizhu remembered the scene of Xianxia tearing the glass with his hand. His heart was scared, but he still said, even so, I can go through water and tread on fire for Sister Ziwei. Wang Zijin immediately took out her mobile phone. Then you fight with him. I've wanted to beat him for a long time. Don't, Sister Ziwei. Zhao Taizhu panicked. I just said it casually. If I go back to the capital in a wheelchair, you won't be able to explain it to your sister-in-law. Coward. Wang Zijin coquettishly rolled her small eyes. Let's just break up. Men are all cheap bones. They only know how to cherish something after losing it. Zhao Taizhu came up with a crooked idea. Ding, your IQ has been successfully recharged. Wang Zijin's eyes lit up. She remembered the post she saw in the afternoon. A man who was about to have a change of heart saw his wife and another man walking close together. He immediately became jealous and decided not to leave his wife. Wang Zijin felt that she could cheat Xianxia. In the art of war that her grandfather taught her, this move is called false and true, passing off the false as the true. Little red guy, don't blame sister for playing tricks on you. Wang Zijin opened her mobile phone's camera function and took a picture of the fragrant barbecue on the dining table. Zhao Taizhu lowered his head and entered the camera. Do you want to take a picture and post it in your moments? How can you miss my handsome face? Can you get out? Don't show your head. Wang Zijin took the picture again. Hey, don't be so far away. Show your hand. Zhao Taizhu's face can't appear in the camera. Wang Zijin hasn't learned Photoshop yet. As soon as he shows his head, he can't cheat the little red guy. After taking the picture, Wang Zijin decisively uploaded it to her moments. Today's dinner was very happy. It was beautiful. Shy. After that, Wang Zijin ate the barbecued meat while checking her social media feed. Soon. Aunt Qin liked it, Uncle Qin liked it, they don't think I'm having dinner with their little red guy. Then. Qin bao bao, applause, 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 hum. The little bitch must be very happy. I, the wolf, finally caught a rich guy. Suyu, where are you eating? I want to come too. Get out of here. I've never seen such a shameless woman. Suyu, hey, this is not Xianxia's hand. What the hell, what's the relationship between this woman and the little red guy? Even their fingers are so familiar. Wang Zijin's peach blossom eyes burst out murderous intent. Zhao Taizhu on the opposite side was stunned. After many years, Sister Ziwei showed her ferocious fangs again. Just like when she was sitting on the cement slab in the corner of the yard with a small red school bag, pointing at a group of followers below, her murderous eyes were full of murderous intent. A pleasant female voice sounded. It was Wang Zijin's mobile phone. She took it out and looked at it. Suddenly, she smiled. Oh, it's the little red guy's phone. Are you anxious? Are you angry? Are you panicking? Are you afraid? Wang Zijin hung up the phone, thinking, I'm ignoring you, I'm not answering your phone. Get angry, little red guy. The little red guy really got angry and kept calling. Wang Zijin raised the corner of her mouth. She turned off her phone. Have you finished eating? Let's go. Zhao Taizhu said. This was because he saw that the mature and beautiful big sister had already left. Before she left, she even gave him a flirtatious look. Zhao Taizhu understood and prepared to send Wang Zijin back quickly. Before leaving Shanghai tomorrow, he could send a batch of ellipses to her. Don't worry. Wang Zijin smiled and said, do you think a man and a woman who are dating for dinner in the evening have to get an hourly room or something after dinner? Zhao Taizhu, degree, he was shocked. What did Sister Ziwei mean by this? This playful and ambiguous smile, Zhao Taizhu hesitated and said in distress, Zijin, although you were my girlfriend in primary school, after all, so many years have passed, and I have a family and a career. Even if you regret it now, it's a little late. Alas, this love can become memories, but at that time, it was already lost. Wang Zijin was stunned and sneered, you're looking for death. Zhao Taizhu, even if you're beautiful and excellent, I'm the man you can't get in your life. Wang Zijin sneered again, shit won't be noble because no one cares about it. Even if the charcoal fire was burning, the cold wind was still too cold. Wang Zijin and Zhao Taizhu paid the bill and left. She lay on the driver's seat and rolled down the seat. I'll take a nap for a while. Send me home at 10 o'clock. I've sent the address to your mobile phone. Zhao Taizhu said and thought that he had a great chance to touch the mature big sister tonight. Set off at 10 o'clock, it would only take half an hour to send her back. The road was not blocked at night, and if he drove faster, he would arrive in 20 minutes. He still had a lot of time to do the things he wanted to do. At worst, he could change the flight. Dawdling until 10 o'clock in the evening, Zhao Taizhu rushed all the way to Qinzai's community. He didn't know how many speeding photos were taken along the way, but this was not what young Master Zhao cared about. In less than 20 minutes, he arrived at the gate of the community. He woke up Wang Zijin. Just roll down the window a little later. Wang Zijin patted her face and said inexplicably. What are you doing? Zhao Taizhu was confused. Don't talk nonsense, just do it. Wang Zijin got out of the car. The cold wind blew on her face, and she shivered all over. According to her understanding of Qinzai, the little red guy must be watching her in a dark place at the gate of the community. Wang Zijin took a deep breath and raised a sweet smile on her face. She went around to the driver's window and waved with a sweet smile, goodbye. Zhao Taizhu shivered, stepped on the accelerator, and left. When Wang Zijin just walked into the community, she heard a faint voice in the dark, Sister Ziwei, you're back. Even if she was mentally prepared, she was still shocked. She turned her head and saw Qinzai standing there with his hands in his pockets and his head held high. He stood with a posture of forgive me for being unrestrained and loving freedom. He was not surprised at Wang Zijin's return at all. Why are you here? Sister Ziwei said in a surprised tone. I came down to get the express from Mr. Meng in the reception office. Where's the express? The express didn't arrive. Qinzai said faintly, I received a 999 critical hit from a knife. Wang Zijin raised the corner of her mouth. Before doing this, Wang Zijin hesitated because it would be risky to do so. If the little bumpkin was hopeless, he would abandon her and go to his sister's arms. Wang Zijin would cry. But the little bumpkin ran down and waited for her with jealousy. Wang Zijin breathed a sigh of relief. Senior White, please bless me, the little bumpkin could be saved. Then let's go up together. Wang Zijin smiled and held Qinzai's arm. Okay. Qinzai quietly took a step back, not letting her hold his arm, and walked straight forward. Wang Zijin's mouth twitched. It was the first time she played this trick. Did she use too much strength? She looked at the little bumpkin's angry and depressed eyes. She felt inexplicably distressed. The two kept a distance of half a body and walked side by side into the depths of the community. The community was so quiet that it made Wang Zijin panic. The street lights pulled the shadows of the two people very long. Wang Zijin turned her head to look at him. Qinzai's face was very indifferent. His dark eyes, which she usually thought were very deep, were particularly indifferent at this moment. They passed through the street lights and entered the dark area. Sister Ziwei, who are you eating with today? Qinzai whispered. Wang Zijin's heart was slightly relieved. Since Qinzai asked, it meant that her plan was successful. Although he was temporarily traumatized, as long as she comforted him later, it should be remedied. If she couldn't do it, she could learn from Qin Baobao and cry. The little bumpkin liked it the most. Just a friend. Wang Zijin pretended to be perfunctory. What friend? Sister Ziwei, do you still have friends in Shanghai? Qinzai asked. Well, I didn't have any before, but I will eventually meet them. Wang Zijin smiled. You've been eating for 5 hours? Qinzai stared into her eyes. Wang Zijin sees the deep sadness hidden in Qinzai's eyes. She is moved in her heart. The young man is also an experienced internet user. He must be familiar with the story about the goddess having dinner with the tall, rich, and handsome man. And coming back late at night. Then her plan must have succeeded. There was no need for too many words. Qinzai had already understood. What's wrong? Is Aza unhappy that I went out to eat with my friends? Wang Zijin smiled faintly as she stared at Qinzai. The little red guy must be very anxious now. A non-existent love rival appeared out of nowhere. He would definitely not continue to be a salted fish. She was ready to accept the little pervert's sobbing. Then she pretended to be a big sister and hugged him in her arms. Little fool, I lied to you. Happy. Xianxia looked at her deeply and whispered, Sister Ziwei has been away from home for so long. You must be very lonely. There is someone you like who can accompany you. I am also happy for Sister Ziwei. After he finished speaking, he forced a smile and said, It's true. Wang Zijin's mouth was agape, and her face was blank. Xianxia took a deep breath. Sister will also be very happy. You are best friends. If a best friend finds someone she likes, her wandering heart will have someone to rely on. Of course, she will be happy. The script was not right. Sister Ziwei considered several possibilities. For example, Xianxia confessed his feelings to her because of jealousy. She could explain things clearly and then happily accept the little red guy into her arms. Almost, the little red guy yelled at her and shouted himself hoarse. She could also take the opportunity to tell the truth. The little red guy would still throw himself into her arms, sobbing and saying, Sister Ziwei, I was wrong. I shouldn't have doubted you. But she didn't expect that the salted fish would really give up on her. When they were in the car, Zhao Taizhu asked her, Aren't you afraid of leaving a crack in his heart by doing this? Wang Zijin thought for a moment and sighed. Cut the Gordian knot. You don't know that if I don't use strong medicine, this kind of thing will continue to drag on. Zhao Taizhu wondered, what the hell is going on? Wang Zijin did not say anything. She looked at the night outside the car window and remained silent. I'm out of control. Wang Zijin's heart was in a mess. The two stood in the cold wind, speechless for a long time. Xianxia lit a cigarette. He looked very depressed when he smoked, like a defeated dog. It was easy to imagine the image of a defeated man smoking alone. Wang Zijin's heart seemed to be pinched by someone. I'm really happy. Xianxia lowered his head slightly. Sister Ziwei is so good to me that I almost misunderstood. Although I'm still very unwilling, I must be happy for Sister Ziwei. I can't cause trouble for Sister Ziwei because of my emotions. Throwing away the cigarette in his hand, he lowered his head, shrugged his shoulders, and walked away silently. Wang Zijin stood alone in the same place, her face pale. She watched Xianxia walk away. 5 steps, 10 steps, 15 steps, her mind was in a complete mess. In her life, Wily Six had played many tricks. She had cheated many people, but she was rarely cheated by others. She was smart and proud, but she was helpless against Xianxia. After being frustrated, she finally wanted to play a trick, but it went wrong. In front of this man, her cleverness was of no use. Because she cared too much, she became stupid. Xianxia, I lied to you. Wang Zijin screamed. Not far away, Xianxia stopped. Sister Ziwei, what are you talking about? I don't understand. He was a little far away and his voice was not loud, but Wang Zijin heard it clearly. You have to understand. I was lying to you. Lied to me? Why did you lie to me? Wang Zijin, who was mentally and physically exhausted, rushed over. She hugged Xianxia from behind, like a woman behind a pervert. She hugged his waist tightly and cried, because I like A's, I like him very much. After shouting this sentence, she felt much better. The pain just now made her understand that she could not accept being a stranger with Xianxia. But I don't like you. Xianxia tried to break her hands, but he failed. She hugged him tightly. You can't not like me. You can't not like me. Wang Zijin cried out, that person is Zhao Biao, not some other man. I didn't mean to lie to you, I was wrong. Is it fun? Xianxia gritted his teeth. No, it's not fun at all. A's, please forgive me. Wang Zijin sobbed and said intermittently. In the cold wind, the two stood still. Then Xianxia quietly took out his phone and sent a message, it's done. A few seconds later, there was a reply, are you crying? Yes. Ha ha ha. Looking at the chat history, the first message was sent at 9 o'clock, from Zhao Biao, What's wrong with you, kid? Did you have a conflict with my sister Ziwei? Xianxia, you saw her WeChat moments too? She's eating outside with another man, and no one is answering her phone. I want to explode now. Zhao Biao. That person is me, bastard. She fell asleep in my car and said she would go back at 10 o'clock. Wait, I seem to have seen through something. Xianxia, F***ck, I'm so angry. This joke isn't funny at all. Zhao Biao, when young couples have conflicts, the most taboo is to sulk. The longer you sulk, the more you'll think. Look, you forced my sister Xian to use such a crooked move, you unlucky child. Xianxia, I'm F***king confused. What did I do? I didn't quarrel with her. Zhao Biao, anyway, communicate more. Zijin has never had a boyfriend before. She may be smart, but she's immature in some aspects and can't control herself. If my wife is so angry with me, I'll just write a divorce agreement. A woman doesn't know what a man is thinking. Xianxia, got it, I'll send her a message. Zhao Biao, wait, I have a bold idea. A few kilometers away, in the car by the roadside. Zhao Biao sent the 3 words ha 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 and said, Zijin, I can only help you up to this point. How could Wang Zijin hide her thoughts from Taizhu, an experienced driver? When Wang Zijin took the photos and didn't let his face show, Taizhu knew what was going on. He shook his head and his heart. This method wouldn't work. From a man's point of view, if a woman wanted to capture a man's heart, she had to capture his stomach first. Oh, he ignored this point. His sister Ziwei didn't know how to cook. The rest of her methods were nothing more than being gentle and considerate, acting cute, winking and shaking her butt. Pretending to have a man outside not only wouldn't capture a man's heart, but would also make him mentally explode. Wang Zijin was smart, but she had too little experience in love. She was too naive. Taizhu knew everything, but he didn't say anything. A vicious plan formed in Taizhu's heart. Since he was young, it had always been Wang Zijin who tricked him. Student Zhao Taizhu either fell into Wang Zijin's trap or was falling into her trap. In fact, it was the opposite. He immediately sent a message to Xianxia. Not only did he clarify Wang Zijin's trap, but he could also make up for the crack in Xianxia's heart and trap Wang Zijin at the same time. Xianxia, who was full of anger, hit the nail on the head. When Zhao Taizhu returned to the capital, he was going to make a note in a small notebook. On a certain day, Wang Zijin threw herself into the arms of a certain man and cried. She begged the other party not to abandon her and shed tears of regret. Zhao Taizhu started the car and drove into the night. His voice floated in the night sky. How can I not be stabbed when I'm in the martial arts world? You stabbed me, I'll stab you back. His voice was torn in the night wind. On the other side, Wang Zijin cried sadly. Tears rolled down her cheeks like pearls from a broken necklace. She had never cried so miserably in her life. She sobbed and apologized in a choked voice. This time, it was really out of control. The internet said that Dali creates miracles, but it was all a lie. Sister was wrong. Ace, don't be angry, okay? You can't not. Like me. Sister likes you so much, she sobbed and sniffed. Wang Zijin hugged Xianxia tightly. She was afraid that if she let go, they would forget about each other. After Xianxia sent the message, he saw that she was still crying. His arms tightened around her waist as if they were going to break. She wiped her tears and snot on his back as she cried. Sister Ziwei's body was so soft. Her breasts were so plump. It felt so good. Sister Ziwei had never cried like this before. Sister Ziwei did so much to make him confess. If she knew that she was tricked, would she explode on the spot? Would she fall over her chest on the spot? It's so convenient for her to be in this position. I feel like I've gone too far. Xianxia hesitated for a while before he summoned his courage. Sister Ziwei, there's something I don't know if I should say. I'm going to lose this round of emotional manipulation. Xianxia's heart was in turmoil. After tricking so many tears, he saw Sister Ziwei's weakest side under her virtuous exterior. There were so many shameful lines. You can't not like me, you can't not like me, I like A's the most, sister was wrong, please forgive me. With such a shameful line, even if it was a shameless sister, she would still give him a death hug or a scissors kick before covering her face and running away. If it was really his sister, he wouldn't be afraid. I, salted fish Zay, am best at coaxing my sister. But how am I supposed to coax Sister Ziwei? I have no experience at all. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Sister Ziwei exploded on the spot, completing a solo kill. Little fool, I lied to you too. Sister Ziwei threw him over her chest, completing another solo kill. He didn't expect Sister Ziwei to have such a big reaction. He just wanted to punish her a little. You pissed me off. It doesn't make sense that you can trick me, but I can't trick you. You can't discriminate between men and women, right? No, in this situation, Sister Ziwei definitely won't be reasonable. She's a woman too. Xianxia thought of some funny gifs on the internet. For example, he tricked his girlfriend to see his butt, then after his girlfriend shrank under the blanket, he farted and covered the blanket to prevent his girlfriend from coming out. For example, when he was sunbathing, he took a magnifying glass and aimed it at his girlfriend's bikini-clad butt. For example, when his girlfriend was sleeping, he put a big snake under the blanket. In the past, Xianxia was overjoyed and mocked foreigners for seeking death. Unknowingly, I had also dug my own grave like the foreigners. Wang Zijin sniffed and choked, I'm not listening, I'm not listening. You're definitely going to say that you don't like me anymore. I already said that I was wrong, what else do you want me to do? Boo-hoo. She started crying again. Xianxia's heart sank. She was going to cry like a fool. She would definitely explode later. Let go of me first, then listen to me, Xianxia said. He couldn't give her a chance to fall over her chest. Wang Zijin let go of his hand. Her little face was a mess from crying. Her nose was red, and her eyes were red. She looked at him timidly, which reminded Xianxia of his sister's eyes when she cried. It was the same kitten-like eyes. She wanted to be close to you, but she was also afraid of being abandoned. Do you know, when I saw your photo, I almost exploded. Xianxia said in a deep voice. I didn't do it on purpose. Wang Zijin sniffled. Her long eyelashes trembled, and she almost cried again. No matter how strong a woman was, no matter how smart a woman was, she would still meet a man who made her willing to be a fool. After knowing that it was Zhao Taizhu, I heaved a sigh of relief and felt really happy. Because I also like Sister Ziwei very much. The sudden confession stunned Wang Zijin. Her eyes lit up with joy, bright and beautiful. But I'm still very angry. I can't accept Sister Ziwei being close to another man. I can't accept it at all. Xianxia's expression was serious. Wang Zijin quickly shook her head. Then. I forgive you for this. Xianxia nodded seriously. Yes, I forgive you. Wang Zijin was very touched. She threw herself into Xianxia's arms and said happily, A's is the best. Ding, player Xianxia received, Sister Ziwei's heart. This item is not tradable, confess and leniency, no way. I'm a salted fish, not a wooden club. How could I confess such a stupid thing? On one side was Sister Ziwei's chest throw, and on the other side was Sister Ziwei's little girl snuggling. Even a stinky salted fish knows how to choose. Do I have to be a straightforward boy and say, Sister Ziwei, actually, Taizhu and I teamed up to trick you just now? Taizhu was so innocent. Don't sell him out so early. If Sister Ziwei's reaction wasn't so big, Xianxia would have confessed to her. If he confessed now, not only would he be done for, but he would also get his teammate Zhao Taizhu into trouble. Wang Zijin's heart was racing. She thought shyly and happily, does this count as his confession? Then are we confirmed to be boyfriend and girlfriend? Sister Ziwei's mind was in a mess. There was a sour smell of love in her nose. Wang Zijin didn't suspect that she had fallen into a trap at all. It was mainly because Xianxia's acting was too good. He played the role of a disappointed and sad boy very realistically. Xianxia exchanged for the Master of Best Actor. Xianxia put his chin on Wang Zijin's head and sniffed her faint fragrance. He closed his eyes and enjoyed it while he could. The proud and intelligent Sister Zijin, the natural and unrestrained Sister Zijin, the black-bellied and black-handed Sister Zijin. Waha, I didn't expect you to cry in my arms today. It's so cool just thinking about it. I'll delete the message later. This can't be exposed. Once it's exposed, I'll sell brother ties you out. Sister Ziwei, will you be my girlfriend? Qinze whispered. Wang Zijin suddenly looked up. Her face was glowing and her eyes were like stars. She said softly, don't you want to be a salted fish anymore? Qinze? Why am I a salted fish? Sister thinks I'm a salted fish. Do you think I'm a salted fish too? Flips table. Don't you regret it? Wang Zijin asked again. I regret, what? Qinze's smile was unnatural. Wang Zijin didn't say anything. She looked at him with a deep gaze. Qinze had a strange feeling. It was as if the secret in the depths of his heart had been uncovered by her and exposed. I've thought it through, Qinze said. After this incident, he had thought it through. If you like someone, you must say it out loud. Love hidden in your heart has no value. He also told him about Xianxia. You're not Yonghua. There's a little Guxiang who's worried about you and won't marry for the rest of her life. A woman's time flies like water. No one will wait for you forever. I don't want us to end up like I'm 100 years old when I look back, or I'm just frustrated at that time. I like you. I like you very, very much. Fortunately, you like me too. Qinze said, so, be my girlfriend. Then bow, don't talk. Kiss me. Wang Zijin didn't say anything because her lips were blocked by Qinze. Wang Zijin was like a heroine in a novel. She moaned and softened in Qinze's arms. Qinze was very experienced in kissing. He had learned it all from his sister. There were 3 steps to kissing. First, lick the other party's lips. The weather is dry in winter. Remember to lubricate first. A lot of things have to be lubricated first. Qinze ate a mouthful of fruit-flavored lip balm. Wang Zijin smeared strawberry lip balm on her lips. Second, suck the other party's lips. Suck hard to achieve the effect of kissing until your lips are swollen. He had personally tested it on his sister. Her lips weren't swollen. How dare you say you love her? Third, stick out your tongue. Of course, kissing without sticking out one's tongue was a hooligan. Sister Ziwei's tongue was soft and shy. She was even shyer than his sister and kept dodging. Night, cold wind, street lights, a couple hugged and kissed under the street lights. If it was a domestic drama or a Korean drama, it would be a touching scene. The audience would applaud. If it was a female novel, the readers would send flowers to celebrate the male and female protagonists finally coming to fruition. But in the normal world, the man couldn't control his hands. Qinze looked at Sister Ziwei's slender waist with his left hand and touched her perky butt with his right hand. Although it wasn't as round as his sister's, his hand was very high and there were no flaws in it. Women who persisted in working out all had great figures. Wang Zijin was dumbfounded the whole time. After the long kiss, Qinze let go of Wang Zijin. Wang Zijin wrapped her arms around his waist and looked up. Their eyes met. Even the cold wind at the end of January couldn't blow away the strong sour smell of love. A's, don't tell Bao Bao about this first, okay? Wang Zijin whispered. Qinze was silent and looked at her. Isn't this what you want? He said. Wang Zijin was speechless. Wang Zijin thought that he was right. He wasn't a fool. Under this salty appearance, there was a very delicate mind. This was what she wanted. At this time, they should go home hand in hand and then show off their love in front of Qin Bao Bao and give her a blow to the heart. The pain would be unavoidable, but then it would be cured. Then, Bao Bao would be able to live a very, very long and peaceful life. But Wang Zijin was afraid. She was afraid that in the end, they wouldn't be best friends. She valued Qin Bao Bao so much. She was the woman who had shared a bed with her for more than half a year. When she ran away from home and drifted outside, Qin Bao Bao took her in without hesitation. For her, Wang Zijin was willing to slap the little brother and sister who grew up with her. For her career to be smoother, she didn't hesitate to call the contacts her angry father left in Shanghai. For her, she didn't hesitate to hook up with salted fish. Oh, that didn't count. She wanted to hook up with salted fish. But her best friend's illness must be cured. She couldn't let Bao Bao sink deeper and deeper. Wang Zijin glanced at Xianxia. She didn't want to tell him, compared to our newly confirmed relationship, I value our best friend relationship with Bao Bao more. This little chick would probably explode on the spot. Let's go home. Xianxia held her hand and walked in the direction of home. Wang Zijin was like a little wife, letting him hold her hand. They walked in silence. When they reached downstairs, Xianxia whispered, Sister Ziwei. She didn't speak for a long time. Wang Zijin tilted her head and stared at him with her bright eyes without blinking. For the rest of my life, please take care of me, he said. When I was young, I loved to make empty promises. But now, I regret it so easily. This is the first promise salted fish lake, but I won't regret it. The door was right in front of them. Xianxia held Wang Zijin's hand, stood still, took a deep breath, and took out the key. If he held Wang Zijin's hand and went in, as long as his sister wasn't blind, she would know. Next, domestic violence might happen in my Qin family, but I will live on. When my sister's long legs are 0.1 millimeters away from my neck, my body will tremble, and the aura of a bastard will surge out. Wang Zijin slapped his hand away and said calmly, open the door. Xianxia was stunned. Was she serious about hiding it from his sister? Why, this was very unlike Zijin. But deep down, he was relieved. The lights in the living room were bright, and the TV was playing a certain anti-Japanese drama. Every time his sister watched a drama, Xianxia would feel a chill in his balls. What was she trying to do? Was she trying to learn how to tear the devils apart? His sister was sleeping on the sofa, curled up and hugging her chest. She was in a lonely and cold position. After all, it was winter and the air conditioner was on. She would feel cold even if she didn't cover herself with a blanket. She should be watching TV while waiting for them to come home. But she fell asleep while waiting. Don't catch a cold. Wake her up and go back to her room. Wang Zijin changed into slippers and walked over. I'll carry her back to her room. Xianxia said softly, be quiet. Don't wake her up. Then I'll take a shower first. Wang Zijin hugged her pajamas and whispered. Shower. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. Yes, she should take a shower first. He had a feeling that salted fish Zay, was going to make a comeback. Tonight would be an unforgettable night. Wang Zijin went into the bathroom. Xianxia carried his sister into the room, carefully placed her on the bed, and covered her with a blanket. Her elder sister was snoring away. Sleeping, she was less charming and flirtatious, and more innocent and cute. Her face was fair and her facial features were exquisite. His sister's eyelashes were strange, long and curly. He looked at his sister's face carefully. Her rosy lips were tempting. Perhaps it was because she was lying flat, but the pressure on her chest made it difficult for her to breathe. She turned to her side, mumbled, and continued to sleep. Sure enough, big sister's little mouth attracted me the most. I really can't be saved. But even if there's no medicine to save me, I still want to try. My sister is like a cancer, corroding my body and soul. It's all your fault. You're such a troublesome little demon. Little Guoxiang was ruined by Yanghua for the rest of her life. She rode on her little stove and became a nun on Mount Amei. She was never married. But Yanghua already had his daughter Xiaolong, so his heart could not hold any other woman. His sister was Guoxiang, and Xianxia didn't do that because he had Xiaolong as his daughter. He was afraid that Hirogua would jump into the air and attack him with his 18 dragon-subduing palms. I, Qin Yang, have always loved freedom. Even if you, Hirogua, know the 18 dragon-subduing palms, I can still take out my great Dharma weapon to defeat you. But this Hirogua was really vicious. He would also use the 18 dragon-subduing palms on Guoxiang later. Bao Bao Guoxiang was not good enough. She had only learned one move in her life. If she took the 18 dragon-subduing palms head-on, she would definitely die. And Huang Rong, her rolling pin, dog beating stick was very sharp. If a man and a woman fought together, even the unrestrained Qin Yang and the cute Bao Bao Guoxiang would not be able to escape death. Then there was the scholarly sage's etiquette, righteousness, honor, filial piety, loyalty, and trust. Even the eternal fire could not save you. In the end, there was also the battle of words from the melon-eating masses, condemning in both speech and writing. It was guaranteed that one's heart would be pierced through. Xianxia sat on the bed and thought for a long time. He couldn't think of a reason. He only felt that it was more messy. Forget it. Since Hero Yonghua is useless, I will only worship Master Xiaobao in the future. Thinking of this, Wang Zijin came out of the shower. Qin Baobao was sleeping, so she couldn't use the hairdryer. She used a dry towel to dry her hair and turned her head. Why are you still here? Wang Zijin asked. I'm waiting for you. Xianxia stared at her. Why are you waiting for me? Wang Zijin didn't understand. She rolled her eyes at him. Go take a shower and sleep later. Yes, take a shower and sleep. This process can't be skipped. Otherwise, it will be uncomfortable. Xianxia put aside the matter in his heart and happily went to take a bath. He took off his clothes and put a toothbrush in his mouth. His head was covered with foam. He took a shower while brushing his teeth. If he wanted to pee, he could also pee. After taking a shower, he found that his sister's room was closed. He went into his room and saw that the bed was empty and the quilt was neatly folded. Xianxia thought, this woman is so pretentious. She even wants me to invite her. He secretly opened his sister's door and sneaked in. Both sisters were lying on the bed. One was asleep and the other was awake. The one who wasn't asleep was shocked and said in a low voice, "Why did you come in?" Xianxia didn't say anything and carried Sister Ziwei away. Wang Zijin kicked her little feet and said in a low voice, don't mess around." As she spoke, Xianxia had already carried her out of the room and into his room. He threw her on his bed. Wang Zijin was stunned. She hugged her knees like a frightened deer and leaned against the bed. She said in a trembling voice, don't mess around." "I'm not messing around." Xianxia was confused. "Didn't you ask me to take a shower?" "I'm taking a shower before sleeping." "Is there a problem?" Wang Zijin stared at him and said, "Don't you take a shower before sleeping?" Xianxia? Was this the legendary playing hard to get? Sister Ziwei really knew how to play around. Xianxia started to take off his clothes. Wang Zijin kicked him in the chest. "Okay, this wasn't playing around. Sister Ziwei, you're my girlfriend." Xianxia held her feet and said angrily, "Don't you know what a girlfriend should do? I've been waiting for this day for a long time. If I don't use it soon, the iron rod will rust. You're my first real girlfriend. You can't be like the previous two girlfriends of dog-leading." Wang Zijin retracted her feet but didn't withdraw them. She could only let him hold them and said softly, I'm not ready." Can you not do it?" Sister Ziwei looked timid. "The first time is unfamiliar, the second time is familiar. The third time, you took the initiative to sit on me," Xianxia said. In the past, he would never have dared to say this. Today, Sister Ziwei kissed and touched him, revealing their relationship. His intimacy with Sister Ziwei increased exponentially. What was the saying? Yes, it was sweet. Now that their relationship was clear, if he still acted like a gentleman, it would be easy to cut the iron rod. Be good. I'm really not ready." Wang Zijin blushed and whispered, "Are you going to force me?" Xianxia, Wang Zijin was extremely charming. Her body was soft and beautiful, and her eyes were so charming that they were about to drip water. Sister Ziwei was now a feast for the eyes. "Okay, then how long do you need to prepare?" Xianxia said dejectedly. "I don't know either," Wang Zijin said softly. "Am I your King fake boyfriend? We kissed so passionately just now." Wang Zijin composed herself and tried to put on a dignified posture, although her beautiful oval-shaped face was still red. She frowned. "We just started dating, and you want to carry me to bed. Are you that kind of Xianxia, Wang Zijin said righteously, "You didn't give me flowers, you didn't even have a candlelight dinner, and a movie. Anyway, we can't do it. I'll give you the flowers tomorrow, and we'll have a candlelight dinner tomorrow night." As for the movie, we've watched at least 108 gigabytes, right? Xianxia said. Was Sister Ziwei's philandering disease acting up again? Did couples have to have a candlelight dinner with flowers just to have sex? If fireworks were allowed in Shanghai, would he have to line them up in a circle around the neighborhood? Wang Zijin finally retracted her feet. She sat cross-legged on the bed and said softly, I haven't thought about how to face Bao Bao. I mean, it's so awkward to suddenly change from a friend to a younger brother's girlfriend. Also, I'm not ready to have sex with you. Xianxia looked at her, and a sentence suddenly appeared in his mind. It's like being in love, but I'm afraid of being F***ked. The corner of his mouth twitched. I'm already very happy to be able to confirm my relationship with A's. Wang Zijin blushed and looked down. She said softly, can we go back to how we were before? I like my current life very much. Before I make up my mind, let's just maintain the status quo. You can't sneak into my room at night. It was hard to imagine that Wang Zijin would say such words. She sounded like a shy and longing little girl. Damn, Sister Ziwei, can you be a little more mature? Who wants to maintain the status quo with you? Xianxia felt so tired. What girlfriend? That's all fake. It was so hard to date a beautiful big sister, but the big sister said, A's, be good. You can't have sex with me. Flips table. Degree? Are you happy? Wang Zijin looked at him carefully, and her feet gently poked his thigh. I'm too impatient, Xianxia said softly. Sister Ziwei, this is your first relationship, right? Xianxia said, did you have a boyfriend in university? Speaking of which, he knew nothing about Wang Zijin's relationship history. Like many men, it was impossible for them to know how many exes their girlfriends had had. No. Wang Zijin shook her head. Before she met Xianxia, her pursuers were all handsome young men. After seeing so many outstanding men, it was inevitable that she got tired of them. That was when she ran away from home and came to Shanghai. She settled down in her best friend's house and got along with this salted fish from the Qin family for half a year. Inexplicably, she fell in love with him. She didn't know the reason. Was it because she enjoyed the warmth of a family? Or was it because she had seen so many outstanding men and met a stinky salted fish? She felt that he was different and fell in love. There were many reasons to like someone. Beauty, personality, figure, family background, etc. There were too many reasons and it was hard to explain. F***ck, that little B***tch has a brother complex. Maybe I have a salted fish complex. A salted fish complex for men, a salted fish complex for men, a salted fish complex with a black heart. Although I've never had a serious girlfriend, since we're in a relationship, our relationship should be different from ordinary people. Xianxia hinted. I know. Wang Zijin placed her hands on the bed and leaned forward. She pecked him on the lips and rolled her eyes. Are you satisfied? Wang Zijin thought for a while and added, in the future, I'll kiss you every day. Be good. Good night. Another peck. She ran away. Xianxia touched his lips. The sour taste of love. Happiness, your sister. I've indeed gotten a fake girlfriend. Why are all my girlfriends so doggy? Satisfied my ass. Who wants to kiss you? Doggy girlfriend, you're not even as good as my sister Bao. But Sister Ziwei, that doesn't exist. Tisk, salted fish. The system said. Xianxia said, why did you come out? You're also doggy. If the host's determination was just a little bit stronger, the system would have issued a mission. The system said, tisk, salted fish. Your body is very honest, but your heart is resisting. Xianxia lowered his head and looked at the raised tent. He slapped it down. Why are you raising your head? What does this have to do with you? You're also doggy. He sucked in a breath of cold air. Reality proved that after a salted fish leaped into the air and did a 360-degree flip, it was still a salted fish when it landed. The person who invented the phrase salted fish turn over a new leaf was simply poisonous. In the end, Xianxia, whose iron rod was still a decoration, was both annoyed and sad. In fact, it would be a miracle if he could have sex with Sister Ziwei tonight. Women were too pretentious. They liked to play hard to get and accept things half-heartedly. Therefore, men should keep acting like hooligans. If they couldn't have sex once, they couldn't have sex twice. After a long time, they really couldn't have sex. Bah, after a long time, they would definitely have sex. If a man didn't act like a hooligan, he wouldn't have a chance at all. This was what Xianxia saw on the internet. The internet also said that the bottom line had to be constantly tested and broken. Then, they would be able to have sex naturally. In the past, Xianxia had all kinds of peerless skills, but he didn't have anyone to spar with. Now, he had Sister Ziwei. It was Saturday. After breakfast, the Qin siblings chose to be salted fish at home. They didn't do anything and just rested for the day. For white-collar workers and gold-collar workers who lived a fast-paced life and had high work pressure, being able to wake up naturally on the weekend was the happiest thing. At 10 in the morning, Qin Baobao changed into yoga clothes and practiced yoga on the yoga mat in the living room. Her two long legs were straight and well-proportioned, and her feet were white and tender. She was lying on her stomach with her arms on the ground. This posture was impossible for people with weak bodies. Xianxia and Wang Zijin sat on the sofa. One was reading a novel, the other was watching a TV series. Sister Ziwei had a true love for TV series. She especially liked family dramas and palace dramas. No matter how melodramatic the plot or shocking the setting, she could watch it with relish. In Xianxia's eyes, family dramas and palace dramas were the same. The male lead was handsome and cold. The female lead was naive and had an eye-catching buff. The male lead was deeply in love with the female lead, and the female lead was deeply in love with the male lead. However, in the early stages, the male lead would hate the female lead because of a misunderstanding. In the later stages, the female lead would hate the male lead for various reasons. Both sides would stab each other with a knife. If it was a period drama, then there was no doubt about it. The male lead must be the female lead's father's murderer. Once, Xianxia asked her, "They're all the same. Don't you get tired of watching them?" Wang Zijin blinked her eyes and thought, "I'm tired of it, but you have to find the highlights yourself. If you look at it carefully, it will give you a lot of inspiration." Xianxia asked again, "What inspiration?" Wang Zijin pointed to the palace drama she was watching and said, "Look, this Guifei pushed her own daughter into the water. Not only she framed her love rival, she also obtained Huangsheng's sympathy. Living in the imperial palace was the same as living outside. It taught us that if we wanted to live well, we had to find a way to kill our competitors. Look at her ending. The emperor discovered her sinister and vicious nature and dragged her into the cold palace. This also shows that things that cannot be exposed must be hidden well. Men all liked naive, sweet, and innocent girls. She should never reveal her vicious fangs in front of men." Xianxia broke out in a cold sweat. As he read the novel, Xianxia's eyes couldn't help but move away from the phone screen and focus on his sister's body. To be more precise, his eyes were fixed on her chest, which looked like a mountain range from the side. The yoga suit was hanging loosely in the air. Her posture was basically revealing her fine hair. Unfathomable, unfathomable. Sister, the scenery is familiar. 36D red surpasses fire, the weapon hidden in the yoga suit. Suddenly, he heard the sound of teeth grinding. He turned his head and saw Wang Zijin glaring at him. "Ayaya, I've been cooped up at home all day. I also want to exercise my muscles and bones. Bao Bao, let me try yoga." *T, we just finished running this morning. Qin Bao Bao heard this, straightened up, and stretched coquettishly. "Then you do it." She sat on the sofa and nudged her brother with her big butt. "A's, help sister wash some grapes." Sister's little henchman went to wash the grapes. He did not notice Wang Zijin's resentful gaze at all. Xianxia bought her some Jufeng grapes when he was running in the kitchen. Sister only ate grapes and did not eat raisins. She said that she could not spit out the skin of the raisins because it was disgusting. After washing the grapes, Qin Bao Bao leaned on her brother and ate. Her red little mouth spat out the skin of the grapes. "Is it sweet?" Xianxia asked. "Yes." Qin Bao Bao smiled sweetly. "Then let me have some." Qin Bao Bao fed her brother a grape. "Is it sweet?" Sister's grapes. Xianxia gave her a thumbs up. It's sweet. Cough cough. Wang Zijin suddenly felt a pain in her chest and fell to the ground. Qin Bao Bao, come and help me, Wang Zijin called out. He's my boyfriend, but why do I feel like I'm being fed dog food, bastard, flips table. Help me press my waist. I can't bend down, Wang Zijin said. Oh. Qin Bao Bao moved over and knelt on Wang Zijin's back with a thud. She pressed her whole body to the ground and her face was on the ground. My waist, it's broken, ah. Wang Zijin screamed in pain. Not like this. Don't kneel on me, A's, help, Sister Ziwei, who was about to fall apart, broke down. Speaking of which, although Sister Ziwei exercised every day, she did not practice dancing. Even when she did a split leg, she felt her thighs burning. Of course, the flexibility of her waist could not be compared to that of Moaning Monster. Moaning Monster knelt for more than 10 seconds before she came to a sudden realization and pretended to be calm. Oh, Zijin, are you okay? It's all my fault. I didn't know when to stop. Wang Zijin lay on the ground and curled up into a ball. She looked extremely pitiful. Xianxia suddenly shuddered. He clearly saw his sister looking at Sister Ziwei coldly, just like how a boss would look at a salted fish or a group leader would look at a newbie. Did his sister know something? Wang Zijin, who was exhausted, climbed onto the sofa to rest. Qin Bao Bao continued to do her yoga. She still did a split. She put the grapes in front of her and ate them while doing yoga. A's, help me press my waist, his sister said softly. Hurry up. Xianxia went behind his sister and pressed her down slowly with his palms on her back. Help me time it. 5 minutes. Okay. After a while, his sister started to pant. Her face was red, but she gritted her teeth and held on. Wang Zijin also recovered. She rolled her eyes and suddenly thought of something interesting. She got up and crawled to the edge of the sofa. Then, she carefully leaned out and kissed Xianxia on the lips. Then, she looked at Qin Bao Bao from the corner of her eyes. Then, she leaned out again and kissed Xianxia on the face and lips again. This time, she stuck out her tongue and licked his lips. Qin Bao Bao didn't notice it at all. Xianxia was stunned. Damn, Sister Ziwei really knew how to play. So you're like this tissue. So exciting. It was like having an affair behind his sister's back. Something seemed wrong. Wang Zijin learned this idea from the internet. For example, a couple hugged and the girl kissed the other person. Another example was a couple hugging and the boyfriend was holding hands with another man behind their backs. Wang Zijin had an idea and started an experiment on the spot. It was super exciting. It felt so good to be cuckolding your best friend. Is there something wrong with this situation, bastard? I'm the real girlfriend. Damn, Xianxia was dumbfounded. Sister Ziwei seemed to have suddenly eaten a dead fly. I brushed my teeth this morning. I didn't eat garlic. I have a little donkey, but I never ride it. His phone rang. Is that my phone? No, it's mine. Xianxia took out his phone and called someone. It's our spicy old radish. He answered the phone. Dad. Are you free today? Grandpa Shen's deep voice sounded. Yes, my sister and I are at home. It's my day off. Xianxia automatically switched to his obedient son mode. Then come to school and help me with a class, Grandpa Shen said. Class? Dad, what are you talking about? Why do I have to go to class? I don't have a teaching certificate. The police will arrest me. Xianxia was confused. I didn't ask you to attend any professional classes. The old man paused and sounded a little embarrassed. I promised the students last week that I would let you attend this week's public class. You're quite accomplished now. The juniors like you very much. Accomplished? Damn old man, you're so stubborn. It's 3 in the afternoon. Don't be late. The old man said, it's just to chat with the students and impart some of your experience. You'll also remember some of the lessons you learned while growing up. Yes, that's the most important. After that, the old man hung up. No, he hung up the phone. I'll go too. I'll go too. Qin Baobao sat on the sofa like a duck and raised her snow-white wrist. I want to attend the class too. How are you going to cry? Or how are you going to shake your butt at your brother? Wang Zijin said disdainfully. Qin Baobao chopped with her hand. Wang Zijin crossed her arms to block, then turned her palm into a claw and attacked her best friend's 36D. Qin Baobao chopped away her best friend's dragon claw hand and stabbed her nose with her fingers like a sword. Wang Zijin tilted her head and dodged Qin Baobao's attack. At the same time, she stabbed her vital point, the waist. The two of them kept attacking Wang Zijin. In an instant, the killing intent was overwhelming. Sword light flashed. Qin Zhe, you guys have fun. I'm going to buy groceries. Qin Zhe sighed. The house fights were no longer enough to satisfy the sisters' growing hatred. Suddenly, he felt that the days ahead were dark. He should hurry up and invite Suyu over for dinner. She was very good at attracting firepower. If he cooperated from the side, the sisters would be able to defend themselves. But wouldn't that be too unfair to Su Taidi? No, Su Taidi might be very satisfied. "Aw, the two little bitches hate me every day, so satisfying. Aw, I left an indelible scar in their hearts, so satisfying." His presence was overwhelming. Recently, Su Teddy had been acting coquettishly towards him. From time to time, she would throw him a coquettish wink. She was cold and arrogant in front of the employees, but once the door was closed, she would become an exceptionally delicate woman. However, Teddy Sue might not be willing to come to their house for dinner. She said that her two sisters were like wolves and tigers, and she was afraid of being bullied. Teddy was also a coward. She liked to cause trouble from afar. She took photos to disgust Qin Baobao and Wang Zijin, but in the end, she was the one who got the cold shoulder, and he was the one who took the blame. TSK, these little bitches are not easy to deal with. Qin Zhe left home in melancholy and went to the nearby vegetable and fruit supermarket to buy vegetables. At the University of Finance. Today was Saturday, but some elective classes were still held as usual. In the office, the old man was drinking wolfberry tea while waiting for the public lecture in the afternoon. He had promised the students that he would invite his son to give a lecture today. Senior Qin Zhe's name was like thunder in the ears of everyone in the University of Finance and Economics. Everyone knew him. In recent months, the students had always asked about Qin Zhe during class, especially the female students. The old man asked this student, "Do you have any questions?" Female student A asked, "Sir, may I ask if Senior Qin Zhe has been so outstanding since he was young? Why did I hear from the seniors that they didn't know about Senior Qin Zhe before?" The old man asked this student, "Do you have any questions?" Female student B asked, "Miss Qin, can you help me get Senior Qin Zhe's autograph? If you agree, I promise that I will never skip your class." The old man asked this student, "Do you have any questions?" Female student C asked, "Sir, may I ask if Senior Qin Zhe has a girlfriend? If he does, then I can only skip your class every day. After all, every time I see you, I think of such sad things. Can't I just focus on class? F***ck. As for similar questions, the male students rarely spoke. The male students were more interested in their goddess, baby Qin, as well as their sexual interest. The students all knew that Professor Qin was a spicy old radish. Who would be stupid enough to ask his daughter's private matters in front of him? The female students could be shameless, but the male students didn't dare to ask. "Miss Qin, does your daughter have a boyfriend? Miss Qin, is your daughter 34D or 36D? Do you want to take the makeup exam? Do you believe that I won't let you pass the makeup exam again and again?" But after a long time, the old man found that it was quite good because the attendance rate of his classes was higher than before. His classmates liked to get close to him, and then the teachers in the school admired him. They praised him as a good teacher and a good father who took 10 years to grow trees and 100 years to nurture people. He was a role model in the teaching world and an inspirational emperor in the father world. The old man was a scholar in his bones, and he liked flattery that didn't cost him a single cent. The reason he agreed to invite his son to his classes was not only to satisfy his own vanity, but also because the University of Finance and Economics had a lot of talented people. Every year, many financial talents were sent to society, and his son happened to run an investment company. These outstanding elites would prioritize his son's company. Old Xianxia is coming to the school to lecture? Professor Li walked in with a cup in his hand. How did you know? The old man was stunned. I heard it from the students. Professor Li put down his cup and sighed. When he completed the mathematical model on his own, I said that this kid is not a fish in a pond. Although the line was a little embarrassing, the old man enjoyed it very much. I'll also inform my students to come and listen and let them gain some experience. Professor Li said. Keep a low profile. The old man chuckled. Understood, understood. Professor Li smiled. A moment later, another teacher walked in. After greeting Professor Qin and Professor Li, he sat down and read quietly. The old man waited for a while. Seeing that he didn't speak, he coughed. Xiaozhang, do you have classes this afternoon? Yes, they're behind you. What a coincidence. My son is coming to help me teach. You can let your students come and listen. If they're willing, they can come. If they're not, I won't force them. Ah, your son is coming to school? My goodness, I've even taught him before. I'll let those brats listen. They'll definitely benefit for life. Keep a low profile. Understood, understood. Professor Li, a moment later, another teacher came in. She said, Professor Li, let me refer to your lesson preparation materials. Professor Li, okay. The old man, Xiaosu, you don't have classes today, right? No, I still have a few topics to prepare. I'll stay in school to work overtime today. My son is coming to class in the afternoon. You can let your students come and listen and learn. Ah? Your son is coming to give a lecture? That's great. My daughter likes your son very much. I'll ask for a seat for her. I'll also inform the students. Keep a low profile. Understood, understood. Professor Li, Teacher Xiaozhang, what a low profile. Thanks to the low-profile publicity of a certain role model in the teaching world, as well as word of mouth among the students, the news of Xianxia is coming, spread like wildfire on the school forum and between the male and female dormitories. It spread like a prairie fire. There were all kinds of screams in the female dormitory, as if a young male celebrity was coming to school. Xianxia is coming to his alma mater to give a lecture in the afternoon. Wow! Xianxia is lecturing. How exciting. Is it that Xianxia, the fast shooter Xianxia? Yes, he's our senior, Professor Qin's son. He's coming to give a lecture in the afternoon. I like him the most. He's handsome and talented. What time is it in the afternoon? Which teacher is it? It's 1:30 now. Let's go and get a seat. There won't be any left if we're late. The male dormitory, which was filled with the sound of typing, was also discussing this matter. Xianxia is coming back to give a lecture? So what if he's coming? It's not like he's Qin Bao. I don't like him. It doesn't matter. Idiot, he's a big shot in the stock market. Don't you guys invest in stocks? I can guarantee that if we attend this lecture, we'll definitely gain a lot. And I heard from some students that he's a big boss. He opened his own investment company, which is in line with our major. Ask him for a business card, mobile phone number, or something. After graduation, you can apply for an internship with him. That makes sense. I've lost 2 months' worth of living expenses by investing in stocks. I've been borrowing money these days. Let's go, let's ask Senior Xianxia how many stocks he wants. At 2 o'clock, the old man's phone kept ringing. He opened the chat app and saw nearly 100 messages. Professor Qin, there are no more seats. We didn't get a seat. What's going on? Oh my God, Professor Qin, the seats in the classroom have all been taken by students from other classes, and from other departments, and people from outside the school are here too. Is my son's lecture so popular? I'm so jealous. Professor Qin, I didn't even get a seat. Those flirtatious sluts are really fast. I want to listen to your son's lecture too. Mwah. Which female student is this? How dare she send me such a message? The old man went to the class chat group again. They were all complaining. The students who didn't get a seat were cursing. Today was a Saturday. Most of the students were very free, and the seats were all taken early. Letting his son come to the class was just a small promise to the students. Considering that it was a weekend, he was afraid that his son would be embarrassed if there were too few students, so he did his best to promote it. He didn't expect it to be so popular. Other classes, other departments, and people from outside the school were also joining in the fun. They should be from a nearby school. The old man was caught off guard and had to apply for a large open class. The school approved without hesitation. The procedures were simple, and the university was happy to see it. Xianxia was an intern. After he graduated, he would be an outstanding alumnus. The most important thing was his fame. Although he wasn't an artist, he was more famous than many artists and had countless fans. These days, it was common to hire singers to teach music, movie stars to teach acting, and celebrities to be university professors. And Xianxia didn't need the school to pay for it. It was a big win. As the class approached, people kept pouring into the large classroom. Professor Su is here. Professor Zhang is here too. Hiss, almost half of the professors in our department are here. Everyone in school is here. There are also professors from other departments. I suddenly feel that these professors are here to listen to Xianxia's stock promotion. The students whispered to each other. The group of professors not far away looked at each other and blushed. That's right, we want to freeload on stocks. What's wrong with being a professor? Don't professors need to support their families? Professors don't earn money from whatever they buy. The professors complained in their hearts. Recently, old Qin always liked to show off in front of people. The professors also had times when they failed. They lamented, this stock clearly has a lot of potential, but why isn't it rising? This stock is not bad, right? It's a pity that I sold it too early. Recently, I've been duped by hundreds of thousands of yuan. I'm wondering if I should sell my meat. Every time this happened, old Qin would say casually, the stock market has been doing well recently. I've earned tens of thousands again. You have to be more careful when you choose your stocks. There are too many bankers. A bull market cannot be predicted using normal methods. I actually touched the upper limit of 2 stocks today. The professors felt as if they had been stabbed in the heart again and again, and their hearts were cold. They asked him, Old Qin, share your experience. You're getting better at trading stocks. Old Qin would laugh and say, I don't trade stocks. I'm just a porter of the stock market. The stocks are all chosen by my son. The professors, F***ck. So what if you have a son? So what if your son is a god of stocks, your son is also a fast shooter? The professors were sick of it. They didn't talk about stocks in front of old Qin anymore. As long as he came, everyone tacitly changed the topic. Everyone liked to act cool. However, the vulgar people acted cool, while the cultured people acted cool in front of people. The professors were envious, jealous, and hateful, but they couldn't ask about stocks. Old Qin had a rule. He never helped others to trade stocks, nor did he help others to push stocks. Now, the opportunity was here. At 3 o'clock, the students were looking forward to it. Outside the door, Professor Qin walked in. He pressed his hand, and the classroom instantly quieted down. During the class week, I promised the students that I would let Xianxia come over to talk to everyone and talk about his personal experience. It will be helpful for you when you enter society in the future. But I didn't expect him to be so popular. To be honest, I'm jealous of him. Every time I have a class, you either take sick leave or skip class. How dare we? We don't dare to skip your class. The students laughed. Old Radish. He never informed them about the test. He fought a surprise battle and then deducted their credits. The students who skipped class would cry. Cut the crap. Otherwise, you'll hate me. The old man looked at the door. Xianxia came in. He didn't dress up too formally. He was dressed casually. Before he went out, his sister had meticulously combed his hair and styled it. Ace, can you bring me along? I always feel that lectures are very fun. Qin Baobao said as she shook her butt. What are you going to do? You're a celebrity. Your appearance fees are in the hundreds of thousands or even millions. Why should the University of Finance and Economics benefit? Xianxia said. Then I'll wear sunglasses and a big brimmed hat. His sister hugged his neck from behind and acted coquettishly. You've messed up my hair. Wang Zijin slapped her buttocks. After that, her sister stayed behind to argue with her best friend. After Xianxia came in, there was a commotion in the office. Screaming and cheering. Xianxia looked at the black mass of heads. In the corner of the room on the left, there was a group of bespectacled professors. He was a little surprised by the scene. At the same time, he was a little dazed. It turned out that in front of his sister, he was a salted fish. But in the eyes of others, he was a real big shot. I'm a big shot, salted fish, get rid of. My dad. Professor Qin called me this morning and asked me to come over and chat with his students. I really thought it was just a chat. He glanced at the vast crowd. I'm really proud of my dad. TSK, they're all his students. There was a burst of laughter. The old man shook his head and smiled helplessly. Then let's chat. There's no need to introduce myself. Everyone should know me. Xianxia said, I'm also studying at the University of Finance and Economics. I'm currently doing an internship and haven't received my graduation certificate. When I first started my internship, I was cooped up at home trading stocks. When I had time, I wrote songs for my sister. She accidentally became famous. The students listened with great interest. Later, when my dad found out that I was trading stocks, he almost beat me to death. He said, if you don't take the wrong path, you'll be useless for the rest of your life. I had no choice but to find a job. At first, I wanted to work peacefully, trade stocks, and write songs. But in the end, I accidentally started a company. There was a lot of booing. The students laughed. Now I want to ask, Dad, is your son promising? Xianxia smiled and looked at the old man sitting below. The old man's mouth twitched. Ha ha ha. You're insulting me the moment you come up. This time, the laughter was even louder. The girls realized that this senior Xianxia was a very interesting person in real life. The boys also smiled more. I don't know how to make a long and messy speech. You don't like to hear it either. If we want to chat, I'll give you a chance to speak. Xianxia said, if you have any questions, raise your hand. Whoosh, pairs of hands went up. The girl in the blue down jacket, you're the prettiest. You ask. The delicate girl with long hair stood up and smiled. Senior, do you have a girlfriend? Do you want to meet tonight? Xianxia gave her a look full of electricity. The long-haired girl blushed. She was about to muster up the courage to answer when she heard Xianxia say, I'm just joking. Regarding the matter of a girlfriend, yes, I just got one yesterday. There was a lot of booing. The girls were very disappointed. The long-haired girl said, you have a girlfriend, we have hoes. There was a lot of laughter. The second question. That girl, you come. Senior, how did you become so outstanding? Everyone knows your talent in songwriting and your ability in trading stocks. You opened an investment company and an entertainment company during your internship for half a year. Can you tell us about your experience? Xianxia thought for a moment. This is probably talent. The students booed loudly. They were all smiling. This senior was too funny. Next, I'll give you some chicken soup. Listen to what you want to hear and forget what you don't. Xianxia said seriously, actually, I've not been smart since I was young. My dad can testify for me. There's always a feather duster at home. It's not used for dusting, but for hitting me. Before he finished, the students below burst out laughing. My dad can testify for me? I was beaten by my dad since I was young. I actually hate him for this. As the old saying goes, a filial son is born under a rod, but it also produces a talent. This sentence may not be completely correct, but it's definitely true. I know that with my talent, if it wasn't for his rod education and the rules he set for me, I would not only not be able to get into the university, but I would also have given up on myself. Compared to this useless son of mine, my sister Qin Baobao has been smart since she was young. She has a lot of pressure. Let's not talk about songwriting. Everyone has talent, but you haven't discovered it yet. If you don't push yourself, you will never know how trashy you are. No, how outstanding you are. Laughter rang out again. The students could tell that he was deliberately saying this. Senior, are you a crosstalk artist? Let's talk about my personal experience. Let's talk about studying. Everyone is tired of hearing that. Whether you study in school or work outside, you have to remember one word: research. The era of heroes was over. In the current era, knowledge was wealth. The quality of one's studies was not dependent on one's grades. Instead, it was dependent on whether one knew how to do research. With grades obtained through rote memorization and a diploma, one's starting point was higher than others, but one was destined not to go far. The CEO who marries a rich and beautiful woman will definitely be those who are willing to research and work hard. It won't be those who play games every day. Everyone has seen the small blackboard that I've been circulating. I've written an entire blackboard's worth of analysis for a stock. But you didn't see it. I've written 3 blackboards before. This is research. I started learning how to trade stocks at the beginning of July. Other than eating, sleeping, and occasionally writing songs, I locked myself at home. Every day, I studied and recharged. This is research. To solve a question, to analyze its inner mystery and the way to solve it. This is research. But many people will research the small details, but not the big questions, such as studies or work. The students were deep in thought. Okay, next question. This female student, you're here. Senior, in the video online, you said that you wanted to make 100 million yuan a month. Did you really achieve it? A girl who was dressed especially gorgeously looked at him expectantly. That was my starting capital. With it, I started a company. Xianxia nodded and gave an affirmative answer. Hiss. The students were not the only ones who gasped. The professors who were listening also sat up straight at this moment. It was not a joke. It was real? Did he really earn 100 million in just 1 month? Oh my God, it was a sum of money that ordinary people could never make in their lifetime. At first, there was silence. Then, the atmosphere became heated. In particular, some of the girls looked at Xianxia with eyes that had changed from implicit liking to aggressive covetousness. This kid, he just loves to show off. The old man's face was glowing. He felt proud. Next question, protest. Someone shouted, Senior, you keep asking girls to answer questions. You're too biased. The boys immediately echoed the protest. Xianxia said, okay, this student, you do it. The boy who raised his hand in protest stood up excitedly and stared at Xianxia. He was Qin Baobao's fanatical fan. There was a question he had been holding back for a long time. It was a gossip from the internet. Now, he finally had the chance to ask. If he didn't take the opportunity today, he would not be able to sleep and eat in peace. This student? Xianxia said, is there a problem? Yes, I was just thinking about it, he said. The internet said that Guo Jingyu quit the cast of Bloody Battle of Shanghai Beach because he forced Qin Baobao to do a kissing scene, and Qin Baobao refused to do a kissing scene with anyone. So, you kicked him out of the cast. The boy pushed his glasses up, and a sharp light flashed through his lenses. Then, Senior, why did Qin Baobao agree to do a kissing scene with you after you became the male lead? And why didn't you use a stunt double? Senior, please answer directly. You didn't even have the slightest bit of defense, nor did you have the slightest bit of hesitation. Xianxia didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt a chill coming from the top of his head. His scalp went numb, and the hair on his back stood on end. As it went further down, his anus tightened. I'm done for. That was the only thought in Xianxia's mind. Then, there were many more thoughts that came one after another. It was especially complicated. Why did I agree to teach? As expected, being a salted fish is the best way to survive. If I just stay at home and be a salted fish, everything will be fine. I'm afraid I've lost my mind at that time. This little pervert, what a vicious knife. I, Xianxia, have brought my sister around for so many years, all kinds of kissing and occasionally having sex. Finally, the boat capsized. The students noticed that after that guy asked this question, the light smile on Senior Xianxia's face suddenly disappeared. There was a small noise in the classroom, and the students' eyes were shining as if they were gossiping. However, different from the students' happy attitude, Xianxia was keenly aware that a strange orange light flashed in the old master's glasses. He was shocked. That's murderous intent. No, I have to save myself before the old master's murderous intent locks onto me. In just a few seconds, various countermeasures floated through Xianxia's mind. If his brain was compared to a CPU, he was already overloaded. This matter was no longer a secret on the internet. It had been spread by people inside the crew. Guo Jingyu didn't refute it, and many netizens took it as a tacit agreement. At the premiere, the reporter asked the siblings why they didn't use a stunt double for the kissing scene. He remembered that his sister was very generous at that time. Filming is an art, regardless of the subject. He remembered that he was also very open at that time. There's no such thing as a kissing scene with Qin Baobao. It's all for the sake of art. Why the F***ck did I have to pretend? Just deny it and say that it's a stunt double. Now I'm finished. Most importantly, with the old man's intelligence, he might be able to connect it to the incident where his children tried to stop them from watching movies. Combined with this rumor, the consequences would be unimaginable. I can't explain or argue about this matter. What I need to do now is to dispel the suspicion in my grandfather's heart. My mother was already suspicious. If my father was suspicious too, then there would be no point in playing this game. Sister Bao and I could only raise the white flag and say GG, praying for a better death. This question is very good, very good. Xianxia involuntarily raised his voice to attract everyone's attention. Advanced Acting Mastery, activate. After the skill was activated, the haze between Senior Xianxia's eyebrows disappeared. The corners of his mouth were relaxed and his complexion was normal. Eggy smiled. At that time, it just so happened that my investment company was expanding its business. I don't know if anyone has noticed the entertainment news, but during that time, the production team's funds ran into problems. I know. I've seen it before. They said that the investor withdrew their investment, a classmate said loudly. Yes, that was Qin Baobao's first time acting in a movie. I quickly contacted the production team and planned to invest in the production team to film the movie. Xianxia said, my father said that blood is thicker than water. Broken bones are connected by tendons. Family members should help and support each other. When he said this, Senior Xianxia's expression was very excited. It was as if he was praising socialism. From his uncontrollable expression, it could be seen that he deeply respected his father. The students were in awe. The old man nodded in satisfaction. He was also gratified by his son's performance. He temporarily put aside the doubts in his heart. After hearing this, the old man quickly analyzed 2 key points. 1. My daughter doesn't act in kissing scenes. 2. My daughter only acts in kissing scenes with my son. F***ck, I don't even dare to think about this. Perhaps out of professionalism, Guo Jingyu rejected the substitute for the kiss scene. However, it was Qin Baobao's first time acting. She didn't even have a boyfriend, so she definitely couldn't adapt to this kind of kiss scene. There was a small stalemate. Coincidentally, Guo Jingyu's schedule changed, so he took the initiative to withdraw from the production team. It wasn't like the rumors online that I kicked him out of the production team. After discussing it with the director, I decided to act as the male lead. Xianxia said in a casual tone, during the filming, I asked her, Sister, do you plan to go into the film and television industry in the future? She thought for a long time and nodded. Yes. I said that you can't always use a substitute. Acting skills need to be honed, not relied on a substitute. So there was this kissing scene. Actually, there was a big psychological barrier to acting in a kissing scene with her. However, since I chose to act as the male lead, I could only accept it. After all, I couldn't find a suitable lead in a short period of time. She resisted even more and didn't do it well several times. But in the end, she succeeded. For her, it was a qualitative leap in her acting skills. Yes, it was also a leap in my kissing skills. From the beginning to the end, Xianxia's words were reasonable. His expression was calm and composed. His frank and nonchalant attitude was very persuasive and convincing. First, I didn't want to act in a kissing scene with Qin Baobao. It was because I couldn't find a male lead for the time being. Second, there are no father and son on the battlefield. There are no siblings on the stage. Everything is for the sake of art. Anything that is covered in the cloak of art will instantly become high and mighty. So that's it, the students thought. So that's it, the old man thought. So that's it. It's all for the sake of acting. Moreover, my son and daughter were very resistant. I was thinking too much. Then, Senior Xianxia, will you still act in movies in the future? I really like the movies you act in, a girl asked. We'll talk about it in the future, Xianxia said. Next time I definitely won't act in a kissing scene with my sister. He thought to himself. This fog had to be erected properly and could not fall over. Next, he answered a few more questions and talked about his company with his classmates. He boasted about the strength of the company and encouraged his juniors to come to the company for internships. They would be treated well. He looked at his watch. It was about time. Finally, I'll answer one last question. This time, no one raised their hand. The students shouted, Senior, recommend a few stocks. Senior, we want high-quality stocks. Please. Senior, take us to show off and soar. The professor's lenses flashed sharply in unison. Xianxia pondered for a moment and looked at the unactivated camera on the ceiling. He smiled and said, Okay, I'll recommend a few stocks that I'm more optimistic about. Those who invest in stocks can use it as a reference. Those who don't invest in stocks can just treat it as a show. He opened a private equity company. It was not like the public equity company that was restricted everywhere. This was not a public platform like Weibo. In fact, it was not a big deal for an individual to recommend stocks. Securities companies also recommend stocks to their clients every day. Xianxia picked up the oil pen on the podium, turned around, and wrote on the blackboard. Groups of eyes stared at the blackboard. Senior Xianxia is going to write stocks. Quick, take a notebook and write it down. Whether we can make a fortune or not depends on this wave. It's really a wise decision to come to the lecture today. It's not a loss. Some students wrote it down on paper. Some students directly took out their mobile phones and opened the stock trading software. They saved the stocks that Xianxia wrote down in the self-selected stocks. The professors whispered to each other. Are these stocks okay? A few of them are inflated, right? Who cares if they're inflated or not? Write them down first. Later, we'll pick better stocks from them. Yes, quickly write them down. This time, we'll earn back the capital and interest. Look at old Qin. He's not writing? Why should he? He's not investing in stocks. He's a porter of the stock market. Hey, this old guy. Xianxia wrote down the names and codes of 10 stocks on the blackboard. There were military stocks, infrastructure stocks, agricultural stocks. These were the stocks that he was interested in. Recently. My personal suggestion is to hold stocks for a short period of time. You can sell them in a week, at most half a month. After a long time, no one knows what will happen, he said. The students nodded and wrote it down in their notebooks or mobile phones. A short period of time, a week at least, half a month at most. The bell rang, signaling the end of the class. The first reaction of the students was not to pack up and leave the classroom. Instead, they swarmed over and touched Xianxia up close. He was surrounded by people, all of whom were girls. The boys were green with envy and jealousy. Xianxia, what's your mobile phone number? Xianxia, on the day you come back to get your graduation certificate, you must not sneak away. Xianxia, I love you. The girls screamed. Senior Xianxia, I love you. Suddenly, there was a rough voice. Damn, who is it? Their view of love is too skewed. He looked around. There were too many people and he could not find the guy who shouted just now. Then, the female students pestered him for autographs. Xianxia signed them one by one. Those who wanted to write on their faces were ignored. those who wanted to write on their breasts. Of course, he ignored them. In private, he would agree, but in public, he had to be careful. Unless he made a mosaic. After getting rid of the students, he followed his old man to the office. Along the way, the old man looked at him strangely. Xianxia could not understand the strange look in his father's eyes. He began to make wild guesses. This salted fish has really made a comeback. My son is so outstanding. There must be something wrong with this salted fish and sisters kissing scene. When they reached the office door, Xianxia's expression was unnatural. Dad, what are you looking at? The old man glared at him. What's wrong with looking at you? Xianxia was speechless. Well, you're the old man. You can look as you wish. You didn't let me down. The old man said. Xianxia grinned. For the first time in so many years, his father praised him to his face without being pretentious. Xianxia, who had been whipped by his father for many years, felt sour in his heart. This cheat was worth it. But I'm still not satisfied. The old man glared at him. Still not satisfied? Do you have to force me to punch the greyhound of the east and step on the black cat of the sky before you reluctantly accept me, this good-for-nothing son? I'm very good. Even my mother praised me for being promising. I'm very good. My mother knows, but my father doesn't know. You and Suyu have been in that kind of relationship for a long time. But even if she is wholeheartedly devoted to you and helps you manage the company, you haven't clarified your relationship with her until now. The old man tapped his son's head with his finger. In fact, you still lack a sense of responsibility. If you hadn't calmly disclosed your relationship today, I would have beaten you to death in front of your mother the next time we go home. Beat me to death in front of my mother, Xianxia? What's the situation? Suyu and I have been in that kind of relationship for a long time. Dad, what are you talking about? Did you read the wrong script? Xianxia was stunned. He felt that something had happened that he didn't know. So flustered, my father. When did he know Suyu? Oh my god. Suyu, she. When did she hook up with my dad? Xianxia had a bad feeling in his heart. He remembered that he personally gave Suyu's email to the old man, and he personally opened a door for Suyu to make trouble. Although I don't know what Teddy said to my dad, the old man obviously regarded her as my girlfriend. Dad, my girlfriend is Z. Xianxia stopped fiercely. According to my dad's temper, once I say this, he will beat me up without saying anything, and then listen to my explanation. I can't be beaten for nothing. Dad, how do you know Suyu? Xianxia asked. Didn't you give me her email last time? Speaking of Suyu, the old man showed a satisfied smile. Suyu is a sensible girl, smart and capable, and knowledgeable. I am very relieved to have her help you take care of the company. Dad, how do you know that Suyu is capable? Bah, now is not the time to complain. Dad, in fact, Suyu and I. The old man patted his son on the shoulder and interrupted him. It doesn't matter if men like to play, Dad was. Anyway, you know it. But you have to know how to take responsibility. Bao Bao said that you like Zijin. Dad knows that Zijin is a good girl, beautiful and virtuous, but Suyu is not bad either. So you want me to marry both of them? Xianxia's eyes lit up. Pa. A scalp hit Xianxia's head without warning. The old man's eyes widened, and for a moment, he suddenly sighed. Dad still understands your idea. Young people always think about it. But the ideal is very full, and the reality is inevitably thin. Since you have a relationship with Suyu, you have to be responsible for her, you know. My God, what did Suyu say to my dad? Can I explain it clearly? And Suyu is also beautiful, no worse than your sister. Such a beautiful girl, it's really cheap for you. The old man smiled. Suyu is really beautiful, and her appearance is 666, but I always feel that something is wrong. This your sister should be changed to Zijin, right? That was the right style. No, Dad, you haven't seen Suyu. Xianxia was stunned. If he remembered correctly, his dad only knew Suyu at most. He even knew that Suyu was beautiful? Grandpa Shen took out his phone from his pocket. I've seen her photo. He opened the chat software and showed his son his chat with Suyu. In the chat history, there was a beautiful selfie of Suyu, with long black hair, a delicate face, a gentle smile on the corner of her mouth, and a peace sign. Other than the fact that her body wasn't as sexy and seductive as her sister's, her looks weren't too far off. Xianxia was speechless. At the same time, he saw the chat records of the old man and Suyu. "Uncle, Xianxia has been ignoring me for the past few days. This brat, I'll teach him a lesson another day. Uncle, Xianxia doesn't play with me at night. Don't tell me this kind of thing. Uncle, can you help me build a model someday?" "Okay." Xianxia was speechless. He didn't know what to say. "I was wrong, really wrong. I shouldn't have given Suyu a chance to be a demon. I'll go to the company tomorrow and let that witch know the power of my iron rod. Punishing evil and promoting kindness like a Buddha." Grandpa Xing took back his phone and said, "Bring her home for dinner someday and let your mother see her. Your mother will be very happy." "Dad, you didn't tell Mom, did you?" Xianxia was taken aback. "If Mom knows, Sister will definitely know. If Sister knows, Sister Ziwei will definitely know." He didn't even dare to think about the consequences. "Hey, that's not right. Why am I guilty? I'm fine with Suyu. I might as well reveal this to Mom and dispel her doubts, and then explain it to Sister. Killing two birds with one stone. When you bring her home one day, it's not too late to tell your mother. Give her a surprise." Grandpa Xing laughed. "That's fine." Xianxia said goodbye to his father and left the university. In a luxurious office. It was a European-style layout, a full set of Armani furniture, abstract oil paintings hung on the wall, but the coffee table was made of handmade yellow rosewood, carved with dragons and phoenixes. The few gadgets on the coffee table were even more amazing. The teapot was a Yongjing butterfly-patterned lid of the Qing dynasty, and Gujingzhou clay teapot, revealing a majestic aura. However, the overall feeling was a combination of things, like drawing a tiger or a dog, which was neither. Behind the desk sat a man with a dignified aura, handsome, thin, and spirited eyes. "Chao Bing, my ex-husband." Chao Bing looked at the information in his hand. Xianxia, male, born in 1995, he and sister-in-law didn't know each other for a long time, about half a year. In 2 months, he frequently went in and out of sister-in-law's house. I checked and found that he was a tutor for Dong Lai. For the time being, I didn't find out that he has a close relationship with sister-in-law. As for the investment company, there is a woman named Suyu. She is sister-in-law's friend, or because of this relationship, she invested in Baoza. The man in a suit stood in front of the desk and reported. "But this can't explain the transfer of shares of Tianfeng Entertainment. Nan Man has invested a lot of money and manpower in this company. With her stubborn character, she will never give up without making some achievements. And she doesn't lack 1 or 200 million yuan." Chao Bing put down the information and looked at his subordinate. "Baoza and Tianfeng are not fat, but they are not thin either. Moreover, have you seen your sister-in-law so closely tied to a business person for so many years?" Dong was silent. The relationship between sister-in-law and this guy named Xianxia was not ordinary. At least, it was not as simple as a business partner. Boss was on a long journey to reconcile with sister-in-law, and the destination was still far away. At this time, any man who had a close relationship with sister-in-law would be on the list of targets to be killed. He took out a small pistol and started shooting. That day, I shamelessly stayed at Nan Man's place for a meal and happened to meet this guy. Dong Lai and Ziki called him uncle. Guess what Nan Man's reaction was? Chao Bing pursed his lips. She didn't object. Dong, you have been with us for more than 10 years. What do you think this means?" Dong hesitated. "It means sister-in-law doesn't dislike him. You don't have to be so reserved. Not only does she not dislike him, she has a good impression of him." Chao Bing clicked his tongue. This guy is really outstanding. No matter how outstanding he is, he can't be compared to you, boss. Although Dong said this, he was worried for his boss. A young and outstanding man who was also handsome and had a rising career. He felt that he would be a strong rival for his boss. Most importantly, the other party was very young. A 23-year-old guy. TSK, a 23-year-old's waist was much better than a 32-year-old's. Qiao Bing's finger pointed at Qin Zai's information, and a feeling of confusion arose in his heart. This kid's family background was mediocre, and after following the vine for a long time, he still couldn't find any big information about his background. His mother was a housewife. His father was a university professor. His sister was a popular singer. He ran 2 companies himself. As for the investment company, it only dealt in stocks and futures. Other businesses that relied on background and connections were not doing well. This meant that he was really speculating in stocks and made a fortune in the bull market. Such a young man must be arrogant, but his IQ should not be below average. How did he become tough in front of Nan Man and himself? What was his confidence? It should be known that many young men who were worth more than Qin Zai could not be tough in front of Nan Man. I want to arm wrestle with this young man, Qiao Bing said. Let's see if he is tough or if I am tough. Dong perked up. Boss, do you want to go in the light or the dark? Doesn't he have 2 companies? I want to compete with him first. Qiao Bing said. After the discussion, Dong went out to do some work. Qiao Bing leaned on the office chair, took a deep breath and exhaled smoke. He became a disciple of a big boss in the north when he was 10 years old. That spring, when the peach blossoms first bloomed, he saw a girl with 2 braids in a deep courtyard hidden by layers of flowers and trees. She was 7 years old that year. Many years later, when Qiao Bing recalled the scene, he felt that the only thing missing was an old Cantonese song as the background music. Later, her father was caught and killed because he was involved in too many shady businesses. He single-handedly supported the Pei family's business and gave Nan Man Pei and her sister a backing. The story of a senior brother loving his junior sister had a perfect ending. That was the woman he loved. He thought that he would live a peaceful and happy life with the woman he loved. Later, he became Chen Shimi and destroyed his marriage with his own hands. He watched Qin Zai's movie, The Bloody Battle of Shanghai Beach. When he finished watching the ending, his ex-husband sat in the movie theater and smoked a pack of cigarettes. The protagonist, Xianxia, had the same experience as him. However, Xianxia did not know who his true love was until he died. He was different. He only loved one woman from the beginning to the end. However, this woman was too unique. He had tried so hard to win her heart back then. After so many years, he was not confident that he could make Nan Man Pei stay by his side without any status. He had put in a lot of effort to make this happen. Most of his businesses were in the north and he had a listed company in Shanghai. He stayed in Shanghai for a few months in the name of a business trip and only returned to the north on weekends. What really made him feel hopeless was not the sudden appearance of a local from Shanghai, but Pei Nanman's attitude towards him. She did not hate him, nor did she hate him. She was not sad, nor did she beat her chest with her little fists and scolded him for being a heartless person. It was like they were strangers. Maybe they were friends. Otherwise, she would not have invited him to stay for dinner. But this was what scared his ex-husband the most. I treat you as my true love, but you treat me as your friend. Did she really fall in love with someone else? His ex-husband thought of this sad possibility. On the way home, Qin Zai was bored, so he pulled out the salted fish system for a chat. System, can you give me a discount on those super awesome skills of yours? It's common sense to leave your sweet dreams for the night. Then give me credit, just like a credit card, and I'll pay back the points slowly? Sorry, this system doesn't have a credit program. A system like you is an obsolete product from 300 years ago. Other people's systems can do whatever they want, completely ignoring the rules. The system simply ignored him. Look at you, you're scared again, Qin Zai said in distress. We've been tied up for so long, and it seems that other than changing a few songs and eating a few skill books, there's not much use. The system was not convinced and retorted, in fact, the things in the points store are enough for you to easily hang on until you have no friends. But your points reward is so little, exchanging for things that are so awesome that you have no friends costs 999 plus points. Are you blaming me? As long as you keep doing missions, you can quickly accumulate a huge amount of points, but why are there so few missions? There was a long silence. Qin Zai and the system sighed in tacit understanding. Let's not hurt each other. Agreed. When a salted fish meets a lowlife, this is a sad story. Host, do you have a dream? The system's voice was doubtful. Yes, to be a CEO, to marry a beautiful and rich woman, to reach the peak of life. Xianxia laughed. This dream is not a dream at all, the system said. If the desire in your heart is a dream, then I've actually discovered your real dream long ago. I don't even know myself, who are you lying to? Your dream is to be your own brother-in-law. Xianxia, he really wanted to kill the system to silence it. The weekend passed smoothly, and on Monday, he drove his sister to work. According to his own wishes, he would first go to Baoza to invest today, find that little bitch Suyu, and spank her until she blossoms. But on Tianfeng's side, they had just negotiated a contract last week. The female lead of Shanghai Beach, Li Wei, had already terminated her contract with her management company and jumped ship to Tianfeng. Other than Qin Bao, she was the most famous artist in the company. Since Qin Bao wasn't involved in the film and television industry for the time being, Tianfeng's connections in the film and television industry were all tilted towards her. This was much more generous than her original management company, so Li Wei wanted to treat Xianxia and Qin Bao to a meal before she went to the set. This was the agreement after the contract was negotiated last week. The siblings walked into the company side by side. Qin Bao was very careful about her image outside. Occasionally, she would hold her brother's arm. Most of the time, she didn't dare to be too close. You never know how many paparazzi were hidden around you. Even if they were siblings, if they were too close, it would easily attract rumors. On Weibo, they ridiculed Qin Bao as a brother fanatic and a brother complex. It was just a joke and teased her, but too much was as bad as not enough. They couldn't let the paparazzi catch too many foxtails. The two entered the office. Xianxia sat in the office chair, turned on the computer, and checked the business situation of Tianfeng Film and Television. You haven't taken on many commercial performances recently, and you've only shot 2 commercials. Xianxia looked at his sister who was sitting on the sofa, boiling water and making tea. Qin Bao was dressed in a British style today. Plaid high-waisted trousers, a white lace shirt, a short dark red windbreaker, and a pair of small riding boots. Both enchanting and heroic, coupled with her flawless face, her whole person was exquisite like an oil painting by a master. Really? I feel like I've been working all the time. Qin Bao swayed her hips as she walked over. She took a look and found that her workload had indeed decreased. After winter, people felt especially tired and couldn't muster up any energy. Although our songs bring in a stable income for the company, as a top artist, you have to work seriously. Xianxia reprimanded his sister. His sister hugged his neck from behind, twisting her body and acting coquettishly. Aya, I've been so tired recently. I just want to sleep and don't want to do anything. According to the normal development path of a singer, singing, releasing albums, holding concerts, shooting music videos, these are the main businesses that both make money and increase their fame. But the real money is from commercial performances, commercials, and participating in variety shows. In terms of variety shows, the era of singing dominating variety shows is almost over. Only I Am a Singer is still relatively strong, and you've participated in it. As for the other average variety shows, the company has helped you reject them. What you can do now is to take on more jobs. Qin Bao blinked her long eyelashes, her almond-shaped eyes, and said coquettishly, then what about the abnormal development path? Don't tell me you want to sleep with me? Xianxia chuckled and said, I think sleeping with Li Wei is not bad. TSK, a 30-year-old woman is especially attractive. That figure, that temperament, TSK, it's a must. Why would I want you? Qin Bao gave a series of karate attacks. You black-hearted maggot, let me tell you, if you want to sleep with me, I'll clean you up on behalf of Dad. Stop it, stop it. Xianxia grabbed his sister's wrist. He would not say such things in the future. Whenever he said it, his sister would explode. It's just a joke. The abnormal development path, of course, is to go against the heavens, the earth, and the aircraft carriers. We have to go against all industries and if necessary, even the SARFT. We can let you rush out of the country in minutes and go against the whole world. But this kind of technical work can't be done by ordinary people, unless it's a big shot like me. You're the one who's going to be attacked, right? Qin Baobao said disdainfully. Xianxia poked her waist with a finger, and his sister immediately softened in his arms. There was a delicate fragrance. Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door. Qin Baobao immediately got up from her brother's arms and looked at him coquettishly and said, "Come in." The person who came in was her manager, Li Yanhong. During work, the manager and the artist had an inseparable relationship, so Xianxia and his sister were almost caught fooling around several times. Therefore, Xianxia set a rule for Li Yanhong that she had to knock before entering the office. Something happened. Li Yanhong whispered, "Something happened to Li Wei. I heard that the SARFT is going to ban her." The siblings looked at each other. Qin Baobao frowned. What happened? What did she do? Where did this news come from? It was Li Wei's manager who said it. Her classmate works at the SARFT and saw the name list, but it hasn't been announced yet. It's an internal ban list. Li Yanhong clicked her tongue and said, "Now they're going around begging for help, looking for connections to settle this matter." Qin Baobao frowned. The company also has connections in the SARFT. Have they gone to settle it? Yes, but there's no news yet. Qin Baobao turned her head and looked at her brother. Let's go over and ask about the situation. Xianxia nodded. To poach Li Wei, the company had paid a large sum for the breach of contract. If she was banned, it would be a huge loss. The siblings knocked on Li Wei's office door. Li Wei and her manager were on the phone, looking for connections everywhere to ask about the situation. They wanted to use their own connections to try and settle this matter. On Tianfang's side, Nan Manpei had a small number of connections. They knew people in the SARFT, but as to how deep these connections were, they were not clear for the time being. Tianfang's general manager, Zhang Fu, had already contacted them, but the outcome was still unknown. What happened? Qin Baobao asked directly. The SARFT wants to ban me. Li Wei's face was filled with anxiety and shame. She was a mature woman, and her every frown and smile had a unique charm. At the beginning of the year, there was a rumor that I was a mistress of a director and was slapped by his wife on the set. I had a quarrel with the netizens on Weibo, Li Wei said. That's it? Xianxia was stunned. He did not know about this. Although it was quite a big deal at that time, it's not to the extent of being banned because of this, Qin Baobao said. Li Wei's pretty face flashed with embarrassment. Also, in the middle of the year, there was news of a charity being embezzled. In a moment of impulse, I called on the netizens to boycott this charity. Xianxia knew about this matter. At that time, all kinds of news had been pushing the news for a few days. Not to mention whether the charity embezzlement was true or not, Li Wei's actions had crossed the line. Which celebrity did not establish their image on Weibo? Very few celebrities dared to butt in on sensitive topics. This was a minefield. It could not be said or done. Although I deleted the Weibo post very quickly, the fan effect caused this matter to fester for a long time. Li Wei looked disheartened. Now I might be punished. Her agent said anxiously, but this kind of thing is not to the extent of being banned. It's not like it's related to pornography. The nature is very light. Why would they ban you? Then what have you received so far? Qin Baobao asked. Li Wei and her agent shook their heads. They had connections in the SARFT, but they might not be very powerful. Banning an artist required a set of procedures and the signatures of various leaders. Unless one was in a very high position, it would not be easy to deal with. Give Zhang Fu a call. Xianxia instructed his sister. Okay. His sister obediently took out her phone and dialed the number of the general manager, Zhang Fu. After that, she hung up the phone. Her expression did not look good. I got the cold shoulder, she said. Li Wei's face turned pale. Her agent's face was ashen. Qin Baobao whispered into her ear, Zhang Fu said you should try to find the big boss. The big boss is Nan Manpei, right? With Sister Man involved, this is not a problem. Xianxia said. Li Wei's ears twitched. If Nan Manpei was involved, it would definitely be settled. She was the sister-in-law of a big boss in Shanghai. She had been in Shanghai for so many years, and her connections were very deep and wide. But was it worth it to owe Nan Man pay a favor for Li Wei, who was impossible to have sex with? Xianxia noticed Li Wei's watery eyes staring at him. She seemed to want to say something, but she was hesitating. The little pervert's heart skipped a beat. Actually, it was not impossible to have sex with her. As long as he called Sister Man and asked her to settle this matter, he would then smile at her balls and say, "Beautiful girl, how are you going to repay me?" He might be able to have sex with Li Wei, this pretty sister. Sigh, recently, the iron rod has been restless and always has some dirty thoughts. This is not my dream. Xianxia pondered and said, "Leave this matter to me. I'll settle it for you." Li Wei's face was full of gratitude. She looked like she wanted to repay him with her body. Xianxia and his sister returned to the office. He took out a cigarette, lit it, and thought about how to deal with it. He was used to biting on a cigarette when he was thinking. If she becomes a band artist, we will lose a lot. Qin Baobao wanted to sit on the sofa, but she felt that it was too far away and inconvenient to talk. She sat sideways on her brother's lap, hooked one hand around his neck, and fanned the smoke with the other hand. She frowned and said, "Didn't you investigate carefully before you poached her? As long as she's not involved in pornography, drugs, or betraying the country, everything else is not a problem." Xianxia said angrily, "You didn't even ban her for having an affair, but you banned her just because she insulted a charity? I feel that this matter is very fishy." Yuan Feng, Bao Bao, what do you think? Qin Baobao could not stand the smell of cigarettes and put out the cigarette but in the crystal ashtray. Speaking of which, although his sister nagged him not to smoke, she bought a Versace crystal ashtray and put it in the office. Women really did not mean what they said. Although she said she did not want it, her body was very honest. How can there be so many fishy things? She's just unlucky to have met a narrow-minded person who wants to mess with her. Qin Baobao twisted her butt and said, "Hey, little red guy, what are you going to do?" To be honest, winter clothes were too thick, and it affected the touch. Xianxia thought about it. "I'm asking you a question. If you can't do anything, I'll deal with it myself." His sister bent her white and slender fingers and flicked him on the forehead. "What are you going to do?" Xianxia was interested. As long as he was by her side, Qin Baobao would turn on the role of an elder sister. If she had something to do, she would do it with her brother. If her brother was not willing, she would cry. Look for Wang Zijin. She has a lot of connections in Shanghai. If not her, who else can I look for? His sister said. Can you even ask? Nonsense, she eats and lives on my money. My brother even washes her clothes. What's wrong with looking for her? Qin Baobao said righteously. Xianxia, she really is my sister. Xianxia thought the same. Looking for Nan Man Pei might not be as effective as looking for Wang Zijin. Shanghai was Nan Man Pei's territory, and Wang Zijin's territory. For Xianxia, between asking his friends for help and asking his girlfriend for help, of course, he would choose the latter. I'm going to the bathroom. I'll talk to Sister Ziwei, so that you won't be embarrassed to argue with her in the future, Xianxia said. Ace, you're the best. I love you. Qin Baobao winked at him and kissed him. Xianxia enjoyed it very much. He got up and left the office. Sigh, I really can't be saved. At this time, if his sister owed Sister Ziwei a favor, there wouldn't be so much scheming in the family. However, he instinctively rejected this kind of thing. He didn't want his sister to be unable to fight because she had helped him. Actually, Qin Ma was right. Half of Qin Baobao's bad temper was spoiled by her and her husband, and the other half was cultivated by Xianxia alone. That was why Qin Baobao relied so much on her brother. Unknowingly, the beautiful sister was raised by him. I'm a professional who likes to raise younger brothers. I only charge 998 yuan for my classes. In the bathroom, he checked every cubicle to make sure there was no one. Xianxia dialed Wang Zijin's number. Sister Zijin, I miss you so much. I want to kiss you and have sex. The other side was silent for a few seconds. Sister Ziwei slowly shivered. Ace, let's talk like a normal person, Sister Ziwei said. Sister Ziwei, it's like this. An artist under my company is going to be banned by the SARFT. Xianxia went straight to the point. I heard it from an insider through a special channel. I didn't want to trouble you with this at first, but that artist is the female lead of Bloody Battle of Shanghai Beach. If she's banned, the movie will be taken down immediately. What's the reason? Wang Zijin asked. Sister Ziwei's personality was more upright. If an artist was involved in prostitution or drugs, she wouldn't be willing to help. It's because she criticized a charity on Weibo for corruption. Someone wants to mess with her. They want to mess with her, Xianxia said. Oh, then I'll help you ask about the situation. If the situation isn't serious, we'll withdraw. It hasn't been announced anyway. But Wang Zijin said playfully, how will A's repay you, sister? I'll treat you to chicken tonight. Xianxia laughed. If it was Qin Baobao, she would happily say, A's chicken is the best. But Wang Zijin wasn't Qin Baobao. She was called Zijin. No, it was new driver Zijin. Sister Ziwei snorted. Then I'll cook noodles for you tonight. Okay, you eat chicken and I'll eat noodles. Mwah. Mwah. After Xianxia and Wang Zijin's relationship was clear, he could say mushy things without pressure. TSK, this phone call was so sweet. As soon as he hung up, the phone rang again. Caller, Su Teddy. What's the matter? Xianxia answered the phone. Xianxia, come to the company, Su said. Humph, I'm just about to settle accounts with you. Now my dad treats you as the daughter-in-law of the Qin family. Xianxia said, yes, I'll come in the afternoon. Come over now. Su hurriedly said, our company was investigated by the CSRC. They froze our account on the grounds of suspected manipulation of the stock market and insider trading. They'll talk to you soon. They want to take me back to the dark room? Xianxia was stunned. Baoza Investment didn't do anything illegal. Xianxia was sure of this. Then why was he targeted for no reason? Thinking of Li Wei being banned because of some trivial matter, it was easy to come to a conclusion. Is someone trying to mess with me? Who did I offend? Damn it, I'm not a big shot. I'm just a salted fish. How did I offend anyone? Why didn't I know anything about it? Don't worry, I told Sister Man about it. She'll help, Su said. Okay, I'll come over first. Xianxia hurriedly hung up. He returned to the office, put on his coat, and said to his sister, there's a situation at Baoza Company. I'll go over first. His sister frowned, what's the matter? Xianxia said, someone wants to mess with me. I'm going to see what's going on. Don't follow me. Wait for my news at the company, or I'll talk to you when I get home. Qin Baobao bit her lip and watched him leave. After Xianxia came to Baoza, he met two comrades from the CSRC in the conference room. He chatted with them and listened to some warnings. Then the other party left. Xianxia and Su sent them downstairs and said, when will my company's account be unblocked? The two comrades said faintly, today is a preliminary interview. The specific situation will be clear after follow-up investigation. Wait first. If you have a clean background, others can't find trouble with you. TSK, the ability of a thief to shout stop the thief has been practiced for 68 years. Xianxia nodded, okay, then I'll wait for your news. Su gritted her teeth and said, it's too much. If you don't agree with me, you will freeze the account. How can it be like this? There's no evidence to catch a thief and catch an adulterer in bed. I've studied abroad for so many years, and I've never seen such a thing. Xianxia took out a cigarette, the national conditions are different. Su said angrily, give me one, too. Xianxia gave her one, just bite it. You can't smoke. I'm depressed. Su stubbornly took out the lighter from his pocket, lit it for herself, took a deep breath, and spat it all out. The two stood by the trash can downstairs. One smoked and meditated, and the other frowned. The smoke didn't reach the lungs. Passing by the small white-collar workers, they all looked sideways at the tall and beautiful Su. Such a beautiful woman, even smoking is a moving scenery, but in the eyes of male chauvinism, they can't help but feel distressed. Hey, little red man, did you offend someone? Su looked at him and pursed her lips. Smoking made her mouth dry. Don't call him Little Red Man. That's not what you call him. Xianxia said. Do you want to call him Great God? If it's so shameful, it's better to call him in private. Suyu's eyes were soft. Don't worry about this first. I have something to talk to you about. Xianxia blew a mouthful of smoke at her small face and looked down at her condescendingly. Did you say something to my dad that you shouldn't say? Unfortunately, Suyu was not standing by the wall. Otherwise, Boss Qin would give her a cabinet and a sharp and majestic look. The masochist would confess everything. No, I just talked to your dad casually. Suyu's eyes flashed. You don't admit it, do you believe that I will slap you? Xianxia threatened. Suyu's eyes lit up. Xianxia said, believe it or not, I will ignore you. Suyu immediately compromised and made an aggrieved expression and a pitiful posture. I didn't say anything, really. Xianxia stared at her. She took out her mobile phone from her small pocket, unlocked it, and handed it over. Then look at it yourself. I didn't say anything. Xianxia opened the chat software and looked at her chat history with the old man. Hello uncle, I'm Suyu, it's Suyu, Suyu, please be familiar with me. A very good friend. He often plays with me at night. Every time I play with him, I can sleep happily. Uncle, I'm his secretary. I don't know why, my brain is trembling, Suyu guiltily quibbled, I didn't say anything. Do you play games with me every night? Xianxia said angrily, where is the word game? Was it eaten by you? Suyu said weakly, it's a rounding. What the F***ck are you talking about? Who helped you press the coffin lid of your math teacher? Xianxia raised his hand. Don't hit me. Those who hit women are bastards. Suyu covered her head. Which woman was not afraid of being beaten? She was also afraid, but even if she was afraid, she never thought of escaping from the claws of the little pervert. The palm fell on her head. Xianxia gave her a smiling and touching dog head and said helplessly, explain it to my dad yourself some other day. Oh. Suyu reluctantly looked aggrieved. Well, when I'm free, I'll take you to my house for dinner, and you can tell my dad yourself. Xianxia added. There was a bright light in her beautiful eyes. On the other side, the ex-husband sat in the office and listened to the report of his number one follower, Dong. It's all done. To what extent is the boss going to do? Dong said. The ex-husband crossed his hands in front of his chest. Give him a warning first. I'll ask him out to talk in a few days. Dong hesitated, sister-in-law has urged you several times. When will the boss go back? After all, it will be the new year in a month. This sister-in-law was not Nan Man Pei, but Chao Bing's current wife. After dealing with this matter, Chao Bing's expression was impatient. As he was talking, the phone on the desk rang. The caller, Man, the impatient expression of the ex-husband disappeared immediately and was replaced by a gentle smile. He picked up the phone. Man? Come out and meet me. Nan Man Pei's cold voice came. The ex-husband was overjoyed. Well, see you in the evening. I'll make a reservation immediately. It's your favorite Hunan restaurant. Nan Man Pei, you're mistaken. I'm not here to have dinner with you. I'll come out now. I'll wait for you at the tea house on Yuanhui Road. The ex-husband still wanted to speak, but the voice in his ear had disappeared. She hung up. In a tea house on Yuanhui Road. Outside the private room, Dong, who was 1.78 meters tall, had a strong body and sharp eyes. He gave the waiters a lot of pressure. The tea house was very quiet. There seemed to be a faint tea fragrance in the air. Dong's face was very serious. At the same time, he was also a little nervous. When he was 18 years old, he followed Boss and Sister Man. At that time, they were not married. But the brothers knew that Boss was deeply in love with Sister Man. Of course, the ending was very good. But this kind of life only lasted for a year. The next year, Boss and Sister Man divorced. The next year, he married the daughter of a big official in the north. Sister Man also left the north and settled down in Shanghai. In the blink of an eye, 7 years had passed. To be honest, Boss had indeed let Big Sister Man down. Everyone knew that, but they also knew that Boss had always loved Big Sister Man. In Dong's opinion, other than letting Big Sister Man down in this matter, there was nothing wrong with Boss. Boss had courage, ability, and was deeply in love with you. Even if she didn't have a status, she was still the most important person in his heart. Dong cheered for Boss in his heart. In the private room, Nan Man Pei and brother ex-husband sat face to face and drank tea. Didn't people say that you, Chao Bing, are broad-minded? Why are you arguing with a little boy? Nan Man Pei blew on the tea and laughed. No man wants to see another man get close to his woman, Chao Bing said. After a long silence, both of them drank tea patiently. It's said that a good horse does not go back to the old grass. Why are you different from others? In the end, Nan Man Pei was the first to speak. She sighed. If you were a grass, you would be the sweetest in the world. Chao Bing looked at her affectionately. It's almost Chinese New Year. Let's go back. Nan Man Pei sighed. Your son is 6 years old today. Children at this age are always calling for their father. But they are also the most forgetful. After a long time, your son will drift away from you. Don't blame me. Unless you forgive me and we reconcile, I will let that kid go. Chao Bing looked straight into Nan Man Pei's eyes. The response was boiling hot tea splashing directly on his face. I gave you face, but you don't want it. Nan Man Pei seemed to be really angry. Her gentle and virtuous temperament suddenly became fierce and flamboyant. She seemed to have changed into another person. Reunite? So that I can be your mistress in peace? Chao Bing, do you think you're Long Out Yen? Long Out Yen heard it from Xianxia. It was said that he was a top-notch romantic man. He was surrounded by beautiful women and lived in harmony. At that time, Nan Man Pei had sneered and said that this kind of man was seducing shallow women because he was rich. Xianxia said, no, Long Out Yen's women are all outstanding beauties. There is no difference between them. Nan Man Pei made a mental note of this man's name, Long Out Yen. Chao Bing's handsome face twitched, but he wasn't angry. He quietly took out a tissue and wiped his face. Give me 3 more years. Chao Bing gritted his teeth, his cheekbones protruding. 3 years later, I'll divorce her and marry you. Man, after so many years, my feelings for you have never changed. Love is not something you can buy just because you want to. Nan Man Pei said lightly, when you divorced me and hooked up with the golden branch of the Liu family, our relationship was completely broken. You've been living well all these years, and I'm happy to be alone. Why do you keep pestering me? After all, she gave birth to a son for you. Don't let her down. He looked at the woman in front of him who was supposed to be with him for the rest of his life. He didn't get angry from embarrassment, nor did he hate her because of love. He only felt melancholy and annoyance. But I can't let you go, really. Chao Bing said, you said that I'm uncultured, but I've changed. All these years, I've worked hard to become a cultured person. I even took the Peking University diploma. I've read many books over the years, and there's a sentence that left a deep impression on me. It's enough for a man to have an unforgettable woman in his life. He loved her, so he took the Peking University diploma for her. She felt that if this spread out, it would become a trending term on the internet. Nan Man Pei shook her head. She felt so tired. But I can't have children. You chose to leave me, a hen that can't lay eggs. Now you have an egg in your pocket, and you're back with me. Chao Bing, do you think it's possible? Although so many years had passed, Nan Man Pei still felt a little sad when this topic was brought up. Infertility was the cruelest thing for a woman. My son is very obedient. You'll definitely like him. Chao Bing said. Don't say such impossible things. I'm looking for you today because I don't want to fall out with you. You've cleared your name and I'm not as angry as before. Let's sit down and talk. Nan Man Pei twirled the teacup with her fingers. This matter has nothing to do with him. If you want to find trouble, then let him go. Come at me. Although I don't have a good relationship with my brother-in-law, I'm still his sister-in-law. I'll bring Ziki and Donglai to the Li family. You don't have to stay in Shanghai anymore. The northern side is your territory. But my father has a few friends there. I'll be thick-skinned and beg them. I'm sure they'll be willing to find some entertainment for you. Nan Man Pei crushed the porcelain teacup. If you want to play, I'll accompany you. Chao Bing's heart turned cold. For the first time, he felt resentment. You care so much about this kid? Speak of the devil. Nan Man Pei's phone rang. The caller was Xianxia. Good. Let's talk things out. Nan Man Pei answered the phone and put it on speaker. Sister Man, you might not believe me, but I suspect that your ex-husband is trying to mess with me. Xianxia's voice sounded. Chao Bing narrowed his eyes. Nan Man Pei chuckled. Your reaction is fast. That's true. Xianxia was silent for 3 seconds. I don't care. You'll settle this for me. You said it yourself. This is Sister Man's fault. Don't worry, leave it to me. Nan Man Pei apologized. I knew Sister Man was the most considerate. I'll go to your house some other day and cook a good meal to thank you. Xianxia smiled. There's no need for another day. Let's do it today. Dong Lai has been wild recently. Come over and help me discipline him. Nan Man Pei said gently. Okay. Xianxia's voice was light and cheerful now that he had lifted a huge weight off his shoulders. Chao Bing's heart turned cold. His man's tone was so gentle, she took the initiative to invite him to her house. Chao Bing and Nan Man Pei grew up together, so he knew her character best. Maybe this man called Xianxia did not enter her heart, but it was undeniable that Nan Man Pei treated him differently from ordinary people. She even valued him more than ordinary friends. If this man was not eliminated, he would become a big problem. After becoming a cultured person, Chao Bing, who had read a few novels, couldn't help but think of this sentence. Xianxia, if you're a man, do you dare to play with me? Chao Bing sneered. Nan Man Pei frowned. There was silence on the other side of the phone. After a while. Oh, brother ex-husband is here too. Nan Man Pei said softly, find him and talk to him. This has nothing to do with you. Don't worry. Xianxia sighed. Brother ex-husband, Sister Man and I are just friends. Don't misunderstand. We're all businessmen. Harmony breeds wealth. You blocked my company's account and blocked my artists. You've gone too far. Let's sit down and talk. I'll give you 5% of the shares. How about we shake hands and make peace? This young man seemed to be softer than expected. But from a businessman's point of view, Chao Bing admired his attitude. Only such a person could make his business bigger. Chao Bing said, Xianxia, do you know how animals compete for the right to mate? Nan Man Pei raised his eyebrows. Xianxia was speechless. F***ck, brother ex-husband, are you going to talk about something forbidden? I'm young. Can you take back what you said just now? Chao Bing continued, in the animal kingdom, the right to mate is a very important right, second only to territory. Male animals have to pay the price of blood and life. Only the winner can enjoy the right to mate. The survival of the fittest can also be explained here. After a moment of silence, Xianxia said, I think I understand what you mean. I've stepped into your forbidden zone, right? So you have to show your claws and fight with me, regardless of whether Sister Man and I are really having an affair. Chao Bing sneered. You can understand it that way. Why bother? I'm just a salted fish. How can I be worthy of such a big fight? Suddenly, a suppressed voice came from the other side of the phone. F***ck, system, why are you joining in the fun? Don't give me a mission at this time. System, are you stupid? Chao Bing? Nan Man Pei blinked. Is it because I, Xianxia, can't lift a knife, or is your brother ex-husband too flirtatious? Xianxia's style suddenly changed. Okay, you want to play? I'll play with you. Sister Man, don't interfere in this matter. Nan Man Pei was stunned. Chao Bing snorted. Very good, I was waiting for you to say that. Brother ex-husband, what do you think of Sister Man? Xianxia asked abruptly. Chao Bing glanced at her. What do you want to say? 2 sentences, Xianxia said. Cute, I want to F***ck you. You want to F***ck me? You're welcome to F***ck me. Nan Man Pei's mouth twitched. The veins on Chao Bing's forehead throbbed. Somehow, it became a declaration of war between the two men. Pei Nanman was confused, but since the conversation had already reached this point, there was no need to continue the conversation. She looked at Chao Bing deeply, stood up silently, and walked out of the room. Chao Bing sat there with a gloomy face. When the door opened, Ah Dong saw Nan Man Pei with a frosty face. He turned his head and saw Ba sitting on the sofa with a gloomy face. His heart skipped a beat. He knew this conversation had ended unhappily. Sister Man, boss really wants to reconcile with you. Nan Man Pei ignored him and walked straight. Ah Dong followed a few steps and said, Sister Man, after all these years, you are too heartless. Nan Man Pei turned around and kicked him. The 1.8-meter burly man was kicked a few meters away. He rolled a few times on the ground and curled up into a ball to complain. Back in her Maserati, Nan Man Pei turned around and dialed Xianxia's number. Can you do it? You'll know if I can or can't. From your tone, it sounds like you're blaming me? Nan Man Pei sneered. I said that if Chao Bing wants to play tricks, I'll deal with it. You have to stretch your neck and get closer. I'm not blaming you, I'm blaming the other salted fish. Xianxia sighed. Sister Man, now that I think about it, you've been wanting to teach your ex-husband a lesson for a long time, haven't you? You want to use me as a pawn and test my limits? Nan Man Pei was silent and didn't deny it. I've been hanging out with people like you for a long time. I'm really done for. I'm tired of being pestered by him. After today, I plan to uproot his influence in Shanghai. Out of sight, out of mind, Nan Man Pei said softly. I gave you a chance to retreat. But you gave someone an opportunity to stir up trouble. Now, I can't retreat even if I want to. I don't understand, Nan Man Pei said. Keep your backup plans. I'll play with your ex-husband. If I don't kneel down, you'll come out and clean up the mess. If I win, TSK, how are you going to thank me? Nan Man Pei smiled charmingly. Cute. You want to F***ck me? Xianxia, Nan Man Pei, you're welcome to do it? Xianxia. Xianxia chuckled dryly, don't take my words seriously, I'm just trying to piss off your ex-husband. Sister Man, I'm hanging up. I'm going to find my friends. By the way, send me a copy of your ex-husband's information. The more detailed, the better. Without waiting for her response, he ended the call. Xianxia didn't think he was a troublemaker. At most, he would show off in front of his sisters. It didn't make sense for him to offend anyone. How could a salted fish make enemies everywhere? It didn't make sense at all. After thinking about it, only Nan Man Pei's ex-husband had the motive to make trouble for him. At first, he didn't think of it because he and Nan Man Pei really didn't have an affair. But perhaps in his ex-husband's eyes, that lunch was so cold that he hated him. Male animals would often pay the price of blood and life for the right to mate. F***ck, it was simply a saying. Since ancient times, whether it was humans or animals, it was just three things: food, clothing, warmth, and sex. Therefore, it was reasonable for his ex-husband to think that he was an enemy invading his territory. If there was a man who was close to my sister and often came over to cook for my sister, then there was no need to say anything. Even my salted fish's big knife would be unable to endure the thirst. After thinking about it for a long time, he was almost clear about it. Sister Man probably wanted to fall out with him for a long time. TSK, he didn't know what kind of grudges they had. Coincidentally, he accidentally entered the battle circle. Sister Man was very curious and always wanted to find out more about salted fish Zay, so she pushed him out. Seeing that she didn't use him as a tool in the end, Xianxia didn't care. He also wanted to ride on Sister Man's coattails. He took advantage of Nan Man Pei in the establishment of Baoza Company and the transfer of shares of Tianfeng Film and Television. She was very loyal, wasn't she? But after being bullied, he turned on his salted fish mode and talked nicely, but the other party still didn't let him go. A salted fish also had anger. At this time, the system popped out. Just as he was on the phone, the system issued a mission, ding. A real man shouldn't be afraid. Just do it. Please fight back against Xiao Bing and make him admit his mistake. Success will reward 2,000 points. Failure will deduct the same amount. He felt that the system's voice was very light when issuing missions. 2,000 points was almost all of his savings. Half an hour later, Nan Manpei sent Xiao Bing's background information to his mailbox. Xiao Bing, 32 years old, was a famous entrepreneur in the north. When he was young, he was a disciple of a big shot and married the big shot's daughter. Later, he became Xianxia and married the daughter of a high official. Although he was clean, he still had some gray businesses. On the surface, there were 3 listed companies and several other industries. It seemed that he was not a big shot that Xianxia could afford to offend. Since that was the case, he could only summon his companions. It's decided to be you, Zhao Taizhu. Brother Zhao, have you been busy recently? Xianxia asked with a smile. I'm just waiting to die. Zhao Taizhu laughed. Why did you call me? The company ran into some trouble today. Someone was looking for trouble and froze my company's account. Brother Zhao, do you know Xiao Bing? Which Xiao Bing? It's from the north. Zhao Taizhu thought for a long time. I don't know him. Did he offend you? Then I'll send you the information. Help me think about it. Without hanging up, Xianxia packaged the email Nan Manpei sent him and forwarded it to Zhao Taizhu. There was silence on the other side. After about 10 minutes, Zhao Taizhu said, he's not a tough one, but not too troublesome either. Actually, it's better for you to ask Zijin for help. The Wang family is more powerful than the Zhao family. Sister Ziwei and the Wang family are in a cold war. How can I help? Xianxia said gloomily. All right then. We're in the same boat after all. I took a look just now. There are 3 listed companies. The composition of the companies is very complicated and involves a lot of areas. However, the gray areas of the industries are not a problem. It's fine even if they cry for their parents. Thanks. Xianxia smiled gently. This was the advantage of being tied to a big shot. When the interests were the same, many things could be solved by just mentioning it. At the end of the month, he would give Brother Taizhu an extra drumstick and more money. Then, he would not betray him about the text message. Sister Ziwei's back door was very useful. After returning home from work, Qin Baobao couldn't wait to ask him what was going on. Why were they being targeted for no reason? Qin Baobao cared more about her brother's matters than she did about herself. The only son of the Qin family was finally not a salted fish anymore. She didn't want him to be strangled in the cradle. Xianxia explained the matter in detail. His sister's eyes were immediately filled with resentment. Are you also having an affair with Nan Manpei? Impossible. Sister Man is my friend. We're not just friends in business. Since we're friends, it's inevitable that we'll get hurt. Otherwise, friends wouldn't take the hit for you, right? You're right, but I don't want to hear it. Go to hell, you black-hearted maggot. His sister lay on the sofa and gave him a kick. Thus, Xianxia pressed his sister down on the sofa and rubbed against her fiercely. Not only did her slippers fall off, but her belly button was also exposed. Satisfied, Xianxia went into the kitchen to wash the vegetables and prepare dinner. Qin Baobao was left lying on the sofa. Her clothes were messy and her chest was heaving up and down. The lock clicked. Wang Zijin came back from work. She changed into her slippers and glanced at her best friend who was like a dead fish. What's wrong? Did the devil enter the village? Qin Baobao was lying on the sofa. Her clothes were messy and her hair was messy. One of her trousers was rolled up and the other was wrapped around her foot. Her lace shirt was crumpled and lifted up to her belly button, revealing her soft and curvy belly. Qin Baobao sobbed. A's bullied me again. I want to buy a house. I want to move out. Wang Zijin was overjoyed. Okay, I'll support you. I'll support you from 365 degrees without any blind spots. Qin Baobao sat up and pulled her clothes. With a straight face, she said, I'm joking. She kicked her best friend's butt. Go to the kitchen and wash the vegetables. I'm hungry. Wang Zijin bent forward and chopped Qin Baobao's head with a knife. She took revenge and then fled into the kitchen. Wang Zijin closed the kitchen door. She didn't close it properly. If she closed it properly, the little b*tch outside would be suspicious and might come in. If she didn't close it properly, it would be fine. This was called a mixture of deception and truth. Wang Zijin knew that Xianxia would definitely take advantage of her. Sure enough, Xianxia hugged Wang Zijin and kissed for 3 minutes. Sister Ziwei was gasping for breath. Stop it. Your sister is outside. Wang Zijin pushed Xianxia's chest with both hands. Qiao Bing wants to deal with you. How do you know? Xianxia was shocked. Taizhu told me, Wang Zijin said, and I asked him to investigate. Qiao Bing is Nan Manpei's ex-husband, right? Yes. It's not good or bad to act on impulse. It's good for a man to be calm, but he can't lose his temper. Wang Zijin blinked. As long as you and Nan Manpei don't have an affair, I'll support you. If I say that I'm friends with Sister Man, will you say you're right, but I don't want to listen? Xianxia rolled his eyes. In fact, without the system's mission, he would definitely back off. If Sister Man wanted to teach her ex-husband a lesson, he would at most help her. He wouldn't be in a let go of your ex-husband and let me do it state. How do you know? Wang Zijin was taken aback. She pouted her lips. Do you understand me so well? Then. She felt that she was a little scheming. Would it make him unhappy? Because Qin Baobao said the same thing. She's like a mother, watching over me, Xianxia said. If that was the case, Wang Zijin was relieved. It was just like the mentality of everyone is scheming. As for her best friend's perverted desire to control her younger brother, it was actually a manifestation of her lack of security. Wang Zijin could see it. If a man with a net worth of 2 to 3 billion couldn't hold back his restless heart, who could stop him? However, Xianxia had always been a salted fish. Like other men, he might have messy thoughts, but he wouldn't be like other men, indulging in sensual pleasures. He was young and promising enough to beat those so-called top 10 outstanding youths, but he had been a salted fish for 23 years. Before her, he didn't even have a decent girlfriend. It was unbelievable. This perseverance, or rather, stubbornness, was what Wang Zijin admired most about him. Let me tell you something. Wang Zijin murmured in a low voice, actually, I'm your fan. Xianxia hugged her slender waist tightly and whispered in her ear, Sister Ziwei, I want to become your fan. Wang Zijin slapped him lightly on the head and said, Go cook, idiot. Hey, the salted fish was flirting again. Speaking of which, other than the first day when he took the initiative to come in and take her away, he didn't do anything like that again. Sister Ziwei was in a dilemma. She was relieved and disappointed. After 3 peaceful days, the investment company's account was unfrozen on the 2nd day. It was Zhao Tieju's doing. Li Wei's band didn't come either. It was Wang Zijin's doing. Wang Zijin didn't need to ask her father for help. She had stayed in Shanghai for 3 years and visited her father's uncles. Who didn't know the little princess of the Wang family, but yesterday, she received a call from Nan Manpei and learned from her that her ex-husband had rushed back to the north to deal with some matters. I heard that most of the grey industries in the north were closed within a day. TSK, he's probably in a terrible fix now. Xianxia, how did you do it? Nan Manpei was surprised. My power is beyond your imagination, Xianxia replied. Your business doesn't overlap. If he wants to mess with you, he can only do it through the government. But in Shanghai, we have the power. It's just like the old saying that a strong dragon can't defeat a local snake, Nan Manpei said, be careful. He suffered a big loss and will definitely have a backup plan. You mean he will play dirty? I won't rule it out. Of course, this matter wasn't over. He had to stand firm until his ex-husband gave in. Otherwise, the mission wouldn't be completed. Even if his ex-husband wanted to stop, he wouldn't be willing. Then, Xianxia waited for a few days. He was prepared to deal with whatever came his way. However, he didn't see his ex-husband's big move. But today, as the year was approaching, something happened in the stock market. As usual, Xianxia turned on the computer and looked at the stock market. The charming sister was sitting on Salted Fish Zay's lap, and the sofa was 6 or 7 meters away. It was difficult to talk from such a distance. Therefore, the sister considerately gave her seat to her brother and sat on his lap. The sister liked this sitting position. Not only could she admire Salted Fish's serious work, but she could also occasionally tease him. Everyone knew that the two CEOs of the Qin family used the same office and worked together to build a thriving entertainment company. Thinking about the scene of the Qin siblings working hard, how touching and inspirational it was. But if someone pushed open the office door, they would find that the siblings struggle? It didn't exist. This scene should be called the siblings' shameless daily work, or the sister sits on the brother's lap while the brother works without batting an eyelid. Anyway, no matter what, it would be over if word got out. What are we eating for lunch? Qin Baobao didn't know anything about stocks and wasn't interested. Anyway, she wasn't the kind of person who would hang it all over her head for work and study. Otherwise, with her sister's intelligence, her education level would be higher. For example, she could get a PhD or a postdoc. She felt that it would be terrifying if her sister became a postdoc. Chicken, Xianxia said subconsciously. The chicken outside isn't as delicious as yours. Qin Baobao shook her butt in protest. Up to you. You can eat whatever you want. Xianxia focused on his stock market and said perfunctorily. I'll eat you. Qin Baobao gritted her teeth. Go ahead. You can eat any part. Xianxia didn't care. The sister leaned over to his ear, stuck out her pink tongue, and licked his earlobe. She smacked it. Tasteless. You're a fake salted fish. Xianxia, you'd better call me little red guy or black-hearted maggot. I can accept these two more. Wait, who gave me the name salted fish? When did I get the nickname of salted fish? Thinking back, my titles were fast shooter, little red guy, black-hearted maggot, and now there's another salted fish. Why are my titles so low? Flips table. Thus, Xianxia poked his sister's waist, and his sister immediately softened in his arms. Her face was buried in his neck, and her warm breath blew out. Xianxia felt goosebumps all over his body. That's right, his neck was his sensitive spot. Sob, 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 I'll hit your chest with my little fists. Baby Qin hit him a few times. Xianxia was about to teach the monster a lesson when he glanced at the computer and was stunned. He pounced in front of the computer, but he did not control the distance. His sister, who was on his thigh, hit the edge of the table. His sister was in so much pain that tears welled up in her eyes. Don't you know how to dote on your sister at all? Qin Baobao pulled his ear. But Xianxia didn't seem to notice as he stared at the computer. What's wrong? Qin Baobao turned to look at the computer. On the screen, the originally red and rising stock market had turned into the color of grass. The previous index stopped at 49.05. 81, falling by 2%. Why did it fall today? Qin Baobao had an adorable expression on her face. Xianxia was not in the mood to explain to his sister. His brain was in high gear. His sister was an outsider and didn't understand what this number meant, but he knew. The stock market, which was still popular just now, rose by 2%. About half an hour later, it fell by 3%. This was a little scary. It meant that within half an hour, many stocks had reached the limit down, and more stocks had started to fall. Damn, this was not scientific. Xianxia pushed his sister's big butt away and quickly clicked on the stocks one by one. As expected, many popular stocks had fallen sharply half an hour ago. Their trend was very low, and it seemed like they would never be able to raise their heads again. This was very bad. It was very bad for men to not be able to rise again. It was even worse for stocks to not rise again. Not long after, at 11:30 noon, the stock market was closed. The index recovered slightly and fell by 8%. Xianxia put on his coat and left. He was going to Bao's company. Don't you want to have lunch before you leave? Qin Baobao called him. No, you can eat by yourself. Don't eat chicken. Xianxia warned his sister and left. His sister said oh and cancelled the chicken stewed with mushrooms in the takeout app. She found a new noodle restaurant, pouted, and looked at the menu carefully. If she didn't eat chicken, she would eat noodles. Xianxia rushed to Baoza Investment Company and held a meeting directly. There were a total of 18 department managers, group leaders, and Vice President Su Yu and himself. Now there were more than 40 employees in the company. What do you think? Xianxia looked around at the crowd. All the department managers were silent. The sudden plunge made everyone a little overwhelmed. All the people present were veterans in this industry, but the stock market changed rapidly, and experience alone was not reliable. Today's stock market fell particularly bad. Yes, when I came back from the toilet, the stock market plummeted. I thought I went to the toilet in the wrong position. Maybe the banker is selling. What kind of banker can pull down the stock market by 2% in one breath? The banker may be a part of it. Judging from the trading volume, many individual investors have oversold their positions. They are all playing with leverage. The managers talked at once, and the group leaders occasionally interjected. Baoza Investment Company was not large, but its funds were particularly strong, enough to make some small financial institutions ashamed. With the chairman of the stock market, the managers did not panic at all and were very calm. Xianxia looked at Su Yu again. Vice President Su, what do you think? Su Yu, Boss Qin, there must be something wrong with this matter. Xianxia, I think so too. In the end, they decided to wait and see. The old shareholders knew that it was taboo to chase high and sell low. Of course, they would not sell their stocks because of a temporary plunge. Maybe they were destroying the bubble stock? After this, the stock market was even more healthy. Maybe it would rise back in the afternoon. Then, at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the market opened, the index came out of the crooked wavy line. The trading volume was in and out very violently and lasted for a few hours. When it closed, it was weak and fell in an arc, falling 3.21%. On this day, Baoza Investment Company lost more than 5 million yuan. Xianxia, Su Yu, the stock market, his heart hurt. It's okay, it will rise back tomorrow. I think we can buy the bottom. Let's wait and see for a few days. What a unique way to fall. I feel that the stock market has floated, damn it. The managers of Baoza Investment Company talked with relaxed expressions. At most, they complained that the bonus at the end of the month might decline. They were still optimistic about the stock market. But the next day, Thursday, the stock market opened. The opening was still down, and the index was green. From 9 to 11:30 in the morning, it came out of the fluctuating electrocardiogram until the market was closed. When the market opened in the afternoon, there were individual investors buying the bottom. The index was firm for a few minutes and barely saw red, but it quickly turned down. It began to plummet. At 3 o'clock, the index plunged by 5%, and at least 100 stocks fell to the limit. Xianxia's eyebrows jumped. Without looking at the company's account, he calculated that he had lost more than 8 million yuan in a few days. What's the situation? This fall is without warning. I have been abroad for so many years, and I have never seen such an inexplicable plunge. This is not scientific. Su Yu was at a loss. What do you think? The national conditions are different. The foreign stock market is called investment. In China, it's called stock speculation. The word speculation explains everything. Xianxia scratched his head. Then, what do I think? What can I think? I'm also confused. If the system was more powerful and could predict the future, Xianxia could confidently say, full stock, buy the bottom. Or, cut off the meat and throw it all away, but his stock speculation level was achieved by using skill books, plus his own efforts. Although he was awesome, he belonged to the category of human, not a cheat. At this time, it was very painful. The stock market had collapsed like this. If he didn't throw it away, it would fall to the limit tomorrow. If he threw it away, what if it rose tomorrow? System, help me, I'm a little nervous. Xianxia said. Calm down, you don't have the calmness of other protagonists. The system said. Who told you that I'm the protagonist? Everyone who has a system is the protagonist. But if this system is you, I'm very skeptical. Xianxia said, didn't you upgrade? Did your computing power improve? Help me calculate whether the stock market will fall tomorrow. Calculation is not equal to fortune telling. Host, I don't think so. I think it's okay. You can calculate the data. As long as the data is large enough, through calculation, it can reach a level similar to fortune telling. Who told you that the stock market in this country can be calculated through data? Xianxia, my fault, I shouldn't have pinned my hopes on you. What a painful realization. Wait until tomorrow. Xianxia gritted his teeth. Suyu nodded, looking sad, and then leaned her head on Xianxia's shoulder. With the right time and place, Suyu strengthened her intimacy level. She couldn't let go of this opportunity. If the stock market fell tomorrow, she would consider crying a little, and then throw herself into Xianxia's arms like a swallow in the forest. After work, the employees came back silently. The atmosphere was heavy. Not only did the company suffer heavy losses, but they also suffered heavy losses. Xianxia went home with a heavy heart. He ignored his sister's coquettishness, and even brushed off Wang Zijin's shy kiss. Friday, in the morning, the index fell by 3%. Compared to yesterday, it was another strong rise. But half an hour after the market opened, the index fell by 6%, and hundreds of stocks fell. In the office, Xianxia dialed Zhao Tieju's number. Hello, what's the matter? I'm busy. Brother Tieju's voice was a little out of breath. What did you mean when you called me last time? Xianxia said in a low voice. When? Hoo. If you have something to say it quickly. I'm exercising and I'm exhausted. Brother Taiju said. That time when we went fishing, Xianxia said. Oh, just chatting. Nothing interesting. Brother Tieju's breathing became heavier, and a woman's scream could be faintly heard. I'm dying. Okay, I'm going to exercise for a few more minutes. Bye. Zhao Taiju said and hung up quickly. Xianxia threw his phone, rushed to the stock department, and shouted, liquidate all stocks. Liquidate stocks. Everyone was stunned. Li Linfeng said, President Qin, we can't liquidate stocks. Xianxia was shocked. He pushed the trader aside and took a closer look. Except for 2 stocks that fell by 6%, the rest, all fell to the limit. This day was called Black Friday. Thousands of stocks fell to the limit. The index changed its rising trend and fell from 5,100 points. In 3 days, it fell by a few hundred points. It was the first time in the history of the bull market that it was so tragic. There was no warning. One moment, it was rising, and the next moment, it fell to the ceiling. After the market closed on Friday, the internet exploded. No one expected it. No one thought it would happen. Not only the shareholders, but also some financial institutions were dumbfounded. The stock market started to warm up at the beginning of the year and slowly climbed until the middle of the year. The news of the stock market's arrival spread all over the country, and then it kept going up crazily. Until today, it had never fallen so badly. In the past half a year or so, many people were like Xianxia, becoming rich overnight. It was a true reversal of fortune. But in the past 3 days, many people had lost a lot of money. Over the weekend, the internet was in an uproar. F***ck, who can tell me what happened? Is the weather going to change? Is the stock market still okay? Please tell me. My WeChat moments have been flooded with stock market news these days. Many people have lost a lot of money, but I'm not happy at all because I also lost money. I also lost money, but I feel inexplicably happy. Seeing a group of people like me, I feel better. I still have tens of thousands of shares in my hands. Should I sell them next week? What should I do? This plunge did not cause too much panic, but it was enough to make people feel pain. On forums, Tieba, Weibo, and other major social media platforms, there were discussions about the stock market. Many of them were playful. All kinds of posts were accompanied by funny pictures, such as a picture of a certain old man waving his hand. In the past, there was a caption, "Don't talk to me about technical analysis. I only want a full stock." Now it was like this, don't talk to me about technical analysis. I only want a full stock. Another example, in the past, the dog ate whatever I ate. Now, I eat whatever the dog eats. Wait, unexpectedly, Xianxia was popular. He was infuriated, inexplicably so. Because someone posted a small video on the internet. Yes, it was the video of his lecture at the University of Finance and Economics. It was just a short video, the part where Xianxia promoted stocks for everyone. In the video, Xianxia wrote 10 stocks on the blackboard. As the famous god of stocks, everyone should have focused their attention on the stocks, but they didn't. After they heard the god of stocks say a few words, they couldn't stay calm anymore. My personal suggestion is to hold stocks for a short period of time. You can sell them in a week, at most half a month. No one knows what will happen after a long time. Xianxia said so in the video. He had been lecturing at the University of Finance and Economics for 13 or 14 days, which was about half a month. The timing was just right. The video went viral on the internet. Taking advantage of the stock market boom, it crushed countless national goddesses and little fresh meats gossip news. On Saturday night, it topped the trending list. After the Black Donkey Technologies godly prediction, he made another godly prediction. Xianxia's Weibo exploded instantly. Quick shooter, oh no, god of stocks, did you have a premonition? Stock god, do you think the bull market is over? Although I don't invest in stocks, I'm still here. I'll give you 666. F*CK, stock god, say something. Is the bull market over or not? It's urgent. We lost hundreds of thousands of yuan in the stock market. Tell me, is there any hope for the stock market to recover? Since Xianxia did not respond, the netizens were very anxious. Some people began to scold him, saying that he was manipulating things behind the scenes, or that he had run out of ideas, and that he was probably crying at home because of the loss of blood. These were probably the individual investors in the heavy warehouse, and they were about to collapse. Many people on your Weibo are scolding you. Why don't you talk to them? Xin Baobao was also anxious and frowned. Her face was white and tender, but her eyebrows were thick and dark, which made her look especially beautiful and spirited. At this time, at home, the young lady from the Wang family was sitting on his left, and his sister was sitting on his right. Wang Zijin said, "What are you talking about? Say that the stock market is collapsing and that everyone should run. Do you believe that your brother will be caught and thrown into a dark room?" Uncultured wastrel. She suddenly realized that recently, her sisters had been pinching each other for no reason. They had completely lost the love between best friends. If you're cultured, then do you think the stock market will rise on Monday? Xin Baobao retorted. How would I know? Wang Zijin rolled her eyes. Oh, uncultured wastrel. Xin Baobao was sharp-tongued. At this time, the phone rang. It was Grandpa Shen. How's the company? Grandpa Shen's voice was steady. It's a big loss. Xianxia sighed. Be careful. The internet said that it's a good opportunity to buy at the bottom, but I think it's far from the bottom. I suggest you cut it first. She didn't know why, but she felt that the old man's voice had a hint of schadenfreude. Xin Baobao snatched the phone and cried, Dad, it's a big loss. 5 million on the first day, 8 million on the second day, and more than 10 million on the third day. As she spoke, her sister's eyes glistened with tears. Losing more than 20 million in 3 days, ordinary people would have to line up to see them on the rooftop. Xin Baobao's heart was aching, but she did not dare to cry in front of her brother, for fear of pressuring him. Don't cry, don't cry. How old are you? You're crying after losing some money. Grandpa Shen comforted her and wondered, you don't have to cry like this when your brother is losing money. The crying stopped abruptly. His sister's big teary eyes turned. You're so annoying. I have shares in it too. Boo-hoo, she found a new reason and continued to cry. Xianxia thought, fortunately, I didn't lose money from my wife. Otherwise, how would my sister answer? You're so annoying. Because A's wife is my money. Was that an answer? He was done for. Xin Baobao did not want to cry in front of her brother, but she had no pressure to cry in front of her father. Hence, the phone call turned into Grandpa Shen comforting his precious daughter. Oh no, Grandpa Shen had forgotten why he called his son. What are you going to do? Wang Zijin was paying attention to this matter instead of watching TV. She knew that Qin Zai's investment company was his main source of funds. Escape first, then think about making a big move. Qin Zai smiled bitterly. Actually, Iron Pillar has already hinted to me. His words were vague and vague. It's my fault. I didn't react in time. His words were sharp. If I wasn't in the business world, I wouldn't have been able to react in time. Iron Pillar's words were terrifying when he thought about it now. When fishing, one has to reel in the net. But this time, it seems that we've gone overboard. I thought about it. Actually, that hand started to control the risk last month and removed a lot of leverage intermittently. However, the market was crazy beyond imagination. The stock market this time was not healthy to begin with. Bubbles were popped one after another. The 3 consecutive days of plunging were because there were too many people playing with leverage. Their positions were overloaded. Wang Zijin and Qin Baobao looked at each other. Their faces full of worry. Although they believed in their brothers' boyfriend's ability, there was a saying that went, if you walk by the river often, your shoes will get wet. Just like this time, they lost more than 20 million in 3 days. An ordinary small company could declare bankruptcy. At night, the stock market plunge was reported on the news. For example, CCTV mentioned that the stock market had plunged and the market value had dropped by more than 10 billion renminbi. But the experts said that the bull market was still looking good. They hoped the public would not panic. On the financial channel, an expert said, the rise and fall of the stock market has always been normal. Friday's plunge had made many people panic. It was because of this panic that the stock market had plunged for 3 consecutive days. The bull market came with a vengeance. Seeing that there was profit to be made, the masses flocked in. However, 80% of the individual investors did not have their own opinions. They were used to following the crowd, just like how 3 people make a tiger. Friday's plunge not only removed some of the bubble stocks, but it also made some fence-sitters leave the market. The stock market will be in a healthier state. Although everyone mocked the unreliable people these days, when an authoritative figure jumped out to maintain stability in a situation where they were out of their wits, the individual investors were like children who had left home and found their mother. Their hearts were at ease. He had been waiting for a long time, but Monday came. That day, the index fell by 6%. Qin Zai sold 1/3 of his shares. Tuesday, it fell by 4%. Another 1/3 of his shares escaped. Monday, it fell by 2%. The clearance was successful. Qin Zai lay weakly on the sofa and breathed a sigh of relief. He felt that his body was hollowed out. Damn, this drop in the volume made him lose about 50 million renminbi. Bao bao, at least the death penalty was not a loss, but the stock market was a blood loss. Suyu weakly lay next to Qin Zai and leaned his head on his chest. Oh, this time it's a big loss. Smelling the good smell of the great god, he felt great. Qin Zai finally breathed a sigh of relief, logged into Weibo and posted, finally escaped. This was posted at lunchtime, and then in the afternoon, the stock market warmed up. Today, it rose by 2%, and the shareholders immediately rejoiced. It's time to buy the bottom. Brothers, follow me. Tomorrow's millionaire will be me. Kill, the big knife to the devil, the banknotes to the stock market, charge. Fortunately, I didn't sell. I praise myself for being quick-witted. 2 managers and 4 team leaders knocked on the door of Chairman Qin's office. Their faces were ugly. Li Linfeng said, Chairman Qin, we cut a loss. Another manager, Chairman Qin, 50 million renminbi is really lost in vain. 2 team leaders sighed, Chairman Qin, let's go back. Now is a good time to buy the bottom. A few minutes ago, the company's employees were privately discussing that Chairman Qin's legend of the stock god was finally broken, and Chairman Qin suffered a big setback. If he had held on for a few more days, he would not have lost so much. Unfortunately, Chairman Qin was too young after all. He was scared and cut the meat. This was good, not only cut the meat, but also sprinkled a handful of pepper. Xianxia looked at Suyu. Suyu sat upright next to him and said, "I will listen to you." At this moment, Suyu felt that his skill of seducing men was pointed, because he saw a strong affection from Xianxia's eyes. Then, the next skill point, Suyu's point, was the harem skill. Xianxia thought about it and did not answer the eager expectations of his subordinates. He turned on his mobile phone and clicked on Weibo. The content of the first dozens of posts on Weibo, "The stock god also cut the meat? What the hell, the stock market just warmed up, is it still not enough? I was scared to cut it quickly. Oh my god, is the bull market really over? Then, it became like this, bullshit stock god. Damn it, I just cut the meat, and the stock market warmed up. It's so red that my heart hurts, liver hurts, and lungs hurts, damn it. Stock god? What the hell stock god, does this face hurt? I feel like I'm going to be in the headlines again. The stock god Xianxia cut the meat painfully, and the stock market suddenly became popular. Ahahaha, it's so interesting. Hey, I know I shouldn't be superstitious. There is no god, the stock god signboard is ruined. Still not deleting Weibo? Waiting for more people to slap your face? Am I going to be on the hot search again? Last time, it was praising 666, this time it was mocking and slapping the face. In the evening, there will definitely be such information. The legend of the stock god is broken, the fall of the stock god. Stock god? Just a lucky man. Xianxia exited Weibo, looked at his subordinates, and smiled. Next, we are going to play big. Are we going to fight back? Everyone's eyes lit up. No, I'm going to short it, but before that, I'll make a phone call first. Xianxia was full of pressure. Xianxia watched the stock market get hot, watched the whole people speculate in stocks, and now, he wants to watch the stock market collapse. His subordinates looked frightened. Short, a feeling of panic rose in the hearts of Li Linfeng and the others. Then, in their minds, the word short turned into seeking death. After the stock market recovered, after the individual investors vowed to buy at the bottom, and the bull market still didn't come to an end, Xianxia said that he wanted to short the stock market. Did he not know how to spell the word death? I've made too much money, and I want to seek death. Was this the mentality, Boss Qin? Could it be that he lost his mind? Boss Qin, you can't play like this. Boss Qin, it's not good to seek death like this. Boss Qin, it's too risky to short. Even if you're not optimistic about the stock market, I suggest you wait and see for a while. The subordinates panicked, really panicked. They came in from the beginning of Baoza investment and watched it grow step by step. They worked hard together and couldn't bear to see it destroyed. Xianxia waved his hand and listened to the phone attentively. Everyone was helpless and had to look at Suyu for help. Except for Boss Qin, Suyu was the second in command of the company, and her words carried more weight. Suyu said lightly, "I'll listen to Boss Qin." Boss Su today, well, was particularly flirtatious. No, today's Boss Su had lost his mind. The subordinates' hearts were in despair. "Sister man, what's the situation with brother ex-husband? Is he in the north or Shanghai?" Xianxia called Nan Man Pei. "In the north, what's wrong? I just want to ask if he has any thoughts of admitting his mistake." "I don't understand what you mean." "Oh, then I understand." Xianxia hummed and said, "Sister man, next, watch my performance. Before that, I hope you can send him my mobile phone number, I think you will need it." After that, he didn't explain, leaving Nan Man Pei confused. He hung up the phone. Xianxia was ready to make a big move on brother ex-husband. If the mountain didn't come to him, he would go to the mountain. If the mountain didn't come to him, he would go to the mountain. He wanted to force brother ex-husband to bow to the big boss in front of him. If it weren't for the stock market crash, he might have had to pay a high price to make his ex-husband bow his head. 3 listed companies. I will let your share prices fall to the bottom of the drain and let you suffer losses. Let's see if you will lower your head. Most listed companies will mortgage their shares for loans. Once the share prices collapse, the banks will call for repayment. At that time, her ex-husband could only cry and admit his mistake to her. The news that Chairman Qin was going to short the stocks quickly spread throughout the company. The employees felt a chill in their hearts. They felt that they were done for. Could it be that after the reputation of the stock god was ruined, Chairman Qin took things too hard and ran further and further on the road to death? The employees felt that a storm was brewing and were prepared for the worst if the company went bankrupt and left. Shorting is when you predict that a certain stock will fall in the future, so you sell it at a high price and buy it back at a low price. Practical operation: borrow shares from the broker, sign a contract, and promise to return the corresponding number of shares within a certain time. For example, when a share is 10 yuan, borrow 1,000 shares from the broker and sell them, and get 10,000 yuan in cash. Before the contract expires, buy back 1,000 shares and return them to the broker. At this time, if the share price falls to 8 yuan, spend 8,000 yuan to buy 1,000 shares and earn 2,000 yuan out of thin air. If the share price rises to 12 yuan, it will cost 12,000 yuan to buy 1,000 shares and lose 2,000 yuan. The science lesson is over. The key point is the final exam. The subordinates left with ashen faces. Li Linfeng, who was the most senior, opened his mouth and sighed silently. He chose to be silent. Suyu, we have to make a few more trips these days. If we want to short, we will start from some general void technology stocks, the growth enterprise market, and concept stocks. In addition, there are 3 listed companies. We need to borrow as much as we can. Xianxia wrote down the 3 listed companies of his ex-husband on the paper. Chao Bing's company. Suyu raised her eyebrows. She was Nan Manpei's best friend. She knew about the feud between Chao Bing and Xianxia. That's right. My ex-husband is bullying us. If I don't turn around and stab him in the back, where can I put my face? If he doesn't know how to fight back after being bullied, what's the difference between him and a salted fish? His phone rang and a cute child's voice interrupted him. It was Xianxia. Sure? President Qin, I just saw on the internet. Did you cut it? Xianxia's tone was concerned. Yes, I did, Xianxia said. Xianxia was silent for a moment. After a while, she said, May I ask, how much did you lose? It's not convenient for me to tell you the total loss of the company, but the loss of the product you bought is about 30 million, Xianxia said. There was another moment of silence. 30 million, it was her quarterly income, and it was under the condition of continuous work. Xianxia felt her heart clench. Then do you plan to continue watching? It's not convenient for me to disclose this. All right. As soon as she hung up, Huang Yuding called. President Qin, how's the company's loss? The loss of the product you bought is about 30 million, Xianxia went straight to the point. Although I don't have the right to speak, I think we should wait and see for the time being. When the market stabilizes, we'll enter the market again, Huang Yuding suggested from the perspective of a friend. I know what to do. After that Weibo post was posted, he received 7 or 8 calls from celebrities one after another, asking him about his plans or suggesting that he should wait and see. In fact, they just didn't want Xianxia to continue using the funds because the product would expire in a week. Even if they lost 30 million, the celebrities still made a lot of money, multiplying it by several times. However, although they were the buyers, according to the rules of private equity, the company had the right to decide how to use the funds and how to invest it. No one else had the right to interfere. There were also people who supported him, such as Huang Yuding and Su Yunhan, who were close to him. There were also some singers he wasn't close to. They even called to comfort him and expressed their loyalty. No, trust. These guys are all scared. They are afraid that I will lose everything. Xianxia sneered. People are like this. You help them earn millions and tens of millions. They can't wait to be grateful. Once you lose, of course, they will panic. Suyu said sweetly, but they are not qualified to tell us what to do. We can play as we want. What about you? Aren't you afraid that I will lose everything? You have 6% of the shares of Baoza Company. Xianxia laughed. Suyu wrinkled her nose. Anyway, I have nothing. I only have Baoza's investment. It's better if I lose. You will owe me for a lifetime. Xianxia was speechless. Bullshit, we are in a cooperative relationship. If we go bankrupt, we will divide the money and go our own way. No one owes anyone anything, okay? Suyu bit her lip aggrievedly. Do you want to kick me away? I have fallen out with my family and followed you. How can you be so cruel? Xianxia, listening to these words, it seemed that Xianxia had hooked up with a rich young lady and was going to abandon her. The point is that we are not in a mess yet. Be good, and I will take you to show off and fly, Xianxia said. A week after Black Friday, the stock market went up for 2 days. After that, it pulled out 3-day lines. The plunging index rose by half. Looking at the momentum, it would climb back to the peak of 5,100 in another week. It was expected to set a new high. In these days, Xianxia became the topic of conversation for netizens. There were many jokes on the internet that ridiculed him, such as "Stock God fell into the sewer," "Stock God's IQ plummeted, not as good as individual investors," "Stock God is a layer of window paper that can be blown away," and so on. Xianxia waited for a week. Finally, today, he informed the traders to start selling shares in batches. First, sell the shares of Hair Pharmaceutical, Xianfu's shares, and Flux Heavy Industry, 2,000 lots each. The traders sold according to his instructions. The 3 companies' plates were not big, with a total of 200,000 lots. It fell like a cliff. The range was not big, but it was very steep. The 3 companies were sluggish for half a day. The individual investors bought in, and the price rose again. The next day, Xianxia sold 6,000 lots, 2,000 each. The stocks of the 3 companies were hit hard, and the trend was low. Under the general rising environment, they walked out of the green color. On the 3rd day, he stopped selling the shares of his ex-husband's 3 listed companies. Instead, he sold other shares. The time was not right, and he also wanted to make money. He sold slowly, and when it rose again, he could make a lot of money. Bao's company had more than $1 billion in capital, and he played with 10 times the leverage. He wanted to play with 20 times the leverage, but recently, the CSRC strengthened the market control, and the people who played with leverage died. No one dared to play with 20 times the leverage with him. During lunch, a few managers of the company gathered together to eat. They were silent, and they were in a bad mood. Li Linfeng chewed the food, but it was like chewing wax. "Boss Qin, you will go bankrupt sooner or later if you do this." A manager sighed. "By the way, doesn't our company have a major shareholder? Why haven't I seen him? I've already reported it, but Boss Pei doesn't care. He told us to just listen to Boss Qin. The stock market is rising well now. Boss Qin will be in trouble once the contract expires." Sigh, "I haven't been eating or sleeping well recently. We haven't been in this company for long, but we've been running it together for so long, and it's getting better and better. I feel uncomfortable now." There was a sigh. Li Linfeng suddenly said, "Maybe the bull market has really come to an end. Haven't you thought about it? Although the bull market is bubbly, it can last until next year." "Old Li, you're thinking too much. After a few drops, the bull market is equivalent to extending its life for a while." Many people thought so too. The individual investors and some small and medium-sized financial institutions thought so. However, some individual investors and financial institutions were so anxious that they were sweating, or rather, their hearts were dead. They played with leverage. The craziness of this bull market could be seen from the stock market. Leveraged funds were everywhere. 10 or 20 times could no longer satisfy the sour pleasure of becoming rich overnight. Some people even played with leverage of 100 times. This bull market was unhealthy to begin with. From a policy perspective, they wanted to invest excess funds into the market. However, the market chose to invest their funds into the stock market, and thus, the bull market rose. In a year's time, the unhealthy stock market bubble had been blown bigger and bigger. The bubble would eventually burst. Leveraged accounts would be forced to liquidate once the warning line was reached. The key was that too many people played with leverage. This formed a domino effect. Today, one person would burst, and tomorrow, another person would burst. The stock market would collapse. Tuesday, 1 p.m., when the stock market opened today, it was sluggish. It switched between red and green. The half-dead trend made many people anxious. When the market opened in the afternoon, the stock market showed everyone what fun is fun meant. It plummeted like a cliff. It kept going down and down, just like it did more than a week ago when it plunged in despair. Xianxia also contributed to this. During this period of time, he had been crazily selling his stocks. Countless individual investors were dumbfounded, and most of the financial institutions were caught off guard. However, the extent of the chicken dinner was far more than that. This time, it was really like pushing a mountain to topple a jade pillar. Even 10 cows wouldn't be able to pull it back. The stock market plunged for a week. From the limit down of 100 stocks to the limit down of all time, in a week, the news said that the market value of the stock had evaporated by hundreds of billions. At this moment, not only were the individual investors panicking, even the financial institutions were panicking and frantically fleeing. Later on, they couldn't escape even if they wanted to. Because every day when the market opened, they would find out in despair that their stocks had fallen. There was a lot of crying on the internet. Everyone was lamenting the fact that they had been poor all their lives in the stock market. Everyone was half joking and half bitter as they teased, "See you on the rooftop." In fact, there really were people who jumped off the building. For example, those who crazily played with leverage. Not only did they return to the time before liberation, but they also owed huge debts that they could not repay. First, all sorts of experts jumped out to appease the people, telling them that the stock market was very healthy and that the drop this time was to get rid of the bubble. Sigh, these words sounded very familiar. Forget it, the people are easy to fool anyway. Then, the national team announced that they would enter the market to save the market. All the major media companies pushed the good news to calm the panic of the shareholders. However, if there was a first, then there was a second, then there was a third. This time everyone was so scared that they pissed their pants. They didn't believe it. Sigh, it's over. It's really over this time. Last time, I thought that it had fallen to the floor, so I should have searched the bottom. Now I know that it was the ceiling. It's okay. This time, it's the sewers. Brothers, hurry up and search for the bottom. Don't be a coward, just do it. F***ck your mother. My underwear is already in the stock market. Let's not talk about it anymore. I'll just sit on the rooftop and finish my last cigarette. Wait for me upstairs, let's meet on the rooftop. Celebrities all came to take advantage of this incident and posted pictures of "See you on the rooftop" or "I beg you, return my hard-earned money" on Weibo. It wasn't pure ridicule. Celebrities also speculated in the stock market, and they definitely invested more than individual investors. If they were to lose money, they would lose millions or even tens of millions. Compared to the wailing of the people, Bauza Investment Company was jubilant and cheering. Just a few days ago, the employees of the company were still secretly sighing about Xianxia's ambition. Now, they could only shout 666. If Xianxia were to say, "I lack knees," all the employees of the company would enthusiastically offer their knees. This month's bonus is exploding. I can finally take my wife out to play. Once I get the bonus, I'll have enough for the down payment. It's a wise decision to follow President Xian. I didn't expect the stock market to collapse. Ha ha ha. Although I've lost all my private savings, this month's bonus is dozens of times more than my private savings. I'm already looking forward to the year-end bonus, wahahaha. President Xian really knows how to show off. We all thought he was doomed. Acting tough? How can the affairs of cultured people be considered pretentious? Everyone burst into laughter, and the office was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. In the meeting room, Chairman Xian gathered everyone for a meeting. It was mainly about showing off. Boss Xian sat in the main seat with a domineering and arrogant look on his face that said, "I've never tasted defeat in my life." The officials below him were convinced. They bowed and said, "Boss Xian is awesome, the most awesome." Suyu, who replaced herself as the imperial concubine in her heart, had a bright smile on her face and felt honored. In the end, Li Linfeng sighed, "There are still some shares in the account that have not been sold. The stock market collapsed too early." Yes, it's too early. We must find a chance to throw the blame out. We can't let it fall in our hands. In fact, Bauza Investment had made a lot of money. With 10 times the leverage, the stock had fallen to the floor. It was estimated that the stock would fall to the bottom of the sea. At that time, they could buy the stock back and return it to the broker at a small price. But the manager's obsessive-compulsive disorder was acting up. They wanted to sell all the stock. Especially Li Linfeng, who was scratching his ears and cheeks anxiously. He had no choice. He was a Virgo. No hurry. The national team has entered the market. The stock market will recover slightly in the next few days. But my dear officials, don't worry. At most, it's just a momentary recovery of the bull market. Let's make another wave of profit while it recovers. The managers came to their senses. By the way, our first product has expired, right? Suyu, let the finance department count the profits and then close the product, Xianxia said. Suyu nodded. Then, Xianxia announced the end of the meeting. Oh, the meeting was over. Everyone went to do their own things. By the way, President Qin, we plan to organize a celebration party. You must come, Li Linfeng said. Xianxia was stunned. How come I didn't know? Are you kidding me? My officials want to drink and have fun, but they didn't inform me? Oh, we've applied with Vice President Su, Li Linfeng said. Well, let's have a meal tonight. During this time everyone has been quite depressed, Suyu said. Is that so? Okay then. Xianxia nodded. Forget it. Since the officials and my beloved concubine have applied, it's the same. Are you going? Suyu asked. I'm going. Of course I'm going, Xianxia said. He couldn't let the officials and his beloved concubine play alone. In recent days, the dark clouds that shrouded the hearts of the employees dissipated. There was no work in the afternoon. The employees chatted in the big office, and the managers chatted and smoked in the small conference room. Xianxia returned to his office and asked the finance department for the recent performance report. Then, he took a photo and sent it to his sisters. Qin Baobao and Wang Zijin were worried about him for a long time. After the stock market crash, they were very happy. Wang Zijin replied, My A's is amazing. I'll give you a verbal reward. Wang Zijin grew up with a silver spoon in her mouth. She didn't think much of money. She was really happy for Xianxia. Qin Baobao, seeing A's make so much money, I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Xianxia replied to his sister, When I get serious, even I'm scared of myself. No. Qin Baobao sent an aggrieved emoji rubbing its nose. I bought a few bags a while ago, and then I also bought one for Wolf in the house. I also bought a lot of luxury goods. You know all about it. Xianxia sent a puzzled emoji. Didn't you say they were all cheap goods online? There's a reason. My sister's money is with Tianfeng. The company's funds are tight recently. Qin Baobao replied weakly. Oh, then you don't have to lie to me. Wait, where did you get the money? Xianxia had an ominous premonition in his heart. Well, it's all your money. 3 million, all gone. Xianxia, my money was squandered by my sister again. Why did I say again? Sure enough, my money is actually not money. It should be renamed sister's private money. Flip the table, I haven't seen what my money looks like, and it's gone. Flip the table. My wife's money has nothing to do with me at all. Flip the table. Sister Ziwei, I'm sorry. Okay, the income is sorted out. I asked the finance department to transfer the money. The money of those stars will soon be in their accounts. I'll send you the income report. Suyu sent him a message. Soon, Huang Yuding called. What the F*** CK, that many? Xianxia smiled and said, I shorted the stock market. I recently made a lot of money. Huang Yuding, you're awesome. I'm convinced. It's more than my annual income. Su Yunhan's call followed. Ah, President Qin, did you transfer the wrong money? Xianxia was stunned. Really? Then you should give it back to me quickly. Su Yunhan whined, so many notes, I can't bear to part with them. Just pretend you forgot, and I forgot too. Let them lie quietly in my bank account. Xianxia, haha, don't joke, it's yours. Xianxia, President Qin, I love you, I love you. Xianxia, speak human language. Xianxia, are you sure you didn't transfer the wrong money? Are you sure this is my final income? Xianxia, yes. Xianxia, it's not scientific. Why is it so spicy? Xianxia, shorting the stock market. Almost every star who received the remittance notification called Xianxia in disbelief, suspecting that he had transferred the wrong money. They didn't have the right to tell him what to do, but every month, the company would send them the performance report. This month's income was simply better than last month's. Although everyone was acting, after seeing the series of numbers on the text message notification, they couldn't help but sigh that life was like a drama. Huang Yuding posted on Weibo online, "Thank you, boss." Qinzi few minutes later, Su Yunhan reposted, "Thank you, boss." Qinzi Qianxia reposted. Guling reposted. Lao Yao reposted. Li Rongxing reposted. More and more stars reposted this Weibo post. When they got off work at 6 p.m., there were more than 20 stars who had reposted. They were all stars who had bought Qinzi's products and received the money in the afternoon. Even for the celebrities who made a lot of money every day, this was a huge amount of income. After they had money in their hands, they had made a lot of investments, investing in shops, investing in real estate, starting their own companies, opening their own shops, and so on. However, none of the investments were as good as today. They had only transferred a sum of money to Qinzi, and this sum of money had multiplied several times in 3 months. This feeling was as if they had received a scam message and the other party said, Qianxia Huang, transfer money. Their brains went haywire and they transferred 3,000 yuan to the other party. Then, 3 months later, Qianxia Huang came with thousands of soldiers and horses, wanting to bring them to show off and soar. The nosy netizens commented below the stars' Weibo posts, "What happened? Dumbfounded. Did you all jump ship to Tianfeng? Become artists under Qinzi?" At this moment, if Qin Baobao saw this, she would definitely cry in the toilet. Tianfeng's major shareholder should be her, right? How is that possible? Tianfeng can't take in so many big shots. I keep feeling that there's some kind of shady deal going on. I really want to know. I'm so anxious. Forget it. The stock market is suffering losses. I'm not in the mood to pay attention to entertainment gossip. No one could get an answer. The stars maintained their silence and did not say much. The netizens who could not get an answer went to Qinzi's Weibo to ask. Of course, Qinzi did not reply. He sent a message to his sister. "Sister Bao, go on Weibo and say something." "Say what?" "Say that I'm going to bring everyone to show off and soar." "Say it yourself." This kind of thing needs to be said by others. If I say it myself, I'll lose my cool. Sure, but I have a request. Say it. I owe money to my wife. Quickly top it up. MMP. Asking me for money again, it's natural for other women to ask their husband for money. You, as an elder sister, always ask me for money. What do you mean? If Qinzi is right, his sister has been a star for so long and earned tens of millions, where did the money go? You don't spend your own money, but spend my wife's money with peace of mind. My sister is also a black-hearted maggot, and she always calls me a maggot. No money, I'm short of money. Qinzi refused. Rich, you earn so much money, but you are not willing to spend it on your sister, black-hearted maggot, I love you for nothing. His sister said in a coquettish and aggrieved tone. You finally admit it, what wife's money, you just want to cheat me of my money. Qinzi said. No matter, if the wife's money is gone, you have to recharge. How much do you want? Oh, 1,000 mountains and 10,000 rivers are always love, just give as you see fit. Qin Baobao said. This scheming, it's like a master fortune-telling, saying that money is a worldly possession, just give as you see fit. In such a case, giving less will make me stingy. I don't have money, but your brother has a project of more than 1 billion here. Are you interested? Qinzi was serious. Then I'm not interested. I don't understand the project. You can discuss it with Suyu. Qin Baobao was very self-aware. Don't change the subject, give me the money. Look for Suyu? Don't regret it. Qinzi said faintly. After the call, Qinzi asked the finance department to transfer 5 million to his sister's bank card. Hand in the public grain. No, recharge the wife's money. His sister was very reliable. She took the money and soon locked on a female star who had shot an advertisement together. This female star seemed to have lost a lot. She posted several Weibo in a row: "See you on the rooftop, give me back my hard-earned money, my body is emptied," and other series of pictures, with the caption, "Once you enter the stock market, you will be a passerby from now on." Qin Baobao replied on the other party's Weibo, "It's our fault that we met too late, or I would introduce the products of my brother's company to you." In an instant, it was pinned to the top, and the netizens replied to Qin Baobao, "Introduce your brother to her? Wake up, your brother's legend as the god of stocks has been shattered. Does it hurt when your brother cuts his flesh? Goddess, your brother is already dead." In the blink of an eye, there were thousands of replies. That female celebrity also replied to Qin Baobao, "I've been tricked by the stock market, and so has your brother. I'm in the same situation. Tears streaming down my face." The netizens immediately gave her a like. Qin Baobao replied, "Luckily, he cut it quickly. It's a small loss, but it's nothing. If you don't cut it, you will suffer a great loss now." The reply building suddenly fell silent. Then, the female celebrity replied with a "I don't want to live anymore" crying emoji. The netizens also exploded. Wait, I suddenly thought of something. Xianxia has already cut off his flesh and fled. Although he cut it off a little early, he still managed to escape a calamity. His foresight is amazing. That's right. Previously, after he cut off his shares, the stock market immediately recovered. We only cared about laughing at him, but it seems like he did the right thing? No wonder so many celebrities posted on Weibo. I should have thought of it earlier. Hey, this is interesting. So many people complained about Xianxia a while ago, but now they have been slapped in the face. Haha. The last one to know the truth is crying. It suddenly dawned on them. No wonder so many celebrities posted on Weibo to thank Xianxia. They finally figured it out. The netizens were shocked. All of them took screenshots, posted on Weibo, Tieba, and forums as if they had caught an exclusive news. Unique foresight, escape unscathed. This is the difference between a stock god and an ordinary person. The stock god is still the same stock god. The little scum can only hit 666. All kinds of headlines appeared. Qin Baobao manually showed her brother's divinity in front of the masses, and it was very effective. She was smart enough not to expose the fact that she was short-selling. Otherwise, the public's admiration would have turned into jealousy. Xianxia looked at the screen in his office and grinned. He liked this kind of "I'm not in Jianghu, but Jianghu has legends about me" mode the most. Some time ago, there were all kinds of trampling on the internet, and the internet media all kinds of heckling. Sister Ziwei wrote several articles to help him brag, but it didn't work. Now he was proud and elated, so cool. In online literature, this is called suppressing first and then rising. He felt that he could be on the hot search list again. Recently, as long as there was major news related to stocks, it could be on the hot search list. Xianxia had a feeling of Hu Hansan, am back again. Xianxia, it's time to go. Let's go to dinner. So you opened the door and came in. It was 6:15, and the night was dark outside the window. So you just changed her outfit in her office. Her thin stockings were replaced with thick winter stockings, her high-heeled shoes were replaced with snow boots, her office suit was replaced with denim shorts, a knitted sweater and a blue windbreaker, and she wore a light green woman's hat on her head. Beautiful, delicate, and elegant. With this appearance, she was the focus of attention wherever she went. Your hat is very unique. Xianxia flicked the brim of her hat. It's expensive, 30,000 yuan. So you straightened the hat that was flicked and wrinkled her nose at him. The managers had already booked seats in the restaurant. Of course, President Qin and President Su didn't need to deal with this small matter. They were now ready to meet everyone. But Xianxia received a phone call, a strange phone call. Xianxia didn't answer at first. Since he registered the company, he had received a lot of spam calls today. Some were issuing invoices, some were recommending stocks, and some were selling Wui Mountain to Hongpo, but this phone call was very stubborn. One after another, it seemed that if Xianxia didn't answer, he would call until the end of time. Xianxia's heart moved and he answered, "Who is it?" It's me. It was the voice of Chao Bing, his ex-husband. Are you going to beg me to let your company go, or threaten me to be sensible, or you'll teach me a lesson? Xianxia smiled happily. His ex-husband finally couldn't hold back and came to him for a showdown. I'm in the restaurant opposite your company. Room 6 on the 3rd floor. Do you dare to come? Chao Bing said in a deep voice. Wash your ass and wait for me. Xianxia hung up the phone. Chao Bing? Suyu frowned. Well, you go first. I'll meet him. Xianxia put on his clothes and patted her on the shoulder. Why do you care about him? We don't need to care about him at all. So you didn't understand. He hasn't bowed to me yet. Xianxia said. So you didn't understand and couldn't understand. Was it so important? A dispute between men? Xianxia wouldn't tell her. No, it's the system's task. Then I'll go too. Suyu said. The other party used to be in the underworld, and now he's half black and half white. Xianxia threatened, maybe a group of big men will rush out and kill you. Will they protect me? Of course, I can fight 10. What are you afraid of? Go. Xianxia said, I like you, a brainless fan who has no ambition. Suyu took his arm and smiled like a flower. I like your shameless confidence. Across the street, without driving, Suyu took Xianxia's arm and walked out of the office building. Anyone who saw it would think that they were a couple. She was a little happy, and Xianxia didn't push her away. However, Xianxia felt that if there was a big beauty, it would be more imposing and more exciting. Since Chao Bing asked him to meet, instead of shooting behind his back, it meant that he didn't want to be entangled with him. In fact, even if the ex-husband wanted to be rough, Xianxia's current skills and physical strength could easily solve more than a dozen big men. The second set of radio gymnastics for primary school students, The Times Are Calling, was an upgraded version of the first set. It couldn't be used to kill people with leaves, jump over roofs and vault over walls, but if Xianxia punched with all his strength, it was enough to break the skull of an adult. The 6th private room of the restaurant was a large private room, enough to accommodate a small company party, decorated magnificently. Chao Bing sat alone, with 3 men in black standing on both sides, including the number 1 follower Dong, who was kicked by Nan Man Pei. There was a steak and a glass of water on the round table. Chao Bing held a knife and fork, chewing slowly, his eyes unfocused. He was thinking. That day, he declared war on Xianxia, but the next day, some of his gray industries in the north were raided and closed for rectification. His subordinates didn't work, so Chao Bing had to take a flight back to the north, running around and relying on his own deep connections accumulated over more than 10 years, he settled it. Following the vine to the melon, he found out that the Zhao family in the capital, even in the powerful capital, was a family that could speak. He thought that this was Xianxia's confidence. He was a little surprised, but it was not impossible to resist. Moreover, his father-in-law's connections were not used, and the fire was extinguished. But a few days ago, when the stock market crash came, he couldn't calm down. The 3 listed companies under his name fell for 2 weeks in a row, and the company's assets shrank by hundreds of millions. Not only was the financing greatly affected, but the bank's stock mortgage loan was a huge trouble. Chao Bing checked it and finally found that Xianxia was shorting his company's shares. The little red guy deliberately revealed to him through Nan Man Pei that Xianxia still held a lot of shares in his hands. Even if the stock market recovered, he would continue to short his company's shares. His company's shares would not be able to raise his head. He had already hurt his muscles and bones. He wouldn't be able to recover within 5 years. Xianxia didn't let him wait long. After receiving the call, about 10 minutes later, the waiter let him in. Suyu, who was like a little bird, was beside him. Suyu and Qin Baobao were 2 completely opposite types. Suyu's cold temperament made her have the refined temperament of Lao Zhou's pure ripple but not seductive. As for Qin Baobao, looking at her, men would think, hey, this little goblin. Women, this coquettish slut. Xianxia and Suyu sat down. Chao Bing also put down his knife and fork, took a sip of water and wiped his mouth. What do you want? Chao Bing stared at him sharply. Chao Bing had obviously come prepared for this meeting, or rather, the negotiation. From the moment Xianxia came in to the moment he sat down, Xiao Bing raised his head and looked at him. Then, he slowly chewed his food, drank his water, and wiped his mouth. Naturally, he created a steady as Mount Tai atmosphere. He had experienced the same feeling from Nan Man Pei. This was the capital accumulated from a certain amount of social experience and life experience, commonly known as the aura of a big shot. The only thing that could be suppressed was the aura of the protagonist. But Xianxia himself was a salted fish, and the aura of a big shot did not exist. Xianxia smiled and did not reply. Suyu next to him understood and smiled. Mr. Qiao, we are businessmen, and we don't want to do anything. Qiao Bing consciously ignored Suyu and stared at Xianxia. As long as you stop shorting my company's stock, I am willing to pay a certain price. How about 50 million? Xianxia was silent. Qiao Bing narrowed his eyes and exuded a dangerous aura. The price is not enough? TSK, I have checked your information. Whether it is the father of a university professor or the mother of a housewife, it seems that they are not qualified and impossible to connect with the Zhao family. At first, I thought that you were a money-making tool of the Zhao family, a puppet placed outside to deceive others. Later, I found that you were not. I admire you very much. From a college student with nothing, you have come to today's position in just half a year. Excluding those second generations who rely on their ancestors, no one is better than you. This is the truth. For this, I spent a lot of effort and used some of my connections in the government to investigate your parents' ancestors. It's actually very simple to investigate a person's family background. It only needs to be within 3 generations. Any further, even if you're a remnant of the Manchu Qing dynasty or a descendant of a tycoon of the Republic of China, it's meaningless. Your grandfather is a poor teacher. He does not have students all over the world and does not know any big shots. Your mother's ancestral home is in Zhejiang province. Most of the people of the same clan are bumpkins. However, there is a big businessman in Wenzhou called Su Yao, who is of the same clan as your mother. He is a little related but has nothing to do with the Zhao family. In just a few words, he had revealed Xianxia's background. Those with poor mental fortitude would show their cowardice now. Suyu frowned. She knew that Xianxia was more like a genius technical talent, rather than an experienced businessman. He was not good at this kind of negotiation tactics. He turned his head to take a look, only to find that Xianxia's gaze was deep and unfazed. There was no reason not to appreciate such a man, Suyu thought. I also know a little about your background. You're not very clean. When you were young, you were working under Big Sister Man's father. You did a lot of shady things and were often chased by people like a loser. In your line of work, you're like a mouse in front of a cat when you see an official. I really can't see through scum like you. What's the point of money? Money is a bastard. You're willing to shed your blood for a bastard. Aren't you stupid? Xianxia shrugged. I'm not targeting your ex-husband. I'm targeting everyone here. The corner of her ex-husband's mouth twitched. The 6 men in black had ominous looks in their eyes. Suyu whispered, why did you bring me in? I accidentally hurt an ally, sorry. Xianxia lit a cigarette for himself, and his domineering arrogance burned. Is it difficult to earn money? Do you need to risk your life for him? I've never touched money. I'm not interested in money. Xianxia felt that his expression and tone were in place. He said it more lightly than a certain big man, and there was no one around him who was holding back their laughter. But you're smart, you know how to clean up. Unfortunately, your ambition is also big, and you're too attached to the gray industry, so you can't clean your ass. To put it bluntly, you're still brainless. Money is so easy to earn. When I didn't pay attention, I earned nearly 10 billion yuan. I don't know how to spend it. Suyu swallowed his saliva and said in his heart, the great god is too pretentious. What if he gets beaten later? You see, I slightly shorted your company's stock and earned hundreds of millions. Money is just a string of numbers for me. What I value more is to provide jobs for society. This is a good thing that really benefits the country and the people. On the other hand, for a few 100 million yuan, you can't sit still and jumped out to negotiate with me. At this point, the aura that the ex-husband painstakingly created finally couldn't hold. His face was gloomy. 80 million. Xianxia shook his head and looked like he deserved a beating. I said, I don't care about money. Xiaobing gnashed his teeth. What do you want? Xianxia put away the acting emperor and said word by word, how to bow to the big man, you're in the underworld. You don't need me to teach you, do you? The 6 men in black almost wanted to rush up and pinch the kid to death. Suyu looked at him with admiration. Xiaobing silently stared at Xianxia, his pupils sharp and cold, and slowly said, after so many years in the underworld, I have learned 2 truths, cut the grass and pull out the roots, people should leave a way out. I use different methods to deal with different people. Everyone has a family. No matter what you do, don't be too ruthless. Don't you think so? Although he tried to wash his hands for many years, after so many years in the underworld, his means of dealing with things and ordinary businessmen were different. Are you threatening me? Xianxia revealed a rare dangerous aura. Boss, don't talk nonsense with him. If he doesn't know how to appreciate it, we will, gotcha. In the quiet room, suddenly there was a crisp sound. Sorry, this cup is really brittle. Xianxia casually threw the fragments of the bone porcelain cup on the table. Xiaobing's eyelids twitched fiercely. The 6 big men, Sigma, LLL. This was a bone porcelain cup. Although it was brittle, it was also very hard, very hard. How could it be crushed with one hand? Xiaobing and his henchmen were all in the underworld, and they all had a few tricks up their sleeves. They had never seen anyone with a grip that could crush bone porcelain. Was it an illusion? Was it a fake? It was actually a prop just now. When they were not paying attention, it was replaced by this kid. At this time, Xianxia picked up the bone porcelain cup in front of Suyu, and his palm silently exerted force. Gotcha! The bone porcelain cup was broken again. The tea spilled down his palm or flowed into his cuffs. Xiaobing, the 6 big men? Suyu, Heartsuit Omega Heartsuit, if you want to play, then let's fight right now. How about it? Xianxia sneered. Xiaobing and his henchmen were silent. One of the guys swallowed his saliva. One of the guy's legs went soft. Over there in the north, you can do whatever you want. Shanghai is my territory. Xianxia sneered, in terms of official contacts, I definitely have more than you. You've hit a wall twice, you know that. There's also Sister Man's help. You can't play with me. If you want to use underhanded means, I'll just make a trip to the north and kill you. Are your bones harder than a cup? Then, I'm better at finance than you. Are you sure you can keep your 3 listed companies? During this time, the bank's phone should have blown up your office's landline. You'd better think about how to raise money for mortgage. 3 companies are enough to keep you busy. Xiaobing was silent. Xianxia got up, walked around the table, and patted his ex-husband on the shoulder. Solemn and stirring expressions appeared on the 6 men's faces at the same time. Xianxia whispered, finally, I also warn you, everyone has a family. Don't think that others are the only ones who wear shoes and ignore the shoes on your feet. Your son is only 6 years old, right? No matter what kind of ruthless character Xiaobing was in the past, since he wanted to whitewash his family business, he was destined to not dare to fight to the death. If his heart was not enough, his hands would not be black. What he said just now, in fact, was to scare Xianxia. Xiaobing's forehead veins jumped, his cheeks bulged, and he struggled for a while. Finally, he raised his eyes and stared at the young man who made him capsize. I was wrong, he said. The next moment, Xianxia received the system's task completion prompt in his mind. He breathed a sigh of relief. If his ex-husband was too stubborn, he would consider beating him and then forcing him to admit his mistake. It would be very troublesome. Maybe he would have to ask Sister Man to clean up his mess. You should have known. Xianxia laughed, okay, I'll hold your shares first. When the stock market dust settles, I'll sell. Suyu, let's go. Xianxia strode out of the private room. But Suyu did not follow. Suyu and Xiaobing had met several times. She knew how annoyed her ex-husband was. Usually, when she saw Xiaobing, Suyu would stare at her fiercely and kill her with her eyes. After all, she was even afraid of Qin Baobao and Wang Zijin. But today, with Xianxia as the man behind her, she was particularly courageous. Suyu strode over, took off the beloved hat on her head, and put it on her ex-husband. Don't pester Sister Man in the future, After that, her courage ran out, and she turned around and ran into Xianxia's arms. Xianxia. Xianxia was shocked and turned to look at his ex-husband's face. Although he could fight 10 scums like his ex-husband, he was desperate. Things had been negotiated and the task was completed. He didn't want to cause more trouble. He also underestimated Su Teddy's ability to make trouble. His ex-husband's face was ugly, but he held back. He didn't know if he was shocked by his own strength or because Suyu was a woman. If Xianxia did this, it was estimated that his ex-husband would fight with him. Let's go. Suyu took Xianxia's hand and walked away quickly. What you did just now amazed me, Xianxia said. Yes, I learned it from watching pictures on the internet. It felt very exciting. I will try it again in the future. Suyu was overjoyed and her eyes narrowed like crescent moons. Don't do this if there is no deep hatred. You will be beaten. Xianxia thought about it and added, unless I am by your side. Suyu rolled her eyes and smiled with dimples. Okay. For no reason, Xianxia poked the dimples on her cheek. Suyu blushed. The two came to the restaurant where the reservation was made. There were 6 tables in a luxurious large private room. At this time, the employees had already eaten, toasting and laughing. Suyu didn't know that the negotiation would go so smoothly. She was ready to be absent, so she informed the company's employees and let them eat first. This hotel was good. It was specially used for large-scale gatherings. Many companies nearby chose this place for their annual meetings. The private room next door was decorated like the Great Hall of the People. Boss Su. Boss Jean. Everyone got up and greeted. Xianxia pressed his hand and motioned everyone to sit down. Among these people, some successfully brushed their faces in front of him, but some were very unfamiliar. He was not the kind of boss who talked very much with his employees. Except for a few managers, team leaders, and the girl at the front desk who helped them order, he had no extra communication with other employees. So in the hearts of the employees, he was a little more mysterious as the boss. Like the Mona Lisa's smile, mysterious. After Xianxia and Suyu came over, the atmosphere in the private room cooled down a little. Several managers at the same table were cautious when eating. The boss's aura was oppressive. It couldn't be helped. It was the same everywhere. No matter how active and lively the employees were in private, eating at the same table with the boss, no matter how good their mentality was, would still be stressful. But under the effective leadership of Xianxia, the atmosphere quickly became lively. Chairman Qin bragged to everyone that when the company grew bigger, everyone would be given an Audi A8. Whoever won the sales championship for 3 consecutive years would be given a house. Boss Qin's nonsensical bragging finally lifted the mood of the room. He wasn't bragging. He would definitely receive these benefits in the future. After 3 rounds of drinks, Li Linfeng said drunkenly, Boss Qin, I really admire you. I've been in this business for so many years, but I've never seen a boss as bold and courageous as you. CEO Qin replied humbly, You're too kind. Li Linfeng stood up and shouted, Let me toast to President Qin and President Su. Brothers, do as you see fit. Then there was a wave of toasts, and the employees took turns to toast. President Qin, I'll drink. You can do as you please. President Su, I'll drink. You can do as you please. Suyu was a light drinker. After drinking a few glasses, her face flushed and she looked charming. But she was in high spirits and didn't refuse anyone. A group of female colleagues squeezed over with a smile. The leader was a beautiful girl who used to work at the front desk and later transferred to the finance department. She held a glass of wine with a smile in the corners of her eyes and eyebrows. President Qin, I just made a bet with them, she said. What bet? The beautiful girl replied shyly, Bet if I dare to say that I love you. Xianxia? The beautiful girl took a deep breath and shouted, President Qin, I love you. The girls behind her cheered and laughed continuously. Then the whole room cheered. In the laughter of the whole room, the smile on President Su's face gradually disappeared. Li Linfeng, who had followed her from Julie to Baoza, wiped his sweat and silently prayed for the girl. He hoped that she could live through this year and at least get the year-end bonus, these little girls were really looking for trouble. They even teased the man who was the head of the company. Suyu was the nominal head of Bao's company, and she handled all the affairs. Alas, when the time came, he would come forward to ask for mercy. The dinner lasted until 9 o'clock in the evening. Everyone was high from drinking, but they were not satisfied yet. Someone suggested that they go for karaoke. The famous CEO Qin, the fast shooter, naturally became the target of popularity. Everyone clamored to hear his dolphin voice. Xianxia didn't participate and let them play by themselves because Suyu was drunk. Suyu was in high spirits today. She drank 4 bottles of beer alone and was falling in the arms of Xianxia. Her eyes were hazy. During the period, she went to the toilet and vomited 3 times. So, people who wanted to sing karaoke went to sing karaoke. And people who were drunk took a taxi back. The taxi fare would be reimbursed by the company tomorrow. Xianxia helped Suyu to leave and took a taxi on the side of the road. He drank a lot of wine and relied on his strong kidney function. The alcohol was broken down quickly. Now he was half drunk and half sober. His head was slightly swollen and his spirit was particularly excited. Xianxia half hugged and half supported Suyu, came to her door, found the key from her bag and opened the door. The light in the house was on. "This silly girl, don't you know to turn off the light when you go out? My sister Bao has more common sense than you." Xianxia put Suyu on the bed and turned to the kitchen to boil water for her, but found that the thermos flask was full of hot water. He carefully observed the kitchen. The windows were bright and the plates were neatly placed on the shelf. She never cooked, but the plates were very clean and there was no dust. Every place in the kitchen was very clean. It was not like a woman who did not do anything. Instead, it was like someone had been using the kitchen, so it was so clean. Xianxia's heart moved. He walked out of the kitchen and came to the living room. The TV in the living room was also on, playing advertisements. There were snacks and fruits on the coffee table. It seemed that this lonely house often had guests. He turned to the bedroom again. The computer screen was black, but the display light of the host computer was on, indicating that the computer had been on. Xianxia stood by the bed and looked at the drunk woman. He suddenly felt very sad. She didn't turn off the lights, not because she was an idiot who had forgotten about life, but because she didn't want to come home from work and face a dark and empty house. So she turned on all the lights in the room. It was as if there was someone waiting for her at home, so she wouldn't be alone. Including the snacks and fruits on the coffee table, the hot water in the thermos flask, the spotless tableware in the kitchen, the computer that was always on standby. What was the point? What was the point? You deliberately created a vibrant house, but it can't change the fact that you are alone. It's ridiculous to deceive yourself. Silly girl, your little nest is not warm at all. Suyu opened her eyes and stared at him with hazy eyes. After a long while, she felt wronged, cold. Xianxia helped her take off her snow boots and coat, covered her with the quilt, and whispered, "Go to sleep." "What about you?" "I'm going back," Xianxia said and belched. His temples were slightly swollen, and the alcohol stimulated his nerves, bringing excitement and tingling pain. Suyu grabbed his hand and acted like a little girl. "Don't go, okay?" Her parents divorced when she was a child, and her father married a vicious stepmother. Her life was not even as good as that of a child in a single-parent family. Her father's indifference, her stepmother's supercilious eyes, and the illegitimate brother's hatred. She was like a lonely and pitiful little beast, curled up and grew up carefully. Then one day, she finally went abroad to look for her mother, eager to find the motherly love from her mother that had been lost for many years. But sadly, she found that her mother's love had been given to her new husband and son. There was only a small amount of love given to her, so little that she couldn't feel the slightest warmth. She wandered outside the two families, living alone year after year. But in fact, in her heart, she still longed for a trace of warmth, and hoped that one day someone would come from the sky and reach out to her. If this person really exists, she hopes it is Xianxia. "Do you still want to vomit?" Xianxia frowned. "I don't want to vomit, but my head hurts." Suyu muttered and pouted. "Then hurry to sleep, I also have a headache, and I want to go back to sleep." Xianxia patted the back of her hand and wanted to retract his hand, but Suyu held it very tightly. He was about to scold her with a straight face, but he heard Suyu's soft voice, "I like you, Xianxia." Xianxia's face was stiff. Suyu liked him. He could feel it. When he bought the car that day, Xianxia knew it. Usually, Suyu's behavior, eyes, and tone of voice all revealed the same message, "I like you," but she never dared to say the words "I like you." Suyu didn't dare to say it, for fear of being rejected. It would make the two very embarrassed. Maybe the great god would not be the great god anymore, and there would be a gap between them. Today, she drank wine, and her brain was not clear. Wine made people brave. Many things she usually didn't dare to say, but now she can say it without thinking. "You just drank too much, and you'll be fine after a sleep." Xianxia said softly, "I'll pretend I didn't hear anything." Suyu's soft eyes looked at him obsessively. "But I just like you, and I have never liked a man as much as I like you." Can I ask why?" Xianxia was tangled. "Do you need a reason to like someone?" "God's arrangement is the biggest." Suyu muttered. "God's arrangement is the biggest. Because I took you to play games, and there was no man to take you to play games before, so you like me?" Xianxia asked. Suyu's face was slightly red, and her hazy eyes flashed with shame. "Of course not. Maybe this is just a very small reason. Anyway, I like you." Seeing this scene, Xianxia was a little absent-minded. He was already half drunk, and he only felt that his eyes were blinded by the white light. Unexpectedly, the first one to be honest with him was Suyu. For the first time, seeing Xianxia's beauty, he couldn't take his eyes off her. According to his salted fish nature, he should run away at this moment, but he didn't know if it was the effect of alcohol, but he felt that he was ready to move. Or, I actually like Suyu. Thinking of this, Xianxia suddenly panicked. He swore to keep his chastity for his sister. Sister Ziwei. But it didn't matter. According to the past, there must be a call here, whether it was his sister or Sister Ziwei, they should have called to urge him to go home. But, no. Too capricious, can you do whatever you want just because you're beautiful? Then, a little stalemate, maybe she will fall asleep after a while. Well, if the enemy doesn't move, I won't move. Suyu's face was burning. Her pretty face, which was a little red from drinking, was now red. Her eyelashes trembled slightly, and she lowered her eyes, not daring to look at him. She had already given such an obvious hint. Could it be that Xianxia was not moved at all? The point was, she was frozen to death. She wanted to cover herself with a quilt, but she couldn't. If she covered herself with a quilt, he would definitely say, "Sleep well, see you tomorrow." So, the two were in a stalemate. Xianxia knew that an inevitable test in life had appeared. It was like flying immortals in the sky to the west wind blowing snow. Should I take advantage of her? Or should I retreat? At this time, he hoped that Suyu would be drunk and fall asleep first. But Suyu blinked her bright and watery eyes and refused to sleep. So, wait for the system to give him a task, forget it, he was so entangled now that he didn't know what task the system would give him. Maybe it was, ding. Please play a Forbidden 18 game with Suyu until dawn, then he could smile and type GG with both hands. Moreover, countless experiences have proved that at critical moments, don't expect help from low-level people. Xianxia felt like an ant on a hot pan, so anxious, his heart was against it. He wanted to save the first shot for that person, so he had been holding back. But his body was much more honest than him. No, it felt like there wasn't much resistance to it. Xianxia thought to himself, damn you. Even if I'm a salted fish with dreams. Do you think I'm a saint? Suyu's heart collapsed at this time. Her attitude was very obvious. She liked him and wanted to be with him. She also felt that she was quite beautiful and had a good figure. She usually paid attention to her exercise, but even so, he was still standing by the bed in a daze. Is it that you, Xianxia, have high standards, or is it that I, Suyu, am not flirtatious enough? I like you. Suyu made a seductive pose on the bed. Such an enchanting beauty. Xianxia was at a loss for words. Her sister's call didn't come, and Suyu didn't fall asleep. It seemed that it was God's will. Heaven's arrangement was the greatest. Suyu said weakly, do you want to take a bath? Xianxia thought very seriously for a moment. I'm not bragging. I'll enter the sage mode after taking a bath. Suyu, finally, they took a bath in batches. Suyu took a bath very quickly, probably afraid that Xianxia would slip away. Xianxia also took a bath very quickly. He stood on the edge of being a coward and not a coward. He was afraid that after taking a bath, his mind would be clear and his courage would be gone. Xianxia said, "Then I'm coming." Suyu, wait a minute, Xianxia, I also think we should talk for a while. Both of them were terrified. I remember the first time I saw you, on the day of the interview, at the elevator, you came up, I went down. At that time, there were other interviewees with me. The look in their eyes was particularly amazing. Xianxia said without any head or brain. What about you? Were you amazed? Suyu's face was flushed, and her eyes were like water, looking at him. Of course. Xianxia rubbed his swollen head. Taking a drunken bath was not a good experience. I was thinking, who is this girl, so beautiful? If she could be my girlfriend, my life would be worth it. Suyu smiled brightly and was about to say, I promise to be your girlfriend, Xianxia said again, but it's just a thought. We don't know each other. At most, we are passers-by. When I see other beautiful girls, I will also fantasize about them. Later, I found out that you are the general manager of Julie Company. TSK, have you heard of my beautiful president? Suyu laughed, I've heard of it. There's hope again. Many employees are talking in private. Whoever can catch up with President Su will be rich. Not only will they have to work less for decades, but they can also think about women. Do you remember Yang Jian? Suyu seriously recalled and shook her head, who? That kid entered the company with me. He wants to have something with you every day, and even blocks you in the girls' bathroom. Xianxia laughed. Suyu frowned, I don't even bother to look at this kind of person. Xianxia sighed, then why do you like a person like me? Suyu said with infatuation, you are different from others. At least for me, you are different. Xianxia nodded and continued, after getting along for more than a month, I felt that you were very cold and not my type. Slowly, that thought faded. Until that time when we met, it turned out that you were Kanto man. Fate is a strange thing. Maybe it's fate. Xianxia's fingers brushed Suyu's skin, and he sighed, who would have thought that we would have today? Suyu bit her lip, after saying so much, are you coming or not? Coming. Xianxia took off his clothes, lifted the quilt, and covered him and Suyu. Ah, I finally graduated. Mom doesn't have to worry about my studies anymore. Tonight was the day of Xianxia's graduation, and it was also the day of Suyu's graduation. It didn't last long. After finishing, exhaustion surged like a tide. Under the influence of alcohol, the two hugged each other and fell asleep. That night, Suyu slept particularly well. No, particularly peacefully. The next day, early in the morning. The fields that were not damaged by plowing had already woken up, and the tired cows were still sleeping. Suyu opened her sleepy eyes. Her hair was messy. She opened her eyes and looked at the ceiling for a few minutes. She remembered the out-of-body pleasure last night. She was snuggled up to a hot and strong body. It was very warm and very reassuring. There was no air conditioning in the room. She used to sleep alone. If she didn't turn on the air conditioning, she would wake up in the middle of the night. She turned her head and looked at the sleeping face close to her. Sleeping on the same pillow, she could feel each other's breath between breaths. Great happiness swelled in her heart, making her want to cry. Suyu's trembling fingertips stroked Xianxia's face, from the handsome eyebrows to the handsome nose, sliding along the contours of his cheeks, and finally, her fingers pressed against his lips. This mouth, last night, sucked her little mouth wantonly. The kissing skill was skillful and full of aggressiveness. The soul that had been wandering for more than 10 years was comforted. The happiness made her eyes red and choked in a low voice. The crying was very small, but it woke up Xianxia. He opened his eyes, his pupils were unfocused and slowly restored focus. Then he looked at Suyu, who was sobbing in a low voice. The salted fish looked confused. It was not that he drank too much. In the situation last night, at most, he was half drunk. There was no possibility of waking up and not remembering anything. On TV, those men and women who had sex after drinking would scream at a high decibel when they woke up, for fear that others would not know about their affair. It was nonsense. If he really drank too much, it meant that the brain could no longer control the body. The only ending was to lie on the ground like a corpse. Where did he get the strength to have sex? He was afraid that he was the scapegoat. He was confused because Suyu cried. What did it mean? After having sex, did she regret it? Last night, she took off her pants because she was empty and lonely. She took advantage of the alcohol to boost her courage. Now that her mind was clear, she felt that she had sex with a salted fish. Was her life too desperate, or did she like me or something? Just a very slight liking and did not intend to have sex with me? Do you regret it? Xianxia said in a low voice. Suyu shook her head and sniffled. Then why are you crying? Xianxia was depressed. Suyu still shook her head. Was she happy because she had sex with you? This kind of words, the degree of shame had exceeded the limit of her masochism. Then am I your girlfriend now? Suyu said expectantly. Girlfriend, Xianxia looked at the ceiling and was in a daze for a long time. If it was a girlfriend, Sister Ziwei was his girlfriend in name. The relationship between the two was very stable. So far, except for kissing, they had not even touched a little white rabbit. It was more stable than a tank. Did he make Sister Ziwei a cuckold? She said that drinking would make things worse, but you didn't listen. Alcohol can strengthen people's courage, but it can also strengthen salted fish's courage. What should he do next? He smiled and said, we are all adults. It is normal to have sex. Forget about it later. Then pull up his pants and deny it. He could not do this. Then, should he confess to his sisters? Yesterday was his graduation day. Today might be his death anniversary. Qin Baobao's profound meaning, deadly scissor kick. Wang Zijin's profound meaning, high kick to explode eggs. Salted fish Zay, dead. This book ended. As the salted fish host of the low-level system, Xianxia is very self-aware. He doesn't have the unique personality charm of Long Outyin, who controls the harem of 3,000 beauties and lives in harmony. He doesn't have the aura of a king like Zhao Ritian. When he shakes his body, all the beauties worship him. He doesn't have Yi Liangchen's 100 ways to make you unable to stay. I'm not reconciled. I can't say it. My salted fish Zay can't die so quickly. Let me think about how to solve the trouble at hand. What the hell, speaking of the sisters, they didn't call me, this doesn't make sense, with his sister's possessiveness, he usually comes home late, and she will be jealous. Can Qin Bao bear to stay out all night? I'm afraid she has already sharpened her knife to salted fish. Sister Ziwei is now my girlfriend. My boyfriend is completely not back. Can Sister Ziwei bear to fool around outside? I'm afraid they are brewing the top 10 tortures of the Qing dynasty in their hearts. But why didn't they call me? Xianxia leaned over to pick up his pants and took out his mobile phone. The screen was black, and it didn't light up. It turned out that the mobile phone was out of battery. Xianxia's mind inexplicably appeared a song. If everything is heaven's will, everything is fate, after all, it is destined. Okay, this blame will be thrown to the mobile phone. Today's smartphones are good to look at but useless. When Xianxia was in high school, a Nokia was on standby for a week, charging for 5 minutes, and talking for 2 hours. Suyu saw his silence, and her heart was cold. We are already like this. You don't want me? Xianxia shook his head. Suyu's eyes flashed dimness, and she said with a smile, then, you sleep for a while? I'm going to take a shower, and I have to go to work later. Xianxia looked down and saw the reaction of all men in the morning, and sighed, I just can't sleep. Suyu glanced at him, blushed, kissed him timidly, and ran out of the room naked. Xianxia pondered for a long time. It seems that this is really a matter of the future. Clothes and trousers were scattered on the ground, some of his, some of Suyu's, piled together in a mess. After picking up the clothes one by one and putting them on, Xianxia walked out of the room and into the living room. He opened the door and slammed it shut. He didn't notice that there was no sound of running water in the bathroom. His mind was in a mess right now, so he couldn't notice these details. In the bathroom, Suyu stood in front of the mirror in a daze. She listened to his footsteps as he walked past the bathroom door and into the living room. Then, the security door slammed shut. He left. Suyu's heart was in pain, like a lifeless paper flower, and her eyes were dry. Perhaps she shouldn't have been so nosy and asked that question. Do you think that just because you love him, he will love you back? You were the one who seduced him into bed, and now you want him to take responsibility? Look, you've been abandoned. You're just a pitiful creature that your grandmother doesn't love and your uncle doesn't love. Suyu turned on the tap, and the hot water flowed. She hugged her knees, squatted on the cold tiles, and burst into tears. She cried heartbreakingly, like a homeless cat, like a little girl who has been wronged. It turns out that love is not something that you can get in return for how much you pay. She cried until the sky turned dark. For a long time, she vaguely heard a knock on the door, one after another, and the sound kept coming. Suyu put her face in the hot water and washed it. Her shivering body dispersed the chill. She turned off the shower head, wrapped in a bath towel, and walked to the security door in a daze. Looking out of the peephole, she just saw the handsome face. At this moment, there was a kind of surprise that was called mountains and rivers have no way out, but there is a light at the end of the tunnel in her heart. Suyu opened the door. Why do you take so long to take a shower? Xianxia, who was holding a bag of breakfast, stood at the door and said unhappily, I knocked for a long time and didn't open the door. I'm ashamed. Suyu burst into tears and hugged him tightly. She cried, you dead man, didn't you leave? If you leave, don't come back. Do you think it's so easy to enter my house? Suyu cried out, you dead man, didn't you leave? Don't come back. Do you think it's so easy to enter my house? Woo woo. I'm scared to death Bao Bao. Xianxia. I almost thought your name was Qin Bao. Why are you crying for no reason? Are you sad that you have been guarding for 27 years? Don't you want me anymore? I bought breakfast, girl. Then tell me, I thought you didn't want me and didn't want me to be your girlfriend, woo woo. Suyu's eyes were red, and the tears couldn't stop. Xianxia really thought about it for a long time, but he didn't figure out what to do. What he couldn't figure out was that feelings, he still couldn't figure it out from adolescence until now. On the way back, the system saw that the host was so anxious and jumped out to say, Host, your brain waves are very strong. Are all animals like you after mating? Let me think of a word, butterflies in the stomach. Get out of here, don't make a move when you should. I don't need you to complain. Xianxia said angrily. From an animal's point of view, you don't need to be too entangled with this one this spring and that one next spring. The system said. That's an animal, not a human. Don't think too highly of humans, they're even worse than animals. You can have sex with this one tonight and that one tomorrow night. I really don't understand what you're entangled with. What you said is very reasonable, and I have nothing to say. So you'll always be an emotionless system. Xianxia sighed, how do I put it, you can think of me as a pervert. I want to have sex with this one this spring and that one next spring. If others want to have sex with her, I'll explode. Understood, this is the possessiveness of humans. Let time deal with it. Time to deal with it? Things that you can't figure out for a while don't mean that you can't figure it out for a lifetime. People are always constantly disturbed by external factors. In fact, human beings are always compromising with the outside world from birth to growth. The system said. I don't understand what you mean. I have a more concise statement here, let's talk about it later. Xianxia sighed. Maybe you compromised, maybe your sister's compromised, time will give the answer. The system said. Xianxia hooked the door with his foot and walked into the room with the shivering Suyu. He didn't turn on the air conditioner last night and didn't bother to turn it on this morning. The weather at the end of January was cold to the bone. Get dressed and have breakfast. Xianxia said. I haven't finished taking a bath yet. Wait. Suyu tightened the bath towel and ran to the bathroom with light steps. Ups and downs, great sadness and joy, let her feet soften and stagger. Xianxia reached out to support her, and the bath towel slipped down. Xianxia glanced at her, long legs and slender waist, graceful figure. Suyu's face turned red, and her slippers clattered and she ran into the bathroom. In the bathroom, Suyu raised her head, and the hot water flowed down her slender neck and spread over her whole body, bringing warmth. It turned out that she didn't see the wrong man, and her insecure heart finally returned to her stomach. Suddenly she heard the door lock click. Suyu was shocked and looked back. Xianxia came in naked. She subconsciously covered her chest and trembled. I'm taking a bath, don't come in, let's take a bath together. Xianxia walked into the shower and put his arm around Suyu's waist. Since he had done all the things that men and women should do last night, taking a bath together doesn't seem to be worth making a fuss about. Suyu couldn't let go, and her heart was beating wildly. I want to take a bath alone, she whispered. Take a bath together. Xianxia's tone was overbearing. Suyu immediately followed. Xianxia did the man behind Suyu again in the bathroom. But at the last moment, Suyu's legs were soft, the ground was slippery, and she almost fell. When Xianxia reached out to catch her, it was empty. After taking a bath, Suyu ate the breakfast he brought back, and Xianxia rested. Half an hour later, the two came again. This time there was no time, and the world became dull again. 10 minutes later, he was full of energy again. You're coming again? Suyu's little face was panicked. I'm going to be late for work, I'll give you a holiday today. Aren't you my secretary? The secretary has nothing to do today, and then, Xianxia pinched her face. But I'm so tired. Suyu's pitiful expression. I already know your depth, but you don't know mine. Xianxia said, don't talk nonsense, come up. No. Xianxia slapped her ass, come up. Suyu whined and climbed up. Hold it. Oh. The two ended in the lotus position, both climbed to the peak, and hugged each other tightly. Suyu was soft in his chest, crying and calling her husband. Xianxia didn't speak, gently stroking her hair. Wang Zijin is your girlfriend? Suyu whispered. N. Xianxia nodded. Then what are we? A dog couple? Are you going to kick her away with me, or kick me away? I don't know. Xianxia said, truth. Then did you sleep with her? Xianxia shook his head. Is there any other behavior? Well, you men have seen the film. Xianxia still shook his head. Suyu smiled happily. Wang Zijin is a big idiot, she deserves to be robbed by me. Xianxia suddenly felt that what happened today seemed to be an unintentional coincidence. It could barely be said that drinking made a mistake, but maybe it was inevitable. It was just a matter of time. With Wang Zijin's character, he was afraid that she would really give herself to him after the engagement. The other black-hearted maggot was complicated. When she dared, Xianxia didn't dare. When Xianxia dared, she didn't dare. Only Suyu was different. If she liked someone, she would enthusiastically and boldly pay. Like is like. Love and hate are very simple. Suyu hugged his neck and happily called him husband tentatively. Seeing that Xianxia didn't frown, the corners of her mouth curled up happily. I won't force you, I won't pester you, and I won't be rude and unreasonable to trouble Wang Zijin, Suyu said with a pitiful and eager expression. As long as you spare a little time to accompany me, I will be very happy. Not much, just a little. She stretched out her little finger and seriously gestured in front of Xianxia's eyes. In her heart, she thought that as long as the hoe was waved well, there was no corner that couldn't be dug. Suyu felt that he actually had victory in his hands. Suyu, also ordered the palace fighting skills. Xianxia was shocked. He suddenly remembered what the old driver Huang Yizong said. A woman said that she didn't want anything, but in fact, she wanted everything. P.S. I recommend a friend's book I Am the Great Demon King, a book by a high-quality old author. After Suyu finished, she went to the bathroom to take a shower. Xianxia charged his mobile phone, waited for 3 minutes, and turned it on. There was no missed call notification on the mobile phone, but there were dozens of missed call notifications in the text messages. During the period when the phone was turned off, his sisters actually persistently called him so many times. But he didn't turn it on. Xianxia opened the chat software with trembling heart. Messages, 99 plus Qin Bao Bao, A's, when will you come back? I'm going to lock the door. It's 11:30. Are you still outside? Did you drink too much? I'll drive to pick you up. Turn it on. It's 12 o'clock. Where are you? The wine should be finished. What are you doing? Who are you with? Wow, little red guy, you dare to turn off your phone. Don't come back if you dare. I'm going to sleep. If you don't turn it on, I'll really be angry. You black-hearted maggot. I'm going to break your legs. The messages were sent from 10 o'clock to 1 o'clock in the morning. His sister's thoughts were concern, anxiety, suspicion, anger. Then there was Wang Zijin's message, where is A's? When will he come back? Turned off? Is the phone out of battery? Hey, Bao Bao is very angry. Hurry up and turn it on. I can still help you. Otherwise, Bao Bao will go crazy. Oh, Bao Bao said that I'll hang you up and beat you tomorrow. Why don't you turn it on? Little red guy, I'm angry too. Sister Ziwei's thoughts were concern, murder with a borrowed knife, anger. My sister is a scheming woman. My girlfriend is a two-faced woman. My secret art is a troublemaker, or a cuckold. Qinzai's liver was in pain. Once upon a time, he had a sincere wish to marry a graceful, gentle, and virtuous daughter-in-law. Later, Sister Ziwei appeared. Sister Ziwei had an oval face and long straight hair. She was the kind of gentle and generous sister. But he never expected, from being black-bellied to being gentle, how many killings had she experienced, from cheating people to being virtuous, she had experienced so much darkness. You lied to me, it was all a lie. Her eyes were red from crying, and her heart was broken. Qinzai almost couldn't help but sing. Qinzai dialed his sister's number and heard Qin Baobao's voice. Hello, who is this? Qinzai was stunned and almost thought that he had accidentally taken Suyu's mobile phone. Sister, it's me. Who are you? Qin Baobao asked coldly. You're a loyal follower. Qinzai smiled cheekily. I just woke up. I slept in the office last night. I'm afraid he slept on the belly of some little demon for a night. Qin Baobao sneered. F***ck, his sister knew the truth. Yo, you even know about this, Qinzai said deliberately. Little pervert. Qin Baobao screamed at the other end of the phone. At this time, Suyu came in wearing a bathrobe and holding a hairdryer in her hand. Qinzai made a silent gesture to her. She put down the hairdryer very obediently, wiped her hair with a towel, sat on the edge of the bed, leaned against Qinzai, and raised her two crystal white ears. I drank too much yesterday, and my mobile phone happened to run out of battery. It was my colleague who helped me send it back to the company. Qinzai pretended to be tired. I just got up and called you back. Qin Baobao's tone suddenly improved a lot and said angrily, if you don't believe it, you can take a photo for me. Of course, Qinzai couldn't take out the photo and pretended to be angry. Where's the most basic trust between people? Suyu quietly snorted. Qin Baobao gritted her teeth and said, okay, I'll go to your company now. Qinzai was scared. Wait a minute, I'll take a photo for you. He hung up the phone. He called Li Linfeng and asked him to go to his company to take a photo. Then he passed it to his sister. His sister replied, well, I'll let you go this time. Next time you don't go home, remember to write a report, but I will definitely not approve it. Qinzai hugged Suyu in his arms and replied, oh. Well. Qin Baobao snorted, sister went to the business cave today, and I'll find you in the evening to settle accounts. Coincidentally, I also went to the business cave several times today. The second call was made to Wang Zijin. Qinzai repeated the same words. Wang Zijin said considerately, drinking is not good for your health. Drink less next time, you know? Qinzai nodded and said that Sister Ziwei was good. Sister Ziwei was considerate. Suyu pinched his waist hard, full of jealousy. Wang Zijin smiled softly and said, by the way, let's make a video call. Sister wants to see you. Qinzai's back was covered in cold sweat. It's not convenient now. I'm working. Let's video chat at noon? Wang Zijin nodded and didn't pester him endlessly. She said, then Aze, take a photo. Sister wants to see if you slept well tonight. Hurry up. Xianxia's forehead was covered in cold sweat. At the critical moment, Suyu said loudly, Boss Qin, the stock has fallen. We can't sell. What should we do? Su Tidy, 666 Xianxia said, Sister Ziwei, do you want to wait? Wang Zijin smiled and said, forget it. It's the same. When you come back from work. After the call, Xianxia was exhausted. Suyu lay in Xianxia's arms and giggled. Sister Man said that Wang Zijin is a shrewd and scheming woman. She is a smart and dangerous woman. It makes sense. If it weren't for her conservative thinking in that aspect, I would be afraid of her. Xianxia rolled his eyes. You are not easy to deal with. Suyu narrowed her eyes and raised her beautiful face. Xianxia, I'm more curious. Why is the first call not to your real girlfriend, but to your sister? Without waiting for Xianxia to answer, she sighed. So Sister Man said that Qin Baobao is a woman who competes for favor. In her heart, she said, fortunately, she is your sister. Otherwise, I have no hope at all. Xianxia leaned on the bed and closed his eyes to rest. He thought about some messy things and his thoughts flew. When he opened his eyes, he found that Suyu was flipping through his mobile phone chat history. There were Wang Zijin's and Qin Baobao's. Xianxia slapped her little but that all the male employees in the company coveted. Suyu screamed, raised her beautiful and refined face, and smiled charmingly. Husband, do you want to do it again? From elegance to charm, she experienced 5 times of sex. Xianxia. I have to protect my waist. The system said that when he practiced the primary school radio gymnastics to a high level, his waist would grow and his energy would surge. Don't make trouble. I can do it 3 more times, but you can't. It doesn't matter if your mouth is swollen, but that place is also swollen. How can you walk? Xianxia refused her angrily. Suyu hit him, propped up her body, and took off her bathrobe. Inside was a light blue lace underwear. In women's underwear, black lace was the king, and its position was unshakable. Because the black lace and the woman's white and tender body, the color contrast would describe a huge visual impact. Xianxia had no resistance to black lace. The second was his sister's white swimsuit, which was tied with a rope around the waist. His sister wore that swimsuit, which was particularly enchanting and seductive. Suyu sat on the edge of the bed, bending over to put on black stockings. A beautiful woman, whether wearing stockings or taking off stockings, was extremely sexy. White hands, the stockings along the white slender legs, a little bit up to the thighs. Xianxia was not a stocking control, but when he saw this scene, he couldn't stand it. After Suyu finished breakfast, they left together and drove to the company. Once last night, once in the bathroom, and 3 times in bed. Suyu walked a little unwell, and she always felt that her legs were burning. Moreover, she felt that her body was weak. Suyu used to see a joke on the internet, saying that women were fields that could not be plowed. Now the stock market has collapsed like this. After the entry of the national team, another wave of money-making business opportunities was ushered in. Xianxia asked Li Linfeng and several managers to pay attention to the stock market's movements at all times. They took 2 billion yuan of funds into the market and made a wave of bottom diving, but they couldn't stay in it. At most, a week, they must withdraw and earn a wave of price difference. Whether it rises or rises in the future, they won't touch the stock market until next year's spring festival. According to the urinary nature of the stock market, it will take a period of time to determine from the bull market to the bear market. During this period, it is not wrong to stay on the sidelines. The bear market represents no money, but it is not like the bull market, where you can earn whatever you buy. The stock market will become more rational, and it is still one of the company's important ways to make money. Qin Baobao attended commercial performances, mainly in the Jiangsu, Zhejiang, and Shanghai area, occasionally running to Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou, and basically not going to other places. These places almost include all the developed provinces in China. The economy is developed, there are many commercial activities, and many endorsements and advertisements. It is enough to arrange her schedule densely. No matter how hard she works, she will be a model worker. Some stars are filming, shooting commercials, and commercial performances for 360 days a year. This kind of work is actually not cost-effective. It is easy for people to become haggard, and their families will also be affected. She can't go too far, and she can't give the wolf in the house too much time to spend with the little red guy. Qin Baobao thought so. This afternoon, after shooting a cosmetics advertisement in the studio, Qin Baobao lay on the chair and babbled, stretching her small waist that countless male comrades in the studio coveted. She was as lazy as a fox spirit with clean fur. "Oh, I am so tired. When I go home, I will ask the little red guy to massage me." She bent down and knocked on her elastic thigh a few times. Li Yanhong sat next to her and sighed silently. This little girl is probably the most lazy star she has seen in the 8 years of her career. Every time she has to go to work, she will frown her eyebrows that break men's hearts and look bitter. The happiest thing is to curl up in the office to eat snacks and play with her brother. They try to find ways to make more money while a woman is still young. She said, "Then I will practice dancing and singing every day." It is also tiring. Li Yanhong said, "No matter how tired you are, you still have to work. Otherwise, how can you make money?" She said, "It is enough that my brother can make money." Li Yanhong was speechless. Yes, it is great to have a brother who can make money. It is really great to have a brother who can buy a company and give it to his sister. But you can't count on your brother forever. Qinze is your brother, not your husband. Li Yanhong didn't say this and sighed sadly. "Sister Li, has my bag arrived?" "No." "What about the high heels?" "I just bought them last night." "How can it be so fast?" She lay on the chair and sighed. Like most women, she likes to buy designer bags, designer clothes, designer shoes, and all kinds of expensive cosmetics. She doesn't have a boyfriend, so she doesn't know who she is dressing up for. Li Yanhong sighed again. Her phone rang. It is Chen Qinghong. Qin Baobao tucked her hair behind her ear and answered the phone. "Qinghong." Crying came from the other end of the phone. "Baobao, help me." Qin Baobao frowned and sat up straight. She said gently, "What is it?" "What is it? Chu Feng bullied you?" "Chu Feng is missing." Chen Qinghong sobbed. "Missing?" Qin Baobao was stunned. "What happened? Should we call the police?" "I can't explain it clearly." "Let's meet somewhere, okay?" Chen Qinghong cried. After setting a place, Qin Baobao took her bag and said, "I'm going out." "You don't have to follow me." Li Yanhong nodded. She couldn't leave yet. She had finished shooting the advertisement and she needed to stay behind as her agent to deal with the follow-up matters. Qin Baobao met Chen Qinghong at a Western restaurant. She was wearing a blue down jacket and black pencil pants. She was a beautiful and cold girl, but she looked extremely haggard today. No, she had been haggard recently. It could be seen from the dark circles under her eyes. Looking at her carefully, her hair was tied up casually. She didn't have the time or the mood to take care of it. Qin Baobao said softly, "What's wrong?" "Look at you. Did you break up?" Chen Qinghong shook her head. When she saw Qin Baobao, her tears flowed down again. Chu Feng lost a lot of money in the stock market. He disappeared yesterday. His phone was turned off. I can't contact him. To hell with the stock market. Qin Baobao was irritated when she heard about the stock market. A while ago, she was also worried and scared like Chen Qinghong. "Tell me slowly. What's going on?" Qin Baobao said. Chen Qinghong nodded and told her everything. This matter was more troublesome than Qin Baobao imagined. The last time they went to Hangzhou, Chen Qinghong's boyfriend and Zhang Ye's boyfriend traded in the stock market. Chu Feng was addicted to the stock market and couldn't extricate himself. He held his phone every day to look at the stock market earnings. The earnings in a week was more than his company's earnings in a month. This was even better than getting a windfall. Encountering a crazy bull market was really like getting rich overnight. He couldn't extricate himself. Unknowingly, he had earned 300,000 yuan. Chu Feng's mentality was about to reach the moon. But the good times didn't last long. It only lasted for 2 to 3 months until the stock market plunged half a month ago. A week's worth of losses had caused Chu Feng's profits to shrink by 50%. Of course, he couldn't accept it. Half of the money that he had painstakingly earned over the past 3 months had evaporated in a week. Chu Feng didn't feel good. He borrowed money from his relatives, friends, and classmates to invest in the stock market. Originally, Xianxia's fiancé, Qingyi, also wanted to invest the money from the down payment into the stock market, but Xianxia stopped him. Xianxia trusted Qinzhe very much. She said, "Since Qinzhe has already cut it off, why aren't you running away? If he lost half of it, then so be it." He had earned at least a few 100,000, which was excellent. Qingyi thought about it. He was going to get married next year. After the new year, he would have to make the down payment to buy a house. He couldn't take the risk. As expected, he was terrified. Chu Feng, who was not afraid, invested in the stock market without hesitation. Coincidentally, the market bounced back after the crash and made a huge profit. This was not the end. Chu Feng not only played with leverage, but also borrowed money from the finance company and coaxed Chen Qinghong to borrow it. "Let's make a profit and leave. The stock market will not collapse. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I am doing this for our future. With our salaries, when will we be able to buy a house in Shanghai? I am doing this for our future." These few days, Chu Feng kept saying this to Chen Qinghong. This time, the good times were even shorter. The stock market plunged again. Countless men who climbed the mountain of the stock market were buried under the ground. This time, Chu Feng was overjoyed. His efforts were in vain. He owed his relatives and friends, but he owed 4 million renminbi to the loan sharks. He was finished. The situation now was that his car and house were all mortgaged. It belonged to Chu Feng. And the loan sharks belonged to Chen Qinghong. They come to the company every day to ask us to repay the debt. They follow us every day. Every day when I go home, I see them at the door, asking us to repay the debt. Chen Qinghong sobbed. We were fired last week, and Chu Feng disappeared. Bao Bao, what should I do? I can't repay the debt. The loan sharks no longer liked to fight. Of course, they would still beat people up. For example, they would come to the company to collect the debt. They would make the company unable to work, and they would be gossiped about by their colleagues. How can you be so muddle-headed? You even borrowed money from loan sharks. Do you have the ability to repay it? The compound interest will drive you to death. Qin Baobao was upset. But seeing her best friend crying, she couldn't bear to scold her. Chu Feng abandoned you and let you bear the loan sharks alone. Damn it, he deserves to go bankrupt. She took a sip of lemon water and frowned. What about your family? Last time, he borrowed 100,000 renminbi from my dad. Last year, my mom was sick and hospitalized. We don't have much savings left. We don't even have enough money to pay the interest. Chen Qinghong cried until her eyes were red. Bao Bao, help me. I am going crazy from the debt collectors. How much did you borrow? 800,000 RMB. Chen Qinghong choked. 800,000 renminbi was nothing to Qin Bao Bao. She just needed to make a phone call and say, Qin Bao Bao, transfer the money. 800,000 renminbi. Within 24 hours, the money would be transferred to her account. Chen Qinghong was her best friend. The two of them had known each other since their second year in university. They had been very close. Together with Xianxia, they were an iron triangle. There was no reason not to help her best friend when she encountered such a terrible situation. But Qin Baobao remembered two things. In September, not long after her record broke the sales record, her grandfather's younger brother, the brother and sister's great-uncle, borrowed 200,000 renminbi for the down payment. He said he would return it in December. Of course, he didn't return it. Her great-uncle's son complained, "We are already big stars. The siblings have earned so much money. What's wrong with sharing a few hundred RMB with us?" The second thing was the brother and sister's uncle. Not only was he a playboy, he was also a prodigal. He squandered all the savings left by their grandfather. Their family had been cleaning up his mess. When they couldn't clean it up anymore, they asked their mom for help. Their mom loved her brother so much. Of course, she had to help. Then, after cleaning up his mess, their savings of several years were gone. They even had to sell the house. This was the resentment of Xianxia and Qin Baobao when they were young. It was said that the debt had not been paid off. Their uncle had not been home for several years. Qin Baobao thought, if her mom and dad had not helped him back then, would her uncle have changed? According to the social order back then, her uncle probably would not have had the chance to change and would have been forced to death. But because someone had been cleaning up his mess, it was hard for her uncle to change. On second thought, she couldn't blame her mom. If it was that little punk who owed so much money, Qin Baobao would have thought of ways to clean up his mess. As for Qin Hong, she definitely couldn't afford 800,000 renminbi. It was meaningless to waste 10 or 20 years. But if she helped him, she would reconcile with Chu Feng. What if Chu Feng treated her like an ATM machine? Chen Qinghong might be beautiful and educated, but she didn't have her own opinions. Other than being good at studying, she wasn't as knowledgeable as that little b*tch Xianxia. Wait, the company has signed a few artists. My private money is all in there, but Ace has money. I'll help you ask. Chen Qinghong nodded with red eyes. Qin Baobao took out her mobile phone and typed, super invincible adorable beauty Qin Baobao's great summoning technique, little punk, come out. Xianxia, what are you doing? Do you still want to take photos? Wait, I'll give it to you. Qin Baobao, who wants your photos? I have something to discuss. Chu Feng lost everything in the stock market. Qin Baobao typed, Qin Hong asked me to help. Before she finished the second paragraph, she saw Xianxia send a question mark. Who is Chu Feng? Qin Baobao? Idiot, Chen Qinghong's boyfriend. At least we played together in Hangzhou for many days. Xianxia, I remember, you were pestering me at that time, so I didn't have much communication with them. By the way, I haven't figured out who Qingyi and Chu Feng are. Qin Baobao, she told Chen Qinghong's experience and said in distress, I haven't decided whether to lend it or not. I always feel that being so generous will cause a lot of trouble in the future. But Qinghong is my sister, I can't help her. Where are you? Leave it to me. Xianxia said. Qin Baobao shared the location. Xianxia arrived at the Western restaurant 15 minutes later. It was not far from his company, and there was no traffic jam on the highway. He saw Chen Qinghong at first sight. In his impression, Chen Qinghong's temperament was somewhat similar to Su Yu's. Before knowing Su Yu, Xianxia did not have a good impression of Chen Qinghong's type of beauty, but he had a good impression of Xianxia. In the final analysis, it was probably because Xianxia was Qin Baobao's side account. The password of the main account was lost, and the appeal was far away, so he thought it would be great if he could use the side account. A's. Qin Baobao waved to her brother happily. She told Chen Qinghong's experience again, and then gritted her teeth, I didn't expect Chu Feng to be such a person. Sure enough, whether a man is reliable or not can only be seen when he is down and out. Chen Qinghong wiped her tears. Xianxia nodded at her and quietly gave his sister a look. His sister understood, I'm going to the bathroom. Watching his sister's figure disappear around the corner, Xianxia frowned and said, you and my sister are friends. I won't treat you like an outsider. I'll say some things directly. No one's money is blown by the wind. Even blood brothers have to settle accounts. 800,000 yuan is not much, but can you pay it back? Chen Qinghong whispered, Xianxia, I will pay it back, I will pay it back. How? Xianxia said gently, I remember my sister said that your annual income is about 200,000 yuan. After deducting daily expenses, it's very good to save 100,000 yuan a year. 800,000 yuan, and you still have 8 years? In fact, I even lost my job. Chen Qinghong was depressed. She pleaded with her eyes, Xianxia, please, help me. Once, she thought that Qin Baobao's younger brother was mediocre and ordinary. He was unwilling to go out to work even though he was an intern. She didn't like her best friend. In just half a year, Xianxia became a man that she had to raise her head 90 degrees to look at. Xianxia thought about his sister's meaning. He must help. His sister had always been loyal to her friends, and it was because of her loyalty that she attracted the wolf in the house. His sister wanted him to help Chen Qinghong. Some things were not convenient for her to say as her best friend, but it didn't mean that she wasn't angry. What if she did something stupid after helping her get through this difficult time? 800,000 yuan is a huge sum of money for ordinary people. I'm not generous enough to give it away. Xianxia said, from my personal point of view, I don't recommend my sister to help you. You're so stupid. You borrowed money from a loan shark just because your boyfriend said so. What if there's a next time? Maybe you don't want to drag her down, but when you're cornered, you'll definitely look for her again. Chen Qinghong was silent. After a moment, she raised her head and stared at him sadly. What do I have to do for you to help me? I can help you. The IOU is not enough. You have to sign an agreement and pay me 15,000 yuan every month until you pay off all your debts, Xianxia said. Chen Qinghong's body swayed. 15,000 yuan a month. Not to mention that she was unemployed now, the highest salary she had received since graduation was 30,000 yuan a month. That was when business was at its peak. Look, you still don't want to come out, Xianxia said. My sister told me about your family's situation. You have another annoying boyfriend. I'm a businessman. If I throw 800,000 yuan into the Huangpu River, I can float for half a day. Chen Qinghong looked desperate. Did you break up with Chu Feng? Chen Qinghong did not speak. Look, you're still thinking about that kind of man. If there's a first time, there will be a second time. Why should I lend you money? What if you bring him to my sister to ask for money again? Of course we broke up. Chen Qinghong cried. But he ran away a long time ago. I can't contact him either. Xianxia raised his chin with the back of his hand and looked at her meaningfully. He did not say anything. He had to give her a little more pressure to let her know that 800,000 yuan was not easy to come by and that she should cherish it. I used to think that you had good taste. Who knew that it was useless? That kind of man caused you so much trouble. Xianxia sneered. I remember when my sister was in university, you didn't even like to look at me. Now look, compared to your boyfriend, isn't there a world of difference? Chen Qinghong's heart went cold. She understood. She knew Xianxia's plan. Looking at his green eyes and wolf-like eyes, she, who had been in the workplace for 2 years, immediately understood. She thought about her family, which wasn't rich, and her parents, who were sighing in despair. Because of Chu Feng's matter, what little savings they had was almost emptied. Chen Qinghong struggled for a long time in her heart. She gritted her teeth and stared at Xianxia. Okay, I promise you. Nanny, promise me what? Xianxia was stunned. He saw Chen Qinghong was furious and ashamed. She looked like she was ready to throw caution to the wind. I can be your woman, but I won't return the 800,000 yuan. Xianxia, I'll sleep with you for a year, but only for a year. After the new year, I'll be 26 and I'll get married. Chu Feng was my boyfriend when I was in university. He was also my first love. I'm not a virgin, but I've only had one boyfriend. The debt collectors caused me to lose my job. They even threatened me that if I didn't pay them back, they would be rude to my family and force me to sell myself. Since I have to sell myself no matter what, I might as well sell myself to you. Xianxia, dumbfounded, no, the script wasn't right. I didn't want to sleep with you. How did you know that Xianxia wants to sleep with me? Message, Chen Qinghong said sadly, this year, I won't be with any other man. I'll only sleep with you. Tomorrow, I'll go look for a place where no one knows. I'll give you the address and the key. Don't you men like to hide women in a golden house? I won't let you take responsibility, and I won't pester you. You don't even need to wear a condom. I'll take birth control pills. I just beg you not to tell Bao Bao about this. Leave me some dignity. After saying that, Chen Qinghong took a deep breath. The expression on her face could be summed up in 4 words, you're welcome to sleep with me. Xianxia, dumbfounded, thinking about it, he just stepped on Chu Feng's foot and compared himself with Chu Feng. At this moment, it was easy for people to misunderstand that he was trying to facilitate some kind of shameful deal. No, it was an illegal deal. He couldn't let this woman continue to do it without limits. His sister's original intention was to give her a warning so that she could use her brain and not be a silly girl in the future. What if she came back and found out that her brother had kept her best friend as a mistress? Life and death, the cycle of reincarnation is endless. His sister lives, and the little pervert dies. I just escaped a disaster this morning. I can't fall into Chen Qinghong's hands. You misunderstood. Xianxia waved his hand. I don't mean to sleep with you. Chen Qinghong gritted her teeth and said, 1.5 years, at most 1.5 years. You want to be my mistress so much? Xianxia pondered. After a moment, he suddenly heard the voice of the system. Host, you don't have to wait. You don't have this kind of desire in your heart. The system won't give you a task. I know whether I have a desire in my heart or not. You don't have to come out and show your existence. Xianxia scolded it in his heart, F*ck off. Son of AB*tch, you've changed. The system imitated Qin Baobao's voice and cried, I still remember when we were on the basketball court that year. You said to me affectionately, thank you, system. I never thought that one day, I would be able to blow up the entire court. Did I say that? You did. Xianxia recalled. Indeed, he did. At that time, he blurted it out. He sighed and said, that's because I thought that you were a cheat system that could destroy the heavens, the earth, the air, the gods, the Buddhas, and the witches. I felt that my life had turned on the long out yin mode. But later on, I realized that you're not a cheat. You're a lowly one. Other than exchanging basic skill books for me, exchanging a few songs, and giving me a set of The Times Are Calling, your style is completely different from what I thought of the system. You're actually a defective product, right? Or perhaps the first generation of the system. Now the system world has developed to the nth generation. The system said, the host's words have left me speechless. Let me think for a while. I must think of a rebuttal. A few seconds later, the system sent a picture to Xianxia's mind. It was not seen through his eyes, but a picture that Xianxia could not help but think of. The picture was like this: 2 dogs were having sex, and the male dog crawled down and vomited. The system said, facts have proven that no matter what you do, you'll get tired of it after a few times. The human brain will become tired. Don't be fooled by those cheaters who bring the host around to show off every day. Actually, the host is suffering in their hearts. All they do is show off from day to night. They haven't even seen a real B*tch. Life should not be too hopeless. But you're different. With my help, you can freely change between a salted fish and a long out yin. Moreover, you just had sex with a girl yesterday. You've already grown up, graduated, and opened the door to a new world. You're much better than those hosts who look good on the outside but are actually virgins. Xianxia was silent. He said, what you said makes a lot of sense. I can't think of a rebuttal at the moment. You win. The system snorted and disappeared. Promise me 2 things, and I'll lend you the money. Xianxia retracted his thoughts and went straight to the point with Chen Qinghong. Say it. Chen Qinghong bit her lip. First, 3,000 per month. This is the bottom line. Considering that you don't have a job now, I can postpone this date to next year. This would let her know that money was not easy to come by. There were plenty of examples that needed to be eliminated. Chen Qinghong nodded. Second, completely break up with Chu Feng in the future. Don't let me know that you two are still together. Also, don't let my sister know about our loan agreement. Chen Qinghong nodded again. Okay, come to my company tomorrow. We'll sign the agreement. Xianxia said. Chen Qinghong hesitated for a moment, and asked tentatively, is that all? You really don't have any thoughts about me? Which eye of yours saw me having thoughts about you? If it was before today, maybe it would be a biological desire. But I won't have it in my heart. Chen Qinghong looked at him for a long time and said stubbornly, if it was Xianxia, would you agree? Xianxia's face darkened. Why do you say that? He had a bad feeling. You have a good impression of Xianxia, right? I can see it, and Bao Bao can see it too. Xianxia knows it herself. Sometimes I think that if you had started earlier, maybe Xianxia would have been yours. Chen Qinghong added, we don't have a deep friendship, but I can also see that Qinzai is your sister complex. Xianxia and Bao Bao are somewhat similar in temperament. Qinzai looked up at a 45-degree angle. At this moment, Su Yu's words appeared in his mind. Qinzai, are you a sister complex? Li Donglai's words, Master, are you a sister complex? Chen Qingyuan's words, Qin Go, Li Donglai said that you are a sister complex. Cousin Jiangcheng's words, Brother, you are actually a sister complex, right? Xiangxia's words, Qinzai, you are a sister complex. Why does the whole world know that I'm a siscon now? I didn't kiss my sister in front of everyone. I didn't have sex with my sister in front of others. Who was the one who leaked the news? Qinzai was panicking. Fortunately, he and his sister pretended to be good in front of his parents. His father didn't know it at all, and his mother was already suspicious. Speaking of this, Qinzai thought of Su Yao. His mother's social circle was not big. There were two ways to find one or two unusual people from her life circle. The first was to check her past in Shanghai, and the second was to check her past in Zhejiang province. One carried his mother's childhood and adolescence. One carried his mother's youth and middle age. In Shanghai, if he had the chance, he could talk to his trash uncle. It was almost the end of the year, and he had to go home. Qinzai had a way to get some information from his uncle. In Zhejiang province, the gentle and beautiful auntie was a good candidate, but she left early. Now, there was Su Yao, who was from the same clan as his mother, and he could start with him. At this moment, Qin Baobao walked over from the bathroom. His sister pretended not to know anything and said in a coquettish voice, Qinghong is my best friend. You have to help her. Chen Qinghong forced a smile. Bao Bao, Qinzai has already talked to me. I will go to the company to find him tomorrow. Thank you for helping me. Qin Baobao saw her best friend's slightly ugly expression and knew that it was done. She smiled and said, Okay, Qinghong, you have to be careful next time. Don't think too highly of love, and don't think too highly of men. Chen Qinghong nodded reluctantly. She chatted with Qin Baobao absent-mindedly for a few minutes, then said goodbye and left. Qin Baobao's expression immediately changed. She grabbed Qinzai's ear and said with a straight face, Tell me, where did you fool around last night? I didn't fool around. I just got drunk and slept in the company last night. Qinzai said, Didn't I take a photo for you to see? Qin Baobao rolled her charming eyes and curled her lips. There are photos, but there are no people. Who knows when you took them? I can't be bothered to argue with you. Qin Baobao poked his head with her finger. Next time, you can't stay out all night. Otherwise, I will skin you. Qinzai's entire body felt unwell. He felt very panicky and guilty. Qin Baobao leaned lazily on her brother's shoulder and said softly, Hey, we should buy a house. His sister had been preparing to buy a house for a long time, but it had been delayed until now because of many things. After Qinzai's stock market crisis was resolved, he made a windfall by shorting. Qin Baobao discussed with her brother to buy the house. They didn't need a down payment, but paid the full price directly. The community where they lived was built with an overpass at the entrance. The traffic was jammed and the flow of people was chaotic. Thieves and pickpockets were making trouble in that area. It was close to the end of the year. Thieves and pickpockets also had to be evaluated. They could make a lot of money to go home for the new year. Qinzai's community had many incidents of stealing mobile phones and snatching bags. Every night, there were police cars wandering around there. Big cities also had their dark side. Although it was bustling, not everyone was dressed to the nines. Royal View Mansion was a top-class community, and there was no doubt about its safety. Buy it. Qinzai patted his chest and said, I'll pay the full price. Qin Baobao's beautiful face bloomed with a smile. Her two small canine teeth were very cute. She kissed him on the cheek. Don't make trouble. Be careful not to be photographed by the paparazzi. Qinzai was surprised and pushed his sister. Qin Baobao's small eyes were full of resentment. Dog, you've changed. Qinzai, these words were so familiar. Didn't the system just say it? So, what secrets did the system and his sister have? The system was made by his sister, right? My body is no longer attractive to you? Qin Baobao put on a sad face. No, no, Qin Zhe comforted his sister. I can still get a little hard. Stinky rogue. Qin Baobao blushed. By the way, let me show you something. Qin Baobao turned on her mobile phone and showed her brother the chat history with Wang Zijin. Qin Baobao, Ace was drunk yesterday. He slept in the company for a night. Relieved emoji, wolf in the house, idiot, there's no one in this picture. How do you know he took it? Or was it taken by someone else? Qin Baobao, knock on the head, Ace wouldn't lie to me. My brother wouldn't lie to me. The housebreaker was speechless. Qin Zhe was both touched and ashamed. A sense of guilt rose in his heart. Sure enough, my sister trusted me the most. My image in her heart was unshakable, I was her loyal lackey. In this world, only his elder sister was good. Without her, her younger brother was like a blade of grass. Sister Xian was not bad either. She was indeed the woman I had my eyes on. This scheming mind, this intelligence, I had to have it. In the future, when we had sex, I had to let her know how awesome Teddy Kidney was. Looking further down, there were twists and turns. Qin Baobao, look at how cowardly my brother is. He wouldn't even dare to touch you if I stripped you naked and threw you on his bed, let alone other women. Ahahaha. Ahahaha, ha ha ha. Therefore, if you don't see the end, you will never be able to guess what the ending will be. When I see the woman I loved so much. He actually looked at me like I was a salted fish. Isn't this a kind of realization? Let me see myself clearly, what a painful realization. The touched expression on Qin Zhe's face gradually disappeared. It was so uncomfortable. He was holding back a mouthful of old blood in his heart. So, can you give me back my feeling of being touched? There was also shame. The housebreaker replied to her, that's true. Maybe I thought too much. Qin Zhe was speechless. Sister Xian also backhanded me with a knife. Suyu was still the best. In Suyu's heart, I was a god, a reliance, a hot and fulfilling little motor. Humph, Wang Zijin suspected you of doing bad things and encouraged me to trouble you. I'm not stupid. Qin Baobao swiped her round thumb and showed him an earlier chat record. Look at this. Chat record. Qin Baobao, Ace and I are going to buy a house, but it's too much. My mother doesn't want him to live with me. The housebreaker, you still have to listen to your mother's words. I personally think that living alone will be more free and happier. Qin Baobao, living alone and doing all the housework by myself, it's so tiring. The housebreaker, funny, Royal View Mansion has a special cleaning department. If you don't live for a year, there won't be dust. Qin Baobao wanted to complain to her best friend, but her best friend didn't stand on her side at all. She angrily sent an angry expression, humph, I won't talk to you. You can't live in the new house. The housebreaker, hey. Happy. After Qin Baobao sent a string of ellipses, she changed the topic. Smile, we are sisters. Just kidding, there is a piece of meat for me, and there is a bone for you, Wang Zijin. We still have to live together. The housebreaker, bah, who wants to chew the bone? Chew the bone. Maybe because of the remark housebreaker, Qin Zhe didn't feel strange at all. The housebreaker, I think it's good to live alone. You don't have to worry about me. Please leave me in the small house of 85 square meters. Your luxury suite of hundreds of square meters is not suitable for me. Thank you. No, 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 we are sisters. We must live together. Oh, this place is close to my company. I will live here. It's a deal. No, I'm used to sleeping with you. I will be very lonely without you. You have to cherish yourself when I'm not with you. Following that, the two sisters rambled on. It wasn't meaningful, but they all had the same meaning, you must move over here and I definitely don't want to move over here. Qin Zhe wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and thought to himself, Sister Xian, you've almost exposed our affair. Aren't you usually quite clever? How can you be so muddle-headed? Perhaps Sister Ziwei thought that Qin Baobao was just bickering with her. Oh, they didn't bicker. But Qin Zhe was familiar with his sister. 9 out of 10 sentences from his sister were coquettish and cute, but the last sentence was definitely murderous. Hey, Wang Zijin, this girl, does she like you? She refuses to live with me. Qin Baobao supported her cheek with one hand and smiled. Her phoenix eyes narrowed into crescents. She was so charming. She clicked her tongue and said, hurry up. Even my sister can see that she is interested in you. You are the boss's man, but you still don't have a girlfriend. Don't you think it's embarrassing? Qin said in his heart, activate the acting master. A helpless smile appeared on his face. Aya, my career has just started. How can I be in the mood to have a girlfriend? I have bid farewell to the days of sitting alone in an empty house and being a wife for a long time. Besides, my sister is so hot and beautiful. She has destroyed my aesthetic standards. Her figure is not as good as yours, and her face is not as beautiful as yours. I don't want to marry her. Qin Baobao smiled like a flower and narrowed her eyes happily. Wang Zijin is also not bad. Her small face is very beautiful. Suyu is even more beautiful and tall. Pei Nanman is a married woman, she's so romantic. Qin said seriously, it doesn't exist. Qin Baobao touched her head with satisfaction. Good boy. Qin was used to coaxing his sister. Anyway, as long as he followed her words and firmly believed that only my sister is the best in the world, he wouldn't waver. It was easy to coax his sister to be happy. She would smile and raise her chin to give him a kiss. The 36 stratagems of flirting with your sister was like a game. I have already mastered the remote control. Wen City, on the top floor of the black gold office building. This building was built in 2011. An internationally famous architect was invited to design it and it took 4 years to complete. The whole building was the property of Xingtan Group. The current CEO of Xingtan Group was called Su Yao. Su Yao's name was not seen in the news or newspapers. He was low-key. But in the circle of Wen business, and even in Jia province, where rich businessmen gathered, he was famous. His business was in all walks of life. Food, clothing, real estate, hotels, medical equipment, and so on. Even in the era of industry turbulence, he could sit on the fishing platform and be stable. Over the years, Su Yao was more or less involved in the investments of Wen Business Group. For example, he also participated in a series of projects in Hangzhou that attracted national attention in recent years. Su Yao's name was unknown 10 years ago. His life before the age of 30 could be said to be worthless. He had a high education, but did not find a good job. As a result, he got married and divorced. In the end, he was fancied by a woman of Wen business and became a son-in-law. At a young age, he began to rise. At that time, in the circle of Wen business, there were many people who laughed at him for being really good at marriage. When it came to Su Yao, it was known that he relied on nepotism to get to the top. However, time proved that gold would always shine. From relying on nepotism to establishing his own business, from having a difficult time to climbing steadily, from having a small profit margin to a pitiful handicraft industry, to developing into a business tycoon with personal assets of tens of billions, Su Yao used 10 years to build his own industrial empire. But even such a big shot had his regrets that could not be made up. In the luxurious office, Su Yao looked at the housing purchase contract faxed from Royal View Mansion and was silent for a long time. 2 names were signed on the contract, Qin Baobao. Su Yao lit a cigarette and looked at their names. He was in a daze for a long time until the butt of the cigarette burnt his fingers. These were Sister Xiaolan's children. No, one of them was his. It was his, Su Yao's. It had nothing to do with her. Sister Xiaolan was from the same family as him, but Su Yao never called her sister. He preferred to call her Xiaolan. This would make him seem manly and like an adult, not a child in Sister Xiaolan's eyes. Was there such a person? She occupied your entire youth. Is there such a thing that has been tormenting you for so many years, like an evil spirit that chases after debts? It was said that the past was like smoke, but it was like an unwilling ghost floating in his heart, telling Su Yao, hey, trash, if it wasn't for you, how could the children have been separated? Hey, trash, you deserve to feel guilty for the rest of your life. Xiaolan didn't let him meet the children. As long as he appeared, Xiaolan would be like a hedgehog. He really didn't appear for more than 20 years. Wasn't it what they had agreed on back then? However, this knot in his heart had haunted Su Yao for more than 20 years. He felt guilty until today. That day, he didn't come to Shanghai to discuss business. There was no need for him to appear for such a small contract. He followed his heart and came to see his children. No, it wasn't as simple as seeing them. He wanted to lay his cards on the table with his children. All these years, he had never hidden his thoughts from Xiaolan, so she would never agree. The phone's ringtone interrupted Su Yao's wandering thoughts. He frowned when he saw the caller. The phone rang for a long time before Su Yao finally picked it up. "Brother Rong, lend me some money." A cheeky voice came from the other end of the phone. Su Yao didn't say anything. "Brother Rong, help me. I owe a loan shark again." He continued to smile. How could he be so happy when he owed a loan shark? How big was the person on the other end? The world couldn't tolerate him anymore. Again? "Well used," Su Yao said in a deep voice. "How many times have I wiped your ass? If I hadn't helped you a few years ago, you would have been chopped up and thrown into the Huangpu River. Let's not talk about the distant past. 2 years ago, you went to Yunnan to gamble on stones and owed 7 million yuan. You were chased all the way from Yunnan to Zhe province. Who protected you? Yes, yes, yes. You are my savior and benefactor. Su Guang, you're not young anymore. You should be more careful. Lan said that you haven't been home this year," Su Yao said. The person on the other end of the phone was silent for a while before asking, "You went to Shanghai?" "Yes." "Su Yao, are you still brooding over what happened back then?" Su Guang's voice became angry. "Don't even think about it. My sister is living a very happy life now. If you dare to cause trouble, believe it or not, I will throw you into the Huangpu River." "Let's not talk about this," Su Yao said helplessly. "What happened this time?" Su Guang's tone immediately became flattering. "Sigh, I lost money in the stock market. I heard from my friends that the stock market is very hot. It's like picking up money. Whatever you buy will rise. Of course, I was tempted. I borrowed money to invest in the stock market. Then, I heard that using leverage can make money quickly. I became rich overnight. Then, I used leverage 20 times. You have seen what the stock market is like now. It's not good. You're brainless." Su Yao said angrily, "How much do you owe?" 3 million. Su Yao's heart moved. He asked, "Since you want to invest in the stock market, why don't you look for your nephew?" "I don't have the face." Su Guang sighed. "That year, I cheated my brother-in-law badly. I sold the house and owed more than 1 million yuan. A's and Bao Bao didn't like to talk to me. If this house hadn't been sold, it would be worth 6 to 7 million yuan now. Whether it was for A's or Bao Bao as a dowry, it would be good. Speaking of houses, my house in Royal View Mansion has been sold. You guys are real estate speculators. The people who bought the house are Bao Bao and A's. Why don't you give it to them? A house worth tens of millions. Do you think you can give it to them just like that? They are not fools. If they follow the vine to find the melon, I don't care. What about Xiaolan? With A's current skills, he will catch up with me in at most 5 years. That's just right. Help me pay off the debt and lend me the rest of the money. I will definitely make a comeback next year." Su Yao sneered. "I didn't say I would help you pay off the debt. Hey, Brother Rong, we're brothers who grew up together. You can't just leave him in the lurch," Su Guang yelled. "I'm sorry, Brother Rong. The last time I went to Shanghai to look for Xiaolan, I made an agreement with her that I would never give you a single cent from now on. All these years, I've thought about it. Perhaps I've harmed you. I've cleaned up your mess time and time again, making you worse and unable to take it back." Su Yao sighed. "Auntie is so old, but you are not filial to her. Your son is in elementary school and your daughter is in junior high school. It is difficult for them to see you once a year. 3 million is not enough to kill you. This time, let's cut off your hand. At least let you take back your heart." "Don't, Brother Rong," Su Yao had hung up the phone. In February, it was cold in spring. The weather forecast said that there would be snow today. With the emergence of the greenhouse effect, the cities in the coastal areas had less and less snowy weather. In the eyes of the southerners, the snowy weather that northerners were accustomed to was indeed cheering like a festival. It was really hard to imagine. In the luxurious lounge of the clubhouse, Nan Manpei and Suyu, two best friends, were sitting on rattan chairs, drinking tea and chatting. The room was as warm as spring. Outside the floor-to-ceiling window, the cold wind was biting cold. Sister Man's tea skills are getting better and better, Suyu sipped her tea and squinted her eyes happily. Nan Manpei looked at her carefully. She didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but she found that her best friend was much better than before. In the past, Suyu always liked to have a cold face and keep people thousands of miles away. Although she took off her disguise in front of her, there was still a touch of loneliness and isolation. Now it was gone. Now Suyu's face was glowing, and her eyes and eyebrows were smiling, as if her heart was filled with happiness and joy. Have you been happy recently? Is it because the company's performance is very good this year? Nan Manpei shook her head. You don't care about money. Suyu, wearing a lavender club bathrobe, stretched her waist lazily. Sister Man, I'm in love. When she said this, her eyes were shining brightly. Xianxia? Nan Manpei raised her eyebrows. Oh, you can see that? Suyu covered her small mouth and said in surprise. Nan Manpei rolled her eyes and thought, even a fool can see it. In bed? Nan Manpei asked. Suyu said shyly, yes. Nan Manpei, she said, have you confirmed the relationship? Have you met his parents? Suyu sighed. No, I have to meet his parents. His father likes me very much. Their relationship hasn't been confirmed yet. His real girlfriend is Wang Zijin. That woman has a black heart and is a strong enemy. Nan Manpei was shocked and speechless for a long time. She reached out to touch Suyu's forehead. What are you doing? Suyu blinked her eyes and put her hand on her forehead. Nan Manpei took back her hand. Are you sick? Or, what kind of magic potion did Xianxia give you? Why do you say that? If he didn't give you a magic potion, would you be willing to be his mistress? Nan Manpei said angrily, he has a girlfriend. Bah, what mistress? Suyu said, what's wrong with having a girlfriend? Every couple in the world is the first love. He's not married yet. Besides, if he's married, I'll break him up. Is he so good? Suyu chuckled and said, that's great. The electric motor makes people want to stop and want to die. You've been there. You know. Nan Manpei couldn't accept Suyu's sudden style and sighed, don't burn yourself by playing with fire. If you don't dig the corner, you'll get yourself involved. Wang Zijin is not a simple woman. Suyu said vigilantly, has a big background? Not to mention the background, she's not easy to deal with. Are you sure it's not you but her who cries in the end? Don't worry, I gave my first time to him, and he gave his first time to me. Didn't people say that women can't forget the man who took their first time for a lifetime? It's the same for men. Some people also said that first love doesn't have a good ending. Suyu was silent, looking at the tea in the cup, and said, maybe what you said makes sense, but I don't regret it. There are so many good men in the world. Why do you like Xianxia? Suyu thought about it and whispered, there are so many good men in the world, but what does it have to do with me? The person I like is Xianxia, not a good man. It's not that he's handsome, it's not that he can make money, it's because I'm with him, my heart won't be empty. It's that I can't leave him, not that he can't leave me. There are so many good men in the world, but he's the only one in my world. Nan Manpei had nothing to say and suddenly felt sad. The company will have an annual meeting in a few days. Ace wants to bring the employees of Tianfeng and Baozi together. Sister Man, you are also a shareholder of the two companies. Do you want to come? Suyu threw away all her worries. I have too many companies to spare time. Nan Manpei shook his head. Come on. Qin Baobao and Wang Zijin will be there too. They are in cahoots. If I am alone, I will definitely be suppressed, Suyu said coquettishly. Nan Manpei said with a headache, I want to beat Xianxia up now. I'm afraid that when I see him, I can't help but beat him up. Don't, Suyu said nervously. Don't beat him up. Otherwise, I will be in a difficult position. Call me that day and inform me. I will see the situation and come over when I am free, Nan Manpei said. Okay. Suyu's cell phone rang. She opened it and her eyes were full of charm. She said with a smirk, Ace is waiting for me at the hotel. I will go over first. She got up and walked in the direction of the changing room, humming a song. My little motor, awesome, awesome, the most awesome, Nan Manpei almost broke down. Xianxia and his sister finally moved to a new house. No, to be precise, it was his sister who moved to a new house. She also packed Sister Ziwei and brought it along. At Royal View Mansion, the furniture was ready-made and brand new. They only needed to bring some scattered daily necessities, such as bowls, chopsticks, clothes, towels, toothbrushes, and so on. Because they were all scattered things, they did not call a moving company. There was no need for that. Qin Ma also came to help. She drove the old man's car, her sister's little red horse, and Qinzai's new car. The two sisters' belongings were put in 3 cars. Most of them were her sister's clothes, high heels, bags, cosmetics. Wang Zijin didn't want to follow them. She wanted to stay here with Qinzai, but she pretended to be happy in front of Qin Bao. She turned her head and pouted at Qinzai unhappily. Qin Ma didn't want her daughter and son to continue to live together, so Qinzai stayed in the small nest. It was because of this reason that her sister wanted to pack the wolf into the house together with her. However, her sister secretly told her that Ace would move in again after her mother left. He would buy all the daily necessities, but the things over there would remain the same. Wang Zijin had an idea and said, Bao Bao, you and Ace can stay over there. I'll stay here alone. Not only did she get rid of her sister-obsessed best friend, but she could also live alone with Qinzai. As for the Royal View Grand Garden, I'll just find a few excuses later and let Bao Bao live alone. Qin Bao Bao turned her head and said, Bah. You have to sleep with your sister as long as you stay in Shanghai. Wang Zijin was so angry that she almost had a showdown with her. The luxurious mansion was decorated with expensive and brand new furniture, fashionable crystal chandeliers, marble walls, and a bathroom that was bigger than the living room. All kinds of details made it look like a work of art instead of a home. Qin Ma looked at every corner of the house with great interest and sighed, Bao Bao, it's really a bit lonely to live alone. Qin Bao Bao's eyes lit up and was about to say, let Ace move in too. Qin Ma changed the topic, fortunately, Zijin is with you. Mom can rest assured. Qin Bao Bao said, Mom, why don't you and Dad move in too? The area is big and there are plenty of rooms. Qin Ma smiled and said, your dad and I are not used to living in this kind of place. If we stay for a long time, we will feel uncomfortable. It's not as warm as our own home. You are a big star now. You should live in a house like this. I watch those variety shows, and there are scenes of stars in their homes. It's not appropriate to live in a small house. Moreover, this house can be your dowry. How good is that? Qin Bao Bao's face darkened and she muttered, I don't want other men to move in. What did you say? Nothing, Mom. Let's have dinner together tonight. Qin Bao Bao wiped the sweat on her forehead and threw her coat to her mother. After moving most of the things, Wang Zijin was decorating her own room. Qin Bao Bao slept in the master bedroom, and she slept in the guest bedroom. Although it was a guest bedroom, it was 40 square meters in size. Qinzai stood on the balcony overlooking the night view of the Huangpu River with a glass of champagne in his hand. He took it from the wine cabinet. It was said that the previous owner of the house left it as a gift for the new owner. Qin Bao Bao wore a V-neck knitted sweater and walked to the balcony. She said sweetly, the scenery here is unique. Qinzai turned to look at her. His gaze moved down and saw his sister's white skin and faintly discernible cleavage. He agreed and said, the scenery here is unique. A cold wind blew. Qin Bao Bao shivered and said sadly, it's cold. Qinzai understood and took off his coat and put it on her. Qin Bao Bao smiled sweetly and hugged his arm. She lowered her voice and said, I just asked the property management to prepare some daily necessities and men's pajamas. Don't go back tonight. Mom, stupid. Drive out for a spin and then come back. I'm afraid that Mom will make a surprise inspection tomorrow. Don't worry. Hide your things and lock them. Also, if you can't open the door with just the lock, you need the password. Sister is so smart. Mwah. You can't mwah. Mom is in the living room. After saying that, Qin Baobao carefully turned her head and saw that her mother was wiping the coffee table with her head lowered. She quickly pecked her brother's face. When Mother Qin raised her head to look at them, the siblings were looking at the scenery. Delicious chicken, this thought flashed through Qin Zhe and Qin Baobao's minds. Qin Ma glanced at her children on the balcony and quietly walked into Wang Zijin's room. Wang Zijin knelt on the bed and spread the bedsheets. Her little butt was sticking up as she worked hard. Zijin. Qin Ma walked over and helped her put on the quilt. She said casually, Baobao has a bad temper. It must be hard for you to live with her. It's okay. Wang Zijin said. Auntie thinks that it's not good for them to live together. At Baobao's age, if she doesn't have a boyfriend, her youth will be delayed. A's is the same. So it's not convenient for them to live together. Qin Ma laughed and said, they have a good relationship since they were young. In the blink of an eye, it's time for one to get married and the other to become a daughter-in-law. Auntie, this is a good thing. Wang Zijin smiled gently. It's a good thing, a good thing. But I feel that they haven't grown up yet. They often quarrel. The siblings don't know their limits. Qin Ma sighed and said, Auntie will be honest with you. Baobao, she has been very dependent on her brother since she was young. Although she often bullies him, she always thinks of him when something good happens. Her father and I are fine with scolding and beating. But if her relatives and friends say bad things about A's in front of her, she gets angry. Wang Zijin put down her work and looked at Qin Ma seriously. So, what is Auntie trying to say? Actually, I'm quite envious of Baobao. She has a strict father who loves her from the bottom of his heart, and a gentle mother like you. A's also dotes on her a lot. She's a girl, and she has such good fortune. She just needs a man who will treat her well for the rest of her life, Wang Zijin said. That's what I'm thinking. Qin Ma sighed and said, it's because A's dotes on her and gives in to her that she hasn't found a boyfriend until now. Zijin, do you think Baobao has a younger brother complex? Wang Zijin was shocked. Didn't the internet say that everyone has a father and mother complex to some extent? If you want a boyfriend, you have to be like your father, because your father loves you very much. If you want a girlfriend, you have to be like your mother, because your mother takes good care of you. When you grow up, you'll be gone. It's the same with a younger brother complex. Baobao doesn't have many male friends. She and her brother have lived together since they were young, and they still live together when they grow up. A's also gives in to her and dotes on her. During the ancestral worship ceremony, her aunt asked her what kind of boyfriend she wants to find. Baobao casually said, someone like A's. I knew it's over. Baobao has a younger brother complex. She thinks that A's treats her very well, and her future boyfriend must treat her well too. But she has been living with A's all this time, so she has an illusion that she doesn't need a boyfriend at all. Because she already has a younger brother by her side. So, I think it's time to let Baobao grow up. After she and A's separate, she will feel that she needs a boyfriend to love and care for her. That's why she'll want to find a partner. Otherwise, she won't grow up for the rest of her life. You girls hate those mommy's boys. Isn't it because the mother won't let go of her child, causing him to never grow up? Wang Zijin stared at her blankly and suddenly realized something. Auntie, what you said makes sense. Why didn't I think of it? Why didn't I think of it? Wang Zijin thought to herself, Auntie, you're actually a professional psychologist, right? Or a professional relationship counselor? Wasn't that the logic? Baobao's younger brother complex came about. As long as they were separated, they would naturally recover after a long time. Baobao would think of finding another man, and A's would obediently fall into her arms. Everything suddenly became clear. It's snowing. Xianxia said softly. Fine snowflakes drifted in the lead-gray sky, fluttering in the wind. Qin Baobao leaned her head on his shoulder. The snowflakes couldn't drift in, but Qin Baobao still reached out her hand and said softly, "It's so nice." "I suddenly hate our mother so much," she said softly. Qin Zhe lowered his head and looked at her slightly drooping eyelids. "Mom has stopped urging you to go on blind dates." Qin Baobao shook her head. "I don't hate her. I hate myself. I'm sick, the kind that's incurable." "Incurable?" Qin Zhe said softly, "Then there's no cure." "Yes, so I can only walk this path to the end." Qin Baobao sighed and suddenly laughed. She pushed Qin Zhe away and spun on the spacious balcony. Her figure was graceful, and her hair was flying. She let out a bell-like laughter. "It's snowing." Qin Baobao stood still and shouted at the sky, panting. "A's." His sister turned around. The light in the living room shone on her beautiful face. Behind her was the twilight sky, and fine snowflakes fluttered in the wind. His sister was laughing, but Qin Zhe felt that it was a bit poignant and sad. "If there's really no cure for my illness, will you give up on me?" she asked. Qin Zhe looked at her. He looked at the dusky sky, watched the cold wind roll up the snowflakes, and watched the lights of the houses gradually light up. He retracted his gaze and looked at the face in front of him again. "No," he said. Her smile suddenly brightened, as if the clouds had parted and the snow had settled. Qin Zhe yawned and came to the company. At the end of the year, there was no business in the company. The employees were unhappy. Some were chatting on the internet, and some were playing games. As soon as Qin Zhe arrived, he immediately switched to the desktop and stared at the computer screen in a daze. All the employees in the world were like this. He was napping on the sofa in his office. He had a poor sleep last night. Thinking of what happened last night, Qin Zhe felt bad. Last night, Qin Zhe drove a few laps outside and quietly returned to Royal View Grand Garden. He made a sumptuous dinner and opened champagne with his sisters to celebrate. They ate and drank. Qin Ma had to go home to cook for the old man, so she didn't eat with them. He drank a little too much at night. He took a shower and was ready to sleep. However, the door of the room opened silently. He didn't need to guess to know that it was his sister. Sister Ziwei didn't push his door. She only sent a message saying, "I'm so bored. I can't sleep." Then Qin Zhe replied, "I'll come to accompany you." Sister Ziwei said, "Okay." Don't ask why, because before his sister opened the door, he had just sent this message to his sister Ziwei. Oh my god, things were not good. Qin Zhe was about to collapse. Qin Baobao tiptoed to close the door, bent over, sneaked to the bed, opened the quilt and got in. His sister, who smelled of shampoo and shower gel, threw herself into his arms. His sister's little face was adorably red. She said happily, "Are you happy, little bum? Are you surprised?" "Qin Zhe, we haven't talked for a long time." His sister got into his arms and hooked her long legs around his waist. "It's so cold. Why don't you turn on the air conditioner?" He could feel her soft and fragrant breasts through her pajamas. Chatting was an excuse for the siblings. In fact, his sister wanted to be intimate with Qin Zhe. She couldn't say, "Little bum, I want to sleep with you." She couldn't say it. Qin Baobao grabbed her brother's hand, put it on her waist, and whispered to him. Qin Zhe answered in trepidation and focused his attention on Sister Ziwei's room next door. About half an hour later, he heard the door next door open. "Sister Ziwei is coming out. Quickly hide." Qin Zhe's expression changed. "She probably came out to use the toilet." Qin Baobao said. "What if she comes in?" Qin Zhe asked. He knew that Sister Ziwei would definitely come in. Qin Baobao looked at him suspiciously and hid in the wardrobe. Surprisingly, Wang Zijin did not open the door immediately. Instead, she knocked on Qin Baobao's door. After a while, she opened the door and entered. Sister Ziwei was wearing pajamas. She crossed her arms over her chest and crawled into bed without saying a word. Qin Zhe was speechless. His bladder tightened. "I was wrong. I was really wrong. I'd better obediently go back to my nest. Baobao is not in the room. Where did she go?" Wang Zijin whispered. "She did the exact same thing as Qin Baobao. She put her legs on Qin Zai's waist and snuggled into his arms. The room was not air-conditioned. This was the only way to make herself feel warmer. Maybe she's in the toilet. Sister Ziwei also feels cold? Qin Zai said. Sister's room was the master bedroom. There was a separate toilet. Qin Zai and Wang Zijin's guest bedroom was not. They had to go out in the middle of the night to use the toilet. It's so cold. Wang Zijin curled up in his arms and buried her face in his warm chest. Qin Zai glanced at the wardrobe carefully and said in a low voice, "Don't catch a cold. Go back to sleep if you're cold." Wang Zijin blinked and looked at him blankly. What was wrong with the little red guy today? Usually, he couldn't wait to take advantage of her. Today, she took the initiative to throw herself into his arms. Why did he take advantage of her? Qin Zai moved to the side and said righteously, "I'm sleepy too. I want to sleep. If Sister Ziwei is looking for my sister, let's go and see her now. Maybe she has already come out." Wang Zijin looked at him blankly and bit her lips sadly. She waited in the room for a long time and took the initiative to come to him. Was it just to hear him say the words "want to sleep"? How long had they been in a relationship? Was he tired of her and had a change of heart? Wang Zijin thought of a joke on the internet for no reason. "Dog, you've changed." "Oh, I'll go back," Wang Zijin answered in a muffled voice. She lifted the quilt, hugged her chest, and left silently. After she left, her sister climbed out of the wardrobe and got into Qin Zai's quilt, shivering. Without saying anything, she pinched his waist and said fiercely, "Tell me, what's wrong with you?" Qin Zai sucked in a breath of cold air and said, "It's nothing. Nothing." "She got into your quilt in the middle of the night?" Her sister looked as if she was about to cry. "Didn't you also get into my quilt in the middle of the night?" Qin Zai explained, "She was looking for you. She didn't see you, so she came into my room to ask. Maybe it was too cold, so she was warming herself in the quilt." Qin Baobao thought about it. It seemed to be the case. Moreover, it wasn't the first time that the wolf in the house had been coveting her pig. Perhaps she even wanted to take the opportunity to seduce him. She would see how her brother would respond. He would righteously chase her away and remain calm. He was worthy of being her sweetheart brother. Qin Bao pressed her lips on Qin Zai's face and kissed him hard. She said happily, "Sleep, sleep. Sleep? Hurry up and go back. If Sister Ziwei comes to find you later and you're not there, she won't be able to explain herself if she finds you lying on my bed." Qin Bao thought for a while and found it reasonable. She whispered, "Then I'll go back." She tiptoed to the door and opened it quietly. She carefully poked her head out to take a look, and then flashed out of the door through the crack. Qin Zai took a deep breath and counted from 1 to 100 silently. He lifted the quilt and tiptoed out of the room. If someone saw this scene, they would be surprised to find that the actions and postures of the siblings were almost the same. There was a sense of sneakiness. He quietly opened the door. Sister Ziwei was sleeping on her side with her back to the door. Under the thick quilt, a soft and beautiful curve could be vaguely seen. "Sister Ziwei, I'm here." He lifted the quilt and got in. Wang Zijin pulled the quilt up to cover her head and looked like she didn't want to talk to him. It seemed that she was angry. "Why did you knock on my sister's door for no reason?" Qin Zai hugged her waist and leaned against her soft back. He whispered, "If she comes out, won't we both be finished?" "Finished?" Wang Zijin turned around and said angrily, "Why would we be finished? You're my boyfriend and I'm your girlfriend. Why would we be finished?" "I'm sorry," Qin Zai said. Wang Zijin snorted. Qin Zai hugged her and whispered something. It was not sugar-coated bullets, but some trivial things. Sugar-coated bullets were suitable for his sister, but Wang Zijin didn't like it. Qin Zai thought that if his life was written into a book, it would be called "My Life is So Hard Being Sandwiched Between My Sisters." At this moment, he heard the subtle sound of the door opening. His heart skipped a beat. Sister came out again, she wanted to come to my room again, what should I do? I'm done for. Knock, knock, knock. After a few knocks on the door, his sister's voice sounded. "Zijin, are you asleep?" Since she came to find Sister Ziwei, Qin Zai shook his head at her. If Sister Ziwei was asleep, she would definitely go to his room to find him. Then he couldn't hide the fact that he wasn't in the room. No, Wang Zijin replied. That's good. I'm coming in. Qin Baobao's voice was full of joy. Damn, I'm finished. Qin Zhe was like a nimble cat, agile and silent. He jumped off the bed, bent over to pick up the slippers, and flashed into the wardrobe. His sister opened the door and came in. Stepping on the cotton slippers, she ran to the bed, kicked off the slippers, and got into the bed. What are you doing? Wang Zijin breathed a sigh of relief. She thought that the little red guy was so agile, as if he had practiced it 1,000 times. It's so cold. Qin Baobao hugged her best friend's waist. I don't know if it's because I'm used to it. I feel that I can't sleep well without someone around me. I can't count how many times I turn over and over. Ah, do you think so too? Wang Zijin whispered, I can't sleep either. Without your long legs pressing down on me, I feel empty. Then let's sleep together tonight. You knocked on my door just now because you want to sleep with me. Qin Baobao said with a smile. But what? No, nothing. Wang Zijin thought, but your brother is still in my room. Qin Zhe's heart was cold. If his life was written into a book, it should be called I, who is sandwiched between my sisters, will die sooner or later. Wang Zijin suddenly exclaimed. Wow, are your breasts bigger? Qin Baobao said with a smile. They're not as big as yours, you big cow. Wang Zijin said with an angry tone. If you pinch them randomly, the color will change. Qin Baobao's voice came. Bah, I'll strangle you. There was a commotion on the bed, followed by 2 panting voices. The sisters were having fun on the bed. Qin Zhe, who was hiding in the wardrobe, silently took off Sister Ziwei's 2 coats and covered his body. He hugged his chest and curled up. In this cold world, he longed for a little warmth. The next day, the 3 of them woke up with dark circles under their eyes. The sisters played until very late into the night. Qin Zhe woke up several times in the middle of the night because of the cold. When he woke up, he found himself curled up into a ball and slept in a miserable and pitiful position for the whole night. Even if his body was strong, he still caught a small cold after a night in the cold. In a daze, the office door was pushed open, accompanied by the crisp sound of high heels clicking on the floor. A soft body leaned into his arms. It was so warm and soft. Qin Zhe subconsciously hugged it tightly in his arms. At this moment, he heard the crisp sound of a shutter. The sound of a shutter? Holy shit! Qin Zhe opened his eyes abruptly and sat up in shock. Are you awake? So you quietly put the mobile phone into her pocket. Well, I was scared awake by you. Qin Zhe held Suyu's slender waist and didn't let her get up. His other hand reached out to her chest. Suyu hurriedly covered her chest and pretended to be frightened and shy. Do you want to do it in the office? Don't do this. Hey, give me back my mobile phone. Qin Zhe grabbed her thumb, unlocked the mobile phone, and found the photo she had just taken in the album. In the photo, Suyu and his face were close, lying on the sofa. He was sleeping soundly. Suyu smiled, made a peace sign, and took a beautiful selfie. You promised me not to take photos. Qin Zhe twisted her crystal earlobe. It hurts, I didn't send it randomly. See for yourself. Suyu begged for mercy. Qin Zhe opened her chat software, and the photo was indeed not sent out, so he let go. Suyu sullenly said, You don't spoil me at all. The book says that the overbearing president spoils his woman. Qin Zhe thought about it and asked, Do you think I am an overbearing president? Suyu was silent. Hey, don't be silent, say something, even you think I am low? Qin Zhe was desperate. Suyu said truthfully, You are very overbearing in front of me, but in front of your sister, you are a salted fish. That's because you are a masochist. Next week at the annual meeting, the employees are clamoring for me to perform. Do you think I will agree? Suyu frowned. Do you want to perform? Qin Zhe asked. If you are with me, I will perform. Suyu smiled, with shallow dimples. Let me think about it. Qin Zhe said. If it was an internal performance, it didn't matter, but this annual meeting, Tianfeng and Baozi gathered together. The entertainment company is not short of artists who can sing and dance. So you can sing and dance. How about a skit? Two people rotation? No, he couldn't imagine what it would be like to talk about a skit with Suyu on the stage. The picture must be unbearable. I heard that Qin Baobao moved to a new house? Suyu suddenly asked. Yeah. You didn't move there? I'll go and stay there occasionally. Suyu turned her eyes and threw herself into his arms. Move in with me. Then wouldn't I have to run from 2 places to 3? You don't have to move here. Come and stay here for a few days every day. Suyu said coquettishly. Yes. Xianxia nodded. He and Suyu were in the stage of heavenly thunder and earth fire. Even if he knew that Suyu's small abacus was crackling, he couldn't bear to refuse. Since he couldn't be ruthless, he could only take care of both ends. He would ask the system if there was a manual for raising heavenly dragon. By the way, are you still in that group? Xianxia asked. Yes, Sister Man, Qin Baobao, and Wang Zijin are all here. Suyu said, I've been quarreling less recently. I serve you every day. I don't have time to fight with your sister. Alas, women are really narrow-minded. They hate each other in the game and talk in reality. Until now, they still haven't forgotten. Countless facts have proven that the women around him are not easy to deal with. What if one day he and Su Teddy do sports, and then she quietly takes photos? Xianxia imagined a picture. In the hotel room, he was lying on Suyu's body. Suyu was moaning and picking up the mobile phone under the pillow. Facing the ceiling mirror, she took photos. Spreading the chat group, today, I had sex with Xianxia. Cool, Xianxia shuddered. No, before I'm mentally prepared, I can't expose myself. Salted fish Zay, can't be such a dog. Xianxia straightened Suyu's body and said with a serious expression, Suyu, you should leave the group. Suyu looked at him, her face gradually turned red, hesitated for a moment, and nodded. She got up and walked to the door of the office. With a click, she locked the door. Then she turned back to the sofa, took off her high heels, blushed, and took off her skirt. I asked you to leave the group, not to take off your skirt. Ah? It's to take off my skirt. It's the chat group. Xianxia was mad. That. I'll talk about it later. So you had taken off her skirt, do you want to come? I don't think that's a good idea. We're in the office. Xianxia said no, but his hands started to move. The picture lasted for nearly an hour and was summed up in formal 15 words, what the president and the secretary have to do in the office. The two put on their clothes and lay on the spacious reception sofa. Xianxia closed his eyes and Suyu lay lazily in his arms. I'm going to die, she gasped and murmured to herself. Suyu rested for a moment, pulled out a few paper towels and cleaned it up. Her eyes flashed with a bright light. I'll wipe it for you too. The paper towels are used and thrown away. Change it. Xianxia shrank and blocked her little hand. Suyu showed a sly smile. This is what you said, remember your words. Xianxia? He thought about it, and suddenly he got Suyu's meaning. This hint was so familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere. By the way, my family's maggot also said something similar, and it was also hinting at the same person. Xianxia sighed and suddenly felt sad for Sister Ziwei. The paper towels are used and thrown away, but Zijin needs to use them every day. Xianxia said. Suyu was so smart, of course, she understood what he meant. She snorted and wrinkled her nose. Oh, no, Wang Zijin, this little bitch, hasn't gone to bed yet, but she has already seduced my Xianxia. I have to find a way to show my power and kill her. I want to abuse her. Do you love me or Wang Zijin? Suyu pouted. Do you love me? Xianxia asked. Suyu pointed to the lace underwear that she had not had time to wear back and said angrily, if this doesn't count, then I have nothing to be sad about. Xianxia was surprised. He didn't seem to have exchanged this song, right? So, how did Suyu know the lyrics? Is it possible that the host of the cheat system is her? No, if this is the case, the low-level system will definitely stop him from having sex with Suyu. As soon as he takes off his pants, the low-level system will roar, High energy ahead, host, go quickly, so it should be a coincidence. Don't be sad, let's do it again. Xianxia pulled Suyu into his arms and turned over to press her. The sound of the piledriver sounded again. After the whole world was dull, Xianxia hugged Suyu, one hand lingering back and forth on her chest, and at the same time communicated with the system. System, I suddenly have an idea. Want to be a man 10 times? No, I suddenly want to do magic. At the annual meeting, do you have any magic proficiency skill books? Give me a few. I think you are suitable to perform ventriloquism. The system said. Huh? Ventriloquism? Xianxia was shocked. Why should I learn this? You pass it to my secretary, she needs to learn. Learning ventriloquism is more useful than learning magic. Magic needs props, ventriloquism is enough. The system said, don't get me wrong, this is traditional ventriloquism, I can give you a 50% discount. Guaranteed to beat the beatbox world champion. Really? Really? Advanced magic proficiency, 300 points exchange. I will only charge you 150 points for ventriloquism. In view of the host's nature, points, and so on, save as much as you can. You just want me to learn ventriloquism. Xianxia's face darkened. Yes, you are the first host to max out the ventriloquism skill. The system used an overt plot. I did it. Xianxia gritted his teeth. It was also excellent to save 150 points. Moreover, ventriloquism and so on, after learning it, he could communicate with Suyu, and in the future, he could communicate with Sister Ziwei, and most importantly, one day he could communicate with his sister. Soon, a week passed. Today was the day of the annual meeting. The employees were counting the time in anticipation, waiting for work to end. Everyone was full of expectations for this annual meeting. Bao Zhe and Tian Feng had the annual meeting together, and there would be many stars singing on stage, including the popular Queen Qin Bao Bao, long-legged model girls dancing, and second-tier star Li Wei performing a talk show. Secondly, it was said that Boss Qin had prepared a lot of prizes this year. In addition to everyone getting the latest pair mobile phone, there was also a lottery. The special prize was 1 million yuan. The first prize was a car worth 500,000 yuan. The second prize was 300,000 yuan in cash. The third prize was a Shanghai license plate. There were 20 other small prizes, ranging from 100,000 to 10,000 yuan. At noon, the program schedule for the annual meeting came out and was sent to the company's internal chat group. Hey, look at the program schedule, Boss Qin will also perform on stage. It's normal, I don't know if Boss Qin will sing a new song at the annual meeting. It's not a song, it's a performance, ventriloquism. Pfft, ventriloquism. I'm wrong. Boss Qin has this kind of hobby? No, he has this kind of ability? Ha ha ha, do you want to bring a sausage or a banana? Keep your voice down, don't you want to live? If it reaches Boss Qin's ears, you'll be fired. There was a lot of discussion. In the afternoon, employees got off work an hour earlier, and went to the venue of the annual meeting. Suyu came to Xianxia's office with a bag of clothes, changed her clothes in front of him, took off her coat, and the dress slid down her slender thighs. The contrast between her white body and the black lace was strong, and her slender straight thighs were wrapped in black stockings. They slept together, showered together, and almost let him know that she was warm-hearted. Suyu was very open. Xianxia sat on the sofa, crossed his legs, and enjoyed the beautiful scenery in the office. Beauty-changing outfit. Jiffei plain pleated dress, a short dark purple windbreaker, a matching short shawl, and a light green woman's hat. Fashionable, exquisite, and matched with her beautiful and refined appearance, 999 likes. Hey, this hat looks familiar. Xianxia asked. Yeah, I wore it that day. Suyu nodded. Didn't you wear it on Chao Bing's head? Xianxia was confused. I bought a new one, I like this style. Suyu turned in circles in front of him. Does it look good? Xianxia was surprised, and felt that she was going to do something again. Don't put the hat on people. You're so annoying, always thinking of me as a bad person. Suyu pouted. End of chapter 342. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.